the eyes of the West. On mass extermination and suicide attack. Continuation. To describe this projection as the generally prevailing delusion, which it is, does not do justice to the matter only insofar as the state, viewed in isolation, has fallen prey to the same delusion, and that of its own accord. And politicians, regardless of which party they belong to, outdo each other in giving in to the desire for immediacy. It is therefore anything but surprising that their pronouncements are no different from advertising a detergent. The state is, of course, not a real subject, but a legal entity, and thus economically an identity in itself, like every company and every consumer. This subject acts on the basis of its own logic, which is not, as with companies and consumers, economically determined, but historically determined. This logic is best illustrated by the continued existence of diplomacy under capitalist conditions. The role of foreign policy, basically the safeguarding of territorial sovereignty, which makes the economy possible in the first place, is a matter of course for the other subjects, for whose inherent logic they have no antenna. The fact that the preservation of territorial sovereignty is based on a completely different logic than their activities, namely the logic of war and not the logic of legally pacified competition, trade agreements, UN, international law, does not enter their heads. In recent years there have only been a few neoconservative authors who have insisted on this difference. And the states themselves, we are only talking here about the so-called Western, i.e. liberal pluralist, states that are adequately organized for the capitalist economy, are almost always driven against their original will in this logic. This is because the parts of the state apparatus responsible for foreign policy have long since internalized the rational form according to which there is a negotiated agreement for all problems. However, this finding blatantly contradicts the characterization spread by left-wing critics of Western states in particular. According to them, imperialist warmongering, the colonization of foreign territories and the exercise of hegemonic power over other states, immediate or historically mediated, are the cause of all the misery in the world. The term occupying power is probably the most devastating judgment of a state that these critics have in their arsenal. Of course, for them there are only two states to which this term can be applied with such moral acuity, the USA and Israel. If Russia or any other non-Western state expands its territorial sovereignty, it is at worst a case of venial sins, but usually just the pursuit of legitimate security interests. With these critics, there is a very peculiar shift from the economic to the political. In their self-image, they naturally see themselves as critics of capitalism from the ground up. But as far as this criticism of capital is concerned, they are following the criticism of capital made by German social democracy in the 19th century, which in 1914, when it approved the war credits, clearly expressed that its criticism was based on the primacy of foreign policy. And this primacy then continued seamlessly with the Bolsheviks and Stalinism and found its most ardent and unconscious supporters in the K-groups of the post-68s through to today's Greens and left and other social movements. Criticism of capitalism thus becomes identical with anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, in short, with anti-globalization criticism. The conditions of domination and exploitation within states are irrelevant to them. The postulate of non-interference in the internal affairs of a state is something of a categorical imperative for them. The fact that this has already been disgraced by the Nazis is shamefully kept under the carpet. And as much as they dream of the existence of a sovereign world state, which cannot possibly exist as they fantasize, they despise the long-established existence of a global monetary system that is largely beyond state control, at least as far as the financial system is concerned. The extent to which this contradicts the postulate of non-interference does not even occur to them. They cannot understand globalization as anything other than US hegemony. And this is where these left-wing critics meet the critics of the state from the other pole of politics, the right. It is worth noting, however, that they are by no means all committed to the primacy of foreign policy in the same way. Rather, large sections of these right-wing critics of the state hope that an exit from the world market will increase domestic prosperity. You could also say that they simply do not care about the prosperity of other states or their relationship with them. They are openly speculating on using every diplomatic trick in the book to pursue a transfer of value from other states to their own, i.e. fraud. There is no question that the world market is by no means the birth of a world society. But the idea that we can change anything for the better under current social conditions by trying to escape it is not only theoretically absurd, but also arch-reactionary and extremely dangerous. Every step towards freeing the state from the constraints of global commodity money circulation is a step towards a people's state. And a people's state is a state that endeavors to dispense with the value-based mediation of the economy and to take this economy into its own hands as far as the production, consumption, distribution, and circulation of goods and money are concerned, which means, it determines immediately what is to be regarded as use value, that is, it determines what is produced, how much, by whom, in what time, for whom. And to the extent that it separates itself from the market mediation of the economy, which it, together with the left and right-wing critics, perceives as unnecessary ballast, it separates itself from the mediation of political decision-making. It becomes democratic apart from representative forms of mediation, because the identity needs of its citizens are immediately concentrated in it. Every nation-state knows how easily and at little cost this emotional need can be satisfied for a large proportion of its citizens. Examples: Venezuela, Argentina. Faced with a left that invests its modest intellectual wealth in locating pipelines and shouts "no blood for oil," the critique of political economy is almost embarrassed by this raw material, which has become uniquely critical in economic terms. What does it have to do with materials, with use values in general? At first glance, analyzing crude oil in its own terms seems as pointless as a chemist trying to research the composition of money. Yet it could perhaps be as important to her as the relationship between money and commodities. Quote, "In contrast to commodities, which only represent the independent existence of exchange value, of general social labor, of abstract wealth, gold is the material existence of abstract wealth. It is general wealth as an individual." Karl Marx, Urtext 1858. Why and under what conditions general wealth, as Marx says here, appears as an individual, abstract wealth assumes material existence in this way, is a question aimed at the sovereign, at the fact that there can be no capital relationship without a state. But because sovereignty per se only exists in the form of individual, mutually demarcated and mutually hostile states, and a world sovereign is the squaring of the circle, a common basis is required, even for the simple exchange of goods across borders, insofar as their different currencies are to be set in relation to each other. It is no coincidence that the central importance of gold is considered an atavism by economists who consider themselves particularly progressive. John Maynard Keynes spoke of the barbaric metal, because it reflects in a mere natural substance how little society has become society at all, that all its mediations, which are capable of establishing law within states, are based on relations of immediate violence. In Hegel's words, on social relations of nature. Marx, however, strangely insists on the fusion of sign and signified, and does not move away from the unity of money with the money commodity. This must drive enlightened economists to despair, unless academic frivolity leads them to pretend to be more enlightened than Marx. Heinrich writes, "The supersensible cannot exist sensually, it can only be described by means of a sensual object." By linking his theory of money to the existence of a monetary commodity, Marx conflates the most abstract definition of money with a specific historical monetary system. At the level of the exchange process, however, it can initially only be about money as such, without concretizing a specific monetary system. Michael Heinrich, Die Wissenschaft vom Wert, p. 240. Marx does not merely insist on the necessity that abstract wealth has a material existence in some particular money commodity. Rather, he is concerned with the constraint that lies in the fact that this wealth can only be detached from this money commodity to a limited extent, that it cannot simply be replaced by another. The intransigence that Marx also displays here ultimately proves how little he loses sight of the sovereign in the pure critique of political economy, and how attentively his critique must therefore be read, above all, as one of pure economy. The material, with which the sign is fused, can only be understood in its sense as a social act, as the presence of the state outside the state, in circulation. Conversely, any critique of political economy that, in its interpretation of Marx's Capital, ignores this appearance of the sovereign fixed in the money commodity or merely dismisses it as a historical monetary system that has no place in the analysis of form, will inevitably tend towards a nominalist conception of money, i.e., towards seeing money as a mere sign. Heinrich accuses his critics of ignoring the current monetary system, but by simply declaring gold to be one investment object among others, he himself pays far too little attention to it. However, such a view, albeit in the wrong terms, takes account of developments after the end of National Socialism. The Bretton Woods Agreement had already been concluded in 1944, which provided for an indirect peg via the dollar instead of a return to the immediate peg of currencies to the gold standard, on the basis of a system of politically regulated exchange rates to which the states of the Western Hemisphere were committed under the Pax Americana. In future, the stability of the dollar and therefore also that of the international payment system was not to be based on the USA's own gold reserves, but on the willingness of the European central banks to no longer exchange their dollars for gold, under pressure from the USA. The disruption of the payment system was thus avoided by the fact that the money multiplied in the United States was no longer backed directly by gold, but by political power. The barbaric metal was not replaced by another, but by the sovereign, who commands the civilizing and civilizing military machine. According to Marx's analysis, the political significance of other raw materials must be quite different. Like every commodity, they only represent the independent existence of exchange value, of general social labor, of abstract wealth, and are substitutable for it. This does not change even if a single one of them becomes the most important. Raw material in production, fuel for circulation, general primary energy source and industrial raw material all in one, and thus predestined to unique strategic significance in the political sphere. Not even if it proves this significance in the circulation of goods in such a way that, for example, the decision as to whether the oil business in a region is transacted in dollars or euros determines the political conflicts in this region. Indirectly, however, the paramount importance of this resource brings the question of gold back into play. So which sovereign's currency is able to guarantee what gold otherwise does? At the time of National Socialism, oil was already one of the most important raw materials, of immense political and strategic importance for the state and society in both peace and war. Nevertheless, the war against the Soviet Union was not waged to conquer the Caspian oil fields. The singular destructive power of National Socialism resulted from the assumed end in itself of annihilation, which was planned as a single frenzied campaign by military and paramilitary collectives on a large scale and actually carried out in one go. The supply of raw materials, including the Caspian oil fields, was an ever-growing necessity to keep this machinery of destruction going. The significance of fossil fuels in today's economy of destruction, i.e. in today's realization of unstates, Franz Neumann, is of a different kind and should be specified. The former crisis management sought to decouple itself from gold in order to gain space for state intervention, be it rearmament or the New Deal. This decoupling meant a tendency towards disentanglement in economic relations between nations and continents, and this was not least a condition for the uniformity of the National Socialist campaign of extermination, for the clear fronts that eventually formed. Individual companies such as Standard Oil and IBM nevertheless managed, despite investigations and proceedings by the U.S. authorities, to participate in the extermination campaign across the fronts, at least for a time. The fact that all circulation of goods is based on income from oil production, which is the case with the petrostates, also opens up other forms of development for the political madness of a regime such as that of Ba'athist Iraq or the Islamic Republic of Iran. It allows disentanglement, for example, enforced from outside by boycott, while at the same time intensifying world market relations, based on the unique status of oil, which no boycott can withstand. A comparison with the effects of gold mining on the development of European absolutism or early irrigation technology on that of Asian despotism is therefore only of limited use. The contradictory integration of these crisis states into the world market, the status of the sovereign as a rentier of world production anchored in the oil business, must be seen as the main reason for the fundamental lack of unity, for the unclear fronts of the global campaign that today starts in the Near and Middle East. Again, its destructive power results from the assumed end in itself of annihilation, as the way in which the political subject makes the destructive potential of capitalist crises, which is aimed at the whole, its own cause. The anti-Semitism of Islamic politics, the fundamental logic of suicide bombing, and the uniquely repressive morality of the political gangs and theocracies that organize it leave little doubt about this. But the economics and technology of their use are as diverse and scattered as the various projects of the National Socialists in the last days of the Third Reich. They range from Iran's miracle weapon, which is to be aimed at Israel, to the werewolf gangs of Islamic origin that have long been active on the borders of the hated state of the Jews. Only, unlike the last German contingent, they are credited by the whole world. If it were only politically motivated and socio-politically camouflaged donations, such as those from the pots of UN organizations and the EU, the danger for Israel would probably be manageable. But it must be understood literally that the anti-Semitic extermination campaigns are financed by the whole world, by the United Nations, but united by value, in the form of the returns that flow from the global oil trade to the states of the Middle East. Previously, the state, whether it took over the large companies or not, had to gain independence from world trade in order to develop its crisis management potential and then, of necessity, acquire the raw materials through war. Iraq's invasion of Kuwait was also reminiscent of this. Now, as soon as it has appropriated oil production, it seeks to connect itself all the more closely to world trade, thereby making up for any decoupling and compensating for its lack of military clout. It forms cartels with its peers, such as in OPEC, in order to stand up to the international oil companies and become a global player itself. But no state acts as mere capital would. When it comes down to it, the shares are only seen as a means of paying for the arsenals. The competition and the fight against Israel cannot be separated, at least since 1973, in the price agreements between the petrostates. On the other hand, as a rentier of world production, the sovereign appears weakened in classic political domains, its totalitarian possibilities often already appear to be atrophied. Under certain circumstances, this creates internal freedom that the authoritarian state of the 1930s did not know, and which today's state can all the more effectively propagandize as tolerance of Islam. This sovereign has plenty of time for this. Unlike under National Socialist rule, it does not promote the realization of annihilation continuously and furiously, but intermittently and wait and see, sometimes acting frantically in order to suddenly strike out, then again seemingly doing nothing for long periods. Depending on which grouping has just gained the upper hand in the distribution of returns or how the various rackets stand in relation to each other. The incorporation of oil production does not necessarily mean complete nationalization. There is a fatal mixture of a state economy and licensing to international corporations, which cuts off the majority of the population from the surplus value generated. In any case, market economy conditions and capitalist modernization only apply to a narrow elite. The state monopolization of key industries and the orientation of the national economy towards a rentier state system with the simultaneous suppression of all non-monopolizable economic sectors not only makes all parts of the population completely dependent on the favor of the state elite, but also makes the country dependent on foreign imports in almost all existential areas. However, this is a dependency that pays off. By exporting the valuable raw material, such a state can dispose of large incomes from abroad, which are usually only invested to a small extent in the development of its own industrial production, unless it is used for the production of weapons of mass destruction. So that they can be freely used as state revenues for political or religious purposes and make a decisive contribution to the formation of charitable organizations and Islamic Free Corps both internally and externally. However, the unique economic significance of fossil fuel alone does not already give rise to the ideological structure, so that the political triumph of Islam, as the adequate form of consciousness of intermittent destruction, could be explained. It springs from it as little as money springs from gold. Like any other commodity, oil initially represents the independent, autonomous existence of exchange value. And in regions where this raw material cannot be found, the cultivation of opium, the oil of the failing states, may be able to help out a little. Whether the states here are disintegrating or are still being held together by Islam with extreme force, they can serve as territory for training camps and retreat areas for precisely those groups that are being equipped for terrorist charity from the petrostates' budgets. The nationalization of oil production does not in itself produce a specific political structure, but it does allow for the political unity of disintegrating structures, a unity that is, however, so sturdy that it can only be broken up from the outside and probably only militarily. Where the returns from the oil business flow directly into the hands of the political rackets, and no longer mediated through the taxation of private companies, which are of course increasingly able to evade this taxation, where politicians do not represent the interests of the oil industry, but instead command it like a regiment or tame it like a gang. The regiments and gangs obviously also somehow clash and remain wedged together and dogged. Sharia and the cult of martyrdom provide the appropriate ideology for this immediate rule based on total mediation, lots of blood for oil. The Islamic revolution that gave rise to today's Iran is the opposite of the bourgeois revolution that once triumphed in France. The latter abolishes the monopoly on violence and replaces it with the immediate violence of terrorist groups. In the one case, however, terror springs from the law, which is guaranteed by the new monopoly on violence for the sake of capital utilization. In the other, terror continues unabated in the forms of Sharia and sees itself covered by the returns from the oil business for the sake of Allah. The Russian Revolution took place roughly in between. What remains of it today is a natural gas company, the largest company in the country, which enables political leaders and racketeers to continue to terrorize citizens who behave as citizens and invoke the law at any time. The Russian state behaves like a purely criminal gang. In view of the Islamic martyr collectives, one may see in this the last remnant of reason that was once contained in the Russian Revolution. But it also corresponds to a pure criminal organization in that it is also prepared to cooperate with the extermination mania of such non-profit organizations based on oil profit if it promises its own spoils, as in Iran, and not losses, as in Chechnya. In the West, Germany is the logical Putin connection for these rackets, and the former chancellor is still the best character mask for all-round cronyism. Even if it does not automatically give rise to a political structure, the nationalization of the most important of all national opportunities for returns today prevents a bourgeois society from developing and the law from developing its own nature and power of resistance. The law, says Horkheimer, fixes the relative balance of power. To do this, however, the power relations must also be relativizable and relativized, and they can only be relativized through the development of capitalist competition, through the free circulation of capital. Only under such conditions is it possible to refrain from the particular person, to oppose the means of domination to this domination as the reflection by which it exposes itself. Horkheimer. Conversely, however, this does not mean that the abolition of nationalization would suffice to give the law such a power of resistance. It would only be a condition of possibility. It is just as possible, however, that the rackets would then attack each other in an uncoordinated manner, as in today's Iraq or Gaza Strip. Apart from the anti-Semitic and anti-American enemy image that threatens to unite everyone again at any time. The nationalized oil industry, which is not a real industry, ultimately creates economic unity in the political non-state in states such as the former Ba'athist Iraq or the current Islamic Iran, protecting it from economic disintegration, just as anti-Semitism protects it from political disintegration. The economic unity in the non-state of National Socialism still guaranteed real industry, but this was financed less and less via the world market and was increasingly supported in advance, Heidegger, by the war profits to be expected in the future from the campaign of annihilation. This resulted in the compulsion to strike out immediately, which Hitler, imbued with divine providence, took into account in everything. Unity in the oil state, on the other hand, allows the patience of the Lamb and the trust in God to be able to position and use the weapons of mass destruction at any time. Then as now, unity in the crisis also requires a promise of redemption, the destruction of the Jews, the destruction of Israel. The promise is formulated differently in each case, just as the armament boom in the Nazi state immediately led to the use of the weapons produced, while Islam's oil boom continues as long as capitalist world trade demands the raw material, thus enabling the purchase or construction of weapons of mass destruction. The Islamic Republic of Iran appears to be in a better position than Saddam Hussein's regime to coordinate the asymmetric war against Israel and the USA on a permanent basis. As the fourth largest oil exporter, this state is able to cope with a boycott in the long term, as the West's front, no matter how fiercely it is invoked against terror, will never be able to close completely in economic terms. Unlike Ba'athist Iraq, which still imitated the old fascist and Stalinist leader states, this state also forms a structure internally that is probably best suited to the sovereign as a rentier of world trade. In its connection to the world market, it imitates its preferred political form in a kind of mimicry. Democracy is being played out. Anyone who reads through the meticulous analysis of the Islamic constitutional state given by Wahid Wandat Hag over many hundreds of pages is constantly reminded of Karl Marx's dictum: the machinery of government cannot be simple enough. It is always the art of the rogues to make it complicated and mysterious, and it is no coincidence that he associates this with the draft constitutions and discussions in the European Union, which are ideologically designed to supplant the sovereign. For if one thinks of the two together, the political theocracy of Islam and the apolitical democracy of the EU, one has the physiognomy of the counter-sovereign, Manfred Dahlmann, as it is constituted today in the collaboration between Europe and the Middle East. There is no doubt that the Islamic Republic is a mere fiction of the separation of powers, Wandat Hag. The more complicated it is and the more meticulously it is guaranteed in the Constitution, the more fictitious it proves to be. The division is in fact dissociation, so that it is by no means only in an emergency, i.e. in a major state crisis, that the claim to absoluteness of the divine will strikes out to restore unity. Then we could speak of a real constitutional state and a real separation of powers. Instead, the state is already at stake in every small political decision of everyday life, the state of exception that allows everything. At any time, the immediate threat, the use of violence, disguised as law by Sharia, can tip the scales in conflicts, just as an unveiled woman or a homosexual couple on the street must constantly expect to be attacked and beaten by a more or less randomly present commando of the guardians of virtue. It always depends on which racket is present and has the necessary power to assert itself in any question, in any conflict, armed with this claim to absoluteness of the divine will. The whole complicated constitutional structure is merely intended to coordinate the rackets, who by definition prefer the state of emergency. The competences of the unmanageable number of authorities, commissions, councils, etc. overlap in the real Islamic Republic no differently than in the non-existent Palestinian state with its numerous and limitless secret services, party, and army factions. There is the religious leader and the president, the Assembly for the Recognition of System Interests, the Supreme Council of National Security, the Council of Experts and the Islamic Assembly Council, the actual parliament, furthermore the Ministry of State, the Executive Committee of Elections and the Central Monitoring Commission, in addition to the individual ministries. There are not to forget 23 permanent commissions working for the ministries, namely those for the revolutionary Institutions, for the investigation of the laws of the Revolutionary Council and the laws before the revolution, etc. In addition, of course, there are specific provisional commissions, which would have to be dealt with in detail. Above all, however, there is the Guardian Council, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Pastoran, and the Organization of National Mobilization, the POR, Basiji. The ulterior motive in the fragmentation of powers and competences manifests itself in immediate instances and organizations such as the religious leader, the Guardian Council, and the Basiji, only there to prevent the separation of powers at the root. The Iranian parliament is eliminated from the outset by the existence of the Guardian Council, as if the so-called Enabling Act of March 23, 1933, which established a permanent state of emergency in the Third Reich without formally repealing the Weimar Constitution, was to become a constitution. The structures in the judiciary were similar. The Supreme Court, civil and criminal courts were undermined by the special courts. In addition to the military courts, these included the revolutionary courts, the court for the justice of the bureaucracy, the special court for the clergy, and the press courts. What Otto Kirchheimer described for the legal system of National Socialism as a general dynamic of the whole is given constitutional status in the Islamic Republic. The general legal commitment to a generally applicable civil law disappears, thus dispensing with an outsourced authority whose authority a group member could appeal to in the face of an unjust group decision. The community ideology deprives the group member of the right to appeal to an external authority that could ensure balance within the group. A real revolution, set in motion to revoke the Islamic one, would first and foremost abolish the Guardian Council, the Basiji, and the special courts. The Basiji only make it particularly clear that everything boils down to immediate relations of violence, unbroken by any resistance to the law. They are the essay of the Islamic Republic, from which the current president also emerged, who still relies on them and likes to appear in their uniform. These legalized terrorist groups are based in so-called resistance cells throughout the country, in villages and cities, at universities and in all major institutions, set up in cooperation with local clerics, trusted representatives of the respective districts. They emerged during the war against Iraq. Their protégés came from the villages, were mostly illiterate and were educated to sacrifice themselves. The fact that they were not disbanded after the war, which nobody won, lies in the logic of the permanent Islamic revolution. Their rackets persist in the peace of the state of emergency demanded by religion, as charitable organizations that can perform their good deeds through the oil business and provide for their members with their social works spread throughout the country. To the same extent, the Basiji take on the functions of a moral police force and act as thugs wherever there is resistance to Islam. Ahmadinejad won power as their candidate in 2005 because he had promised to eliminate corruption and infiltration by Western culture with his second revolution. Consequently, the influence of the Basiji has steadily increased since the presidential election. At the end of July 2005, the movement announced an increase in its membership from 10 to 15 million by 2010. By then, the special units of this organization are to comprise 150,000 people. Accordingly, the budget for the Basiji was increased considerably and they were given new powers as an unofficial special police unit. Once again, what distinguishes the Islamic Republic from the Nazi state, and this difference should by no means be neglected, is that this Sturmabteilung can or should apparently not be disempowered any more than the oil monopoly that it directly or indirectly finances should be dissolved. While the early disempowerment of the SA in the Nazi state was the condition for the rapid implementation of industrial rearmament and for not writing off the Wehrmacht from participating in the annihilation, the further expansion of the power of the Basiji conversely shows that the returns from the oil business allow for a completely different political economy of the rackets. Instead of industrial armament and huge military apparatuses, the new divine verdict of total war requires only martyr brigades and suicide bombers, albeit en masse, and a single bomb. It is the return of werewolf romanticism in Islamic form, which also includes the dream of the miracle weapon. The non-state of today, which receives the oil rents and only pursues industrialization selectively, combines apathy and activism, inexhaustible lamb patience and spontaneous willingness to sacrifice, trust in God and a longing for death. The blissful grin at the threatening gestures of the mullahs gives an idea of this. Above all, this results in temporal unpredictability. The weapon of mass destruction can be used at any time, perhaps immediately, perhaps in a few years or even decades. Anyone who identifies any particularly loud leader of jihad with Hitler does not initially run the risk of trivializing the current threat. However, there is the possibility of underestimating their persistence and perseverance. This annihilation mania can strike immediately, and it can wait. Another leader is only ever occupied by constantly changing rackets, in which the role of leader remains opaque, since there is the ideal overall gang leader, the heavenly supreme command of all rackets. The mere threat of a nuclear bomb, however, would already be capable of significantly restricting Israel's ability to act politically, its sovereignty, so that the rest could then be done by the gangs on the ground. Iran now settles its oil transactions in euros instead of dollars. When Hugo Chavez came to power in Venezuela in 1999, he declared, "Our most important goals are to fight corruption, radically reduce bureaucracy, and bring it closer to the people. We need a clean administration. In addition to the traditional powers, legislative, judicial, and executive, we want to establish two new powers in the new constitution: the moral power, Poder Morla, which will be responsible for fighting corruption and safeguarding human rights, and the electoral power, Poder Electoral, as the fifth pillar. This should be independent of the others and be able to control them. We want to involve the whole of society in this control. For example, judges at local level should be elected, but should also be able to be voted out again if they do not prove themselves. Being elected and then having to face up to the people through re-election will now be the maxim, from the president down to the last minor civil servant." Quote, end. But they were still looking for a model, Chavez said at the time, naming Rhenish capitalism as one of the possible ones and categorically ruling out brutal neoliberalism. "We handle privatization pragmatically and not dogmatically." In the meantime, Chavez has evidently found a model that differs somewhat from Rhenish capitalism, whatever that may be, and in which privatization is now really handled quite pragmatically. A second revolution in Venezuela started immediately from the top in order to secure the president's power against the growing opposition. Since 2003, a social program has been created, financed by the nationalized oil company PDVSA, which only at first glance looks like the development of a normal welfare state. In any case, the civil service has almost doubled since then. Almost 2 million people now work in the public sector in this country of 26 million people. In the meantime, the electricity and telephone companies have also been nationalized, and the state has gradually secured a majority stake in the remaining oil joint ventures. The multinationals, who like to be portrayed as all-powerful, are only too happy to submit to their profitable powerlessness. Just as has already happened in the country's other oil-producing regions, the Chavez government now also wants to secure the lion's share of the profits from the oil facilities in the Orinoco Basin for the state-owned PDVSA. At the same time, foreign partners have already signaled that they want to invest around $16 billion in production and new technologies over the next few years. At the current high oil prices, they will still make profits even under the new conditions imposed by Chavez. The prerequisite for this is that business runs smoothly and that the state pays appropriate compensation in the event of expropriations. The regime has done this so far. In this respect, German journalists believe that the new Venezuela seems to be aiming for a kind of third way between Putin's Gazprom and Saddam's oil fields. The oil company PDVSA openly admits that its workforce is rojo, rojito, red, all red, like the color of Chavismo. No, it is not a fascist or communist state, as radicalized sections of the opposition claim, without paying much attention to the differences. But it is worrying that the media are railing against Chavez but are constantly being threatened. That although private property is not abolished, it is demonized. That although the judicial system is intact, it has been systematically staffed with Chavists. That although the military does not formally rule, it occupies countless civilian positions. That the government is committed to participation, but at the same time has developed a ridiculous cult of personality around Chavez, who presents himself as the liberator of South America in an extremely authoritarian manner. Is this the socialism of the 21st century that Chavez promises to realize? Naturally, the left is enthusiastic about the participation that the government is promoting. Specifically, these are the so-called Bolivarian missions. Spread across the entire country like a network, they offer medical care, subsidized food, schools, and educational opportunities. Flavio Carucci from the Ildes Research Institute, which belongs to the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, says that Chavez has put the social question on the agenda. He has politicized Venezuela, and that is positive. Berliner Zeitung, November 29, 2006. What kind of politicization it is, however, becomes clearer in the Junge Welt, which features an interview with Marcela Maspero, a board member of the Venezuelan Trade Union Federation UNT. The trade unionist praises the new government in particular for turning the trade unions into rackets beyond the law. Quote, "If there is one thing that this government has achieved in recent years, it is the implementation of a sustainable social policy that was developed via the Misiones, bypassing the institutions of the bourgeois state." Junge Welt, DC. 2, 2006. The social benefits are handed over to the charity of the Misiones, which are also paid for by the nationalized oil company. Venezuela is the fifth largest oil exporter. And a prerequisite for enjoying them is loyalty to Chavez and his gang, which increasingly has to prove itself in its commitment against the political opposition. In this way, every U.S. driver involuntarily contributes to the development of the rackets in Venezuela and the spread of their anti-American propaganda across borders. This is because the Venezuelan oil company subsidiary in the USA supplies almost 10% of the gasoline market there. Chavez's regime only bears the risk that its assets could be confiscated at some point. The gangs of the Misiones are a far cry from the stormtroopers of the Basiji. They did not emerge from the free corps of a war, but from the outsourcing of the social and health program. They were not formed by Islamic religion, but at best with Indian romanticism. They systematically pursue mass psychological identification with a single leader figure who opens his mouth as wide as possible against the US president, who is invoked as the Great Devil in a similar way to the Middle East. Meanwhile, Halloween witches and Santa Claus are also persecuted as spawns of gringo terror, but not the Christ child, Europe's gentle, anti-capitalist being. What can become of the Misiones, however, and how repressive they can become internally, remains to be seen and will be decided at the latest when the oil price drops. There has been an unmistakable outward aggression of late. Chavez is forging a Latin American alliance against the USA using revenues from the oil business, the first that could really be successful. Billion-dollar bond purchases in Argentina, financial support for Bolivia, Ecuador, and Nicaragua. And after Ahmadinejad's visit to Venezuela, there could also be a more intensive exchange of experiences between Basiji and Misiones on the axis of the rackets. The motto that Chavez proclaimed for the new Socialist Unity Party to be founded should at any rate sound familiar to the Basiji: fatherland, socialism, or death. The next step would actually be a joint vacation camp for their two youth organizations at Skarmatselsi, where the FDJ once organized its summer retreats. When Hugo Chavez, in a speech to the UN General Assembly on September 21, 2006, once again proclaimed the construction of a new world order that would break with the United Nations system born after the Second World War, many delegates were left with the feeling that Chavez's fantasies were not just tactical in nature, but were based on actual madness. For the Venezuelan caudillo leader, not only imagined, as is usual for anti-imperialists, that he was the voice of the Third World, the voice of the peoples of the planet, but also hallucinated strange things about a devil who had conspired against these very peoples. Anyone familiar with anti-imperialist jargon knows that this can only mean the little or the big devil, Israel or the USA, for whom Khomeini had once introduced those religiously charged invectives. Whether the convinced Christian Chavez was merely using a metaphor in his speech to demonize his political opponent, or whether he really believes that the US president is a satanic being, cannot be answered unequivocally. What is certain, however, is that Chavez at least makes every effort to appear psychotic to outsiders. For example, he deliriously said, "Yesterday the devil was here, in this same place. This table, where it is now my turn to talk, still smells of sulfur." This devil is the mouthpiece of imperialism and, as a hellish poisoner, distributes recipes to preserve the relationship of exploitation and plunder against the peoples of the world. Similar to his ally Ahmadinejad, who claims to have suddenly felt a light of enlightenment during his speech to the United Nations, Chavez's delusion and calculation cannot always be separated. This gives both of them a threatening aura, because you don't know what to expect from them. It has always been a particularly perfidious technique of exercising power to democratically leave it to the imagination of the subjects to imagine what the ruler would be capable of in case of doubt. And even at international level, the touch of madness sometimes produces considerable success. What the rulers of some third-world dictatorships lack in economic and military power, they all too often try to make up for with a form of unpredictability that forces the leading nations to make far-reaching concessions. This has recently been impressively demonstrated by the case of North Korea. But despite his flaunted unpredictability, Chavez, unlike his Iranian counterpart, for example, represents a political program that does not automatically lead to the Great Apocalypse. George W. Bush's advisors seem to have realized this, judging by their appeasing rather than escalating policy towards Venezuela. They also know that in politics, things are not always as hot as they are cooked. Chavez's program, the socialism of the 21st century, therefore contains a certain degree of political predictability despite the dazzling rhetoric of its protagonist, who never misses an opportunity to lash out at the USA and Israel. This is primarily due to the fact that Chavism is not built on the delusional world of Islam, but is based on thoroughly bourgeois revolutionary origins. It is no coincidence that Chavez had the Republic of Venezuela renamed the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, After all, the prominent liberator's Pan-Americanism was the inspiration for Hugo Chávez's anti-imperialist plans, albeit under completely different auspices than Bolívar's bourgeois Napoleonic intentions. Like Bolívar, Chávez also wants to establish a Latin American confederation that would make the continent independent of the hegemonic power. Today it is the USA and no longer Spain. Unlike the holy warriors in Tehran, however, the aim of this supposedly self-sufficient counter-sovereignty is not necessarily the destruction of the big and the little devil, but a misery administration for the third world that cushions the most blatant consequences of late capitalism through an authoritarian fusion of the state and the lumpenproletariat. Of course, this fusion presupposes a unifying enemy, for which the USA, which has often played a rather destructive role in Venezuelan history, is predestined because it is the most important trading partner on the one hand and appears to be a world hegemon on the other. Chavism is therefore characterized by an obvious contradiction, on the one hand, invoking the Republican Bolívar and, on the other, demonizing the very state that has developed the Republic in the most consequent way. That Chavism is in the tradition of bourgeois revolutionaries is therefore not even half the truth. Although the Arbol de los Tres Races, Tree of the Three Roots, which summarizes the reference to the extremely popular Venezuelan personalities Simón Bolívar, Simón Rodríguez, and Ezequiel Zamora, plays an important propagandistic role because this line of tradition symbolizes a connection with national history, it does not justify a socialist revolution as proclaimed by Chávez. It is a particular characteristic of Chavism that it is ideologically open to all sides and is on good terms with anyone who does not reject the grand project. Alongside positions of moderate or even radical left-wing provenance, decidedly right-wing ideas have repeatedly found their way into Chávez's political thought. This tendency is particularly linked to Chávez's fondness for the army. He himself made lieutenant colonel until his failed coup in 1992, which regularly produces people who want to establish a military dictatorship. One of these militarists who played an important role for Chávez over the years was Norberto Sarasol, geopolitical expert, arms dealer, and political advisor, whose writings, according to Chávez biographer Twickel, made an impression on Chávez. Sarasol's geopolitical analysis corresponds to his nationalist anti-imperialist worldview. In 1996, Chávez declared in reference to Sarasol, "The neoliberal, capitalist offensive, which we can call imperial, serves quite concretely to make the army and national industry disappear, to turn the national forces through the wolf, to pulverize national, economic, military, intellectual and economic power." Under the heading of the nation, Chávez rails against neoliberal imperialism, whereby social classes and interest groups are unceremoniously lumped together. The fight against capitalism requires the unity of the people, who cannot afford internal disputes and must instead switch to a hierarchy according to the formula Caudillo, army, and people borrowed from Sarasol. The Caudillo, according to Sarasol, was the political representation of the will of the people, and he acquired his power through acclamation. This idea of leader democracy appeals to Chávez, who, precisely because he likes to talk about real or direct democracy, presents himself as both the voice and the leader of the people, making it clear that he actually has a similar concept to that of the Volksgemeinschaft in mind. The leader as the direct executor of the will of the people and no longer a parliament that could disrupt this immediate relationship. Or, as Raúl Zilic, admittedly affirmatively, describes this alliance of mob and leader, the situation is characterized by a pronounced caudilism, but at the same time is more grassroots democratic than, for example, the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua, Zilic 2006, page 2. It was only in 1999, after 5 years of intensive cooperation, that Chávez's other advisors came up with the idea that Sarasol's model could be a neo-fascist concept, as Vice-Chancellor Isaías Rodríguez put it. Sarasol, for example, had never made a secret of his anti-Semitism, which went as far as denying the Holocaust. As early as 1994, after Hezbollah carried out an attack on the Jewish Community Center in Buenos Aires on the instructions of the Iranian government, in which 85 people died, Sarasol claimed that the Jews themselves had carried out the attack. When the liberal press reacted indignantly, he believed himself to be the victim of a Jewish conspiracy and quoted the French Holocaust denier Robert Faurisson, "My writings are the stones of my intifada." However, it was not such outbursts that caused the Argentinian Sarasol to be expelled from the country in 1995, but the fact that he had insulted Chávez's predecessor in the presidency, Rafael Caldera, at a conference in Brazil. As a result, Sarasol was able to return to Venezuela after Chávez's election victory in 1998. In 1999, Sarasol was again expelled from the country because he stood in the way of Chávez's efforts to stabilize his government through alliances with moderate left-wing and bourgeois groups. However, Chavez never made any critical comments about Sarasol's anti-Semitism. Since Sarasol's expulsion, Chavez has once again focused more on explicitly left-wing rhetoric, with some bourgeois critics even sensing a Castro-communist infiltration. Other theorists gained influence, including a certain Heinz Dietrich, a professor in Mexico City. Dietrich, who had studied with Adorno, Horkheimer, and Habermas at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research in the 1960s and had been active in the SHB and the SDS, moved to Latin America in the 1970s after completing his doctorate in Bremen. After longer stays in Argentina and Bolivia, he was finally offered an H4 professorship at the state-run Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana in Mexico City in 1977, which he accepted. Since then, his career has skyrocketed and he has held visiting professorships at the universities of Frankfurt am Main, New York, Columbia, and Vancouver, as well as in Brazil, Spain, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. He has published several books, including Together with Noam Chomsky, and is currently the most published contemporary political author in Cuba. As an advisor, he not only works for the Cuban government, but has also become something like the chief ideologist of the Bolivarian Revolution. His book The Socialism of the 21st Century, which was published in Spanish around 10 years ago and has also been available in a German version for some time, is the basic theoretical work of Latin American anti-capitalism. The term socialism of the 21st century has become a buzzword on the Latin American left and is the new leitmotif of Chavism. This concept is perfectly compatible with National Socialists such as Sarasol. It envisages the transformation of formal, representative democracy into a direct or participatory democracy and aims to overcome the market economy through a so-called equivalence economy. The idea of an equivalence economy originates from the Bremen historian, sociologist, and geologist Arno Peters, the leading figure of the Bremen school, to which Dietrich also belongs. Peters developed the concept of the equivalent economy in 1996 in his book Das Äquivalenzprinzip als Grundlage der Globalökonomie. To put it briefly and succinctly, it is based on the delusion of freeing value from the clutches of the crematistics, enrichment economy, and transforming it into the objective regulatory instrument of an economy based on fair exchange. Of course, such ideas have been around before. Think of Marx's hourly wage earners or followers of Silvio Gesell's barter rings. What is new about Peters' version is that he, and even more so Dietrich, actually tries to reconcile his vision with Marx's materialist critique. This is only possible if one turns the critique of political economy into a political economy and trims the categories of value form analysis in this way. Use value is the ability of a product to satisfy a need. Value is a quantified period of time, e.g. 20 minutes, 1 hour, 2 days, etc., required to produce a use value, and exchange value is the necessary expression or form of appearance of value as it manifests itself in concrete exchange. Dietrich 2006, page 175. There is nothing to be read here of crazy forms or a thought thing, Marx. For Dietrich, value is an objective, and for him this means an eternally valid quantity that can be determined scientifically, as it were. He praises the Scottish theorists Cockshott and Cottrell in all seriousness for having calculated that the average hourly value added in Great Britain in 1987 amounted to £7.54, page 124. The fact that Cockshott and Cottrell expressed value in monetary terms causes Dietrich no difficulty at all. After all, he does not want to abolish money at all, but only to free it from the rule of crematistics. Like economics, Peters also sees money as merely an arbitrary medium of exchange. How the value of goods and services is expressed in the equivalent economy is fundamentally indifferent and can therefore be determined by the respective practical circumstances. The decisive factor is that the value of all goods and services is expressed solely as the sum of the work performed. Cited in Dietrich 2006, page 121. Equivalence economics is so called because its inventors adhere to the idea that in capitalism goods are exchanged unfairly, i.e., goods with different values are equated. This deception stems from the fact that goods are not traded according to their value, but according to their price, which is a purely subjective quantity, i.e., devised by nasty scum only to exploit the masses. The economy of equivalence, on the other hand, is based on the exchange of goods, in which different but equivalent goods are exchanged without profit, equals equivalent, Peters 1996, page 12. For this, however, one must know the objective value of a commodity. This is the sine qua non of equivalence economics, and consequently Peters and Dietrich go to great lengths to objectively determine a quantity of abstract, objectified labor. They calculate and work and simply do not realize that abstract labor is neither a fixed activity nor mathematically calculable, but only becomes a real abstraction in the equation of the unequal, in exchange. One might object that the concept of equivalence economics is such a humbug that it cannot be realized anyway and can therefore be neglected. However, it is not necessarily the complete feasibility of a political economic program that is important, but rather the processes that it unleashes if the attempt is even made to implement it. Even if the concept of the equivalence economy as a whole is certainly a very old-fashioned crackpot idea, it nevertheless expresses an anti-capitalism whose attempted realization would always exceed the barbaric tendencies of the prevailing social order. Indicative of this is, as is to be expected, an aggressive anti-Semitism that identifies the Jews as agents of crematism and seeks to destroy them. Whether Hamas makes the Jews responsible for all the evils of modernity in its charter or whether Arno Peters declares, crematism, enrichment, is the ultimate cause of trade, robbery, and war, Peters 1996, page 12, only makes a difference if one naively assumes that the Jews have not yet been identified as personifications of crematism. This is contradicted not only by the history of anti-Semitism, in which the Jews were invariably imagined as the embodiment of the refined, Gottfried Feder, but also by reading the writings of the Bremen school itself. Heinz Dietrich, for example, writes that the world market was endowed with the Old Testament attributes of the God Yahweh, his unlimited sadistic brutality, presence, and omnipotence, Dietrich 2006, page 59. However, the agent of capital has disguised himself. He moves neither in Palestinian peasant sandals nor with a biblical beard, but in Mercedes-Benz with Armani suits. He has rationalized the Old Testament Decalogue, the Mosaic 10 Commandments, down to one mandate to save costs, the profit rate. His cult building or place of worship is the stock exchange, and his earthly residence can be found in the mansions of the exclusive upper-middle-class districts and suburbs, page 60. He personifies capitalism as a world oligarchy, page 61, speculators, ibid, bankers, page 56, or as a criminal world bourgeoisie, page 78. No stereotype is left out here. Dietrich talks like any neo-Nazi. And so it is not surprising that Peters' worldview sounds pretty much exactly like the NSDAP party program. Man is by nature a community-building being. He fulfills himself in the state and its laws, Peters 1996, page 12. The economy, according to Peters, has a serving function vis-a-vis the state. The crematism, enrichment, which is based on trade and moneylending, interferes with the economy in its free development and thus prevents it from fulfilling its task. The acquisitiveness of crematism knows no limit. Its insatiability is unnatural and hostile to life. Ibid. And last but not least, summarizing the whole barbarism in 2 sentences, only an activity carried out for its own sake brings lasting fulfillment. The life of earning money is not a life worth living. Ibid. After the 2 chief German theorists of Venezuelan socialism have explained what a life not worth living is, one would assume that racial laws would have been passed in Caracas immediately. But this has neither happened nor is it expected to happen in the near future. The Chavez government's anti-Semitism has so far been largely limited to verbal outbursts and close ties to Iran, Libya, and Hussein's Iraq. Nevertheless, the Jews in Caracas were given a brief foretaste of a future national uprising in 2003, when a group of demonstrators rioted in the Tiferet Israel synagogue during a demonstration against the Iraq War. However, the influence of the Bremen school is more pronounced than in anti-Semitism when it comes to the political and economic measures of the Chavez government. While Dietrich had declared that the first step towards socialism for Latin America was the creation of a regional power bloc, Chavez launched the ALBA Economic Community, which was intended to counteract the U.S. plan for a free trade zone for all of America. As an incentive to join ALBA, Venezuela offers oil at a preferential price. Again and again, it is oil that Chavez is increasingly transferring into state ownership by means of an empowering law so that he can use it as a political weapon. The great mastermind of this petro-socialism is, who would have thought it, also a German. His name is Bernard Mamer, son of former SPD Member of Parliament Karl Mamer and Venezuela's Deputy Energy Minister. Like Dietrich, Mamer was once active in the SDS, but at some point he realized that the revolution was not going to happen for the time being and traveled to Latin America to fight against imperialism. He did so by joining the radical left-wing Partido de la Revolución of Guerrillero Douglas Bravo. However, because Mamer was a student from Germany and therefore an idealistic intellectual, he was less suited to fighting and his place was more at his desk. There, judging by his success, he developed a groundbreaking Marxist theory of legitimacy for the nationalization of natural resources. He referred to Marx's comments on land rent and capital, where he wrote that the part of the surplus value produced by capital falls to the landowner, MEW 25, page 627. According to Mamer, the landowner is the state, i.e., the oil rent is its natural right. Because Mamer, like his comrade Dietrich, does not want to know anything about a critique of political economy, but considers Marx's theory to be a particularly clever form of economic science, he concludes from this, even today, the administration of natural wealth is a matter for the state. With oil wealth in hand, Chavez now set about advancing his socialism. Not only is he trying to bind other states, such as Cuba, to him through oil, but also the population. The income from the oil business, which accounts for half of Venezuela's state revenue and 25% of its economic output, despite all the concessions granted to allied states and occasional propagandistic oil donations to poor population groups in the USA, for example, forms the financial basis of the new socialism. The shaky foundations on which Venezuelan socialism stands could be observed in the winter of 2002-2003, when employees of the state oil company PDVSA went on strike against government policy. After just 1 week, the country was on the verge of insolvency. This made the repression all the more severe. 19,000 employees were dismissed. The rest, around 20,000 employees, worked directly and a further 60,000 indirectly in the oil sector, had their wages massively cut, and in some cases their working hours were even extended at the same time. As early as 2004, 3.7 billion petrodollars flowed into social funds, and the trend is rising. These oil-financed social funds, known as misiones, are the material side of 21st century socialism, the typical alms for allegiance racket. The charitable measures are aimed at consolidating the power that is essentially based on the poor population of the barrios. These include not only a literacy campaign, numerous soup kitchens, and the holistic health care project, but also the hundreds of cooperatives that produce exclusively for the state as a customer. The goods of the predominantly, but not exclusively, agricultural cooperatives are purchased directly, without intermediaries, by the state supermarket chain Mercal and offered at highly subsidized prices, on average 42% below the usual price level. In this way, the poor population is not only materially supplied, but also doubly tied to the state. As producers and consumers, their existence is dependent on the state. The seemingly insane concept of equivalence economics is realized here in a distorted form. Although it is the amount of the oil rent realized on the world market, i.e., a speculative profit without real equivalence, that makes this subsidy state cult possible in the first place, this does not bother the ideologists as long as the result is right, by forcing the individual to do completely nonsensical work, the purpose of which is to submit to and fit into the collective. He is also entitled to the provision granted by the state. Everyone is equal means that no one has to step out of line. The Mercal supermarkets, supervised by the newly established Ministry of Food, are run by cooperatives in the barrios and rural areas. Comic drawings illustrating important articles of the new constitution are printed on the rice, cornmeal, pasta, dried milk, and sugar packets sold by Mercal stores. The products not only provide people with food, explains the proud operator of a Mercal market in the La Vega district, but they also nourish themselves spiritually because they read the articles of the Constitution. Quoted from Twickel 2006, page 272. In this way, Chavez binds the poor to himself, who realize every day in the 15,000 or so Mercal stores what they personally owe him. This dependence is a prerequisite for the model of participatory democracy that Chavez propagates with reference to Heinz Dietrich. Participatory means that the individual does not regard the maintenance of state sovereignty as institutionalized coercion, but rather identifies with the community led by the caudillo. Zelig formulates this, with complete enthusiasm, as follows. The remarkable thing about these missions is that, although they are financed by the state, they have always encouraged the population to organize itself. The, by no means conflict-free, interplay between the state and grassroots organization is not the result of a strategic plan. Rather, in the absence of a functioning state structure and due to the secret boycott of a bureaucracy still stemming from the puntofagismo of the pre-Chavista era, the government often had to resort to grassroots initiatives on the ground in order to implement reforms at all. This policy of improvisation, which is often referred to as setting a bypass, implied the establishment of provisional alternative statehood. The missions were located outside the ministries, financed not from the state budget but by PDVSA, the state oil company, which enabled the funds to be approved more quickly and implemented by the population rather than by state employees. Zelig 2006, page 10. In order not to leave this identification with the state to chance, the expansion of municipal councils, consejos comunales, will be promoted in the near future. According to the Municipal Council Law, which was passed in April 2006, these councils will be formed by 200 to 400 families in urban areas, 20 in rural areas, and 10 in indigenous areas. Well over 10,000 local councils already exist in Venezuela. Lambert 2007, page 13. The anonymity of bourgeois society, which in Latin America is in any case reserved for a small elite due to the necessary failure of catch-up industrialization, is now being eliminated by a reactionary return to clan and tribe. Every neighborhood, every street has its own block watchman and the Chavista guardians of virtue, the Círculos Bolivarianos, who are modeled on the Cuban Comites de la Defensa de la Revolución and have sworn an oath of allegiance to Chávez, are always ready to take action against traitors and enemies of the people. However, this outsourcing of the state is not accompanied by an actual reduction in the number of direct civil servants, as in the lean states of Western Europe, but rather means that almost everyone is working on behalf of the state in one form or another, whether as one of the almost 2.8 million Venezuelans employed by the state or as a supposedly independent recipient of charity. Venezuela is thus developing into a dictatorship of poverty that calls itself socialist because the individual is nothing, while the community is everything. Compulsory work, material and spiritual poverty, complete dependence on the state and de-individuation are elevated to a political program as negative equality, as misery for all. On top of this, the millions of alms recipients are invited to see themselves as political activists, when the monstrous oil rent statism keeps them in total dependency and makes use of the traditional authoritarianism and the equally traditional passivity of the lower classes. In March 2008, the time had come once again. Hugo Chavez, the socialist superstar of our time, was once again given the chance to show himself on the international stage as an anti-imperialist determined to do anything. When the Colombian army killed Raúl Reyes, the leader of the Marxist murder gang FARC, and advanced into Ecuadorian territory to do so, the Venezuelan caudillo immediately struck the pose of the defender against Western aggression. The fact that Chávez, like his Ecuadorian counterpart Rafael Correa, immediately deployed troops in the border region was less motivated by the defense of the integrity of the state territory than by a foreign policy tactic aimed at covering up Venezuela's military, financial, and logistical support for the FARC. For years, the FARC has been waging its dirty guerrilla war from Ecuadorian and Venezuelan territory without being hindered in the slightest by Chávez and Correa. Chávez regards Colombia as a bridgehead of Western imperialism that seeks to undermine the unity of Latin America. Consequently, immediately after the killing of Reyes, he denounced Colombia as the Israel of Latin America, FAZ, April 3, 2008. And to make no secret of the relationship he envisions with a state like Israel, Chávez immediately threatened war. The fact that the dispute was settled after just a few days was nevertheless not surprising, as it is generally known that Venezuela could not win a war against Colombia either economically or militarily. So the little affair was reduced to the kind of vigorous saber-rattling for which the president has been known since the beginning of his career. But it would be quite wrong to conclude from this that the caudillo's pithy words should not be taken so seriously. The open display of loudmouthedness is not an aberration, but is exemplary of a thoroughly irrational and therefore unpredictable political strategy fed by the ideology of so-called Bolivarianism, which basically takes every outrage into account, and which must be taken seriously, as Chávez's concept of a national alliance of the lumpen proletariat, the military, and the Bolivarian aristocracy against the supposed imperialist servants both internally and externally seems to be working and is obviously catching on with a large majority of Venezuelans. The fact that the majority of Venezuelans loyal to Chávez are still unemployed or work in the informal sector and are therefore extremely poor says little in itself about the state of a society if one ignores the function of this impoverished majority in society. To decipher this function, it is necessary to look at the technique of political rule that is currently holding Venezuelan society together by force. Bolivarianism, as a republican concept according to its own self-image, practically pursues the abolition of republicanism on its own foundations and by its own means. It retains all the characteristics of republican rule, such as free elections and popular sovereignty, but undermines its tacit presuppositions, which are based on the results of the Enlightenment. The self-aware subject, which enters into a fictitious social contract with its competitors out of well-understood self-interest and submits to the objective coercion incarnated in the general law, which finds its vanishing point in the state's monopoly on the use of force, only appears in Bolivarianism as a desubstantialized subject, in that its real lack of private property is summarily transformed into a virtue and translated into direct dependence on the all-powerful state. The individual becomes both a recipient of alms and a follower, and thus appears as a political subject, and only as a political subject, who proves himself through his undivided loyalty to the true sovereign, whose power becomes almost limitless because he dominates all spheres of society and even controls the individual streets in the form of communal committees. The private sphere as a classic retreat for citizens, where they can take time for both thinking and enjoyment, is not only massively restricted by the precarious property situation, but also politically. There must be no space for retreat, because everything should be public in the name of participatory democracy. An important battlefield of the Bolivarian state is the traditionally strong family. In order to weaken the family, children and young people are put into all-day schools where Chavist ideology is drilled into them from morning to night. Chavez's often overlooked disputes with the Catholic Church also stem from the fight against alternating social spheres. The totalized coercive character of this form of rule therefore does not consist in the fact that no free elections are allowed, but in the fact that the logical precondition of these elections, the relative autonomy of the individual, is considerably restricted. In practice, the Chavistas have built up a dense network of neighborhood initiatives and so-called Bolivarian circles that control the individual and make them a member of a binding political and moral community. In addition to the various Bolivarian neighborhood militias, there are also neighborhood councils, the Consellos Comunales, which, according to the law, are supposed to completely cover and control a street. The responsible ministry attributes the following tasks, among others, to the Consellos Comunales, which are seen as the root of people's power, bluntly expressing the totalitarian character of Bolivarian rule. Exercise social control over all activities that develop in the comunidad, whether they are of a state, community, or private nature: food, education, health, culture, sport, infrastructure, cooperatives, missions, etc. Establish order and fight against crime and corruption. Anyone who has ever had experience with informers can imagine how comprehensive social control is when it is exercised by neighborhood committees. But it's not just the nosy neighbors who are the problem. Police officers, especially in the barrios, are also deployed where they live. This creates a dense network of immediate, i.e. personally exercised control. Although the respective patrols act locally and on their own initiative, they always act in the greater interest of the nation, which is identified with the will of Chavez, who is present as a father figure in every decision-making situation like God in the faithful. Parallel to the grassroots democratic control in the barrios, the leader Chavez himself takes action against enemies of the people, simulating the fusion of the people and the state. Opposition members and ordinary dissenters suffer repression at all levels, from the expropriation of disagreeable entrepreneurs to the revocation of public broadcasting licenses of television channels. See, for example, the case of opposition leader Andrés Sosa Pietri's company in Vival. To restrict the freedom of the press, the Chavista-dominated parliament enforced Article 297A. Any person who uses false information and disseminates it through printed matter, radio, television, telephone, email, or leaflets in order to actually or potentially panic the population or maintain the level of fear in the population shall be punished with a prison sentence of 2 to 5 years. Although the masses appear to be as homogeneous as possible, the Venezuelan structure is actually characterized by an all-pervading chaos of loyalties. Chavez's state bureaucracy can best be characterized as a personnel mess that is constantly in flux, as ministers and civil servants are constantly being fired or forcibly transferred. It is Chavez himself who publicly announces the dismissal of supposedly incompetent henchmen or even kills employees from the administration on camera. This form of public execution, which attracts onlookers like a dung heap attracts flies, creates a situation in which chaos is the real order. The structure of Bolivarianism is the permanent hullabaloo that deprives the individual of any security and feeds individual panic by threatening all potential dissenters with exclusion or degradation. This form of unstate, as Franz Neumann would have said, is the best prerequisite for blind allegiance and obedience to leaders. Freud described in his mass psychology that everything depends on the illusion that the leader loves all individuals of the mass with the same love for the existence of the mass. Sigmund Freud, Massenpsychologie und Ich-Analyse, p. 102. If this illusion were to burst, for example because the leader dies, the mass would once again disintegrate into its individual parts. This is probably why Chavez is everywhere in Venezuela. The pictures are supposed to prove that Chavez is alive. The left-wing critics of Chavezism usually focus their criticism on the personality cult surrounding the caudillo, but they do not understand that this is the cement of Bolivarianism and that it would collapse without this cement. The personality cult is not an external flaw that only needs to be removed in order to realize genuine and undisguised socialism, but is the core of Bolivarianism. Chavez himself knows this, as he said of his role model Fidel Castro, Without Fidel, there seems to be no movement. It's as if he were everything. Interview with Blanco Munoz from 1998. The much-praised democratization of society, which Chavez declared to be his first task and which in fact amounts to the elimination of parliament as a controlling authority, plays an irreplaceable role in the constitution of the masses. By appearing as the people's advocate, Chavez suggests that he is helping every individual to obtain their rights. Freud also saw the democratic character of the masses. A democratic streak runs through the church, precisely because before Christ all are equal, all have an equal share in his love. And it is no coincidence that Chavez likes to present himself as such, as Christ. He sees himself not only as the man-child Hugo Chavez, but also as a savior. In this idea of salvation, the individual is as obliterated as in the members of the masses. In Chavez's case, it sounds like this: if this person, the caudillo, manages to do this, if he orients his life towards achieving the collectivization of the leader, the projects, and the ideas with the mythical power given to him, if I can abstract myself from all these processes, then that justifies the presence of a caudillo. Interview with Blanco Munoz. Chavez thus sees himself as the incarnation of a mythical force that collectivizes its teachings, i.e. spreads them among humanity, to whom it wants to bring salvation. Such a messiah figure is perfectly suited to identification. The masses are interested in identifying with the narcissistic leader, and for this it is necessary that he appeals to everyone at the same time and yet remains unapproachable. Chavez is the people is therefore the slogan on posters all over Venezuela. By all referring to Chavismo, they create a basis of negative equality that binds them together. The individual imitates the leader and directs everything towards gaining his favor. He gives up his individuality in order to be able to merge with the collective, but this de-individualization happens individually and requires the highest personal commitment. Through his integration into the mass, the individual cedes his freedom to the collective and believes it to be multiplied, with the consequence that the individual can no longer exist on his own. What the mass form does to the individual in all its cruelty often only becomes apparent when the mass dissolves and the now isolated mass individual panics. The mutual bonds have ceased and a huge, senseless fear is released. Freud, Mass Psychology, page 104. Fortunately, Venezuela has not yet reached this stage. There are various interest groups in Venezuela that are fighting each other and vying for power in the state. There is both an anti-Chavista bourgeoisie and a radical left-wing opposition, which is relatively small, however, because most of the radical or reformist left collaborates with the Chavistas in one way or another or has been forcibly integrated. Nevertheless, the panic instrumentalized by the regime for the consequences of a disintegration of the masses in a post-Chavez era, which may come sooner than can be assumed at the moment, gives rise to fears of the worst. Civil war is a distinct possibility. The masses that Chavez relies on are not exclusively, but mostly, the impoverished population group living in the barrios. Because they have little to literally nothing apart from their unwanted labor, they benefit most from the Misiones, the president's charity projects. The lumpenproletariat, about which Engels once aptly said that it quickly transforms itself by means of good payment into a Praetorian guard of those in power at any given time, thus forms the immediate power base of the Bolivarian movement and its passive flywheel, because the poor devils from the suburbs are kept neatly in their homeland, the filth and narrowness of the barrios. Precisely because they are given the already meager blessings of the deficit-ridden state budget. For example, when the handout programs are no longer feasible because the public coffers are empty due to a rapid drop in the price of oil. On April 16, the Handelsblatt newspaper reported that the world's third-largest oil field had been discovered off Brazil. If Brazil were to set about developing the field, the oil price would in all likelihood fall. The same applies in perspective if oil production in Iraq can be resumed in full. The fact that in Venezuela the seemingly powerful, the people, are also the most powerless is overlooked by local leftists in their zeal and, at best, they turn a blind eye to the authoritarian form of political rule, if they do not even protect and defend it. German leftists, who by definition tend toward state fetishism, know that the Misiones, the alms programs for bribing the impoverished masses, are really a great thing without having to give it much thought. For them, the idea that the state is finally one of the whole people, La Salle, is like a wet dream. But all that is currently being changed is the composition of state personnel. The Chavez government is increasingly filling positions in the administrative apparatus with members of the military. The courted poor from the suburbs are being given a much smaller share of the state's feeding trough. Although they are supposed to carry the reins of power and, for the purpose of legitimizing them, organize the kind of shindig that, absurdly, German friends of Venezuelan socialism always associate with consular democracy, these neighborhood initiatives and grassroots democratic associations actually have nothing to say. They are allowed to make proposals and regulate their own affairs to the extent that they do not interfere with the government, but the real power remains in the hands of the bureaucracy, which is directed and controlled by Chávez himself. In concrete terms, this means that Chávez and the small circle of his political advisors introduce new, trustworthy people as functioning cogs in the wheel of power and dismiss others who are thrown to the crowd as traitors via television and radio. This restructuring of the state amounts, and if you can't see it, you don't want to see it, to a form of authoritarian rule that is by no means inaccurately described by the word dictatorship. The constitutional referendum of December 2007, which would have made Chávez de facto dictator, it included proposals for an indefinitely possible re-election of the president, direct subordination of the central bank to the government, authorization for military deployment in the interior, direct subordination of the army to the president, and a redistribution of administrative zones. Was the direct expression of this striving for a totalitarian social order. The fact that it has fortunately failed and halted Venezuela's path to dictatorship for the time being shows that the hope for improvement in living conditions has proved to be a great disappointment for the barrio inhabitants, because although social control has increased immeasurably, there is by no means more meat on the plate in the evening. In this respect, Chávez's strategy has failed for the time being, which is cause for celebration, but it is also clear that the referendum was not the last attempt to install 21st-century socialism under constitutional law. The fact that Chávez conceded defeat is not, contrary to what most left-wing Latin American experts claim, due to his honesty and openness, but is based on the fact that by ignoring the result he would have risked a civil war, the outcome of which is uncertain. Venezuelan society is now deeply divided, and a minor incident would be enough to cause it to explode. For this reason, Chávez must focus even more than before on the political definition of the enemy and redirect it from domestic to foreign policy. His demonstrative friendship with Ahmadinejad and Nasrallah will in all likelihood be intensified. The FARC mentioned above is also likely to benefit from Chávez's new initiative. Who will probably be hit harder in the future than before are the Venezuelan Jews. Because anti-Zionism is not a mere whim of the president, but the expression of a pathological worldview based on a fetishistic criticism of capitalism, Chávez's anti-Semitism is not limited to propaganda against the Jewish state. Venezuelan Jews have therefore long been targeted by the declaration of the enemy. Anti-Semitism is not an external ingredient of Bolivarianism that can be detached from it, but its most consequent expression. This hurts the supporters of Latin American socialism in the West, and so they simply deny it. The fans of Bolivarianism want nothing to do with the anti-Jewish propaganda that is published daily in state and pro-government newspapers and magazines, and which is comparable in its sharpness to the Arab Sturmer imitations. The Jews are consistently portrayed in the influential Chávez press as conspirators, spoilsports, and deceitful capitalists who want to drive the people into the abyss. In his speeches, Chávez draws on these stereotypes when he talks about capitalists, imperialists, and Zionists, accuses the Jews of murdering Christ, and equates Israel's defense policy with the Nazis' war of extermination. Politically, such hate speech, and this is indeed a new phenomenon in Venezuela, is increasingly translating into state persecution of Venezuelan Jews. For example, a Jewish school has already been searched twice by the police in an unnecessarily harassing manner on suspicion of amassing illegal weapons and supporting terrorism, without success, of course. But Chávez and his anti-Semitic Deputy Interior Minister Tariq al-Aissami, who is responsible for the searches, are not so much interested in finding anything concrete. It's about throwing mud at the Jews and imposing the stigma of terrorism on them, thereby taking the already problematic concept of terrorism completely ad absurdum. Just as Chávez denounces Colombia as a terrorist state, even though he himself supports the FARC, the Jews are portrayed as terrorists, even though it is the Venezuelan government that is courting anti-Semitic terrorist gangs such as Hezbollah. Venezuelan Jews, whose numbers have halved in recent years, feel that anti-Semitism is not mere phraseology, but a direct threat to them. Sami Eppel, a Jewish Venezuelan journalist, puts it this way: I can say that a large part of the Jewish community in Venezuela is very worried, because the anti-Semitism comes from the government. When groups carry out anti-Semitic propaganda, we can defend ourselves, we are on an equal footing. But how are we supposed to defend ourselves against the government? It has all the power. Eppel's statement that the government has all the power is somewhat exaggerated, but for this very reason tends to be true, and points to the increasingly totalitarian conditions that prevail in Venezuela today. The alliance of the Chavista racket, the military, and the lumpenproletariat is only held together by an aggressive and religiously charged ideology and by oil-financed handouts. This alliance will only last if it constantly positions itself against internal and external enemies. Anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism are therefore essential to the state. Bolivarian ideology is to penetrate all areas of society and suppress competing views by all means. State control is delegated to the Bolivarian rackets and thus totalized. The much-vaunted democratization goes hand in hand with the weakening of the autonomy of the individual and subjects the individual to the various neighborhood initiatives, cooperatives, and circles, all forms of political rackets that are only linked by their immediate dependence on Chavez. The hope that Venezuelans will one day overthrow the legacy of the caudillo is justified, but in view of the authoritarian shaping of society, it does not necessarily mean that the post-Bolivarian era will be characterized by a greater degree of freedom. How things will continue in Venezuela is therefore completely uncertain. Cuba should not take real socialism and the poor work ethic that prevailed in the Eastern Bloc as an example. Ernesto Che Guevara, Cuban Minister of Industry 1959 to 1965, wanted more communism. He believed that the point of leverage would be where individualism was replaced by service to the community. At this point, resistance would be greatest. The revolutionaries in the Eastern Bloc had capitulated to materialism and egoism at this point. According to Guevara, the workers in real socialism worked for wages, the companies only for their profit, thus the old capitalist categories continued to exist: commodity, money, and market. In Cuba, the revolution had to be more radical. The market had to be completely replaced by a planned system. The national economy had to become a single large enterprise in which every worker did his job like a conscious cogwheel. The material interests of the people should cease to be decisive. Good work should no longer be rewarded with wage increases, but with certificates. A sense of duty should fill citizens, culminating in a willingness to sacrifice themselves for the common good. What the trenches were in the revolutionary struggle would be the workplace in communist society, as exemplified by the guerrillas. This idea was not new. The power of communism was based on sacrifice, as George Lukács had already proclaimed in speeches and essays in 1919, the year of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, reprinted in Lukács 1975 instead of coercion. As it prevails in bourgeois society, a communist morality would take its place, to the effect that individuals would sacrifice themselves on the battlefields of the revolution and in the factories of the new society. In Cuba, the willingness to sacrifice was not particularly pronounced after the revolution, as a joke that was in circulation testifies. Guevara passed it on in a speech to textile workers, summarizing it rather witlessly, eager to explain its counter-revolutionary punchline. The joke can be revived. Despite its bitter source, a worker is enthusiastic about the revolution because it has driven out the imperialists. He wants to join the Revolutionary Party. But a party representative puts the brakes on him and explains his duties. As a party member, you must set a good example, represent the party and communism, work overtime in your workplace, come to work on time, take an active part in party and neighborhood committees, must not drink alcohol while at work, never be absent from voluntary work and not misbehave in your free time either. When the party functionary sees how the worker's expression slips, he goes one better, and you must be prepared to give your life for the revolution. Now logical, the worker interjects, whoever leads the kind of life you describe can also give it up. As I said, Guevara can't laugh at this. Sacrifice, he instructs his listeners, is seen by the revolutionary as part of his duty. If he doesn't make sacrifices, he feels uncomfortable. This is how not sacrificing becomes the actual sacrifice of a revolutionary. This means that the concepts and content change. Citizens should subordinate their thoughts and actions to the common good. One could also say that they should become nothing but philosopher kings. No wonder that Guevara's political theory, like Plato's, culminates in pedagogy. However, while Plato wanted to raise an elite that would master reason and enforce it in and for the community, Guevara wanted to democratize self-control and service to the common good. Everyone should become a solidary member of the community. A gigantic change in consciousness was necessary so that the selfless, socialist human being could emerge, the new man. In other words, when man is formed in his own image, communism will work. Guevara relies particularly on young people. He sees them as the clay from which the new man can be formed without all his former shortcomings. By the way, the fact that young people in the West carry Che's likeness in front of them when they rehearse the uprising points to the Janus-faced nature of the rebellion. What can explain his popularity stands for the longing for struggle and command, devotion and sacrifice. His renunciation of the parental home, his struggle in the Sierra Maestra, his resemblance to Jesus, his decision as a minister to risk his life again, this time in the Congo, later in Bolivia, where he was captured and executed, his martyr's death. There is no life outside the revolution. In that, and only in that, it seemed right to him. This is also how today's revolutionaries tick. The Invisible Committee proclaims a coming uprising and pays homage to it in and of itself. Events are hoped for into which one could plunge with skin and hair, in which 60 years of pacification came to an end, in the chapter Let's Go. Even more lasciviously, flaming revolutionaries from Greece await the end of pacification. We wish to turn our daily lives into a continuous battle against power and its civilization. They repeatedly emphasize their desire for a continuous clash. Perpetual battle, perpetual clash. Not a word about the state afterwards, not a word about the end of struggle, privation, and self-sacrifice. The pamphlets thus read like the counter-concept to Kant's eternal peace, eternal anarchy, permanent revolution, endless war communism. Guevara's approach of creating a socialist person through education was in the old socialist tradition. The Saint Simonists had already declared moral education to be a socialist work. The slogan of the new man then spread in the Soviet Union in the 1920s. The theory behind it was called sociological materialism. One of its proponents, Aaron Salsand, a psychoanalyst and co-founder of pedology, the science of the child, boldly urged the mass transformation of children in a dynamic new environment. In the opposing theory known as biogenic materialism, on the other hand, man was seen as a creature predetermined by nature and genetic makeup. One of its representatives, the psychoanalyst Moshe Wolf, warned against viewing children as a tabula rasa on which anything could be written. Whether sociological or biogenic materialism, both can be authorized with quotes from Marx. Either, man is an ensemble of social relations, or, man is a natural being. A pedological congress was held in 1927 to settle the dispute. The party intellectual Bukharin claimed there that not only the character but also the physique of man was socially determined. With the Kremlin's blessing and emphasis, the position of sociological materialism prevailed. The Congress resumed emphasized the malleability of man. So much for the revolution. Instead of a better society for people, better people were to be created for society. Also by force, from a broader point of view, i.e. from the point of view of a larger historical scale, proletarian coercion in all its forms, from shooting to compulsory labor, is, as paradoxical as it may sound, a method of forming a new, communist humanity from the human material of the capitalist epoch. 40 years later, Guevara said that it was necessary to launch a frontal attack against the unwilling, the unclear, the confused and the lazy, to re-educate and educate this mass, to enlist them in the revolution and remove those who resist. The early socialist Robert Owen had expressed himself more cautiously. After his commune New Harmony had failed to live up to its name, he noted, "An experience of 18 months has proved to us that the following qualities are necessary for a permanent member of the communist community. 1. Honest intention. 2. Temperance. 3. Diligence. 4. Care. 5. Cleanliness. 6. Thirst for knowledge. 7. Recognition of the fact that man's character is formed for him, not by him." The last sentence advises restraint. People cannot be molded. The new man did not become a mass phenomenon, in Cuba as little as in the Soviet Union. Materialism and egoism asserted themselves, as Fidel Castro sadly stated on the 20th anniversary of Guevara's death. If Che had known that money had become the most important instrument for motivating people, he, who was so against it, would have been horrified. Quote, "They teach you all this Marxist philosophy and then they treat you like a slave." Lena, deserted in December 2007 after 7 years with the FARC. Ingrid Betancourt's captivity had become a symbol of the suffering of those who, like her, had the unspeakable misfortune of falling into the clutches of one of those revolutionary forces, liberation fronts and popular armies that dragged their prey into the jungle in order to use them to blackmail a society they claimed to want to free from the yoke of injustice. However, Ingrid Betancourt was not just any victim of the FARC, but at the time of her kidnapping was the Green Party's presidential candidate for the summer 2002 elections, making her the guerrillas' most prominent captive, for whom this unexpected capture must have seemed like a piece of gold among her other hostages, whose value was diminishing with increasing numbers, without her being treated more kindly as a result. However, the world's most famous hostage soon proved to be a sinfully expensive luxury for an organization that had not yet completely lost its moral credit. The kidnapping of the very politician who had sought dialogue with the FARC to the point of exhaustion and against all sense of reality, who had never tired of preaching reconciliation with them throughout her career, meant that all the Colombian citizens' weariness with the FARC now manifested itself in passionate demonstrations of sympathy for Betancourt. With their supposed coup, the FARC unleashed one of the world's most successful campaigns against themselves. The disaster, which was easy to foresee but unforeseen by the victim, came in February 2002, when the negotiations between the Colombian government and the FARC, which had already dragged on for 3 lost years, had reached their end point. At the time, Ingrid Betancourt was the last politician who still believed in dialogue with the guerrillas, because even President Andrés Pastrana, who had once won the elections with the promise of achieving peace through concessions, could no longer deny the failure of the dialogue and thus his own. As a gesture of reconciliation and a sign of his government's weakness, he had conceded a demilitarized zone in southern Colombia to the guerrillas right at the beginning of his term of office, without receiving anything in return. In this area, which was the size of Switzerland, the FARC were allowed to do as they pleased, unchallenged by the Colombian armed forces. They used the freedom to maintain their old weapons and acquire new ones, financed by the flourishing drug business, to advance the training of their soldiers, to capture the villages in the zone, from whose inhabitants they collected a revolutionary tax, and to collect protection money from the coca farmers in order to prepare themselves militarily and economically for the next battle with the Colombian state. While the negotiations enabled the guerrillas to double the number of their soldiers and extend their radius of action beyond the zone they had been given to cover almost half of Colombia's territory, the government negotiated on the defensive from the outset. The outcome of Pastrana's peace initiative was all the easier to predict because it had already become clear in the 1980s that the FARC, in contrast to a number of smaller guerrilla groups that had disappeared from the scene after the murder of their leaders or due to internal conflicts, had become too strong to be impressed by the actions of the weak Colombian state. And the hope that the FARC, following the example of all other Latin American guerrilla organizations, would give up the armed struggle after the collapse of the Soviet Union and seek a political way out had also been dashed after a decade. Perhaps a peace initiative like Pastrana's 40 years ago, when the FARC was founded, would have been successful. Back then, Manuel Marulanda, a school dropout converted to scientific socialism by his intellectual comrades in arms, together with 300 other peasant sons and a handful of rifles, founded a community modeled on the Paris Commune in a remote mountain village, 2,000 meters above sea level, from which a peasant revolution was to start, which hardly anyone except a few Latin American experts from the CIA paid attention to. But there was no peace initiative at the time. Marulanda and his small following were to be dealt with exclusively by military means. As a teenager, Manuel Marulanda was caught up in the turmoil of a civil war in which communist-oriented groups played only a minor role, if any at all. This war was triggered by the assassination of the Liberal Party's presidential candidate, Jorge Eliezer Gaitan, in 1948. A furious mob tore the assassin to pieces, whereupon the conflict escalated into a war that cost the lives of 200,000 Colombians over the next 10 years and went down in the history books as La Violencia. Manuel Marulanda himself had joined one of the guerrilla groups of the Liberal Party, on whose side a few communists also fought. When the Civil War ended in 1958 with a peace agreement between the Liberals and the Conservatives, who came together to form a national front policy, and the liberal guerrillas had laid down their arms, the supporters of the Communist Party went into the mountains with some farmers to prepare them for the future revolution with Lenin. However, progress was slow. In keeping with the spirit of the times, which was characterized by American anti-communism during the Cold War, the first independent republics of the young Marxist peasants were already dissolved by the Colombian military at the end of the 1960s. As the revolutionary groups were mainly active in the most hidden rural regions, which remained disconnected from the economic and political development in the cities, they did not attract excessive attention in Bogotá for a long time. However, dissatisfaction among the farmers grew, and with it the guerrillas' following, which propagated in their name the overthrow of the capitalist order, which brought no profit to the poor rural population. By the end of the 1970s, a whole series of armed groups had emerged, among which the FARC, which was supported by the Soviet Union and now had 3,000 soldiers at its disposal, stood out as the most threatening to the Colombian state. In addition to the FARC, several other guerrilla groups were active in Colombia at the time, most notably the M19, an organization ideologically aligned with the Uruguayan Tupamaros, which had been founded by members of a left-wing party who had made the unfounded but then widely believed accusation that their candidate's defeat in the 1970 presidential elections was electoral fraud, and the ELN, an organization influenced by Catholic liberation theology and Marxism, supported by Cuba, which, unlike the M19, still exists today. Since the 1980s, two additional threats had emerged that were no less dangerous for the state order: the groups of paramilitary organized anti-communists and the drug mafia. The first anti-communist militias, which had been founded in the 1960s by Colombian generals and politicians, with the friendly support of the CIA, as vigilante groups in areas unprotected by the military and police, were subsequently legalized by state decree and officially equipped with weapons and uniforms. Their role in counterinsurgency initially remained as modest as the insurgency itself, so that they were soon neglected by the state in a double sense. Their machinations were not further encouraged, but neither were they hindered. This scenario changed dramatically when the drug mafia switched its production from marijuana to cocaine, a business that soon proved to be immensely lucrative and promised profits of unimagined proportions. Both the guerrilla groups and the paramilitaires entered the drug business and, like the classic drug mafia itself, gained not only huge sums of money but also a considerable increase in power and opportunities. The FARC were best placed to make political capital out of their economic prosperity. At a conference in 1982, they decided on a change of strategy, which was also reflected in a change of name. From now on, the ideological training and political mobilization of the peasants was to take a back seat in favor of the conquest of power by military means, meaning that the traditional guerrilla warfare was to give way to the warfare of a regular armed force, for whose development all financial and human resources were now to be deployed in order to achieve the real goal, the overthrow of the government and the victory of socialism, by the end of the millennium. From then on, the guerrillas called themselves the FARC-EP, the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia People's Army. However, the money from the drug business was not enough to finance the People's Army's ambitious plans. It was therefore decided to put further, ideologically even more questionable and morally even more reprehensible business ideas into practice, using methods that the imminent final victory would ultimately justify: extortion, kidnapping, murder, terror. But not only the FARC-EP, but also the PARAs faced new challenges. New militias emerged and new clients asked for their services. The drug mafia needed them to keep the increasingly annoying competition at bay and to use peaceful and non-peaceful means to fight against state repressive agencies, which had targeted them due to the tightening anti-drug policy supported by the USA. The competition had to be driven out of their own coca fields, and the justice ministers, public prosecutors, and judges, who could not be brought to rest by bribes, had to be killed. The families of landowners and cattle breeders, the preferred objects of hatred of the agricultural workers and poor farmers and the most desirable targets for kidnapping and assassination by the guerrillas, created their own paramilitary organizations and were supported by many middle and high-ranking military officers and politicians, partly because they had friendships with them, and partly because these small private armies promised to relieve the armed forces and politicians of the arduous, dangerous and dirty business of counterinsurgency. It was not uncommon for the drug mafia to take the initiative. One of the first and for a long time the most feared paramilitary group was recruited from their circles, called Muerte a Sequestradores, Death to the Kidnappers, which was founded when the sister of a drug baron was kidnapped by the M19 in 1981. The family council had decided not to pay a ransom. Instead, during a soccer match in Cali, a sports plane appeared over the stadium from which flyers were dropped announcing the formation of a death squad. Drug dealers and mafia bosses were behind the project, each of whom would provide several million pesos and 10 of their best men to hunt down the kidnappers and their helpers, whether they were guerrillas or common criminals, like themselves. In 1982, an illustrious group of drug traffickers, landowners, businessmen, military leaders, liberal and conservative party politicians and representatives of the Texas Petroleum Company came together to form a paramilitary group whose purpose would be to protect both those present and the population at large from the guerrillas. In their campaign against the guerrillas, however, the PARAs also carried out massacres, killed civilians they considered to be collaborators and thus posed a threat to the population themselves. However, the fact that the landowners and drug lords were able to pose as defenders of the population, although they were defending nothing but their own private interests, was due to the weakness of the state. Instead of strengthening it, they further undermined its power. It was already apparent that this would be the result of the PARA's policy when the state, out of sheer helplessness, first attempted to pacify the insurgent guerrillas through negotiations and general amnesties in the mid-1980s. In response to this policy, the various guerrilla organizations active at the time, such as M19, EPL, ELN and also the FARC, founded political parties in addition to their military organizations, which took part in the elections, especially outside the larger cities, where they were sometimes able to win more than 10% of the vote at the first attempt. To the more optimistic observers, this seemed to indicate that the guerrillas were at least partially abandoning the armed struggle in favor of the political one. With this legal side of their struggle, however, the guerrillas were pursuing nothing more than the famous revolutionary tactic of the unity of armed and unarmed struggle. That this was indeed the case became clear in November 1985 at the latest, when the M19 carried out an attack on the Palace of Justice in the center of Bogotá, killing half of the judges of the Colombian Supreme Court as well as a large number of civilians. As a result, the government neglected the peace negotiations without having the courage to end them. Instead, it tried to make up political ground by economically promoting the rural regions, but left the military conflict with the guerrillas, the dirty work, to the PARAs, whose existence it officially tried to ignore. Towards the end of the 1980s, the M19 and the smaller EPL showed a willingness to give up the armed struggle in order to devote themselves to politics from then on. At the same time, however, the FARC terminated the ceasefire, which was still formally maintained by the government but had long since ceased to be a real ceasefire, and the PARAs began to assassinate the politicians of the newly founded left-wing parties and trade unionists. Over the next few years, hundreds if not thousands of ex-guerrilleros who had turned to politics fell victim to the PARAs' death squads. However, instead of joining forces in the fight against each other and remaining neutral towards the rest of society, the PARAs, the guerrillas, and the various drug cartels, which had each gained members due to the passivity of the state, committed crimes on such a scale that the already weak state was completely unable to establish a minimum of law and order. Although by the end of the 1990s state power had continued to disintegrate in favor of the gangs, the illusion that the state's strength lay precisely in its compliance with the various gangs, which were at war with each other no less than with the uninvolved members of society, was soon revived. Andrés Pastrana finally declared this self-deception to be a government program and handed over an area of more than 40,000 square kilometers to the FARC in the hope that this gift, instead of strengthening the guerrillas in their previous actions, would now make them friendly and ready for peace negotiations. However, Pastrana's government did not pin all its hopes of being able to bring peace to the country on negotiations with the various criminal organizations. Under it, initial measures were already being taken to modernize Colombia's armed forces in order to improve their suitability for counterinsurgency. Between 1999 and 2002, the personnel strength of the Colombian armed forces increased from 130,000 to 150,000 soldiers, while the number of soldiers trained and armed for combat increased from 40,000 to 50,000. Although the military was increased considerably, the troops available for frontline operations at this time were only slightly superior in number to those of their opponents. This is certainly true if one adds together the manpower of the still active guerrilla organizations, the FARC and the ELN, with that of PARAs and the militias of the drug mafia. The situation was made even more difficult for the army. The poor training of the soldiers, their lack of discipline, outdated weaponry, and miserable intelligence. Quite a few generals continued to make pacts with the PARAs, some even with the FARC, and corruption within the armed forces was also so pronounced and respect for the most basic human rights so underdeveloped that it was not entirely unfounded when critics described the Colombian army itself as a threat to public order. Despite all the shortcomings of the army and police, it was ultimately due to the government's political indecision that the state's armed forces were not used to their full extent against the various gangs. In order to remedy the lack of democratic suitability of army personnel, training was reformed and laws were also passed to ensure more consequent punishment of crimes committed by soldiers in combat, such as the killing of unarmed people suspected of being guerrillas, i.e. civilians, or torture and similar serious human rights violations. These attempts at modernization were largely due to the extensive military aid that Colombia received from the USA, which had already been decided in 1999 by the Andrés Pastrana/Bill Clinton government team as part of the Plan Colombia program. Even then, the European Union limited itself to criticizing American military aid for Colombia, which, incidentally, has not changed to this day, and instead concentrates on financial support for socio-educational projects, including so-called peace laboratories run by NGOs in rural regions to teach uneducated farmers nonviolent conflict resolution and the art of organic farming as an alternative to coca production. Behind this lies the ideology believed not only by European governments, but much more authentically by the European left as a whole, that violence can only be defeated through nonviolence. Among the more radical anti-imperialist factions, e.g., the German socialists, this ideology only serves as propaganda in which the moral equation of the state monopoly on the use of force and guerrilla warfare conceals the secret sympathy for the latter. Among Colombians themselves, on the other hand, the FARC have long since ceased to enjoy any sympathy. Several surveys in the course of 2001 showed that 90% of the Colombian population rejected peace with the guerrillas. Less than 3% had a good opinion of them. In contrast, 2/3 to 3/4 of the population had sympathy for the armed forces, the police, and the Catholic Church. By far the most popular social institution in Colombia, at least until Álvaro Uribe took over the government. Even the PARAs scored significantly better than the self-proclaimed popular armies with 10%, a result that can be explained by the fact that the PARAs were often able to effectively protect the population from guerrilla attacks, especially in places where the state had no presence. In most cases, however, the guerrillas and the PARAs do not fight in direct confrontation, but rather try to contest each other's control of a particular territory. Typically, the troops of one faction invade an area from which those of the other have already withdrawn, so that they rarely encounter each other directly, but instead fight the war among themselves on the backs of the civilian population. The consequences of this form of warfare for the population can be illustrated by the example of Granada, a small town in the department of Antioquia, where the war never stopped even during the peace negotiations. In December 2000, Granada was attacked by the Paras, who killed 19 civilians, whom they subsequently derided as guerrillas in civilian clothes. After leaving the town, the guerrillas attacked in typical FARC fashion, with homemade bombs that were as primitive as they were devastating, gas cylinders filled with fuel and shrapnel. First came the bombing of the police station, which immediately destroyed the surrounding houses. Then the local banks were robbed, private homes looted, and this time the collaborators of the other side were executed. This attack on Granada cost the lives of a further 15 civilians, 120 houses were destroyed, and 8,000 residents fled the small town. In 2001, the authorities registered 33 attacks along these lines in various places. In the larger cities, where they could come into contact with the Colombian armed forces, the FARC preferred to use bombs hidden in cars or mounted on bicycle racks. A less murderous but equally effective method of demonstrating the power of the guerrillas to the urban population and inflicting the greatest possible material damage and psychological terror on society was to attack infrastructure, in which the smaller ELN, personally supported by Fidel Castro, excelled. According to statistics from the Colombian authorities, the guerrilla organizations destroyed a total of 950 electricity pylons and 62 bridges during the 3 years of peace negotiations, repeatedly leaving thousands of citizens in the dark for days, sometimes weeks, and causing the already fragile transport network in some areas to collapse completely. During repeated FARC attacks on the electrical infrastructure in the southwest of the country in January 2002, the power supply there had to be rationed, and after an ELN attack on the oil pipeline in the department of Antioquia, there was a fire that killed 80 people. In 2001 alone, a total of 263 attacks on oil pipelines were reported. After the FARC intensified their attacks once again at the beginning of 2002, and new surveys confirmed that an overwhelming majority of Colombians were fed up not only with this peace but also with their president, Andrés Pastrana announced the end of peace negotiations for the 10th time in 3 years, only to resume them 2 weeks later for the 11th time. In a new survey conducted 3 months before the end of Pastrana's term of office, 2/3 of the population expressed their conviction that the modernization of the armed forces, which had progressed in the meantime, would enable them to put a stop to the guerrillas. Andrés Pastrana took the hint and deployed troops along the demarcation line of the demilitarized zone. As a result, the Liberal Party candidate, Horacio Serpa, who had only narrowly lost to Andrés Pastrana in the 1998 elections, and the independent left-wing activist Luis Garzón, who later became mayor of Bogotá and co-founder of the left-wing collective party Polo Democrático, and finally the Green Party candidate, Ingrid Betancourt, traveled to the demilitarized zone on February 14, 2002. On February 14, 2002, the Green Party candidate Ingrid Betancourt visited the demilitarized zone, which had already been surrounded by the armed forces but had not yet been terminated, in order to prepare future peace negotiations directly with FARC representatives. This meeting, the first of its kind to be televised, provided the FARC with a suitable propaganda platform to question the legitimacy of the government. They blamed the government for poverty, injustice, and all other grievances in the country in order to justify their armed struggle. A week later, the FARC hijacked a plane and forced it to land on a highway near the demilitarized zone, where a FARC commando was already waiting to kidnap one of the passengers, the president of the Senate Peace Commission, Eduardo Getcham. That same evening, Andrés Pastrana appeared before the television cameras and declared his peace initiative a definite failure. While he showed aerial photographs of the demilitarized zone showing guerrilla airfields, as well as suspected concentration camps where the FARC were holding their captives and fields where the guerrillas were growing coca, he called Manuel Marulanda, the leader of the FARC, a liar who had betrayed my trust and was laughing in the face of our country. He then ordered the armed forces to conquer the demilitarized zone. The next day, the Air Force bombed guerrilla positions there, and 2 days later, ground troops marched into the area. The government warned Ingrid Betancourt several times not to return to the now remilitarized zone. In Vine. On February 23, 2002, the same day that the ground troops entered the zone, she drove in a defiantly unprotected jeep together with the head of her campaign office and 3 other members of her team into the middle of the war zone to San Vicente del Caguán, where the FARC secretariat had ruled for 3 years and had just hurriedly packed up its things, and where a Green mayor had been in office for some time in peaceful coexistence with the guerrillas. The FARC did not need to be asked twice and kidnapped the entire delegation before it even reached the city. The 3 low-ranking, in their eyes worthless employees were immediately released. Ingrid Betancourt and Clara Rojas, her campaign manager, disappeared into the Colombian jungle for the next 6.5 years. After her liberation by the Colombian armed forces this summer, during which not a drop of blood was spilled, Betancourt apparently continued to follow the ideological guidelines that had led her and her collaborator straight into the arms of her tormentors. In late September, during an interview with an Associated Press journalist in Madrid, she reiterated her doctrine that there are two schools of thought on terrorism. One is that you shouldn't talk to terrorists. The other, which I believe in, says, precisely because they are terrorists, you have to talk to them. The liberation of Ingrid Betancourt was the result of the victory of the school of thought she rejected, the policy of Álvaro Uribe's government, who won the elections in May 2002 and took over the presidency in August. One of the conditions for this change in practice, to which Betancourt ultimately owed her liberation, was $5 billion in military aid from the USA and a change in policy towards the FARC, which has since turned against dialogue and believes that peace is only possible once the guerrillas have been defeated. In the last 6 years, i.e. since Uribe came to power, the FARC has lost more than half of its soldiers in military conflicts with the Colombian armed forces. In addition, more and more fighters are deserting from the ranks of the FARC, including Lina, who joined the FARC as a 13-year-old teenager because the FARC promised to give me an education and an income. According to Lina, none of these promises were fulfilled, but it was made unmistakably clear to her that any attempt to leave the guerrillas would be punished with death. After 7 years, she nevertheless fled to the side of the armed forces. Supported by the state reintegration program for former members of the guerrillas and the paras, she began an education and a reasonably happy middle-class life in Bogotá. As the FARC could not get their hands on her, they executed her brother with 2 shots to the head. In the jungle, Lina fed on rice and worms and slept in hammocks, so her life was not much different from those held captive by the FARC, except that they were prevented from escaping not only with death threats but also with ankle chains. As a member of a left-wing guerrilla, she had the same duties as the men, was expected to obey unconditionally like any other guerrilla, and when she was shot through the shoulder in a battle with the Colombian armed forces, she was given a dose of aspirin. Unlike their male comrades, however, the guerrillas, who make up around 40% of FARC soldiers, are expected to be sexually compliant. In the event of pregnancy, the child is forcibly aborted by a medical professional. This year, the number of deserters is higher than ever before, and more are turning their backs on the FARC every month. Due to the pressure exerted by the Colombian military under Uribe, they have had to retreat from the urban centers into the jungle and are no longer capable of terror offensives like those at the end of Andrés Pastrana's term of office. Their armament consists mainly of landmines, and instead of operating in larger formations as in the past, they have to act in small groups of 3 to 10 soldiers supported by snipers. The killing of a large number of front commanders last year, the air attack on a camp in Ecuador in which the FARC's foreign minister was killed, the murder of the commander of its central command, Iván Rios, by the head of his own security department in March of this year, and the death of Manuel Marulanda in the same month have weakened the FARC leadership, as has the infiltration of the organization by intelligence services. In spring 2008 alone, the Colombian Secret Service was able to take possession of laptops and memory sticks containing around 10,000 names, photos, and information about the internal structure of the FARC, that is considerably more members than the FARC is widely believed to have today. In addition, the guerrillas' modern communication system, which was based on mobile communication technology, was disrupted, forcing them to fall back on old-fashioned communication methods such as messengers. The bloodless liberation of Ingrid Betancourt and her fellow prisoners was partly due to the fact that the coordination between the various commandos no longer worked. None of the governments that were in office until 2002 had taken action against the paras, which was due to the fact that they were needed to fight the guerrillas, a fact that was more or less tacitly acknowledged by almost all state parties, as well as by the military leadership. As long as the parties were preoccupied with futile peace initiatives instead of deploying the armed forces against them, and as long as the armed forces did not get the guerrillas under control, the fight against the insurgents was left to the paras, with the result that even after the elections in May 2002, some of them boasted in public that a good third of the members of parliament supported them directly. When the government deployed the armed forces against the guerrillas towards the end of Pastrana's term of office, the paras were, once again, called upon for support. Nevertheless, Álvaro Uribe's government was the first to take action against the paras. However, Uribe did not resort to the army for this purpose, but used more democratic means against them. In 2003, Parliament passed a law regulating the demobilization of the paramilitary units. Although this law did not provide for systematic legal prosecution of the crimes committed by the paras, which threatened to make the law absurd, it was nevertheless effective. By 2006, the Colombian government had achieved the almost complete demobilization of the paramilitary units, which formerly had around 30,000 members, including their leaders. A good third of the members of parliament, the very third whose support the Paras enjoyed in May 2002, have been under investigation since spring 2008. Based on the testimony of a former member of the Paras, General Mario Montoya is also under investigation for his alleged collaboration with the paramilitary troops. Montoya is one of the generals who were trained in Fort Knox, Kentucky, as part of Plan Columbia to lead the helicopter commandos that were deployed to combat drugs. He has a reputation as a no-nonsense commander and was involved, among other things, in preparing the operation that led to the liberation of Ingrid Betancourt. He is accused of having cooperated with units of the Paras in October 2002 in his then function as commander of the local police when they were fighting against the FARC in Medellin as part of Operation Orion. Although the appearance of the Paras was welcomed by the residents of the affected neighborhood who were under pressure from the FARC, 40 people disappeared during this military operation. General Montoya's involvement in Operation Orion had already been mentioned in a CIA report published by the Los Angeles Times last year. Other members of the armed forces are also accused of having committed crimes themselves. The number of so-called irregular shootings by military personnel, which is nothing other than the murder of civilians, is said to have risen even further in the past year. Although all these examples show that Colombia can hardly be regarded as a constitutional state according to Western understanding, the Uribe government is taking steps to establish simple constitutional principles. So it no longer seems impossible that Gabriel Garcia Marquez's dark prophecy that Colombia would one day be swept away by centuries of violence and the storm of its solitary passions and misunderstood desires will not come true after all. The only certainty is that it will not have been 21st century socialism that paved the way for such a happy ending to history. There is a cycle in left-wing groups, from doing theory you switch to doing politics and back and so on. If you do theory, you either want to acquire new theoretical approaches or reassure yourself of the older foundations or do away with them. If you do politics, you want to do more than just read, talk, discuss and present, more than just, as Klaus Weimann scornfully puts it, twirl curls on the bald head of some abstraction or mega-theory. You want to apply the acquired theory. The reasons for the respective decisions are hidden. They are probably to be found in the current mental state of the actors. The switch from theory to practice and vice versa may be due to frustration. If the addressees of the revolutionary theory and agitation stubbornly do not behave as hoped, then one withdraws into theory. The duration and reason for esotericism can vary. However, since theory is, fortunately, not pursued for its own sake, at some point one also wants to return to politics. When approaching current political movements as a theorist, there are at least 3 things to bear in mind. Firstly, the traditional concept of the revolutionary class is outdated. A specific social group, the proletariat, was exclusively designated as a revolutionary actor. The conflict that constituted its situation, that of wage labor versus capital, was supposed to be the central social contradiction. In the perpetual family quarrel of so-called workers' movement Marxism, it has been shown again and again for around 2 decades, both justifiably and strangely obsessively, that this contradiction is inherent in the system. Furthermore, it is and has never been plausible why the proletariat should have a privileged position of knowledge due to its position in the social production process and why it should therefore be particularly capable and empowered to act in a way that changes society. Furthermore, the concept of identity politics, which replaced the concept of the revolutionary proletariat, is now outdated and viewed skeptically. On the one hand, identity politics is not about social totality. It is only involved in partial areas and only fights against certain manifestations of social power relations. Furthermore, its post-structuralist, postmodern, theoretical foundations make it impossible to grasp totality at all. Secondly, identity politics tends towards a discrete conformism. It is their dialectic that the shaping and cultivation of the respective identity becomes a segment of cultural industrial exploitation and the style of a critical consumer takes the place of political commitment. Thirdly, identity politics are unattractive for movement theorists because they do not mobilize enough masses, but only their respective segment of committed people. Thirdly, people are now relatively aware of reactionary aspects of social movements, especially the anti-imperialism that has become fashionable again and its inherent anti-Americanism, anti-Zionism, and anti-Semitism. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri attempted an answer to all 3 complexes, but above all to the first 2, in Empire. The concept of the multitude was intended to replace the concepts of class and differentiated identities by combining them in a new way. Empire responded to a boom in social movements, which manifested itself under the slogan "Our world is not a commodity" in December 1999 in Seattle, in July 2001 in Genoa, and at the Second World Social Forum in Porto Alegre in January 2002. Like Hart and Negri, John Holloway, Changing the World Without Taking Power, and Alex Kalinikos, An Anti-Capitalist Manifesto, Daniel Bensed also sees it as the beginning of a new stage. What this consists of and why is not explained. If there is a movement, it attracts the politicians in waiting, even if their unarticulated self-image may deter them at first. The movement is not only reason enough for itself, but also for its theorists. The Jour Fixe initiative is not stupid. It is aware of the dangers and shoals of social movements and knows that emancipatory and anti-emancipatory tendencies are always intermingled. JF 9. Moishe Postone's intelligent essay in the anthology criticizes the reactionary moments. Michael T. Colton also admits that in all these defensive struggles, an ideological sediment comes to light that generally bears narrow-minded, corporatist, if not nationalist, racist or even anti-Semitic traits. However, this is not an argument against interfering in such disputes, but an argument in favor of it. Not to pick people up where they stand, but to dissuade them from the direction in which they are threatening to move. His co-authors also want to make more of what is already there. According to the editors, it is important to combine social resistance with an emancipatory perspective, because even if there is obviously not much to be gained from the existing social resistance, the hope remains that socially critical utopias will develop through these struggles. In her article on the Anti-Hearts 4 campaigns, Mag Wampel calls what already exists, what can be built on and from which more should develop, the everyday resistance of those affected, which, however, usually only produces timid forms of revolt. In her essay on the autonomy of migration, Manuela Bojadziev also shows how subtle and individual these forms of resistance, which have been found with great effort, can be. Not only does she uncover an untold history of resistance and everyday political dissidence among migrants as carefully as with an archaeologist's brush, but also invisible tactics alongside visible struggles. How Bojadziev can then report on these remains her secret. Nor does she provide any insight into the untold story, but merely asserts it again and again. Perhaps it does not exist, and all that remains is the movement theorist's trick that migrant practices of perseverance can be interpreted as a social movement. Perseverance, organization, and migrant resistance. This is how Bojadziev categorizes migrant forms of resistance. This allows her to extend the term resistance to the point of irrelevance on the one hand and to include highly contradictory phenomena under it on the other. Doesn't persistence bring to mind Martin Brosset's neologism resistance, which he used to explain the inconspicuous behavior of large sections of the German population in resisting National Socialism? When she describes the self-organization of centers of migrants as a form of having places at their disposal that made autonomous organization possible, this is probably a correct description, but it leaves aside what these autonomous places, such as mosques, are used for, Islamism, and who is allowed to use them, exclusively men. Thus Bojadziev, like Hart and Negri, only ever considers resistance for the sake of form. And this is what a movement theorist has to do. On the one hand to gather enough mass for an impressive movement, and on the other to be able to disregard the questionable content of the so-called struggles. Bojadziev also shares with Hart and Negri the operaist approach to social conflicts, as well as the vitalist view of history that the practices of domination may interrupt the struggles, but are not able to dissolve them, but can only restore them in a new, reorganized way. The actors are always the subalterns. While for Hart and Negri the transformations of capitalism are reactions to the resistance of the proletariat, for Bojadziev the struggles against racism are the basis of the analysis, not the subjects produced by racism. For it is the struggles that repeatedly force racism to reorganize itself, and these struggles are not to be understood solely as a reaction to various state and social racist practices. The wild current of resistance is always rushing, only in ever-changing forms. As much as one rejects the determinism of Marxism, Ben Said knows that the decision for social upheaval must not be the expression of a whim or an act of strength, but must be historically determined and conditioned. In fact, the subalterns should be driven to resist, as the social conditions are thereafter. In his summary of urban guerrillas and class struggle in Germany since '68, Weimann comes to the conclusion that in view of the social cutbacks of recent years, this class struggle from above, the necessity of a radical class struggle from below is opening up, i.e. the development of social movements into social revolutionary movements. But nothing develops. The movement theorist sees himself as a finely calibrated registry of social upheavals. In fact, however, he is the index of a deficiency that he only sees as existing because the world does not obey his theory. He is his own problem. It does not understand this, but sees itself as the solution to this problem, in that it is supposed to be the instance through whose mediation the contradiction between what ought to be and what is, and is disappointed, is to be overcome. Therefore, one would have to do all sorts of things. According to Ben Said, we need to develop new practices and solidarities that nourish a collective consciousness, of course. According to Sergio Bologna in his essay on the role of theory in political action, a new offensive at the level of critical thinking is needed. Yes, that would indeed be nice. One would have to and would need to, then one could, if only. That is the overall result of all exercises in movement theory. That is as true as it is banal. But we already knew that beforehand, it has always been true. You don't need a new analysis every 5 to 20 years. The perplexity is palpable in the Jour fixe volume, but it is not expressed. They say the same thing as the other movement theorists, only not so frenetically and believingly. After all, left-wing opportunities have increased today, Vyman concludes, without specifying where he gets his optimism from. Apodictic assertions are enough for the desperate. If you can't spin curls on a bald head, you can at least spin your sailor's yarn, which Ben said then winds as his Ariadne's thread of class struggle. With the translation and publication of Ben Said's book Un Monde à Changer, Movement's ET Strategies in 2003, the Jour fixe initiative has deepened and expanded, Karl Kraus, its connection to French Trotskyism, which was previously only represented by Ernest Mendel's admirer Enzo Traverso. Ben Said, born in 1946, was an early member of the Jeunesse communiste and later of the French Communist Party, from which he was expelled for his Trotskyist deviations. In 1968, he was an activist in the Mouvement du 22 Mars at the University of Nanterre. Since 1973, he has been a leading member of the Ligue Communiste Révolutionnaire, LCR, and the United Secretariat of the Fourth International. He has published almost 24 books. A translation of his book on Trotskyism was published by the Trotskyist New ISP publishing house in 2004. As a descendant of traditional Marxism, Ben Said still contains a relatively pronounced reference to Marx. But even this consists only of keywords, rather confused, mainly as if drawn from the jargon of the critique of value. One would like to know through which keyhole he looked at the intimate contradictions of the law of value. When Ben Said conjures up the madness of capitalism, the impersonal logic of capital, the egoistic calculation of the market, when he laments the brutal indifference and isolation of each individual within his particular interests, then this includes the dichotomous counter-image, the emphasis on the logic of the living, which is suppressed but insurmountable through mechanical causality. Ben Said thus has his absolute ground, a mixture of anthropology and metaphysics of work, on which he can build his worldview. In this, he pursues what could be described as the vitalism of living labor, akin to Hart, Negri, and Holloway, whom he criticizes. The surplus of living labor leaves the strict economic calculation and breaks the yoke of labor. Yet it is precisely the surplus produced by living labor that the calculations of the market speculate on and operate with. Thus the good, the oppressed, stands on one side and the bad, the oppressive, which in this constellation can only accrue to the good externally, on the other. Unlike Marx, who, according to Ben Said, devoted his efforts to a politics of the oppressed, there is no social relationship through which the one produces the other and thereby constitutes itself mutually. No wonder, then, that Ben Said repeatedly rants about the masters of the world and dismisses Marx's theory of value, which for him is only a Marxist theory, with the usual postmodern objections. The new forms of socialization of work result in a general deregulation of the law of value, which makes concrete work more and more difficult to measure, i.e., it becomes increasingly difficult to reduce heterogeneous and discontinuous work to an abstract commodity value. What the Jour fixe initiative finds exciting about Ben Said's theory remains a mystery, because apart from a confused reference to Marx, there is no theory in a world to change. Instead, Ben Said spends around 90% of the book merely referencing the approaches of others, be it Bourdieu, Holloway, Hart, or Negri, be it on the subject of the privatization of common goods, ecological imperialism, or animal rights. The positions presented are almost never criticized, they are not worked through and then transformed to make something else out of them. It is not even clear what position Ben Said takes on the respective topics. Delicate contours of his own position are recognizable in the rambling presentation of Hart and Negri's Empire and Holloway's Change the World Without Taking Power. Against them, he again brings up Lenin's concept of a revolutionary organization and vilifies the leftists who want to avoid power. One can pretend to ignore power, but it does not forget us. One can loudmouthly claim not to want to take it over, but experience has shown to this day that it does not hesitate to take us over. Quote, end. Someone is writing his application to get his hands dirty on behalf of us all. None of this is worth thinking about, and certainly not new. Neither the first nor, unfortunately, the last edition of this concept of real political utopia, of criticism of capitalism on the one hand and moralistically imposed pragmatist reformism on the other, which always warns critics of their inability to act, was found in Wolfgang Fritz Haug's work around 15 years ago. This seems to be the course of the Jour fixe initiative. Colton also criticizes the Council Communists and, according to him, the New Left of '68, which was oriented towards them, for only developing a revolutionary identity instead of building effective organizational structures. Quote, revolutionary was and is, outside of an organizational framework, not much more than a lifestyle label intended to emphasize the particularity of one's own individuality, not a definition filled with content. Like everyone else, Ben Said finds himself in the usual waters of today. He is pleased about the emergence of a new political left in the anti-globalization and anti-war movements, without saying a single word about their political content. The form is the content, being against it is enough, the supposedly right opponent, US imperialism, is the justification. That is why Europe occupies a special place in his mind. Its radical reorientation should be directed against the USA and neoliberalism. These are the short-term goals of revolutionary Daniel Ben said, who, according to Jurfik's initiative, is an activist of a political movement that does not exist in Germany. One would rather not get to know the long-term successes of this current. Unfortunately, loss of reality or denial of reality and movement politics go hand in hand. This is the reason for the movement theorist's existence. It would be desirable for the movement to emancipate itself from its theorists, then perhaps it could be more than just a projection surface and momentum. What is possible in the Tageszeitung is also possible in the Süddeutsche Zeitung. The same applies to the Frankfurter Rundschau and the Tagesspiegel. Everywhere it is possible to say what the southern Lebanese Shia militia Hezbollah actually is. Yuri Avneri even writes in a commentary in the Tageszeitung that the battle between Israel's army and the Shiite Hezbollah guerrillas has ended in a draw. Taz, August 14, 2006. Torsten Schmitz writes in the Süddeutsche Zeitung that Israel's soldiers are at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the Hezbollah guerrillas. SC, August 12, 2006. And the so-called Middle East expert, Michael Lutters, points out to the reader in the Frankfurter Rundschau that Israel's army has so far achieved little against the Hezbollah guerrillas. FR, July 28, 2006. Finally, the Tagesspiegel provides the following explanatory background. The Hezbollah militia was founded on the initiative of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards with the aim of wearing down the Israeli units with guerrilla tactics. And yet a peculiar discrepancy can be observed in the German press landscape, and not only there. For as openly as the character of Hezbollah is ranted about on the one hand, there is little willingness to recognize the implications of the written word on the other. The stubborn disregard is then followed by memorable blossoms. For example, the Bielefeld Peace Network, on behalf of many others, stated in a leaflet distributed on the occasion of the recent defense of Israel against the massive rocket fire by Hezbollah that violence, terror, and the law of the jungle bring no solution, but only new violence, death, and suffering. The authors are careful not to mention who has claimed that violence, terror, and the law of the jungle are the solution, as this would bring them too close to the truth. All too quickly, however, they call for an immediate ceasefire without preconditions along with compliance with international law by all warring parties. Finally, a conference involving all parties to the conflict should bring peace and security to the Middle East. Ceasefire and dialogue is what the German Third World romantics keep coming up with, once again demonstrating their complete misjudgment of the situation in the Middle East and the new type of war that is emerging there. War here does not mean the continuation of political dialogue by other means, but rather war is essentially expulsion, annihilation and, if you like, the farce of national liberation. This refers to a transformation of war that has been taking place since around the middle of the 20th century. A renewed look at the key texts of the transition period can bring astonishing things to light. The Germans' war of extermination is not mentioned in the following remarks, but this does not mean that it had no influence on the development of guerrilla warfare. Although the Germans did not conduct their campaign of extermination as a conventional war, because their aim was the complete annihilation of the enemy, they did use a regular army. Nevertheless, with its idea of a Volksgemeinschaft, National Socialism decisively prepared the leveling of the difference between the civilian population and the army. It is therefore no wonder that a Nazi ideologue like Carl Schmitt should take a liking to the theory of the partisan. But let us first look back a little further. In his main work on war, the military theorist Karl von Clausewitz succinctly summarizes the directives and principles of state warfare as it developed in Europe at the end of the Middle Ages. Clausewitz defines war as an active force to compel the enemy to do our will. State wars are characterized by the dominance of so-called symmetrical relationships. Opponents who are basically the same recognize each other in their similarity. This is the basis of the international law of war, as observed by both sides. War, as Clausewitz understood it, also has a very narrowly defined goal. It appears merely as a powerful means of enforcing one's own will within a social relationship, even and above all against resistance. However, this presupposes that neither of the two warring parties enters the battle with the intention of destroying or annihilating the respective opponent. It may seem absurd, but concern for the preservation of the enemy is constitutive for both sides. Of course, even for Clausewitz, war remains an act of violence, and there is no reason to romanticize it retrospectively. But the violence used here is indirect, i.e., it is not directed against the actual enemy, but only against the opposing soldiers. And this action in no way suspends political rationality. Consequently, Clausewitz can quite rightly argue that war is nothing but a continuation of political intercourse with the interference of other means. We say with the interference of other means in order to assert at the same time that this political intercourse does not cease through war itself, is not transformed into something completely different, but that it continues in its essence, however its means may be shaped, which it uses, and that the main lines along which the warlike events continue and are bound are only its lineaments, which continue between war and peace. And how could it be otherwise? Do the political relations of different peoples and governments ever cease with diplomatic notes? Is not war merely another kind of writing and language of their thinking? It has its own grammar, of course, but not its own logic. Quote, end. A distinction must now be made between this and a form of war that emerged around the middle of the 20th century and with which the political intercourse that von Clausewitz was still talking about came to an end. Its discoverer is none other than Mao Zedong. From him we can learn that war is not always a constant process, but that every social formation produces its own kind of war. It is this socio-historical determination of the form of war, bearing in mind its far-reaching consequences, that is all too often forgotten in the face of the suffering of the people. Mao openly names the basic idea of the new war, which he uses to clearly distinguish it from Clausewitz's concept of war. Mao writes, "The root of all war thinking is the basic idea of preserving oneself and destroying the enemy. All technical, tactical, and strategic doctrines are merely applications of this basic axiom. The lone fighter who takes cover to stay alive and shoots at his opponent to kill him follows it just as much as the strategist who plans a campaign or a war." Quote, end. A key passage, according to Mao Zedong, self-preservation and annihilation are the main axes of the new, namely guerrilla war. The motive of war is no longer merely the imposition of the will with little effect. Instead, guerrilla warfare touches on a supposedly existential dimension. One no longer believes oneself to be surrounded by an opponent, but by the enemy, threatened in one's livelihood, even assuming intentions of annihilation. Against this backdrop, the only goal of the war is soon its expulsion or extermination. A government or a state in waiting pushes to put itself in the place of the official government, the official state. Various principles of guerrilla warfare can be derived from this, some of which are also exemplified by Hezbollah. Regular armies, for example, base the discipline of their soldiers to a large extent on coercion and obedience. The guerrillas are quite different. To discipline their troops, they rely mainly on agitation, i.e., convincing the combatants. The enemy must appear absolutely terrifying to the guerrilla fighter, he must have the feeling that he is fighting for his own cause. Hezbollah does not shy away from staging or falsification in order to portray its enemy as a bloodthirsty aggressor, as the example of Qana shows. Hundreds of Katyusha rockets were fired at the Israel Defense Force (IDF) from Qana. The Israeli army fired back, hitting a building containing civilians. Hezbollah manipulated the number of dead from 28 to 60, and numerous bodies were brought into the building afterwards to present the stage scene to the press. In Der Spiegel, the advisor to the UNIFIL troops, Timur Göksel, explained that Hezbollah is so strong because the men believe in what they are doing. In conventional wars, a strict distinction is made between the regular armies and the civilian population. On the one hand, this is to limit the acts of war and, on the other, to ensure mutual protection. Peace is only partially suspended by the fighting and can be quickly restored once the war is over. As is well known, the guerrillas thwart this principle all too clearly. Indeed, their strength is based precisely on their fusion with the civilian population. This invisibility of the guerrillas, which is also attributed to Hezbollah, must be seen as the main secret, Sebastian Hafner, of their success. In Mao, one reads the relevant instructions. The guerrillas must swim in the masses like fish in water. In this way, the civilian population becomes the eyes and ears of the guerrillas, while at the same time keeping the enemy army deaf and blind. Once again Mao Zedong, the mobilization of the common man throughout the country must create a vast sea in which the enemy drowns. Experts, including Timur Göksel, who has already been quoted, point this out. On the one hand, Hezbollah has a good 700 professional fighters in its ranks. On the other hand, it recruits between 7,000 and 8,000 men from the Lebanese population. Others, such as Bassam Tibi, say that the jihadists do not wear uniforms, but fight among the Lebanese population. Hezbollah is not only invisible and intangible for the IDF. Faced with the fatal alternative of either simply pushing into the void or destroying and killing seemingly indiscriminately, the guerrillas emerge as moral victors in the international media and among friends in the Third World from any resistance by the Zionist enemy. The seemingly indiscriminate state terror thus has an almost catalytic effect on the guerrillas' war. Hezbollah has emerged stronger from the latest war, it will be the strongest power in Lebanon and also enjoys a high reputation among non-Shiites. The conventional war must not be spun out indefinitely. Under no circumstances should the state of emergency that the war represents be allowed to become a kind of permanent state. The aim of any regular army must be to bring about a quick decision. In this respect, even preliminary or interim decisions can be accepted as final. Mao Zedong's view is quite different. The goal of the guerrilla is not to bring about a quick decision, but to transform the state of emergency into a permanent state. The guerrillas have to learn to swim in the ocean of war. However, the artificial prolongation of the war is not, as the European observer might think, an expression of the irrational reversal of warfare. Rather, the prolongation of the war is of immense strategic importance for the guerrillas. For them, war is above all a growth process. And nothing requires growth as much as time. In Mao's words, a revolutionary war means birth and growth, growth from a small force to a large force, from powerlessness to the seizure of power, from weaponlessness to total armament, from landlessness to possession of the whole country. Quote, end. A regular army begins its fighting at the height of its military power. The guerrillas begin with literally nothing. Initially little more than a criminal band, it manages to grow over time in the fight, for the fight and through the fight. The history of Hezbollah since 1982, which is a history of countless bombings, suicide attacks, and armed ambushes, illustrates the tactic of growth in war. The guerrilla needs permanent war as a constant stimulus for growth. If time makes the enemy impatient, pushing him to make a decision, tempting him into rashness, all the better. The guerrilla would do well to postpone the decision as long as the enemy is still stronger. No continuous campaigns, no blitzkrieg strategy, but a strategy of continuous war with blitz campaigns is written by Mao Zedong. As long as it is still inferior to the enemy army, it will concentrate on lightning strikes and rapid retreats. However, it has what it takes to wear down the enemy over time, as long as it succeeds in anchoring its roots more deeply in the population. If we eliminate you, we lose nothing. While a few years ago the Khmer Rouge was merely seen as an example of the violence of communist social concepts, the topic has recently gained in importance due to the attempt to bring some of those responsible for the tyranny in Cambodia from 1975 to 1979 to justice. More recent publications go beyond the previously widespread notions of the Khmer Rouge's Stone Age communism or the mass murder of spectacle wearers and, like Rithi Panna's work Extinction, 2013, attempt to paint a more precise picture of the conditions at the time and the perpetrators. The great enthusiasm with which the Western left embraced the utopia of an even purer Cambodian revolution has now also been addressed in the book Pol Pot's Smile, 2013, by Peter Froberg Eidling, using the example of Swedish intellectuals, including Jan Myrdal. The relativization of the crimes of the Khmer Rouge was also one of the signs of decay of a left in Germany, which already longed for liberation from the alienated existence of Western consumer society too, with images of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. The extent of the enthusiasm for the regime is exemplified by the visit of the Central Committee of the Communist League of West Germany, KBW, to Kampuchea in 1979. In Khmer Rouge society, political murder and the starvation of large sections of the population were the order of the day, resulting in 1.7 million deaths. With the invasion of the Cambodian capital Phnom Penh, the Khmer Rouge, consisting of groups that had formed in social and anti-colonial struggles as well as from a Marxist circle of Cambodian scholars formed in France, succeeded 40 years ago, on April 17, 1975, in establishing a rule that today can be regarded as probably one of the most absurd forms of real socialist statehood. Already under the government of the head of state Sihanouk, who was ousted by Lon Nol in 1970, the communists around Saloth Sar, Pol Pot, were driven underground, which in this case meant that they set up their headquarters in inaccessible provinces in the jungle, where they thought they had discovered a primordial communism among the Jarai and Bunong minorities. Individual riots, such as the peasant uprising of Samlaut in 1967, can be seen as harbingers of the Khmer Rouge revolt. However, resistance to the government only became more resounding when the US-recognized regime of Lon Nol came to power. Lon Nol's declaration of war against the Vietnamese fighters in Cambodia in connection with the Vietnam War resulted in outright pogroms against the entire Vietnamese minority population. His policies, which were often directed against the rural population, also led to rebellion among the population and ultimately to him imposing martial law on the entire country. Lon Nol's change of policy and the anti-Vietnamese actions led to the Khmer Rouge, which had previously been politically isolated, gaining more attention and support from the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China and North Vietnam. Despite all the measures taken by the Lon Nol regime and the massive bombing by the USA, the North Vietnamese armed forces were able to hold on to the country and even gain territory, which had a positive effect on the Khmer Rouge. A total of around 2.7 million tons of bombs were dropped on Cambodia between 1969 and 1973, which drove many people directly to the Khmer Rouge. The Khmer Rouge, significantly strengthened, entered into an alliance with the ousted Sihanouk, which gave them an even larger base, and now fought openly against the Lon Nol regime. After North Vietnam's victory against the USA on January 27, 1973, the North Vietnamese armed forces were withdrawn from Cambodia as a result of the American-Vietnamese peace agreement. The Khmer Rouge, who did not join the peace agreement, meanwhile controlled large parts of the country and established a parallel state in these areas. On April 17, 1975, the Khmer Rouge succeeded in taking power by invading Phnom Penh, which was initially greeted with relief by a large part of the population and led to an enthusiastic reception for the fighters. However, shortly after the takeover, the hope of liberation proved to be a sham. Entire cities were literally depopulated through expulsions, and their inhabitants were recruited to work in the cooperatives in the countryside. The city dwellers, who were now regarded as the New People or April 17 people, were ideologically opposed to the rural population, whom the Khmer Rouge referred to as the Old People and regarded as unspoiled, genuine Khmer. Society was to be transformed through a return to rural life, supposedly unspoiled by Western civilization, in order to reconnect with the ancient greatness of the Angkor empires. In the labor cooperatives in the countryside, the city dwellers had to perform the hardest work alongside and under the supervision of the rural population and experience what the Khmer Rouge understood by their new egalitarianism, which was based on race and peasantry. Despite the forced mobilization of the workforce, the modernization of the country, which was to be made possible in the new social form of Khmer communism through the export of agricultural goods, could not succeed, as the prescribed production targets of 3 tons of rice per hectare were simply impossible to achieve. Instead, the poor food supply led to major famines in many regions, which were exacerbated by distribution conflicts between regional factions and production losses due to a lack of skills. In addition to forced labor in the labor cooperatives and the often inadequate food supply, people also had to live in constant fear of political violence. As the Khmer Rouge's rule was in a permanent state of collapse due to the desolate economic situation, people panicked and hallucinated internal and external enemies who were supposedly responsible for this situation. The violence against ideologically defined enemies, often determined on racial grounds, escalated into a system of constant purges. The Khmer Rouge regime could only be stopped by the intervention of the Vietnamese army, which invaded Cambodia in 1978 in response to attacks on Vietnamese border areas and proclaimed the People's Republic of Kampuchea on January 7, 1979 after the capture of Phnom Penh. The ideology of the Khmer Rouge cannot simply be considered an expression of communism or Maoism per se. In order to grasp the communism of the Khmer Rouge, it is not enough to regard it as the import of a closed worldview. Rather, it must be seen as an amalgam of various intellectual influences and independent developments. The Khmer Rouge's state structure was often dubbed Stone Age communism in Western media, as the cities were evacuated and the Cambodian peasants were glorified. The Khmer Rouge, on the other hand, saw themselves as ultramodernists. They intended to bring about social transformations such as secularization, rationalization of production and industrialization, which had taken centuries to accomplish in Western societies, in the shortest possible time. These changes were to be brought about by a people determined by the Khmer Rouge, consisting mainly of peasants and capable of carrying out any revolutionary task. Instead of a return to the Stone Age, the Khmer Rouge attempted to modernize by exporting the agricultural surplus. If we have rice, we have everything. Our people can eat their fill and we can export it for hard currency. The more rice we produce, the greater potential we have for export. The more we export, the better we can afford to buy equipment, machines, and other instruments necessary for building our industry and communications lines and for rapidly changing our agriculture. The Cambodian economic concept was based on the dissertation The Economy of Cambodia and the Problems of its Industrialization, which Q Samphan had already submitted to the Faculty of Law and Economics at the University of Paris in 1959. Q Samphan was president of Democratic Kampuchea from 1976 to 1979. On August 6, 2014, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. His lawyer Jacques Verges previously defended the German SS war criminal Klaus Barbie. Samphan's thesis here is that Cambodia's industrialization was hampered by the foreign influence of the global market. His concept is not aimed at establishing a communist society, but at catch-up development and national sovereignty. It is therefore hardly surprising that he does not refer to Marx, but to Friedrich List, who, as Samphan points out, had already guided Germany's industrialization with his work Das Nationalsystem der politischen Ökonomie. 19 Samphan thus concludes from List's theory, which was always directed against the liberal political economists. Quote, "The essential thing to which economists must direct their attention is not the individual, but the nation. In any case, the nation summarizes the different characteristics of individuals. It is characterized by its longer duration." List contrasts the liberal theory of exchangeable values with the theory of productive forces. List insists categorically on this point. Under the conditions of free trade, a country cannot industrialize, whatever the resources it possesses. Quote, end. In order to come closer to the goal of an autonomous national capitalism, the Cambodian economy should be transformed through radical structural programs and find its way out of international integration. Instead of class struggle, it would be about the leadership of all social forces, because after all, Sampan did not intend to abolish classes, but to make them productive members of the nation. Since it was not capitalism itself that was recognized as being in crisis, but only external influences that were identified as the problem, Sampan's concept was essentially directed against the sphere of circulation, Western decadence, luxury, etc. The aim was to strictly organize the most urgent national needs and postpone the satisfaction of others for the benefit of national development, which meant publicly combating every incentive to waste. Accordingly, production was to be increased by intensifying work and rationally organizing the economy. The introduction of production and consumption cooperatives was intended to increase production without overturning current technology. In line with Sampan's distinction between the productive labor of the rural population and allegedly wasted labor in the service sector, it is important to search for labor that does not serve immediate production and the well-being of the nation. By increasing production, Sampan wanted to lead the fight against usury and unproductive groups. His analyses, in which he names coffee house, restaurant, and hotel operators, hairdressers, rickshaw drivers and other service providers as unproductive alongside civil servants and traders, make it clear that he does not measure labor according to whether it generally produces surplus value under capitalist conditions, but whether it produces immediate material goods that can serve his concept of a state excluded from international integration, which is to be co-financed by exports. It is no coincidence that Marx criticizes List's separation of wealth and its causes, i.e., the separation of exchange value from the conditions that produce it. Productive power appears as an infinitely sublime being above exchange value. The force takes the place of the inner essence, the exchange value that of the transient appearance. The force appears as infinite, the exchange value as finite, the latter as immaterial, the former as material, and we find all these opposites in Mr. List. Into the material world of exchange values, therefore, enters the supersensible world of forces. If the vulgarity of a nation sacrificing itself for exchange values is obvious, the sacrifice of human beings for things, forces, on the other hand, appear to be independent spiritual beings, ghosts, and pure personifications, deities, and surely one may demand of the German people that they sacrifice the bad exchange values for ghosts? An exchange value, money, always seems to be an external end, but productive power an end that arises from my nature itself, an end in itself. So what I sacrifice in exchange value is something external to me, what I gain in productive power is my self-acquisition. So it seems, if one is content with the word, or, as an idealizing German, is not concerned about the sordid reality that lies behind this grandiloquent word. End of quote. The fact that the attempt to find a way out of international integration is ultimately fatal can also be seen in Marx's criticism of List. Since the citizen now thinks to become rich mainly through protective tariffs, and since the protective tariffs can only enrich him, inasmuch as it is no longer the English but the German citizen himself who exploits his countrymen, indeed exploits them more than they have been exploited from outside, since the protective tariffs demand a sacrifice of exchange values on the part of the consumers, mostly the workers who are to be displaced by machines, all those who receive a fixed income such as civil servants, the landed pensioners, etc. The protective tariffs demand a sacrifice of exchange values on the part of the consumers, mostly the workers who are to be displaced by machines, all those who receive a fixed income such as civil servants, the landed pensioners, etc. If we demand a sacrifice of exchange values on the part of consumers, mostly the workers who are to be displaced by machines, all those who receive a fixed income, such as civil servants, landed pensioners, etc., then the industrial citizen must prove that, far from chasing after material goods, he wants nothing other than the sacrifice of exchange values, of material goods for spiritual beings. Basically, therefore, it is only a matter of self-sacrifice, of asceticism, of Christian greatness of soul. Quote, end. It is clear that Sampan's concept also ultimately aims at nothing other than a willingness to make sacrifices for the benefit of catch-up industrial development, as Sampan's idea of generating surplus value almost exclusively through agricultural labor, without resorting to technical advances, is similar to the fixation on the production of absolute surplus value in the colonial mode of production. By relying on the low technical composition of the means of labor, it is not possible to shorten the necessary working time through increased productivity, as is the case in the capitalist centers. Ultimately, this also leads to the colonial system constantly trying to remove the price of the commodity of labor power from value creation on the free market in order to ultimately sell the product on the free market. Sartre summarized this contradictory relationship as follows: the colony sells food and raw materials cheaply to the mother country and buys expensive finished products in return. This strange trade is only profitable for both parties if the native works for nothing or almost nothing. Quote, end. Since the production and thus the exploitation of the periphery are directly influenced by the colonizers, the generation of relative surplus value is limited by the relationship between the periphery and the motherland. In this context, Samphan's concept of catching up with Cambodia's industrialization by means of agricultural production strengthened for export appears to be a renewed national colonialism. While value and wage labor were not abolished in the Soviet Union, but rather dominated by state capitalism, the Khmer Rouge reproduced the colonial mode of production on a national level. Instead of producing surplus value through mechanization, they established a system similar to that of the colonizers, which was characterized by the extension of the absolute working day and the direct use of force. Already during the Civil War, the Khmer Rouge were able to establish an economic system that corresponded to Samphan's ideas. Through a program of collectivization, production was reorganized and an immediate barter system was established without any major connection to the outside world. The central form of organization was the cooperative, which was to determine the lives of the people of Cambodia for the foreseeable future. The concepts of a national economy based on cooperatives had already been elaborated by Ho Yuan in his book Solving Rural Problems, a socialist program to safeguard the nation, 1964. Although the cooperatives Yuan envisioned contradicted those implemented by Pol Pot in many respects, Yuan's basic ideas already show all the tendencies that would later determine the Khmer Rouge's extreme anti-individualist ideology. Yuan attempts to prove that the individualism that characterized the Cambodian farmers originated from their economic basis and could therefore be abolished through the organizational form of the cooperative. According to Yuan, individualism is not the theory of the worker, but an alien ideology generated by capitalist influence. Since the individual, in Adorno's words, represents the form of reflection of property relations and owes its crystallization to the forms of political economy, especially the urban market system, Yuan, by conceiving of individualism as an expression of bourgeois society, hits on something essential here. However, he is not concerned with the realization of the individual, which is only possible with the abolition of capitalist property relations in communist society, but with its abolition. Instead of bringing about a society in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, Yuan seeks a better society in the masses and the new man. In this way, a new category of people, who will be the leaders in the future, will emerge from among the masses. Quote, end. The Khmer Rouge took the anti-imperialist identification of individualism and capitalism, which Yuan constructed, further in the most brutal form and used the contrast between the cooperative and individualism as the starting point for their critique of alienation and the practice resulting from it, in which the individual was crossed out. The cooperative form was transfigured into the ideological counterpart of imperialism. In contrast to other socialist states, in which there were still remnants of individuality and privacy, at least in form, in the course of barter and the wage system, the Khmer Rouge wanted a pure communism. To this end, everything was to be collectivized in order to combat imperialism. Quote, if all possessions lead to selfishness and oppression, is there not also a risk of this with private thoughts? The ego becomes the last outpost of capitalism. If collectivization is to be meaningful, it must therefore be total. Why should immaterial property not be collective if material property is? Quote, end. Thus, in the course of the ideological struggle against individualism and seclusion, it was also forbidden to cook one's own food or to grow food. This ban meant being completely tied to the anchor, the Khmer Rouge organization that distributed the food rations. While Marx symbolically described a communist society in which it was possible for the individual to do this today, that tomorrow, hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, raise cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner as he pleases, this was perverted by Khmer Rouge society. The Khmer Rouge just banned hunting, fishing, animal husbandry, and criticism. Individualism was combated with slogans such as if you are free, it would have been better that you had died young. The economy in the cooperatives made the money trade partly superfluous, which led to its complete abolition on April 17, 1975. The abolition of money here is the manifestation of a policy of catch-up modernization, which attempts to free itself from the restrictions of liberal forms of mediation and replace them with direct rule in order to appropriate the productive basis of society in an immediate manner. However, shutting down the sphere of circulation does not mean revolutionizing the relations of production. Through the economic form aimed at exporting the surplus product, the Khmer Rouge established an order that wants the commodity but not the money on the basis of an intensified exploitation of labor power within the existing relations of production. As early as 1959, Horkheimer summarized what it means when industrialization is supported by a state that already proclaims in its constitution, all important means of production are the collective property of the people's state and the collective property of the Volksgemeinschaft. Today, the transition in the former colonial countries is being made up for quickly, ruthlessly, radically. The natives there today, under their dictators, expect no less of themselves than what was already expected of them by the imperialists of the 19th century. Slowness and lack of adaptation are no longer regarded as laziness, but as a betrayal of the Volksgemeinschaft. The laziness and weakness of individuals is being eradicated. Everyone must accomplish the violent disciplining of himself, or if he is unable to do so, he must perish. In the face of the unprecedented wealth of the world powers, the indigenous masses feel their poverty as a disgrace, and the new national pride is the transformed rage at their misery and at the same time the shackle that chains them to their autochthonous masters. Quote, end. Where the self-expropriation instinct of the working people in honor of capital is considered too weak to survive on the world market, direct coercion and personal domination are used. However, this form of domination and exploitation, as it was still practiced under imperialism, appears outdated as a result of decolonization, which is itself an expression of the implementation of the world market. The Khmer Rouge, on the other hand, wanted to push through catch-up industrialization and state sovereignty single-handedly and only relied on slightly developed trade relations with countries such as China or North Korea. As Clemens Nachman points out, the concept of particular self-sufficiency is in turn logically undying, because national independence can only be realized as its own opposite, as a form of all-round dependence in the medium of the world market. By abolishing the forms of mediation, the Khmer Rouge pursued a delusional ideology of regressive crisis resolution, which can be understood as a reaction to the increasingly assertive forms of circulation of the world market. They could not simply escape the dynamics of the world market, because what was already illusory in Fichte's closed trading state, for which foreign countries are as good as non-existent, would have been impossible at the time of decolonization. The Khmer Rouge did not fight against the principle of competition universally enforced by the world market, but only against its bourgeois guise. If, however, as Marx emphasizes, the exchange of exchange values is the productive, real basis of all equality and freedom, the idea of which is universalized in the course of the asserting world market, then with the abolition of the form of mediation, security also falls for the individual, who without the form of exchange mediation is no longer considered an equal in his difference, but is broken down to identity and belonging to the Volksgemeinschaft. Instead of competing for wages on a labor market, there was a direct compulsion to work. In democratic Kampuchea there is basically no unemployment. Quote, end. The Khmer Rouge did not want to waste anything on the appropriation of labor and saw this as a direct advantage over other countries. If we had 1,000,000 riels, we would use it all to build the country and to defend the country. If they have 1,000,000 riels, they spend half of it on wages and only half on building and defending the country. This puts them 500,000 riels behind us. Quote, end. What Marx writes about slaves also applies here, in the case of slavery, etc., where the false appearance is not brought about by the previous transformation of the product into money. It is also palpable that what the slave receives as wages is in fact nothing that the slave owner advances him, but only that part of the slave's realized labor which flows back to him in the form of food. Quote, end. In contrast to the conditions of slavery, in which the surplus product was only intended to feed the clique of slave owners and was still essentially static, the Khmer Rouge, through their plan to export the surplus product to the world market, ultimately created a relationship that knew no legal barrier to exploitation, but rather, precisely by abolishing any liberal forms of mediation, exposed people to the werewolf hunger for surplus work. This ultimately went so far that people, the actual basis of the mode of production pursued by the Khmer Rouge, were sacrificed en masse, as they were often considered unproductive from the perspective of the world market. This was expressed in the following slogan: if we keep you, it's no use. If we eliminate you, we lose nothing. The form of indifference with which the nation-state confronts the individual, whether in the abstract as an economic subject or concretely as a sacrificial life, is influenced by its embedding in the world market and the associated dependence on international exchange. However, if the nation, the political mediator of the world market, is to be set as a bastion against the world market and thus as the purely self-based unity of the creative people, liberation nationalism must openly emphasize its ever-present substantialist, culturalist or folkish traits. As early as the colonization process in Cambodia, a cultural or ethnic substance of the Cambodians was identified and has been reactivated ever since. While French administrators in the 1920s and 30s attempted to identify a nation or a national character in dialogue with Francophone Khmers, Vichy French policy influenced the colonies from 1940 onwards. After the invasion of France by German troops, Vichy policy, in addition to anti-Semitic laws in Indochina, also introduced a cultural chauvinist turn and attempted to promote local nationalism by glorifying the past. In this context, Admiral Decoux, in the service of the Vichy regime, encouraged Cambodian youth groups to uncover their roots through archaeological work at the temples of Angkor Wat. The temples, which were regarded as the cosmic symbolic center of an empire that stretched from the South China Sea to the Malay Peninsula, were thus stylized in the 20th century in conjunction with European political concepts as a symbol of a unique national culture. The desire to return to the supposedly glorious times of the Angkor Empire gained importance, especially among the educated Khmer, who held the view that Cambodia's territory had steadily shrunk over the years due to foreign annexations and had ultimately always been threatened with extinction. This made it possible to proclaim the necessity of regaining lost territory. The desire for national identity was no less strong among the representatives of the anti-colonial liberation movements, who adopted French-influenced nationalist ideas about Cambodia or, like Pol Pot's Parisian fellow student and mentor Kung Van Sak, attempted to uncover an alleged cultural basis of the Khmer that was covered up by Indianizing and Sinicizing myths. Not unaffected by the nationalist climate, Pol Pot chose the pseudonym The Original Khmer for a newspaper article in France in 1952. Pol Pot's later ideas of an original Khmer culture were based on a 2,000-year history of Cambodia, which could be divided into the phases of primitive communism, slave-owning society, feudalism, and capitalism. In addition to the class contradictions, Pol Pot emphasizes that the Cambodian people had been determined by foreign rule since the era of the slaveholders and that in the period before 1975, the year of the revolution, which in his eyes marked the beginning of socialism, they were transformed into a colonial and semi-colonial society by the rule of the French, Japanese, and American imperialists. In this episode, it is not the proletariat but the people as a whole, oppressed by foreign influences, that is hypostatized as the historical power. In truth, however, our people have never ceased to fight, have sacrificed their lives at all times and from generation to generation without hesitation. They have even fought with their bare hands. They dare to wage armed struggle, which is the highest form of struggle. Our people have fought, they are still fighting, they will always fight. Quote, end. The willingness of the people, who have been foreign determined since the time of slavery, to make sacrifices becomes the new ideology of origin. A historical construction of suffering enables a standpoint of moral superiority, so every drop of this fighting blood of our people should be transformed into an attitude of resolute patriotism. End quote. This exaltation of the people can also be found in the idea that the Cambodian people could not only defeat the Japanese and French without outside help, but also the American imperialists with the 1975 revolution. As Pol Pot put it, we have won total, definitive, and clean victory, meaning that we have won it without any foreign connection or involvement. In the whole world, since the advent of the Revolutionary War and since the birth of U.S. imperialism, no country, no people, and no army has been able to drive the imperialists out to the last man and score total victory over them. Quote, end. The next sacrificial battles were to serve to build a new healthy society that was liberated from the corrupt and depraved culture 66. If the Cambodian people could beat the USA, they could overcome any obstacle. The power of the people allows any revolutionary task to be accomplished. Purged of foreign influence, the Khmer Rouge wanted to build on their vital national character. Relying on one's own strength means awakening the creative spirit of the masses. The myth of a vital, self-sacrificing and independent people was also to be embodied by the construction of Angkor Wat, which, alongside the 1975 revolution, was the second fixed point in the Khmer Rouge's conception of history. In Pol Pot's speech in 1977, these two events are placed in relation to each other. Quote, Angkor was known in the past. Angkor was built during the slave-owning period. Our slaves built it under the yoke of the exploiting class of that era, for the pleasure of the king. Our people were capable of building Angkor, so they can accomplish any task. Our people made the glorious April 17th a reality. Our national spirit, our national pride must be praised in order to carry out our work of national defense and construction of the country well and ensure its continuity. Quote, end. The Khmer Rouge, who wanted to revolutionize a society in which monarchy and religion were influential and deeply rooted, especially among the rural population, countered the old ideologies with a new myth. The assumption of Theravada Buddhism, which was widespread in Cambodia, a life full of suffering, was perpetuated while at the same time fighting religion. The basic thrust of this religion is that life is full of suffering, that one brings suffering upon oneself through evil deeds, that the suffering should be bravely endured and combated by moral righteousness and self-purification, so that one may liberate oneself from accumulated bad karma and achieve nirvana, that sublime state of nothingness. Quote, end. What Horkheimer stated about the relationship between nation and religion can be applied here. Religious concepts are now largely replaced by symbolic categories of a different order. What was demanded in religion is now done for the whole, for the community. If, like Adorno, one follows the trace of old suffering, the archaic silence of pyramids and ruins reveals the echo of the noise of the factory. The Khmer Rouge's reference to Angkor illustrates their indifference to the life and death of the individual. For the construction of Angkor, what was, as Jan Moordal pointed out, dependent on the majority of the people being considered mindless animals. In contrast to other socialist movements, the Khmer Rouge's banner was not adorned with a hammer and sickle, but with the Great Temple of Angkor. While the hammer and sickle, which stood as a political symbol for the unity of workers and peasants, city and countryside, referred to living labor, which was to be liberated from capitalist alienation, whatever one imagined this to be, the temples are a symbol of dead labor, in which any perspective of liberation, even if ideological, has been cashed in for the national myth of total mobilization and sacrifice. Since the surplus product appropriated by the ruling class plays no role, Angkor becomes a symbol of production for the sake of production. The man conjured up by the political myth of Angkor is at the same time the man who defeated the Americans in 1975 and must now sacrifice himself unconditionally for the new nation. The new man of Cambodian communism was to combine class hatred and national hatred. He was to be formed from the old man, i.e. from the Cambodian who had once built the greatness of the Angkor Empire. This old new Cambodian was to be Spartan and Helot at the same time. Since the 1975 revolution was presented as a complete victory against the American imperialists and the reactionary regime of feudal rule and capitalist compradors, the country was initially considered liberated from an anti-imperialist perspective. According to this way of thinking, most aptly described by Sartre, the elimination of the colonial master meant killing two birds at once, namely, simultaneously eliminating an oppressor and an oppressed. What remains is a dead man and a free man. The survivor feels national ground under his feet for the first time. Quote, end. Since the victory against the Lon Nol regime, which was considered the epitome of foreign rule, the people became the real masters of their country and their destiny according to Pol Pot. Liberated from imperialism, the self-sacrificing struggles of the past were to be extended to the field of economic development and to society as a whole. Lenin carried out a revolution with empty hands. We did the same thing. We made a revolution in difficulties and with empty hands. But we had a clear line and a firm standpoint. We made a revolution, and we beat our enemies. Building the country in economic terms is the same thing. Quote, end. Since the objectified rule of the world market, which was initially projected into the Lon Nol regime, could not simply disappear, new enemies had to be found permanently after the revolution as a projection surface for the subject of imperialism. After the direct opponents of the war, Lon Nol soldiers and officials, had been executed, thousands of people who could be associated with the Lon Nol regime were murdered in the first few weeks after the liberation of Phnom Penh. In addition to this symbol of capitalism, exploitation, and oppression of the peasants, which was held responsible not least for the American bombing, hatred was directed at the cities and the people living there. The city became a symbol of corruption and decadence. Its inhabitants were seen as capitalists corrupted by U.S. imperialism, to whom the pure peasant was opposed. Peasant was contrasted with the anti-intellectual and anti-urban politics, and the image of a capitalist urban population living off the backs of the rural population were able to build on the existing conflict between town and country. The city market lives off the rural areas. The tree grows in the rural areas, but the fruit goes to the towns. Quote, end. The Khmer Rouge thus provided the peasants, who felt they had been taken advantage of and suffered from colonialism, capitalism, and war, with the most plausible explanation for their own suffering as well as the opportunity to pursue a regressive need for punishment. From this perspective, the evacuation of the cities could be seen as a blow against capital or imperialism. We evacuated the cities in order to eliminate all resistance from the outset and to smash the cradles of reactionary capitalism and merchant capital. Evicting the inhabitants of the cities meant eradicating the seeds of resistance against the Khmer Rouge. Quote, end. Since the Khmer Rouge's national liberation movement was based on the complete liberation of the people, those who did not conform to the image of the sacrificial peasant were excluded from society, from the state. As Walter Ashmanite points out, the 1976 Constitution of Democratic Kampuchea does not recognize a middle class, but only the monolithically welded people fighting for the noble goals of liberation and social revolution. The lives of those who were not subsumed under the concept of the people were, in contrast to the life of an animal, useless. The cows are good. They help us a lot and do not eat rice. They are much better than you pigs. Quote, end. The Khmer Rouge eliminated the basic contradiction of colonialism identified by Sartre. Poor colonial master, there lies his whole contradiction. He should, as genius does, so they say, kill those he plunders. But precisely that is not possible, because he must also exploit them. Because he does not push the massacre to the point of genocide and the enslavement to the point of degradation, he loses the reins and the operation turns into its opposite. An incorruptible logic will lead it to decolonization. Quote, end. If the Khmer Rouge motivated their followers to take revenge for the injustice and impoverishment they had suffered, this meant the loss of any guarantee of survival for those who had been plundered. Revenge did not mean repaying like with like, but rather a head for an eye. This practice of persecution was able to build its definition of the enemy on pre-existing resentments. Before 1970, the social division of labor ran parallel to the ethnic differentiation of the country. While the Khmer were mainly farmers and fishermen and, after independence from France, occasionally appeared as administrative officials and intellectuals, the Chinese and Vietnamese were often traders or businessmen. The Vietnamese in particular were also more commercially successful at fishing than the Khmer and were increasingly employed by the French colonial officials in the plantation economies and in the few industrial enterprises. Chinese small traders were active in almost every Cambodian village. The colonial regime also developed a form of modern state in Cambodia, imposing a structure of centralism and bureaucracy on the Cambodians. The national economy was expanded beyond the subsistence economy and integrated into the world market. The contrast between urban and rural areas was significantly exacerbated. The modern elite of the colonized country, made up of servants, interpreters, and soldiers, was, like the structure of the colonial state, alien to traditional society. The Khmer Rouge further radicalized the conflict between town and country, linking ethnic and regional identities with class, which was ultimately considered hereditary. The Cham Muslims were accused of having no concept of work. All nationalities have laborers, like our Kampuchean nationality, except for Islamic Khmers, whose lives are not so difficult. Quote, end. The determination and search for ever new enemies, which knows no end, the distinction between a city corrupted by individualism, money, and Western influence and the working, sacrificial peasant as a healthy counterpart, the persecution of the Chinese minority, the Sino-Khmer, half of whom were destroyed because they were associated with trade and usury, are the result of a projective delusion that resembles the mechanism of anti-Semitism. By simply projecting what the Khmer Rouge sought to identify as the imperialist, personal foreign domination, the threat of secret services, modernity, etc., onto everything foreign, whether ethnic Vietnamese, ethnic Chinese, the Cham Muslims, people who spoke French, English, Vietnamese or Chinese, any sign of foreign influence had to be considered a threat and persecuted. As Gerhard Scheidt notes, the emergence of projections similar to anti-Semitic ones, such as the persecution of Armenians, is favored by a situation that offers the residual impression of a closed world. The policy of economic and political isolation perpetuated this perception in Cambodia as well. Even though there was no tradition of anti-Semitism among the Khmer Rouge, the delusion had to be perpetuated permanently. As a consequence of the inescapability of the world market and the fragility of their own system of rule, international enemies and conspirators such as the Vietnamese aggressors or the permanent presence of secret services such as the CIA and KGB were hallucinated, which could be interpreted as ciphers for world Jewry. Own claims to an area in Vietnam, which was called Kampuchea Krom in the Khmer language and often gave rise to conflicts between nationalists in Vietnam and Cambodia, were thus projectively seen as proof that Vietnam wanted to swallow Cambodia. Contrary to the anti-imperialist imagination of a unified, organic nation, the Khmer Rouge Revolution further fractured the already weak and divided nation, partly because it substituted itself for abstract social mediation. The Khmer Rouge organization, the Anchor, presented itself as a powerful and omnipresent controlling body. However, slogans such as the Anchor has the many eyes of the pineapple only concealed the lack of institutionalization and stability of the power structures. The revolution abolished the old legal system without creating a new one. The projectively charged struggle against the old society was directed at its forms of mediation. They rejected the very concept of law, abandoning it as an artifact of the feudal, reactionary, imperialist order against which they stood. From the very beginning, the Khmer Rouge relied extensively on extrajudicial murder. Quote, end. In this permanent state of emergency, the arbitrariness of the individual cadres and leaders of the regions ruled over the life and death of the people. Where the individual only counted as a sacrificial worker of a collective, the cadres could prosecute even the slightest trace of individualism as a betrayal of the pure nation. The division of the country into zones by the central government around Pol Pot, whose leaders initially enjoyed Pol Pot's trust, established very extensive regional self-administration. The rulers in the individual zones were able to gain the prestige of regional warlords or clan leaders in the paternalistic Cambodian society. In addition to the racial and class warfare, this fragmentation also led to regional conflicts and the competition between the regions to the development of their own proto-ethnic identities. Life in the respective zones took different forms under the rule of the local warlords. While rule in the southwest, where members of the Pol Pot clique ruled, was particularly violent and people who belonged to the new people were killed directly after the slightest infraction of the rules, more moderate forces, who were oriented towards Vietnam, administered the region in the eastern zone. The party's policy, which never lived up to its claim of being a monolithic bloc with a single vertical chain of command from top to bottom, was also marked by internal party conflicts between the Pol Pot clique, supporters of the Chinese Cultural Revolution, and a Vietnamese-oriented section. At times, the Pol Pot clique even found itself increasingly isolated. The supposed homogeneity of the national liberation struggle continued to disintegrate, and the attempt at continuity between a state of war and economic development meant that the enemy, the foreigner, had to be sought within the ranks. The projective worldview sensed the enemy and disintegration in power struggles as well as in any sign of difference. Where the party concentrated too little power to do justice to its own image, the traitors, whether real or imagined, and their networks, microbes that contaminated the revolution, were to be destroyed. The enemies without guns are more hidden, cunning, sinister and vicious than the enemies with guns. End. In 1977, this led to large-scale purges in almost all parts of the country, with the exception of a few regions that were under the stable rule of the Pol Pot clique, which plunged the country into political chaos. This disintegration of the structures, which never even dared to refer to abstract law, unleashed the rigor of madness. What was already laid out in the International, presumably by Pol Pot, was enforced as a social principle. From today, life or death, no matter. As a result, most deaths occurred where state dirigisme was at its lowest and radicalism at its strongest. The barbaric and terrorist character of Khmer Rouge rule was most evident in the torture camps such as S21, a converted high school in Phnom Penh. The torture camps became the center of the struggle for a new Cambodia, the heart of the movement without which the Khmer Rouge could not keep the nation's circulation pulsating. The Khmer Rouge society, which never overcame the phase of war and wanted to extend it to the economy, saw the failure of its own plans as the work of ever new enemies. The invisible enemies were to be made visible through annihilation. Confessions were extorted from those who were tortured and interrogated in S21, only to be murdered in the so-called killing fields. These confessions were then rewritten by King Gwek Eve, Dutch, the head of S21, who reported to Pol Pot's standing committee. People with connections to the Lon Nol regime, members of fictitious or already dissolved parties, Vietnamese agents, as well as representatives of the CIA and KGB were created here. The abstract foreign domination of the world market was delusionally attempted to be destroyed in the people murdered by the Khmer Rouge in order to ensure the purity of the revolution. In the Khmer Rouge Revolution, the great body that is the people must be united, unified, homogeneous, so that each individual is unrecognizable. The people must be purged of their enemies, the imperialists, the Sino-Cambodians, the Vietnamese, the Cham. But the struggle against the other, which is hidden in the self, is endless. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri's Empire was the right book at the right time. It promised to provide answers to the most important questions and frustrations of the left in the USA, Europe, but also in other parts of the world. A global communist perspective for a world in which, until the late 1990s, there no longer seemed to be any left-wing movements beyond local and regionalist struggles. Linked to this was the prospect of an anti-national overcoming of anti-imperialism, leaving behind the narrow-minded frame of reference of national liberation and abandoning the exclusive demonization of the USA in favor of a critique of the capitalist network power empire, which could no longer be localized in nation-state and international terms. The reinterpretation of Foucault's terms biopower and biopolitics crystallizes what Hart/Negri call the transition from a critical deconstructive to a constructive and ethical political approach to social reality, a transition that also takes place in the shift in meaning from empire to multitude. This is where the ontological drama begins, the curtain rises on the stage, the development of empire becomes its own critique, and in its construction the process of its overcoming emerges. The coupling of biopower and revolution in empire is surprising, because for Michel Foucault, biopolitics was immediately linked to racial biology and its murderous history in the 20th century. Foucault describes the innovations of modern techniques of domination since the late 17th century as disciplinary power and biopolitics. The pre-modern power of sovereignty has incarnated in the ruler's right to make, to die, and let live. The sovereign reveals his power over life only through the death of the subject that he is able to demand. This type of power corresponds to the feudal economic order, which took place in the skimming of what had already been produced and in the deprivation of services, labor, and blood imposed on the subjects. Parallel to the development of capitalism, the exercise of power became more complex, until finally an inversion of the sovereign power of death into a power whose highest function is no longer killing, but the complete enforcement of life could be observed. While the disciplines aim to train individuals for the purpose of capital productivity, biopolitics is essentially population policy, the coordination of human accumulation with capital accumulation. In contrast to feudal power, modern power is destined to produce, grow, and order forces instead of inhibiting, bending, or destroying them. This does not exclude mass murder, but rather makes it conceivable in completely different dimensions. If genocide is the dream of modern powers, it is not because of a return of the old right to kill, but precisely because power takes place at the level of life, of the species, of the race. While Foucault sees biopower as the structural complement to disciplinary power, Hart/Negri attempt to align these concepts with a historical telos. Disciplinary power is the early capitalist historical precursor of biopower. It imprisoned individuals in institutions, but failed to consume them fully in the rhythm of productive activity and productive socialization. Only when power is completely biopolitical does society itself become a power machine, in which the disciplinary mechanisms are completely internalized by the subjects. Marx's transition from the formal to the real subsumption of labor under capital and Horkheimer/Adorno's analysis of the authoritarian function of the culture industry are cited as analogies. This historicization should, even more urgently than in Foucault's case, call for an examination of the authoritarian state in general and the National Socialist Volksgemeinschaft in particular. Finally, Hart/Negri claim that the manner of social integration and exclusion conforming to domination, in Foucault's exaggeration, the desire for racist slaughter festivals, is not only the desire of ominous powers, but also that it has been increasingly internalized by the subjects. But things turn out quite differently. The integration of citizens and the absorption of civil society by the state only made resistance even more uncontrollable, timed breaks in the linear and totalitarian shape of capitalist development, and pointed to the paradox of a power that unifies every moment of social life, and thus loses the ability to actually mediate between divergent social forces, while at the same time a new context opens up, a new milieu with a maximum of plurality and the impregnability of singularities, a milieu of the event. The postmodern event, once brought into play as an anti-historical postmodern term against the grand narratives from Hegel to Marx, also becomes the result of a historical process that is inexorably heading towards the abolition of capitalism. The operaist tradition, in which Negri at least stands, developed in the Italian workers' movement from the end of the 1950s as a workers' autonomist current that criticized the reformism of the Communist Party. This criticism saw itself as a theoretical intervention in the class struggles that were being waged in the factories of northern Italy at the time, especially by workers who had immigrated from the south. Their struggles were the background for the operaist critique of the schematic opposition between productive forces affirmed as emancipatory and capitalist relations of production. Negri's innovation consisted in making the end into the beginning, in declaring the workers' derived resistance to the Taylorist organization of work to be a constituent of post-Fordist capitalism. The operaist critique of the capitalist determination of the productive forces is turned on its head. It is no longer capital but the proletariat that socializes labor. In reality, it is the multitude that, with its creativity, invents the social forms and the forms of production that capital is forced to adopt for the future empire. Negri developed this idea at the end of the 1970s. He interpreted the restructuring of Italian industry, the dissolution of centralized production complexes through outsourcing, the relocation of the factory into the social space as a reaction of the capitalist command to the indeed fierce labor disputes in the 60s and early 70s. The ongoing diversification of labor relations and the revival of homeworking under the conditions of the new economy must have seemed like a promise to Negri. On the one hand, self-valorization, Negri, is seemingly being pursued far from the capitalist command and, on the other, the basis of capitalist production, the measure of value of time, is supposedly being dissolved. If, through the real subsumption of social labor under capital, all lifetime is absorbed in production, then time is no longer the measure of anything, for the simple reason that it has become the uniform substance of everything. More and more, capital and the state thus become the external contradiction of production, which the united multitude holds in its hands, pure exercise of command, without any proportionate or adequate relation to the world of life, empire. In the self-determined new professions, on the other hand, communism is actually already there. The fact that Negri showed himself to be an admirer of the German alternative movement and economy and even the Greens against this background in the 1980s earned him the enmity of some post-operaist companions even then. One of them is Detlef Hartmann, who has dedicated an entire book to his former comrade, Empire. Left-wing ticket for the journey to the right. Hartmann also states that the common starting point with Negri is operaism, which saw the reason for the history of accumulation and crisis not in capital, but in the real struggle movements of the class. Negri, however, defected to the class enemy in the 1980s and now produced propaganda writings for the class struggle from above. The operaist vocabulary was appropriated for the purpose of self-understanding and self-affirmation of the postmodern capitalist functional elites in the competitive struggle with the old elites on the one hand, but above all for the war against the lower classes, against the social objects of postmodern globalization. Hart/Negri's rhetoric shows clear parallels to the master propaganda of pre-fascist thinkers of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The multitude in no way describes the global proletariat, but rather an imaginary, popular, community of the productive, in reality the new elites and their attempt to overcome the crises of Fordist accumulation through an intensification of exploitation controlled by new technologies. Hartmann's critique has a lot going for it on a phenomenological level. If you remove the mythological vocabulary in Empire, you get at first glance a worldview that is at best social democratic, which makes the new hierarchies of the new economy disappear in the community of immaterial workers and in which every advance of capitalist productive power represents a step towards communism. The anti-dialectical eulogy to the dissolution of borders turns out to be theoretical nonsense. After all, capital was already operating with the controlled import of labor power in the days of free trade imperialism. Even then, state borders served not to seal off, but to osmotically regulate mobility, migration, and violence. And finally, Hartmann's criticism of Hart/Negri's brazen celebration of effective, reproductive, labor as the modernization of sexism is to be agreed with. It seems paradoxical, however, that Hartmann, in his pamphlet against the fascization of theory, against Hart/Negri's new conservative revolution, consequentially ignores National Socialism itself and its immediate ideological precursors in a similar way to Hart and Negri. According to Hartmann, the central ideologies for their anti-socialist revolution from above are already formulated in Nietzsche, to whom Hart/Negri refer positively. In Nietzsche's horror of the social rise of the proletariat and its integration into bourgeois society, Hartmann recognizes the actual intentions of Hart/Negri's propaganda to arouse a postmodern will to power. If you want an end, you have to want the means. If you want slaves, and you need them, you don't have to educate them to be masters. Nietzsche. Hartmann, for example, leaves out a propagandist, in whom sentences can be found that correspond much more to Hart/Negri's affirmative reference to the biopolitical power machine than Nietzsche's old-fashioned anti-socialism. Technology is the way in which the figure of the worker mobilizes the world. Production thus gains freedom, provided that freedom and independence or, in Hart/Negri's words, self-utilization are recognized as identical. These sentences were written in 1932 by Ernst Jünger, whose work Der Arbeiter, Herrschaft und Gestalt, Zawalka, Rule and Form, already expresses in its title that this is by no means about keeping a self-sufficient working class down, since real workers' movements are not, as the bourgeois did, to be understood as slave movements, but as master movements in disguise. Of course, this worker is essentially a metaphor for the fascist Volksgenossen. However, both the choice of this particular figure as the prototype of the German hero and the suggestive power of the cult of work and labor after 1933 call into question the restriction to Nietzsche as a standard of comparison for the degree of fascization in Hart/Negri's writings, and thus also Hartmann's class struggle paradigm, which is completely untouched by history. The worker typifies the abolition of bourgeois society on its own basis. The misery of wage slavery is not to be abolished. On the contrary, it is to become the archetype of the total state, which will silence the crisis for the duration of eternal Germany. Jünger celebrates the total desubjectification and the reduction of individuals to monads of the work plan without, in contrast to more traditional right-wing cultural criticism, even needing to conceal the emptiness and madeness of these technological power fantasies. It is not their natural uniqueness, but their ability to totally subjugate themselves to the secondary natural compulsion of capital that defines the Germans as anti-hedonistic forced characters and masters of the world. The more cynical, Spartan, Prussian or Bolshevik life can be led, the better it will be. The Germans are not a race, but must first become one, because the formation of the technical means is similar to the formation of the race. The imprint does not mark the beginning, but the end. Jünger's worker thus becomes the prototype of the counter-image to the traits projected onto Judaism, to which totalitarian rule must be morally hostile: happiness without power, wages without work, home without a landmark, religion without myth, Horkheimer/Adorno. This is to a degree where Jünger elsewhere only has to propagate anti-Semitism in passing, but to the utmost consequence. Even Italian fascism is undoubtedly nothing but a late state of liberalism. It is therefore no coincidence that it is on good terms with the Jew of civilization. Fascism and Bolshevism irritate without satisfying. For Germany, on the other hand, one could already hope that it is capable of an appropriate and stricter solution. Jünger was fully aware of the violence of a process that is summarized in the apparetic term organic construction. He sums up the modern anti-modernity of National Socialism and anticipates annihilation for the sake of annihilation. What is required here are actions of a brutality that can only be carried out in the name of the people, but never in the name of the king. The mastery of conditions can only be achieved by forces that have passed through the zone of destruction and have been given a new kind of legitimacy in it. But what is the ripple effect of empire on the fascism scale calibrated with Junger? At first glance, one could hardly imagine a greater discrepancy between Junger's Prussian socialism and the Christian anarchic kitsch with which empire ends. In the postmodern age, we find ourselves once again in the same situation as Francis of Assisi, and we counter the misery of power with the joy of being. This revolution will not be able to control power, because biopower and communism, cooperation, and revolution remain united in love, simplicity, and also in innocence. This is where the irrepressible lightness and happiness of being a communist are revealed. However, this happiness consists of nothing other than the radical affirmation of the existing. For Hart and Negri, the fusion of man and technology, the basis of fascist utopia for Junger, is the ontological guarantor of the liberation of the multitude, without it ever becoming clear what this liberation is supposed to consist of beyond tautologies such as the shared experience of new production practices or creative activity. They do not speak Junger's language of selection and culling, but rather that of a eugenic science fiction that tells of the happy science of a successful conditioning of human capital towards a smooth production process, of anthropological metamorphoses that result from the shared experience of work and the new technologies that have constitutive effects and ontological implications. The theoretical basis for the unification of bodies, desires, and machines on the basis of the existing provides a fundamental revision of Marx's theory. His reference to the processual contradiction between the tendency of capital, on the one hand, to make the creation of wealth independent of the labor time applied to it, to push back immediate labor, and, on the other hand, the necessity to measure these huge social forces thus created against labor time and to contain them within the limits required to preserve the already created value as value, is set aside in the theoretical elimination of the value form in the fusion of labor and life. By Hart/Negri. The compulsion to which the pseudo-self-employed creative worker or the home worker is subject to internalize the piecework, or to compensate for their own productivity, which is too low compared to the average working time required by society, by extending the working day, is no longer allowed to enter the consciousness as mediated capitalist exploitation. Instead, it is transfigured into the appearance of communism or, in the further course, into communism itself. According to Hart/Negri, exploitation can no longer take place in production, and since we are already communitarianized, exploitation must be understood as the expropriation of the common, the purest form of which is the profits of finance capital. Exploitation is the private appropriation of part or all of the value created as a common, self-interest before the common good. Hart/Negri's revision of Marx's theory makes the transition to Heidegger's being possible. Corruption is a sign of the impossibility of connecting power and value, and its condemnation is thus the immediate realization that there is a lack of being. Corruption separates body and mind from what they are capable of achieving. Since knowledge and existence in the biopolitical world always consist in producing value, this lack of being appears as a wound, as a removal of being from the world. And if value production is eternal, there is no contradiction in appearing as a communist currency theorist and propagating European independence on the world market and the independence of the euro, as Negri did in a strategy paper in April 2004, as dispositives of cooperative potentiality could be recognized in competitive world money, in whatever occult way. The mastery of conditions can only be achieved by forces that have passed through the zone of destruction and have been granted a new kind of legitimacy in it. Junger. Hart/Negri tie in with this new legitimation for Germany and the old Europe by remaining ostentatiously silent about National Socialism as the central starting point of the postmodern functioning of biopolitical production in a society that has realized its anthropological metamorphoses, Hart/Negri, towards a Volksgemeinschaft in an anti-Semitic war of extermination of unimaginable proportions. We want to leave this history to other scholars and the shame of history. But wait, hadn't Hart and Negri welcomed the emergence of an American-style empire against old Europe? And didn't Hartmann think he had formulated the most apt reproach against the two authors when he accused them of having written a clear propaganda piece for the globalization of postmodern political economic power under American leadership under a revolutionary guise? In their more recent writings, Negri and Hart are no longer so sure about this unity of power under American leadership. Nevertheless, it must be said that the establishment of the empire marks a step forward. Accordingly, we can see today how empire is wiping away the cruel regimes of modern power and, in the process, strengthening the potential for liberation. This statement should by no means be taken in the way a careless reader of empire assumed. If the American and British ventures in Iraq are imperial, they are just as much internationalist. Rather than adopting a static position from which to judge the successes of the state war, we should explore the trenches opened up by the American and British armies to advance our own internationalism. In Multitude, the authors vehemently contradict the obvious assumption that the US attack on Iraq is, in Hart/Negri's terms, just another police action by the empire, which the Multitude must judge not on the premises of abstract moralism, but in terms of its benefit or harm for global emancipation and the ultimate communist overthrow. In it, the world, and thus, the empire, is divided into the camp of war and that of peace and democracy. It is stated with a big wink that since September 11, 2001, there has been a dramatic dissolution of the previously close ties between the global aristocracies based on loyalty and common political and economic interests. The fact that the global rainbow of empire, which was set as an ontological unit, is now said to have disintegrated into an antagonism between American warmongers and European princes of peace within a very short space of time is not only due to the authors pandering to their globalization-critical addressees, but also to the change in the central perspective on the multitude. For the biopolitically producing multitude, not capital, supposedly represents the real synthesizing moment of empire. And so, after their heroic song on deterritorializing capitalism, Hart/Negri now see themselves forced by the logic of their own ontological construction to affirm those disparate ideologies of anti-globalism that they were still making fun of in empire, but thus also the only thing that connects them. The focusing of the misery of the world through the filter of ethno-pluralist anti-imperialism as well as anti-American and anti-Zionist resentment. With the firm intention of pleasing their imaginary audience, Hart/Negri become entangled in new contradictions on every page. For example, they have never denied that effective labor is based on a hierarchical gender division of labor. And the emphasis on new technologies was by no means intended to make global poverty forgotten. The wealth of knowledge of the poor and the wealth of plant and animal genetic resources simply did not translate into economic wealth. However, this indisputable fact never prompts Hart/Negri to reflect on the form of economic wealth and its connection to global poverty. Multitude can almost be read as a counterproposal to the critique of political economy. It is not the exchange of equivalents itself, but the ominous corruption of dark financial powers that is the basis of social inequality. From Marx's statement that capitalistically produced wealth contains the potential of the universality of the needs, abilities, pleasures, productive forces, etc. of individuals produced in universal exchange, he argues that the potential of the universality of the needs, abilities, pleasures, productive forces, etc. of individuals produced in universal exchange can be derived. If the narrow-minded bourgeois form is stripped away, i.e. revolutionized, Hart/Negri create a problem of the correct perspective. Blinkers of capitalist society that obstruct our view must be removed in order to advance to the fundamental truth that every anti-materialist petty bourgeois socialism has adopted. Namely that material wealth, including commodities, property, and money, is not an end in itself. Or in the words of a French cheese producer disappointed by his meager success on the world market, the world is not a commodity. The economic science should by no means be criticized, but rather ethically founded and developed around the common, the global, and social cooperation. With such a moral economy, Hart/Negri make their contribution to the declaration of hostility towards the USA, which Jürgen Habermas, in his desperate search for a rational justification for European resentment, aptly described as ideological competition, only to be found in Europe, which subjects the socio-pathological consequences of capitalist modernization to continued political evaluation, ergo social demagogy accompanies social cuts. And so the authors can innocently ask whether it would not be possible to put forward a program for a counter-empire with the help of alliances with the aristocracies, i.e. the European elites? Negri clearly answered this question in the affirmative. It was up to the social movements to make a democratic and federalist choice that sees political Europe as a possible transition to a democratic world order. The offer of an alliance with European imperialism is therefore not even the result of a tactical calculation. For Hart and Negri, Europe is rather a dream machine into which dreams of a just capitalism are projected. Hart/Negri see the historical mission of the multitude in helping the plural actuality of the postmodern individual, whether on the winning or losing side of the capitalist world society, to achieve its final breakthrough. The first to meaningful productivization in a communitarian value valorization, the last at least to its reflection in occultism, because magic and monsters are means of understanding the contradictions of the social situation common to all in different contexts. Thus, the anthropology of the multitude is one of singularity and communality. To each his own, completely self-determined. In his critique of Huxley's Brave New World, Adorno noted that inevitability comes about in negative utopia by reflecting back the limitations of the relations of production, the profit-driven enthronement of the production apparatus as a property of the technical and human productive forces themselves. The transformation of inevitability into destiny by German ideology, which constructed the organic state in the technical utopia and was thus intended to eternally prevent those communist forces who possess in technology not a fetish of doom, but a key to happiness, Walter Benjamin, led directly to National Socialist barbarism. The twisted connection between productive power, fetishism and barbarism can be studied in the form in which Hart and Negri bring together being a self-determined victim and being a social victim. Their political resistance appears similarly empty as the self-determined productivism of the crowd, which Hart/Negri evaluate along the dichotomy of hierarchical, and thus outdated, versus autonomous. In the same breath, Latin American guerrillas, the Khmer Rouge, the Afghan Mujahideen and Hamas are dismissed as outdated forms of organization. The Intifada, on the other hand, and no distinction is even made here between the first and second for the sake of political correctness, alongside Zapatism, shows tendencies towards the organizational form of a distributed network, insofar as there is no command center, but instead a maximum of autonomy for the various sub-areas, which for Hart/Negri already represents an anti-authoritarian seal of approval. At its center is rather the resistance against domination and the protest against poverty, or, to put it positively, the struggle for a democratic organization of the biopolitical common. Against this backdrop, it is not surprising that the suicide bomber is also attributed to the resistance of the multitude. For this, however, sovereign power must be short-circuited with biopower and set against the biopolitical common. The suicide bomber refuses to subjugate his life and transforms life itself into a terrible weapon. This is the ontological barrier of biopower in its most tragic and repulsive form. It is the passive, the negative barrier of sovereign power. Its positive counterpart shows itself in labor and in social production. Even where labor is subjugated by capital, it necessarily retains its own autonomy. Hart and Negri sharpen their worldview by blurring the terms biopolitics versus biopower, which Foucault still uses analogously. Biopower stands above society, transcendent, as sovereign power, and imposes its order on it. Biopolitical production, on the other hand, is immanent to society and creates social relations and forms through cooperative forms of labor. For Hart/Negri, production is no longer, as in the conservative revolution and the Nazis, in alliance with power, but rebels against a repression that is completely external to the individual and violates the culture of self-utilization that has become historical, from the new economy small businessman to the suicide bomber. Here, the empire is, so to speak, only a thin global shell over the multitude, which is already shaping the world in its own image, as it is inventing the forms of production that capital is forced to adopt for the future. In Hart/Negri's view, work and social production, which have been fetishized into value per se, are no longer put forward as eternally anti-Semitic, Hitler, principles against money and spirit. Rather, they have already become the unquestionable principle of a world that no longer knows transcendence. Nevertheless, the anti-Semitism becomes comprehensible to the authors in the suicide bombing, in which the entire protest against a power is concentrated as a negative barrier, which Hart/Negri perceive as a usurpatory disturbance of autonomous value utilization in the respective cultural local color. It is therefore by no means reassuring when anti-imperialists get excited about Hart/Negri's supposed anti-nationalism. While they see anti-American ethno-religious movements in the Tricont as models of social communitization against the coldness of neoliberalism, which is why the inhibition thresholds for open cooperation with neo-Nazis are becoming ever lower, for Hart/Negri Islamism is more the underside of European postmodern productive subjectivity perceived with a slight disgust. The political outcome is about different weightings, not about differences of principle. In 1960, Max Horkheimer suspected, with prescient paranoia, that West German politics wanted to realize the dream of a third power factor against the USA and the Soviet Union with the help of authoritarian regimes in the Middle East. In the meantime, the possibility of an anti-American anti-Zionist bloc, which unites states of the Old World with the so-called underdeveloped peoples, no longer seems paranoid under changed circumstances. And Hart/Negri, with their affirmative linking of the subjective and material preconditions of postmodern corporatism, self-determined tricontinental misery administration in its most brutal forms and European castle peace politics, have named the most important phenomena against which all efforts to prevent a state in which humanity would finally have become a subject-object of repression. Horkheimer/Adorno, identical with itself, must be directed today. Empire refrains from open anti-Americanism and can thus also be received beyond the regressive anti-imperialism of traditional leftists. Unfortunately, this is no longer a banality in view of the backlash of a left that extends into the former anti-German spectrum and spontaneously interprets the anti-American and anti-Semitic terror of the Islamists as a reaction to the crimes of U.S. foreign policy and generally to the misery that the capitalist world order produces every day. So the question is whether the enthusiasm that Negri and Hart have for the protests against globalization is just a misunderstanding, or whether the similarities lie on a deeper level. With Empire, Hart/Negri claim to be taking up the emphasis of the Communist Manifesto 150 years later. The paradigm shift from classical nation-state imperialism to transnational empire, which they state took place after the Second World War, poses the question of the communist abolition of capitalism anew. For Hart/Negri, the history of nation-states, colonialism, fascisms, all particular phenomena of bourgeois modernity are merely transitory stages on the path to literally borderless capitalist socialization. In contrast to imperialism, empire does not establish a territorial center of power, nor is it based on a priori fixed boundaries and barriers. It is decentralized and deterritorializing, an apparatus of domination that gradually absorbs global space in its entirety, incorporating it into its open and expanding horizon. The different national colors of the imperialist map merge and flow into the global rainbow of empire. The antagonism of empire, the multitude, appears similarly linear. It is the newly composed and expanded postmodern proletariat. Quantitatively, the multitude comprises almost all of humanity that is either integrated into the networks of capitalist exploitation or subject to them. Qualitatively, the multitude is the general intellect. Marx's prospect of social knowledge as an immediate productive force becomes tangible through the computerization of production. Technical development requires autonomy and cooperation instead of centralization and discipline. According to Hart and Negri, this enormously expands the potential for communist socialization. After all, capitalist development is increasingly enabling the multitude to organize production without capitalist command. Hart/Negri formulate their philosophy of history, which does not want to be a philosophy of history, in explicit opposition to any dialectic, which is rejected as teleological. Two methodological approaches are to take its place. The first is critical and deconstructive, aimed at the subversion of hegemonic language and social structures. This would uncover the ontological basis offered by the creative and productive practice of the crowd. It must now be founded constructively and ethically politically. In this way, empire and multitude ultimately confront each other completely unmediated. The practices of the proletarian multitude constitute empire, but only negatively, in that it breaks the resistance of the multitude all the time. Beneath the surface of empire, the balance shifts inexorably towards the end in the direction of the liberation of the multitude. Just as the relativization of nation-state borders is already interpreted as their end, Hart/Negri's informatization renders the question of the hierarchical forms in which it takes place superfluous. After all, both the domestic post-operaist boss and the illegal foreign freelancers of a world market company are part of the multitude according to Hart and Negri's criteria. According to Marx, the tendency of capital to make the creation of wealth independent of the labor time applied to it, to push back immediate labor, can only take place as a crisis, as a processual contradiction against the necessity to measure these huge social forces thus created against labor time and to contain them within the limits required to preserve the value already created as value. For Hart/Negri, on the other hand, the dissolution of the capitalist measure of time is already a positive fact according to their anti-dialectical philosophy of liberation. The compulsion of the pseudo-self-employed creative worker or the home worker to internalize the piecework or to compensate for their own lack of productivity measured against the socially necessary average working time by extending the working day appears to Hart/Negri as a promise. After all, these subjects, liberated from the immediate command of the capitalist factory, work on the production and reproduction of social life. The proletariat invents the social forms and the forms of production that capital is forced to adopt for the future. Capital and the state become the external contradiction of the production that the united multitude holds in its hands, pure exercise of command, without any adequate relation to the world of life. This is also where most critiques of empire begin. Hart/Negri reproduce the productivity fetish and the teleology of the labor movement. Their demands on the state and capital, the right to cross-border world citizenship and a worldwide basic social security system, were naive. But even such a vehement critic of labor movement Marxism as Robert Kurz was already dreaming 10 years ago that humanity had already been socialized communistically behind its back, admittedly in an inverted, negative form within the capitalist shell of the commodity-producing world system, namely as an inverted communism of things, as a global networking of the content of human reproduction. While the communism of the crisis was deposited in the technical aggregates before its cultural pessimistic turn, with Hart/Negri it is located in the head's end, with a positive twist on Foucault's concept of biopolitics, in the bodies. Empire can thus be read as the subjective political other side of the critique of political economy, which is divided into politics and economics. Kurz's communism of things finds its counterpart in Hart/Negri's communism of subjectivities, which arises quasi-automatically. Hart/Negri are neither interested in the concrete position of the individuals counted as the multitude in the production process nor in the quality of the human productive forces developed into the general intellect. Hardly touched upon are the real political articulations of the postmodern proletariat, which, for example, in northern Italy, where so-called operaism emerged in the 1960s, prefers to vote for the racist Lega Nord rather than engage in revolutionary activity. The omissions are no less important for understanding and criticizing Hart/Negri's empire than the explanations. In contrast to the movement left mainstream, which interprets the National Socialist counter-revolution until it no longer threatens its own traditionalism, Negri/Hart at least hint at this threat, namely in their openly displayed decisionism, which excludes fascism and National Socialism from the analysis. We want to leave this history to other scholars and the shame of history. With this decision, Hart/Negri, who otherwise refer to and criticize almost all important theories of imperialism of the last 100 years, have also banned 2 works from their book that focus on the relationship between Western and National Socialist imperialism: Hannah Arendt's Elements and Origins of Totalitarianism and Franz Neumann's Behemoth. It is by no means the case that Hart/Negri do not know the authors. Arendt is praised as an ontologist of the political and as a key witness to the positive originality of American democracy. And Neumann's colleagues Horkheimer and Adorno are repeatedly patted on the back for their analyses of disciplinarity and the culture industry, which, however, could not capture the full diversity of what was happening. National Socialism as a supranational political project cannot be addressed by Hart/Negri because it would call into question their heroic song of deterritorializing capitalism. In the Fascist Critique of Imperialism by the constitutional lawyer Carl Schmitt in 1944, Franz Neumann stated a clear front between the Faustian law of National Socialist regionalism and Anglo-American and Soviet universalism. Behind the facade of general norms, of international law, is in reality the system of Anglo-Saxon world imperialism, says Carl Schmitt. Since states are no longer at the center of international law, the concepts of state sovereignty and equality must disappear. Universalism must be replaced by thinking in terms of concrete orders, but the most concrete of all existing orders is the Greater German Reich. This dichotomy seems to be repeating itself today, but in reverse. Since 1989, Germany has been able to enforce ethnically defined concrete orders in Eastern Europe against the traditional multinational state sovereignty of, for example, Yugoslavia or Czechoslovakia. While this was initially done single-handedly, the EU has since followed the German line. At the latest, since Germany and Europe have increasingly intervened in the Middle East in this sense, they have also been met with great sympathy in the countries on the periphery, where apparently only nationalism remains of anti-imperialist liberation nationalism. While Hannah Arendt had already observed that there are obviously no guaranteed human rights outside the framework of state sovereignty, under the conditions of the decoupling of ever larger regions from the world market, an ethnically or religiously defined right to self-determination itself becomes the central human right, however illusory this independence may be. Of course, the USA, as the protective power of the capitalist world order, is partly responsible for this process. However, as the nationalization of society is less developed there, racism and anti-Semitism cannot merge with neoliberal statism to the same immediate extent as in the European political spectrum. This makes the USA, which is also Israel's last important ally, the common enemy of right-wing and left-wing nationalists and anti-Semites of all factions in the world. In Germany, on the other hand, against the backdrop of the crime committed as a national project, the Shoah, the Volksgemeinschaft could be integrated into democracy. Thus, the post-Nazi state remains the most concrete of all existing orders on an ideological level and at the same time the universal guarantor of ethnic group and homeland rights. The current dispute over the USA's demand for immunity for its soldiers before the International Criminal Court could serve as an example of the superficiality of the premises of empire. For Hart/Negri, international courts are merely the logical and unproblematic continuation of empire. They are intended to provide legal safeguards for global interventionism. However, it was already foreseeable in the 1990s that an international court whose executive power is not clearly defined would sooner or later become the object of interstate disputes. In contrast to the portrayal in Empire, it is precisely the EU that shows the most vehement interest in a permanent international court in order to ethically compensate for its economic and military inferiority. For the Germans, there is also the motive of concealing the special legal case of the Nuremberg trials against Nazi Germany by means of a court in whose dock the former allies of the Second World War could one day also sit. The anti-Zionist unity of states and NGOs at the Anti-Racism Conference in Durban or the anti-American reactions to September 11 also make it clear that the universalist power USA and Israel, the state reaction to National Socialist racial imperialism, are now in the dock as despotic particularists who stand in the way of the democratic right to people, homeland, and religion. It is true that Hart/Negri largely refrain from establishing their positive ontology of revolutionary subjectivity by distinguishing it from the usual obsessions of the everyday leftist mind, Americanism and Zionism. However, the form of their representation, the dark murmurings of a corruption that opposes the fundamental community and solidarity defined by biopolitical production, serves a resentment that is usually articulated in anti-Semitic and racist terms. The more the multitude has internalized its capitalist self-valorization and its state protection as second nature, the less exploitation can be perceived as anything other than an external and personalized machination of parasitic finance capital or foreign parasites. Hart/Negri define the non-place of power called empire as a conglomerate of powers and institutions without a center. However, this non-place, which Hart/Negri oppose with the multitude, is the value itself, which asserts itself as an automatic subject through the practices of the multitude that are hailed as subversive. However, Hart/Negri dissolve the essentially impersonal capitalist coercive relationship into the opposition of an autonomy of self-valorization and the controlling power of empire. The democratic crowd is supposed to resist the omnipresent despotism of empire without, however, attacking its own adaptation to the requirements of the market. Shortly before the end, Hart/Negri finally draw the conclusion, linking value with Heidegger's being and using both against corrupt power. Corruption is a sign of the impossibility of combining power and value, and its condemnation is thus the immediate realization that there is a lack of being. Corruption separates body and mind from what they are capable of achieving. Since knowledge and existence in the biopolitical world always consist in producing value, this lack of being appears as a wound, as a removal of being from the world. After a 400-page passage through the history of the 20th century, after the praise of capitalist deterritorialization and the critique of left-wing anti-imperialism, Hart/Negri finally arrive at a philosophical justification of the demand that attack bears in its name. Corruption and speculation must be combated so that the production of value can continue fairly. Hart/Negri's communism turns out to be religiously inspired communitarianism. The explosive nature of empire does not lie in the juxtaposition of philosophical theories and left-wing history, but in the will to bring together the disparate parts into a community-building, affirmative synthesis. It is precisely this synthesis that accounts for the book's spectacular success. Central concepts are aligned with it. If one subtracts the Christian impetus, the cheerful operaism, the shift of the emancipatory to an autonomous subjectivity, as Claudia Diefenbach suggests, Jungle World, 25/02, there is not much left of the construction, and the, to put it mildly, idiosyncratic reinterpretation of Marx, Debord, or Foucault immediately catches the eye. Walter Benjamin, a communist and Jew hunted by the Nazis, wrote in 1940 shortly before his suicide on the French-Spanish border in his theses on the concept of history that there was nothing that has corrupted the German working class to the same degree as the opinion that it goes with the flow. It regarded technical development as the slope of the current with which it thought it was swimming. From there it was only a step to the illusion that factory work, which was part of technical progress, represented a political achievement. After 1968, radical leftists mostly repressed and ideologized their own economic existence in the struggle for the proletariat, nature, peace, etc. Hart/Negri now offer the opportunity to see one's own mostly precarious and powerless existence as an immaterial worker as a political achievement and to allow oneself to drift downstream with history towards communism. Hart/Negri's work makes no contribution to the necessary confrontation of the failure of real socialism with its reactionary consequences. Instead, empire produces revolutionary images for a left that has given up the claim that a radical critique of its conformism and its collaboration with the fascist and anti-Semitic counter-revolution in the past and present is the only way to create a state in which optimism would be justified again. The formalism in the analysis is consequent whenever Hart/Negri look at the formations of the multitude. In this way, they can a. subsume all the various protests of the multitude, b. always say what the multitude actually wants, c. blur their own differences to the multitude. For in contrast to the courted no-globals, Hart/Negri are liberal anarchists against a restriction of capitalism. In this, they are related to classics of anarchist economic theory such as Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and Silvio Gesell, who want a free circulation from money and interest in order to restore the ideal of freedom and equality, or of fair and naturally selective free competition. They want a market economy without capitalism, because capital has nothing to fear more than the free, uninhibited development of labor. This sentence by Rolf Engert, one of Gesell's prophets, could also have been written by Hart/Negri. Rolf Engert, The Free Economy. A practical expression of Stirner's philosophy, lecture from 26.11. 1920. Incidentally, Engert, like Hart/Negri, also had something against the indifferent craft of war, which took away the heroic splendor and authenticity of hand-to-hand competition. One wonders whether the struggle of individuals among themselves, even if it takes the form of extreme violence, would not still be more meaningful and more justified in an aesthetic sense than the mechanical mass killing in war, behind which there is not even actual passion, let alone personal necessity? Do they also draw the consequences? In Proudhon's case, the criticism of money went hand in hand with anti-Semitism, which already aimed at redemption qua the final solution of the Jewish question. For Gesell's followers of the free economy, the apotheosis of free competition via social Darwinism ultimately led to racial selection. The physiocrat, i.e. the free economist, places the eternal struggle for existence, breeding, selection, and the traceless downfall of the inferior at the top of his program, and thus himself on the extreme left wing of politics, Silvio Gesell. Der Physiokrat als linker Flügelmann der politischen Partien in an issue of his journal Der Physiokrat, May 1913. This could also be formulated in terms of racial politics. While the individual initially fights the struggle for existence, the struggle for life, for his own sake, i.e. out of an instinct for self-preservation, he thereby also contributes to maintaining the health and higher breeding of the entire species, which in turn leads it as a whole against all other hostile forces. The more resistant, healthy, and excellent the individuals of which it is composed are, the better it can assert itself as a whole in existence and fulfill its tasks towards the individual members. George Blumenthal, Individuum und Allgemeinheit, 1925. Which path Hart and Negri will take is undecided. But they have every possibility. At present, they are striving for the no globals. However, these seem a little old-fashioned and squeamish to them. Their demand for a ban on genetic manipulation smells to them a little like a theological idea of purity. Their talk of flesh only sounds archaic. They argue against a return to the state of nature. For them, life is an artificial one that has yet to be produced, not restored. The human transformation techniques should not be discarded, but rather one should consider what to do with them. They are not opposed to technology, but advocate its free use. For them, the problem is not technology, but the fact that capitalism is not the free market of possibilities that it claims to be. On the contrary, it restricts these possibilities. Hart and Negri always know, however, that the no globals in reality mean the same thing as they do. For the new movements to be successful, they must learn from the mistakes of the past. The weaknesses of the revolutionary people's armies and the traditional guerrillas were their mix of class struggle and nationalism, the hierarchy in the organizations, their centralism, i.e. their democratic deficit. The guerrillas had to adopt characteristics of biopolitical production, i.e., for example, not focus their activities on attacking those in power, but rather participate in changing the city itself. Creativity, communality, and self-organized cooperation should take the place of discipline. Hart and Negri count the Khmer Rouge, Cambodia, the Mujahideen, Afghanistan, Hamas, Palestine, the New People's Army, Philippines, the Shining Path, Peru, the FARC, the ELN, both Colombia, the Black Panthers, USA, the Front de Libération du Québec, Canada, the Tupamaros, Uruguay, the Aceo Libertadora Nacional, Brazil, the Red Army faction, West Germany, and the Red Brigades, Italy. They all lacked a network character. Similarly, the Colombian drug cartels are not a network, nor is Al-Qaeda. But they have not yet decided on the latter. If they assess Al-Qaeda as a network elsewhere, they say it is hierarchical and has reactionary goals. They give the EZLN and the Intifada 2000, of all things, good marks in comparison to the Intifada of 1987, even if the Intifada is at most an allusion to the form we are looking for. But it does show tendencies towards the organizational form of a distributed network, no command center, maximum autonomy for the various subareas. Like a pack of wolves, with numerous autonomous clusters, as a fully developed matrix in which there is no center, the new guerrilla acts. If these are the characteristics of a democratic, emancipative movement, then they can neither be distinguished from militant autonomous neo-Nazi cells nor from the jihad rackets, then the latter must also belong to the multitude. When Hart and Negri themselves demand that one must pay attention not only to the form, but also to the content, to what they do, because the fact that a movement is organized as a network does not guarantee that it is peaceful or democratic, they are also referring to the ambivalent character of nationalist or religious forms of resistance. But Hart and Negri move from the form, only to the form, and they don't even realize it. One cannot immediately classify such movements as reactionary and backward-looking simply because they very often have centralized organizations and a strong concept of identity. Hart and Negri are not concerned with what these guerrillas are about. Whenever it could become unpleasant, they follow a blind formalism. Just as they do not recognize the Intifada 2000's will to murder Jews, they see the newly inflamed anti-Semitism as merely an example of the sterile repetition of long-outdated community rituals, alongside hooliganism etc., which, however, only lead to empty shadows of community and not infrequently to senseless violence, which stems from the nostalgic longing for traditional social forms and communities. 215f. Anti-Semitism is no longer even the present, let alone the future. The multitude, on the other hand, must look to the future. It can do what it wants, it is always on the path to revolt, whether it knows it, whether it does it consciously or not. Even those who do not go to the polls are silently protesting against the system. Why they do not go to the polls is not important, only that they do not do so is enough. Hart and Negri are demagogues of the movement. This has only one goal, as Hannah Arendt wrote, that it remains constantly in motion. Its purpose and its content is its form, the organization of itself. There can be no differences about its goal. Its goal is itself. Hart and Negri reproduce this senselessness of the movement by attempting to grasp it theoretically. In doing so, they lend it higher consecrations. Intoxicated by the collective feeling of being united, the global protest movement surges through the streets. Hart and Negri want to celebrate an anarchic carnival with it. There are giant figures, costumes, mocking songs, chants, etc. The protests are also street parties where the anger of the demonstrators and their joy in the carnival coexist. Where things are so determined and exuberant, so political and colorful, it doesn't matter if the giant figures, as at the demonstration against the World Economic Forum in Davos in January 2003, show Ariel Sharon and George W. Bush dancing around a golden calf. In the new and powerful movements of the present in Seattle, Genoa, and elsewhere, they appreciate the power of human passions and the articulated desire, even if this passion led the march around the former Jewish ghetto in Rome. At the international social forums, she delights in how the communality of the multitude is celebrated, even if what they have in common is, for example, the anti-Semitism only scantily disguised as anti-Zionism, which immediately made it into the Porto Alegre Declaration. The contrast between Germany and the West now seems to the good old Europeans to have been lifted in their old good core Europe. What was planned under Hitler as a dictatorial repressive racial empire is now being realized as a democratic liberal community of nations. The Sonderweg has come to an end, or to put it another way, the others, who always stood for universalism, are on the Sonderweg. Harmony between the metropolis and the periphery in the European Großraum, i.e. between Germany and Islam, will only be able to develop if both also develop their common enemy image, big and little Satan, as the Islamist clerics say, big and little lone wolves in the wild, as the German philosopher puts it. However, anyone in Europe who positions themselves outside core Europe and takes the side of one of these animals must expect to become the target of jihadist rackets. As the example of Spain in March 2004 shows, the division of labor between European peace diplomacy and Islamist violence works at least as well on European as on Middle Eastern soil. Al-Qaeda is becoming the great promoter of European unification. Expressed in moral categories, Europe is the epitome of hypocrisy. It is no coincidence that the policy being pursued or demanded today against the USA in the name of Europe, even if it is in the spirit of the lesser evil, is reminiscent of the relationship between the Christian West and the Jews. They are held responsible for all the bad things from which they themselves derive the greatest benefit. The suggestion is to take a standpoint outside the conflicts, above the interests, in heaven. After Auschwitz, it is expressed something like this: we have learned from history and are therefore above things. And this standpoint really only exists in German ideology, i.e. above, or below, things, in the objectless society, which imposes the whole by force, i.e. against its own mediations, in politically perfected narcissism, which makes annihilation its own as the thing for its own sake. A left that has abandoned everything it once objected to about the state itself must see its historical mission in identifying with this European core. The USA appears to it as the superpower that underlies every act of exploitation in the world. It is invoked in the absurd but nevertheless practicable form of a colonial state that has become universal. One speaks of imperialism without having any idea of the critique of political economy. In accordance with how the United Kingdom would once have ruled in its colonial empire, the USA is now fantasized as the sovereign that rules over the whole world as its colonial empire, declaring it to be the cause of all negatively perceived phenomena of bourgeois society, and expressing its own already completed agreement with it. This agreement is now organized collectively in the form of social forums, communism conferences, and peace marches. Here, the slogan is not detached. Decoupling of life, world and system, Habermas, or natural order of the body, gender, birth, and death against viral violence of networks and the virtual, of gentle annihilation, Baudrillard. Here, the proclamation is popular, no blood for oil. Or the world is not a commodity, decisions must be made by the peoples. Or for solidarity and unity of the world of labor on a continental level. Declaration of the Conference of the European Anti-Capitalist Left in Madrid, June 2002. The World Social Forum in Porto Alegre, Brazil, was followed almost organically by a European Social Forum. The slogan "Another World is Possible" became "Another Europe is Possible," thus revealing the secret of globalization criticism. It is all about German Europe. The Third World serves above all as ideological legitimation. Of course, the decisions of the European Union are always criticized from the left, just as the institutions were after 1968 during the Long March through them. In any case, core Europe is seen as the smallest unit for the rebirth of politics in the interests of the lower classes, and this rebirth is supposed to bring about a different, an independent Europe that is oriented towards the South and East and stands for a different social and political model than that of globalization, Partito della Rifondazione Comunista. What these new, true Euro-communists can actually achieve is only ever one thing: to stir up even more hatred of Israel and the USA. It is difficult to tell the difference. The notorious Anti-Imperialist Coordination, AIK, from Vienna, which has collected money for the Iraqi resistance, merely expresses more openly what uncoordinated anti-imperialists think anyway. Only the enforcement of the right to national sovereignty can stop or slow down global capitalism. This sovereignty is therefore the most important and most elementary human right, which the USA is not targeting by chance. The call for the broad-based World Social Forum in Porto Alegre in 2002 leaves no doubt that it is not the individual and the masses, but the people and the peoples that form the starting and end point of the critique of globalization. Quote, "Neoliberal globalization destroys the environment, health, and the living space of peoples. The financial markets deprive communities and nations of resources and wealth and subject national economies to the arbitrariness of speculators. We call on all peoples around the world to join us in this struggle to build a better world. The Porto Alegre World Social Forum is a way to build the sovereignty of peoples and a just world." Quote, end. What lies above all on this path is described in a passage at the end of the call, in which solidarity with the Palestinian people and their struggle for self-determination is identified as one of the most fundamental tasks of our movement. The World Social Forum in Porto Alegre was therefore just as organically followed by one in Ramallah. Another Middle East is possible. Those who address the people and the peoples and not the individuals and the masses, who mobilize for the social community and the sovereign nation against the USA, are calculating the end of Israel and the death of the Jews. For the local Jewish community in Porto Alegre, the very holding of the World Social Forum meant a threatening situation with a militant demonstration in front of the local synagogue. Shimon Samuels from the Simon Wiesenthal Center had to call on the mayor to do something about the invasion of anti-Semitism in the Brazilian city. The various information and sales stands not only sold anti-Israel t-shirts, but also outright propaganda brochures on the suicide bombings. Against the unjust exchange only just death can help, against the unchecked globalization of exchange only the worldwide spread of suicide bombing can help. It is, as Baudrillard says, the secret message, the impossible exchange of death, the challenge to the system through the symbolic gift of death. And the French intellectual is intoxicated by challenging the system through this gift, which it cannot live up to accept through its own death and its own collapse, while the German rushes to recommend the apology of suicide bombing that Ted Honderich has since delivered to Schurkamp Verlag. In a formulation reminiscent of both Heidegger and Schmidt, it says of the attacks in Israel, "Those who have killed themselves for the cause of their people have in fact justified themselves." Honderich 2003, 236. The traditional publishing house of the German left and left liberals immediately brought out the book Mediated by Habermas, as it had done a year earlier with the anti-Semitic novel by Martin Walser, Death of a Critic. Only after some protests did Schurkamp decide in this case, Honderich is not yet as respected as Walser, not to follow up the first edition with another, and Habermas, always keen on empathy, quickly apologized for having failed to show consideration for the feelings of the Jewish population. Frankfurter Rundschau, 6. 8, 2003. The German Social Forum, however, has long been meeting in the Foreign Ministry in Berlin. The difference is perhaps a certain discretion in diplomacy, but the cornerstones of a German Middle East policy from August 2001 read like a projection for the World Social Forum. Supporting the Palestinian statehood is a priority. An agreement with bourgeois society that is not allowed to become aware of itself is always the most dangerous, and the compulsion to project is the inner drive of the new mobilization that is taking place in the form of these forums, congresses, and peace marches. But no one can know how much is still missing for globalization to become synonymous with Jewish world conspiracy, as has long been the case among neo-Nazis and in the public sphere of certain Arab countries. So when the left-wing critics of globalization hardly differ from those on the right, when a polyphonic choir of mindless anti-Americans from French best-selling authors to Austrian provincial politicians, from Emmanuel Todd to Peter Pills, repeat Carl Schmitt's political theology and theory of the greater space as if in their sleep, without having to refer to its practical implementation by Adolf Hitler, then the theory of totalitarianism seems to gain plausibility post festum, so to speak. Horst Mahler's development from RAF activist to NDP man, or Martin Walser's development from DKP state communist sympathizer to Sturmer-style novelist corresponds to an inner logic. The only question is whether this logic is consistent with the theory of totalitarianism. The late self-recognition that leftists can be anti-Semites, that there is a specifically left-wing anti-Semitism, initially puts into perspective what was understood as the path to communism and was the opposite, petrification instead of the abolition of the state. The promotion of anti-Semitism cannot be dispensed with if the bureaucrats are to retain their power. However, this does not put socialism in one country on a par with National Socialism. It is therefore oppressive to read Bloch's comments on Israel as the mud of American imperialism or George Lukács' remarks on cosmopolitanism, which in some respects anticipate Carl Schmitt's partisan theory. Manfred Dahlmann solved the riddle that needs to be solved alongside that of capital when he stated that for the Germans, any idea of unity is always determined as a lack of being, which means politically, German sovereignty is always conceived as yet to be realized, a thought that a politically aware American, British or French, cannot even conceive of. For today's political constellations, this means that the European Union is something like an attempt to peacefully stop the lack of being. After all, depending on the crisis situation, what is meant by being changes. Only under National Socialism did it come into its own, as a unity of annihilation, which can no longer be grasped with the concepts of political economy, or only to the extent that it is possible to speak of a value that can no longer be utilized. As long as valorization is still possible, however, the German economist simply understands the being that is lacking to be the money that is devalued. Hans Werner Schinn in particular has made a name for himself as such an existential ontologist of inflation. Manfred Dahlmann seems to be referring to him when he asks the rhetorical question what actually makes inflation the specter that it is universally regarded as, especially in Germany. We are not talking about the galloping inflation that arises and increases in its own right when money owners panic and want to convert their securities into money and goods all at once. It is the so-called creeping inflation, which in Western Europe before the changeover to stability policy, in preparation for the euro, was probably around 10 to 15% per year. This inflation, it is usually said, is a burden on the income of low earners in particular, but this can confidently be described as deliberate misdirection, because real income, however it is calculated, rose much faster back then than in the last 4 decades of successful stabilization policy. The main problem is rather the devaluation of financial assets caused by such an inflation rate, and thus also of debt. In other words, it gives debtors a decisive advantage over creditors, they pay back less than they borrowed. While the victorious powers of the First World War and the reparation payments they demanded were once blamed for hyperinflation, the European Central Bank, ECB, and the transfer payments it organizes in the Eurozone are now being targeted for the incipient inflation of today. In fact, this central bank functions as if there were a European sovereign. However, as there is no such sovereign and there is little to suggest that there ever will be, it must take over some of its functions if the single currency is to be and remain possible, at least within the Eurozone. It is no coincidence that the substitute functions it assumes are the bone of contention. They represent a strange reversal of what was done under National Socialism when the independence of the central bank was abolished. Back then, the Reichsbank became an administrative authority of the Reich government. Today, the governments of the Eurozone are becoming administrative authorities of the ECB. The German economist who rebels against this refers to the EU treaties and proves that the ECB's policy is in breach of the treaty, according to the principle of individual authorization, which applies in principle to all EU institutions. It is not allowed to pursue economic policy in particular, let alone fiscal policy, because these areas are subject to parliamentary control. Control over the state budget is the supreme right of parliaments. Hans Werner Schinn, the miraculous increase in money, government debt, negative interest rates, inflation. The supreme right is now being usurped by the surrogate sovereign, with the ECB increasingly buying up the government bonds of indebted countries within the Eurozone, which is fueling inflation. The money supply therefore got out of hand after the crises from 2008 and the coronavirus pandemic. IBID. Schinn emphasizes that the money supply had risen from just under 900 billion euros in the period shortly before the Lehman crisis, specifically in mid-2008, in several spurts to the value of almost exactly 6 trillion euros in June 2021. In September of the same year, however, the money supply was already almost 7 times as large as before the crises began. IBID. In an attempt to put this expansion in relation to the economic growth that took place at the same time, Schinn comes to the conclusion that there will soon be 6 times as much money relative to economic output, just waiting to assert itself as hyperinflation. See IBID. Page 218. And this is precisely what is happening for the purpose of redistributing wealth within the Eurozone in favor of the poorer countries, which is causing damage to the taxpayers of the richer countries, especially Germany, in the form of currency devaluation. Such an autochthonous economist, who only wants to speak from the heart of the German taxpayer, does not even consider the idea that this type of redistribution is the new way in which Germany can override the world market in Europe. Whereas under National Socialism it was replaced by transactions with the less developed countries based on foreign exchange management and clearing agreements, in which Germany showed itself willing to pay prices above world market prices just to bring about or promote the political dependence of certain countries. Today's Germany promotes political dependencies of the same countries by the very means that must appear as redistribution to the character mask of its taxpayers. Shin points out, however, that political pressure has succeeded in averting the attempts made in Italy and Greece to leave the Eurozone. Against this backdrop, the differences to the political economy of the USA take on their full weight. Its central bank, the Federal Reserve, Fed, has also started to buy up more government securities in the crises since 2008, but only those of the whole state, not the individual states, even if these were as heavily indebted as California, for example. This has to do with the fact that the increase in the amount of dollars, which the ECB was and still is happy to refer to, was much smaller in relation to its own economic growth. For the dyed-in-the-wool economist of the German taxpayer, the Fed can almost serve as a role model for the ECB, as it is now trying to curb inflation and is not continuing to drive it forward like its European counterpart. However, it would only really be possible to emulate the Fed if the ECB were to withdraw from its functions as a substitute sovereign, and this would at least mean accepting the disintegration of the EU. After all, as Hans-Werner Schinn's differentiated assessment of the Fed shows, such an economist is not arguing to the same extent against the unity formed by the world market. This reservation, which still knows how to pay tribute to the world market and is condemned by the left as neoliberalism, is also entirely in keeping with the political impotence that has remained characteristic of the successors to National Socialism and Fascism in Europe. The danger of an immediate return of catastrophic politics seems to have been averted here, at least until today, insofar as those who want to win elections with a longing for self-sufficiency as the only true unity always feel compelled to do roughly the same as the hostile EU, which in their eyes takes the lack of being to the extreme, as soon as they come to government. An indication of this is the retreat of these so-called populists from geopolitical endeavors, as they can only come into play when the world market disintegrates. In the words of Carl Schmitt actors Hans-Dietrich Sander and Björn Höck, a ban on the intervention of non-global capital cannot be enforced, and we must therefore make do with the agitational effect of a ban on the migration of non-global populations. By relying on domestic politics and anti-EU propaganda, Israel is at least largely taken out of the line of fire and even chosen as an object of identification, even if the rhetoric is not entirely anti-Semitic. The situation is quite different for the oil-exporting countries, because their special position on the continuing world market enables a kind of surrogate for self-sufficiency policy, which is the sole purpose of the ban on interest in Islam, and this surrogate shows its devastating effect in the jihad it finances in the House of War. For the House of Islam is the closed trading state under the conditions of the continuing world market, Islamic banking the contemporary form of breaking the bondage of interest, and anti-Zionism the spearhead of anti-Semitism. However, to the extent that the Germans, and here in particular not so much the right-wing successors to National Socialism as their left-wing opponents, critics of Islamophobia, act in terms of foreign policy and also enforce this foreign policy domestically, they prepare the ground for jihad through consequent appeasement, if not collaboration, with no small, albeit changing, impact on U.S. foreign policy. In a way, German ideology is thus returning to the starting point at which Marx and Engels once saw through it. In order to illustrate the narrow-minded national outlook that underlies the Germans' alleged universalism and cosmopolitanism, they quoted the lines from Heinrich Heine's Winter's Tale: "The land belongs to the French and the Russians, / the sea belongs to the British, / but we have undisputed dominion in the airy realm of dreams, / here we exercise hegemony, / here we are undismembered." Marx and Engels are thus aiming at the philosophy of the young Hegelians, who, unlike Hegel, had abandoned the interconnection between the world market and sovereignty, which meant that any concept of unity to which their ideal of universalism wanted to attach itself had to prove to be nothing more than the realm of dreams. This the Germans hold up to the other nations with tremendous self-confidence as the completion and purpose of the whole of world history. In every field they ultimately regard their reveries as the final judgment on the deeds of the other nations, and because everywhere they are only onlookers and afterthoughts, they believe they are called to sit in judgment on the whole world and let the whole of history reach its final reckoning in Germany. If national bigotry is disgusting everywhere, it is especially disgusting in Germany, because here, with the illusion of being above nationality and above all real interests, it is held up against those nationalities that openly admit their national bigotry and their reliance on real interests. Marx Engels, Die deutsche Ideologie, MEW 3, p. 458. For today's German ideology, there are two different courts, one for the future and one for the past. Fridays for future and Sunday speeches for coming to terms with the past. As far as this new youth movement is concerned, which has also captured the old, the climate policy pursued by Germany and the EU may be characterized for the time being as merely adventurous and not yet as a disaster policy. Hans-Werner Sinn has compared its potential with regard to inflation to the energy crisis of the 1970s. Except that such a crisis would not emanate from the commodity exporting countries as it did then, but would be inherent in the energy policy decisions of the EU. Countries themselves, in Germany exacerbated by the phase-out of nuclear power. This is a unilateral action in which the vast majority of the world's countries will not participate. Sie sind die wundersame Geldvermehrung, p. 369. The hyperinflation after the First World War, which fueled the delusion of autarky, was also self-made, itself a consequence of the fact that Germany had started this war. Whether the self-imposed climate targets, like war targets, can lead to an upswing or to disaster depends, as in the case of war, on the powers that want to achieve them. And if it comes to the worst, as the youth movement, self-fulfilling prophecy in the flesh, knows how to predict, these powers will be enemies. However, it is becoming apparent how much Germany, as a pioneer of climate policy that is able to discipline other nations, aspires to the position of world sovereign. The style in which not only the German Ethics Council in its statement on climate justice, but also more and more imaginary or actual experts are talking about what absolutely must be done in terms of climate policy, raises the suspicion that megalomaniacs are calling for modesty. As she did during the coronavirus pandemic, Council Chairwoman Elena Bix made herself the mouthpiece of government policy and proclaimed that everyone was now in demand: parties, civil society, media, science. A mammoth task was on the cards, and only one thing was important in tackling it: that we all don't run out of breath. Kirsten Schlagel-Fleer, spokesperson for the Council's Working Group on Climate Ethics, specified the concept of multi-stakeholder responsibility with reference to the fate of future generations, in whose name climate-friendly global policy must be made now. People who have not even been born yet will have to endure drastic climate consequences in the future, which have been caused above all now and in the past. The formula of multi-actor responsibility serves a concept of justice that abstracts from existing social inequality as well as from civil law as the authority that sets limits to the pursuit of justice in the name of individual freedom. Council member Armin Grunwald attempted to dispel fears that the Ethics Council was advocating sanctions against the rich in the name of an egalitarian understanding of justice by stating that it was inappropriate to expect individuals alone to tackle climate change. Conversely, Christoph Luhmer, moral philosopher at the University of Siena, interpreted the concept of climate justice to mean that climate-damaging actions should be prohibited or made impossible. The ambiguity is inherent in the concept of climate justice itself. It not only implies an appeal to compensate for existing socio-economic inequality, for example between Western countries and those of the Global South, through climate policy. Rather, it is aimed at an intergenerational sharing of the burden between people living today and people who have not even been born yet. The not even born yet suggests a sequence of stages between people who have not even been born, those who have already been born, and those who have been born and are recognized as full-time citizens through their everyday climate ethical commitment. Now, certain people who have not yet been born are indeed considered legal persons for good reason, because although they have not yet been born, they are nevertheless living beings. The legal discussions on the right to abortion, which weigh up the rights of the pregnant woman to physical integrity and self-determination against the rights of the unborn but already existing life, bear witness to this. While the unborn, because it can give rise to a future individual human being who could not exist without first having been unborn, is considered a legal person in the sense of civil law, it is not only impossible but delusional to consider people who do not even exist as unborn, whose parents may not even have been born yet, as legal persons. It is delusional because the law as the organizing principle of the conditions under which people live is replaced by a kind of planetary law that serves to blackmail the living in the name of a future used as a threat. Law is always an organizing principle of states, even when several states or a federation of states agree on the common recognition and observance of its principles. Therefore, as Hannah Arendt has cogently shown, human rights, even if they are de jure universal, can de facto only be claimed as civil rights. If a nation-state suspends the validity of civil law for some of its own citizens, they can at best make an idealistic claim to human rights against the state that denaturalizes them in this way. They cannot expect salvation from the state undermining its foundations, of which they are de facto no longer citizens, but only from other states that associate with each other in order to stand up for the rights that have been taken away. However, such an association for the purpose of guaranteeing civil rights is also dependent on the nation-states that come together in it. There is no world sovereign any more than there is planetary law, and those who dream of it or even want to install it are the most dangerous enemies of the civil legal order. Against this backdrop, the invocation of climate justice is as treacherous as it is frightening. It serves to moralize civil law in the name of a justice that is not guaranteed by its own principles for good reason and to implement forms of social blackmail legitimized by such justice into civil law. The pathetic invocation of justice as the more concrete, more human, more vivid counterpart to abstract, bloodless, and therefore unjust law has a long and evil tradition in Germany. Even during the Weimar Republic, only a minority of leftists, socialists, and Marxists considered bourgeois law to be more than a mystification of bourgeois rule. They usually invoked justice in order to make short work of the cumbersome separation of powers and the coldness of administration and bureaucracy. In an emergency, they also want to place expropriation and ethically correct forms of robbery and extortion above the norms of the law. Nationalist right-wingers regard bourgeois law as insubstantial, parasitic, and in the service of abstraction and leveling. The National Socialists were both nationalist and socialist in that they synthesized both manifestations of ideological madness. What is new about the invocation of climate justice is that it is just as anti-national, global and transcultural as it is anti-social. It combines a prepotent hostility towards society and a rabid denunciation of everything that was still called the Solidarity Pact in the old Federal Republic with the arrogance of a caste of moral apostles who consider themselves cosmopolitan because they have no concept of the progress that the bourgeois nation-state represented in the history of human emancipation. For this caste, climate justice is a cipher for the disposal of everything that stands in the way of the moralization of politics and the charging of even the last remaining stirrings of spontaneity and joie de vivre with an ethic of collective self-denial. To them, the nation-state is nothing more than the organizational form of private goism nothing more than an expression of the refusal to settle one's own debt to the whole, to which everything past and everything future is subsumed. Contrary to what critics of climate ideology believe, such an amoral ethos is not a new religion that replaces God with the climate. On the contrary, the ethics of climate justice, which is more akin to a mass sect, falls far short of any reflective faith. In his 1992 study The General and the Particular on the Origins of Modern Thought in the Middle Ages, the philosopher Gunther Mensching showed how a concept of law emerged within theological thought under the pressure of its self-legitimization before the demands of reason, argumentation, and rationality, to which it was exposed by the emerging bourgeois society, which could only really gain validity in the course of the Enlightenment. In the theological apologetic of the early modern period, according to Mensching, the civil legal order was hypostatized long before it was fully realized in people's profane lives, in that the relationship between man and God was conceived as a contractual relationship, which corresponded to that of a powerless debtor to an overpowering creditor. This creditor not only dictated the contract, but also created the general legal norm according to which the contract was concluded. The reformulation of the relationship between man and God as a contractual relationship, however, not only creates the idea of an unacceptable debt in which man is spellbound from birth, but also the possibility of breaking this spell. Universal juridification is also universal rationalization and obliges all contractually bound parties to abide by the contract. Only then, according to Mensching, did the act of faith become conceivable as an act of reason. In view of this, the climate sect's concept of justice not only proves to be inhumane, because it relegates people living here and now on Earth and their claim to happiness to the supposed rights of those living only hypothetically, but also nihilistic, godless in the literal sense. What was developed theologically in the early modern era and justified before reason, the hope of those living here and now for the openness of the future, is being dismissed by climate cultists. For them, like the most foolish positivists, the future is merely the functional of a timeline, not the fulfillment of a promise. Perhaps this is the reason for the mixture of stinginess and desolation inherent in every word Elena Bix utters. The Club of Rome, an association of entrepreneurs, natural and social scientists, politicians, and civil society activists, had recommended replacing national economic and social policy, which had been deemed obsolete, with a holistic perspective in view of the realization that the natural resources on which progress is based, not only in Western societies, are finite. Gross national product and other indices for the level of development of equality, freedom, and prosperity should no longer be the central yardstick for policy, but rather the planet. Mastery of nature through reason, planning, and technology was seen by the preachers of the limits to growth as an obstacle rather than an engine of civilization. However, although the ambivalent relationship of the Club of Rome to technology and the capitalist economy seemed to have similarities with the critique of instrumental reason as advocated by Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno, the reference to the planet as our home had a different, almost contrary function in Horkheimer's text. The holistic perspective proclaimed by the Club of Rome anticipated forms of thinking, or rather, forms of thought prevention, of the later climate protection movement in that it viewed the planet primarily in terms of the future, as a habitat to be protected for future generations. Horkheimer, on the other hand, explained the idea that planet Earth is our home as follows. In French, Heimat means le pays natal. It could have long since become le planète natale, the planet on which we were born. Once the idea of such a homeland has been absorbed into our hearts, then the solidarity that is appropriate to the human situation could arise, namely that everyone, from whatever part of the earth they may come from, are finite beings united by one goal: to fight suffering, to live in freedom, to recognize the truth and to realize it to the best of their ability. Just as this concept of homeland does not transcend the existence of nation-states and thus of different homelands, but transcends them in the idea of the earth as a place common to all people, the planet for Horkheimer is also something that points beyond the different forms of socialization created by humans, but not to something that is more important than humanity, but to humanity itself, which for the time being only exists as a concept and must be realized by humans. Horkheimer's planetary perspective is anthropocentric in the best sense of the word. It is based on people as the highest and ultimate purpose. In contrast, the New Club of Rome brochure shows that the critique of growth has become completely anti-humanist since it calls for degrowth instead of human self-limitation, i.e. the self-reduction and self-dismantling of Western societies. In Earth for All, the Anthropocene, which transhumanist philosophers have been conjuring up for years as the present age of mankind, serves as a counter-image to enlightened anthropocentrism, which we would like to put to rest. Talk of the Anthropocene describes the era of human civilization as a past geological age and is therefore a counter-proposal to Horkheimer's idea of the planet as home. We live in the Anthropocene means that although the geological epoch of human civilization is still ongoing, the Enlightenment idea of one humanity is dying out. Those who are truly progressive perceive themselves as members of a species that is retreating from the earth. People should not realize humanity, but liquidate it for the sake of mere life. The very fact that the memorandum calls itself a survival guide for our planet is symptomatic. It means that in order for the planet to survive, the people colonizing it must reduce themselves to a state of mere survival and renounce the claim to a good life. The 9 chapters of the Survival Primer no longer have anything to do with nation-states, the separation of powers or the differentiation between public and private life. They only address the whole person, as a species, not as an individual. The key to reducing hunger in poor countries is no longer, as in the 1970s, catching up with the technological and infrastructural development gap. The word developing country is considered highly problematic by the Club of Rome, but the planned and sustainable regression of developed countries, deindustrialization, deurbanization, and decivilization of the West in order to assist the global South. In order to achieve this, a conversion of nutrition and a revolutionization of agriculture is recommended to the world's population, without any institutional mediation, the concrete form of which should also be based on planetary needs rather than the needs of the individual. The social model on which this planetary view is based is outlined towards the end of the brochure: an economy of the commons, a communal economy of goods that is oriented towards principles of mutual responsibility and honesty rather than interests, is to take the place of the market-mediated capitalist economy. Morality instead of interest, morality instead of politics, morality instead of reason. In its mixture of apocalyptic ruminations and idealism, all this reads almost like the guiding principle of the policy that in Germany is most purely embodied by the Greens and which wants to transform the planet from a home back into inescapable destiny. Whether Agriculture Minister Sem Oezdemir, in an interview with Welthungerhilfe, recommends the voluntary dismantling of Western societies in favor of the Global South, for which he feels more responsible than for local farmers, or whether Economics Minister Robert Habeck recommends that bankrupt companies simply stop working instead of filing for bankruptcy. Germany is moving at an alarming pace towards every suicide mission for which the Club of Rome has written the instruction manual. Quote, "This body gave nothing away. It digested everything. It assimilated everything. A bout of diarrhea or vomiting could have worked wonders. But there was no question of that. He gave up nothing. There were days when, in his avarice, in his greed, he didn't even want to give up his bowel movements, only the gases." Gisela Elsner, Der Nachwuchs, 1968. That which grows in Elsner's novel, in strict observation of its growth by the breadwinners, as the narrator calls his parents, exists in constant self-reference. But there is nothing to this self except its body, which the narrator constantly pulls, plucks, weighs, paints, rubs and paws at. Constantly fiddling with something that, enclosed in itself, gives nothing away, wants to give nothing away. A product of the 50s and 60s, in which German society ate up the fruits of its policy of destruction and annihilation in the closest family circle, in the never-ending fear that in the end something might be claimed from its war and murder profits. Hence the greed not to give back what has been guiltily appropriated. It is complete appropriation, which was later reflected in Cole's maggoty, fat body as well as in the anorectic, lean bodies of the RAF activists who refused to be fed. And today it is all about food, whereas a good 50 years ago it was an issue for housewives, a truly domestic area of feeding the husband and children, which the mother took care of and had to take care of. So avoiding cooking has always been seen as a sign of female emancipation, often also as a flirtatious gesture to avoid making common cause with the staid and limited housewife. Now that these tasks are less naturally performed by women, an entire society seems to be developing into housewife-like caretakers. The ideologization of food as nutrition testifies to a pars pro toto constellation between parents and child, consumer and industry, population and state. It should be noted that the political charging of food is not only imbecilic, but in its only actual practical consequence, namely abstinence, initially represents a curtailment of needs, even if this is experienced as pleasure. However, to grant private culinary preferences a moral legitimacy, a political relevance, in order to elevate them to the status of a political judgment, is a gruesome punchline of seemingly harmless political privatization, because it demands sacrifices for the sake of testing the willingness to sacrifice itself. At the same time, conscious nutrition is neither judgment nor actual action, but rather has the autistic quality of a manic substitute action. First of all, generally speaking, conscious consumption is preceded by the idea or the desire to act in the interests of everyone else. What should everyone else do? According to the moral imperative, they should feed, clothe, and move in a way that is as gentle as possible on animals, resources, and people. The available products are confined to a very small space, just as the political commitment that the conscious consumer strives for remains within the narrowest framework of his reproduction, his housewife side, his physicality. The body is at the center and the question of what it may and should incorporate. In contrast to Cole's figure, however, too much sitting flesh is just as frowned upon today as excessive thinness. Identified as aesthetic ideological extremes, they have now been replaced by healthy physicality. The collectively latent eating disordered society does not despise these extremes, which characterize the core of an eating disorder, the permanent mental and emotional fixation on food under absolute subjugation and discipline, which it at least tends to share with the pathological cases, but that the latter would not pursue their eating disorder in a completely self-controlled manner. Accordingly, common therapies are often aimed at cooking courses and internalizing healthy eating principles. The ideal of vigorous health accepts neither fats nor lean models, but propagates streamlined bodies. Health is the potential for performance and suffering, which must be seriously trained in sport and instilled in eating, comparable only to voluntary stuffing geese. Consequently, the Germans' aesthetic role models are currently based on soldiers and mothers, and the modern braided and plaited hairstyles with their feminine harvest festival flair and the mackerel-like, martial undercuts with side parting are also reminiscent of the Volksgenossen from the films of the Nazi bitch, Broder, Riefenstahl. In the 1920s, Thomas Mann aptly remarked that the Germans were a people where there is always a great tendency to see the ideal of the woman in the cow and that of the man in the beating death. This is accompanied by a return to eating what is on the table, just as the buyers of vegetable box subscriptions are happy to let the seasons, their health, and their political conscience dictate what to eat and when, just as their parents once did. Needs have never been an argument for production. The fact that they are now no longer even suitable for consumption is ludicrous. However, the turn towards regional agriculture and production is not seen as restrictive confinement, but as proximity. This would avoid unnecessary exhaust fumes during transportation and strengthen the regional economy. Just as the German murder of the Jews is connected with the German infrastructure, i.e. Auschwitz with the freeways, it is obvious that the discussion about exhaust fumes on the ecological left is characterized by the association with gassing. Things are not necessarily that simple, as an imported Argentinian beef steak may consume significantly less CO2 despite transportation than a German steak, which has to be fed more grain due to less grazing land. Especially given the overproduction of meat, there is no direct correlation between meat consumption and the number of animals slaughtered and transported anyway. However, conscious nutrition is becoming explicitly political, especially in view of apocalyptic ideas attached to planned free trade agreements with the USA or American corporations. Implicitly, however, regional nutrition is always directed against the import of food produced abroad. Apart from the fact that Germany hardly has enough agricultural land to supply its population without once again annexing southeastern Europe, the main reason for importing food is to exploit the different wage levels and keep food costs as low as possible. However, without the low prices and the enormous state subsidies for unprofitable German farms, the low-wage policy of the world export champion could not be maintained. While the subsidy policy in turn contributes to agricultural overproduction, which is anything but environmentally friendly, the defense against food sourced on the world market amounts to nothing more than protectionism. From an economic point of view, however, the tendency to secure food supplies independently of the world market is nothing other than a peacetime war economy, which is operated by the state in the form of agricultural subsidies, but otherwise on the Volksgenossen's own initiative. Germans, by German lemons. And in every square kilometer of space someone is dreaming his national dream, mocked Tucholsky in 1932, when the Western industrial nations turned to protectionism in the wake of the global economic crisis. Germans, by German bananas. The left quoted him just a few years ago, feeling superior to the right-wing rabble. Yet it was they who demanded political correctness in, at least international, coffee consumption and a meat-free diet as a cooking pot consensus and made politically correct nutrition acceptable to the majority. In the meantime, Germans are apparently rediscovering their carnivorous nature, albeit on condition that the animal has been nurtured with the same vegetables in the same native climes as themselves. This is demonstrated not least by the mass outrage over the Greens Veggie Day and the increased number of hobby hunters, despite the fact that, according to statistics, Germans' meat consumption is generally falling. In view of the increasing demand for regional products, the organic industry now also has a serious problem, for it has the smell of cosmopolitanism about it. Organic tomatoes can grow anywhere, even in Israel, because nature doesn't only exist in Germany. This shows that there is an increasing gap between organic and regional convictions. Wind power plants, for example, show consideration for the nature of the surrounding area, flora and fauna, but not for the nature of the population, legitimate concerns and needs. Different rules apply here. In Germany, environmental protection is a native protection of the homeland. Nature may be international, but the cultural landscape knows its origins very well. And there is a reason for this in an emergency, which is only rehearsed in the allotment garden of peaceful self-sufficient people. After all, the fertile German soil is always used to provide supplies in the event of war. Agricultural self-sufficiency and regional authenticity are therefore terms that exude murder and manslaughter. In the 1930s, Lion Feuchtwanger characterized German farmers logically. Out of instinct they became nationalists, for they suspected that only the consideration of supply in case of war would keep the German farmer. Despite the general enthusiasm for urban gardening and gardening in general, there is currently no explicit political reference to this emergency among consciously consuming consumers. Even the health food store advertising magazine Schrott und Korn has military militancy in its name, at most for punning critics. Nevertheless, the relationship to nutrition, as food is called today, is shaped by Germany's political situation. The population may be in favor of a meat-free stew Sunday when it comes to winning a war, but it resents such sacrifice for every little flower along the way. This current, nationally robust attitude is certainly also one of the reasons for the current low poll ratings of the Greens. The people of Baden are said to be addicted to harmony, that they overcome contradictions for the better, Baden solution, and that they have understood give and take as wise acts of good cooperation. They are also pleasure-loving connoisseurs with a sense of diversity. All of this can be found in Baden beef. Sonntagszeitung Freiburg, February 4, 17. Anyone who tries to enhance their ethnic origins with regional foods, as if they are not German enough, is obviously halfway into the cooking pot of their own people. You might think that the pervasive German communitization that has been spreading in Germany for around 10 years in the form of regional vegetables, local folklore, and folkloric propaganda is actually always being used to avoid this, eating and being eaten. But the wheat field and the field of honor, agriculture, and the war economy are too close to each other to seriously assume a national relief in terms of capital hacking and slashing. Because German agricultural yields are not competitive on the world market, farmers in particular fear international trade agreements such as TTIP, which could reject the national subsidies that are injected into agriculture in this country as anti-competitive. This makes farmers all the more confident in their special national position, and the Germans, whose supplies are at stake here, hope and fear with them. After all, farmland in Germany is becoming increasingly expensive despite the low yields, as Deutschland Radio Kultur complains. Since the financial crisis at the latest, farmland has been in high demand and therefore expensive. Financially strong people and investors are hardly getting any interest for their money, which is why they, just like many pension funds, are desperately looking for safe investments. Land is one such safe investment. Trusting in Germany's ability to defend itself, its territory is cultivated accordingly. Without profit, the land can at least be made fertile for the ideal surplus value that farmers are supposed to provide and citizens are supposed to defend. A peasant versus industrial agriculture in which the farmers themselves do the work, in order to generate at least a decent yield. The blossoms of the misery of technical progress. While agricultural science is now working on a way of cultivating the land that almost does without farmers, patriotic consumers of regional products enjoy the time-honored slave labor of their Volksgenossen in the fields and appreciate it in the form of family vacations, excursions or guided tours for school classes in the countryside. A rich agitation program that many organic farms have to offer in order to save themselves from bankruptcy. But it would be too short-sighted to attack only the hard-working authenticity tourists. Kulturland e.g., which recruits those financially strong people, note, well-meaning Germans are never profit-hungry investors. For its sustainable credit systems, Kulturland e.g. buys land cooperatively in order to lease it to organic farms. Mentions further abysses for the promotion of German small farmers in its preamble. The use of agricultural land must not be determined by the rules of self-propagating cash flows. Rather, agriculture should preserve the fertility of the soil in the long term, produce crops in combination with the greatest possible biodiversity and thus create a livelihood for people and animals. It maintains and preserves cultural landscapes as a place and home for human communities. Self-proliferating cash flows? If the authors of Kulturland e.g. self-image were not so modest in their formulations and civilized in their demands, they would perhaps call things by the name that the human community of Germans, which they represent, has traditionally attached to the supposedly effortless income, Hitler the damned Jewish usury. Naturally, the Volksgenossen of Kulturland e.g. would reject such words. But where the corrosive worm in their fertile soil is supposed to come from, it remains the secret of the unnatural and unproductive copulating money flows themselves. The agriculturalists' program prefers to leave it at positive connotations. It's about native fertility, not about the monetized wasteland, about natural, long-term reproduction. It's about enough room for biodiversity. What is all this supposed to be protected from? Like the entire regional consumer culture, the propaganda of Kulturland e.g. is based on the mostly completely accurate observation that market competition and nature are not compatible, although the highly praised dense forest cover in Germany, for example, is also a product of forestry over the last 200 years. On closer inspection, nature is less natural than the products advertised as such. Naturally, everyone tends to treat both their own human nature and the world, which cannot be seamlessly integrated, compensated for and disciplined, in the sense of nature, cultivated, with hostility, under threat to their economic existence. It is not only the case, as is now commonplace, that hunger is not a reason for production, but hunger is also a disruptive factor in production that inhibits the operational process and is combated as a disruptive, bodily impulse, with the state stepping into the breach as the nourisher of society as a whole. Apart from this, even beyond its economic usability, nature is by no means part of a cultural landscape, a homeland, or the political counterpart to the organic cultural landscape, the Volksgemeinschaft. Wind turbines, non-native animal species, which, incidentally, is referred to as biological invasion, or new buildings in Kreuzberg can also be considered to be culturally or culturally destructive. This is because the way out, the basis of life that the eco-economy is supposed to protect, is intended to undermine the dilemma of permanent threats to nature by demanding the renunciation of market-based competition, combating the associated wage and price fixing and environmental protection at the lowest possible level and suspending the globalization of this process through regionalism. Such a strictly controlled national economy shifts economic competition to the internal questions of ideological expediency. Who and what contributes most to the preservation of the basis of life and the cultural landscape? Regionalism poses this question of conscience to the committed community in a simulation of a self-sufficient war economy, a race of ideologically motivated malnutrition in which the entire population is expected to participate. Since the global economic crisis, Germany has relied on the population's trust in political ruthlessness towards the outside through moral unity towards the inside. Well, over 10,000 people died as a result of the tsunami on the coast of eastern Japan. A similar number have been missing since then, and most of them have probably also fallen victim to the natural disaster. Around 500,000 people fled the devastated area, many were injured and lost all their belongings. Video footage of the terrifying tidal wave, which swept away ships and houses like toys, was in great demand. The cause of death and suffering could be explained scientifically, and the media presented detailed tsunami models. However, the sensational value of the catastrophe was lower compared to the more devastating tsunami in the Indian Ocean in 2004. The giant wave had flooded a shorter strip of coastline. It quickly became clear that the number of victims would not set any new records. The issue would hardly have been worth breaking news in Germany within a few days. But the water also flooded the site of the 6 nuclear reactors in Fukushima Daiichi, destroying their power supply and all backup systems. As a result, the permanent cooling of the fuel elements, which was also necessary outside of regular operation, failed. The enormous heat of the ongoing nuclear reactions, known as afterburning, vaporized the remaining cooling water, and the nuclear reactors went out of control. Some of the fuel rods melted and burned, leaks in the reactor cores, and highly radioactive and toxic material escaped at dangerous levels. Workers on site were and still are exposed to dangerous doses of radiation, and the population was eventually evacuated from a large zone around the nuclear facilities. Even though the situation has calmed down somewhat in the meantime, the damaged reactors and the contamination on site remain a major danger. However, there are no longer any fears of radioactive material spreading anywhere in the world. The spectacular nuclear accident was considered to be of enormous relevance in Germany, the first reactor accident that had a good chance of surpassing the Chernobyl super-GAU. There was speculation about the radioactive contamination of domestic fish shelves faster than fish could be shipped from Japan to Europe. Rumors of cinematic horror scenarios for the metropolis of Tokyo ran rampant. Current measurements of radioactive radiation on land, at sea, and in the air were reported at such a pace that nobody could keep up. The flood of data meant that nobody forgot where to find danger and varied entertainment. Whenever there were no new figures from Japan, irrelevant readings from somewhere were used to create short news items that repeatedly explained that the radioactive traces measured had originated in Japan, but thankfully posed no danger at the location of the measurement. A political chain reaction developed in Germany. Directly on the day after the catastrophe, an anti-nuclear demonstration that had been planned for some time received so much support that it was able to form a 45-kilometer-long, completely closed human chain from the Neckarwestheim nuclear power plant to Stuttgart. The documentary photo collection on the mobilization website shows lots of smiling people in creative costumes. They hold up ironic demonstration banners or colorful balloons, dance exuberantly hand in hand, and happily blow their horns. The participants could hardly believe their luck. A clear sign from nature had confirmed them in their innermost convictions. Under the triumphant slogan "Fukushima is everywhere," opponents of nuclear power plants immediately planned a number of vigils across Germany. Renate Künast, chairwoman of the Bündnis 90/Die Grünen parliamentary group in the Bundestag, spoke from the heart. "It is not we who control nature, but nature that controls us." Jürgen Kasek, a Green from Leipzig and member of Bund für Umwelt und Naturschutz Deutschland, repeated the sentence in his closing remarks at the 25 years of Chernobyl demonstration and then explained, "All the disasters and victims are a sign that man is immoderate." The senseless suffering of the victims of the disaster was reinterpreted by the Greens as a warning sign from nature, lending weight to their political demands with a routine demagogic tremolo. At the end of March, 2 weeks after the nuclear accident, elections were held in Baden-Württemberg and Rhineland-Palatinate. And many voters were impressed by the green warning sign. Even Peter Altmaier of the CDU described the cause of his party's defeat on election night more accurately than he himself was probably aware. "I believe that the events in Japan have shaken up the landscape." The transformation of the deadly tidal wave into a green political wave was complete. The devastated landscape mutated into a political allegory. The longing for the total domination of nature is part of the ecological attitude to life, but it is not suitable for a democratic party as a government program. Parliamentary democratic politics essentially regulates the rule of people over people mediated by capital. At most, nature has to serve as a model. And of course the Greens are not striving for the immediate rule of nature anyway. After all, their long march through the institutions should not end in unemployment. They want to achieve a sustainable ecological status quo in the relationship between nature and between people. On the one hand, they are aiming for a stable social order whose shining example is current property relations. On the other hand, they see society essentially as a subsystem, embedded in the organic biological workings of nature, whose supposed balance must not be disturbed. Balancing both the current society itself and its relationship to nature in lasting harmony, that is the whole poor dream of a green-managed world. The Greens cannot imagine anything more than the cementing of prevailing conditions as natural. Winfried Kretschmann, the new head of the state of Baden-Württemberg, had his hands full after the election, giving numerous interviews and appearances to dispel fears arising from the sometimes radical left-wing past of Green members. Were the Greens planning a hostile takeover of Baden-Württemberg, or did they still cherish the left-wing idea of redistribution? Far from it, the Swabian Messiah proclaimed the reassuring good news everywhere that, in principle, everything would remain as it is under his aegis. After all, the Greens are masters of politics on a tight budget. Real modernity means achieving a good and worthwhile goal under scarce resources. I love scarce resources, because only they make people creative. Kretschmann would like to integrate Swabian stinginess and the Protestant desire to buckle one's belt into the green concept of networked thinking. It has so often been so vaguely repeated that it has become corny. And yet it is even more valid today. The kitschy idea of networked thinking was coined by Frederick Vester, a German biochemist and popular science author. He published the game Autarky in 1980 as a supplement to the magazine Nature. His name clearly identifies the game as an ecological alternative to American monopoly. Accordingly, the focus is solely on the state, which does not need money but acts immediately. The aim of Ecolopoly and its current, politically correct successor eco-policy is to maneuver fictitious states into a sustainable equilibrium through forward-looking ecological policies. The game goes something like this. The situation in the game states is described by a few parameters such as population, quality of life, production, and environmental impact, whose current situation is represented by an associated score. Many points for quality of life are therefore desirable, as are few points for environmental pollution. The parameters influence each other in every step of the game. For example, a high environmental impact automatically lowers the quality of life by a predefined number of points in each step of the game. Therefore, the position of the game state changes automatically every turn, even without intervention. At the beginning, the game state is in a bad state and in a catastrophic downward spiral. A player as the sole political ruler or a group of players as a political caste can now use the action points for politics to change the parameters a little. The aim of the game is to first save the state and then transform it into an ecotopia. Only those who recognize and exploit positive feedback mechanisms in the system can win, so that the game state slowly but surely moves towards the desired balance thanks to the sparing interventions of a networked policy. In other words, how could it be otherwise, to a sustainable constant size of the population with the highest possible quality of life and stable production with low environmental pollution? The closer it gets to this ideal state, the more action points the policy receives as a reward. Once you got the hang of Ecolopoly, you mechanically created one ecotopia after another until you were sick of the eternal harmony. Even the constant competition in Monopoly was more exciting. Networked thinking simply transfers Norbert Wiener's cybernetics, the art of control, to the state, society, and nature and imagines them all together as a huge, complex ecosystem. While Wiener's attempts to describe isolated biological or even psychological processes with the help of control loop models were already worthy of criticism, Vester has propagated them as an ecological form of total domination in a socio-educational and playful way with Ecolopoly. State, society, and nature are transformed into a networked system of control loops that can be brought into a harmonious balance by experts with targeted interventions. Ignorance and disregard of negative feedback effects, on the other hand, are supposed to lead away from green happiness and into ecological catastrophe. However, the nature that appears does not offer eternal harmony and can only be understood exceptionally and in isolated parts through control loops. It changes and develops without a clear direction or a definitive balance being generally discernible. At best, its reactions to human influences can be predicted if corresponding previous experiences can be extrapolated. However, ecologists can no longer shake off the obsession that Mother Nature's state of health can be controlled so that we can come to her rescue in the event of illness. This is because they hope that she will provide security and protection from social crises in return. They believe that nature protests on behalf of people against their own excesses and that its pioneering reactions can guide them precisely where they are overwhelmed by their own freedom and responsibility. Ecology thus enables political regression in a progressive guise. Today's ecological scientists no longer simply want to understand and manipulate, they also want to predict the future. The possible scenarios of the models developed for this purpose are presented as warning omens to urge politicians to act. Ecology requires additional scientific expertise and not its abolition, as the longing for the direct rule of nature might initially suggest. The disaster films of recent years have increasingly featured a type of eco-conscious scientist who uses his impressively complicated and computationally intensive computer models to give unerring warnings of impending natural disasters. He is often only able to prevail against ignorant politicians at the last second and only narrowly escapes catastrophe thanks to his knowledge. Citizens fearing for their existence can identify with such protagonists. They always know better than the politicians and nobody listens to them. At this point, the German forest, which has been declared dead, comes to mind in order to study the prophetic function of science in more detail. The current exhibition, First the Forest Dies, at the Waldhaus Freiburg provides an impressive overview of the history of the forest death debate. At the beginning of the 1980s, many German foresters noticed increasing damage to the forest population. Forest scientist and ecosystem researcher Bernhard Ulrich predicted in 1981, based on the results of his soil research, the first forests will die in the next 5 years, they can no longer be saved. Bund warned of ecological harakiri in connection with forest damage. In 1982, Bild der Wissenschaft published a special issue on forest dieback and warned of a cultural catastrophe. A member of the newly formed Green Party, Marielle Uisbeck, presented the newly elected Chancellor Helmut Kohl with a diseased fir branch when the party entered the Bundestag. In 1983, forest dieback was finally omnipresent in the media and part of the election campaign of all parties. Just how apocalyptic the mood was can be guessed from protest phrases such as "first the forest dies, then mankind," and "the dying of the forest requires everyone to make sacrifices." But the forests did not die. In fact, they grew so splendidly that the annual forest damage report introduced at the time had to be renamed the Forest Condition Report. Forest scientist Ernst E. Hildebrand, who by his own admission used to take part in anti-forest dieback protests himself, wanted to gain certainty and clear up the error in hindsight. His current conclusion, the hypothesis that the rain, which has become acidic due to exhaust fumes, would continue to wash out and acidify the soil, has been confirmed in principle by soil samples taken over many years. The forest soil has become significantly more acidic in many places and has changed its composition accordingly. Even the reduction of exhaust emissions could not prevent this. Hildebrand was also able to show that trees are able to draw sufficient nutrients from the acidified soil, something that none of the forest dieback prophets had expected. So, because a chemical model of the effect of rain on the forest soil was correct, the prediction of its acidification was also correct in principle. So, because a chemical model of the effect of rain on the forest soil was correct, the prediction of its acidification was also correct in principle. However, the biological ideas about the nutrient uptake of tree roots were completely inadequate. Science obviously had far less knowledge of the forest ecosystem than the eco-apocalyptics suggested, and there was no viable model for the forest dieback forecast. Hildebrand's gratifyingly self-critical research has prompted him to hold back with warnings about the future of forests. At the end of March, he concluded his lecture at the Freiburg Waldhaus with amusing pictures of individual trees growing in completely unexpected places under extremely adverse conditions. In retrospect, however, most eco-prophets are not the least bit embarrassed by their insubstantial drivel about forest dieback. The hysteria is rationalized and justified after the fact. The local press reported on the opening of the exhibition. But the experts are cautious, they don't want to play it down, because research is still being carried out on the topic. The worst fears have been averted, says Forest President Juice. But we have enough problems in the forest caused by humans. Forest management has become more important and more ecological. The predicted large-scale dieback of the forest did not take place because the highly exaggerated presentation and the drama triggered a lot of measures. The word, forest dieback, JH. Acted as a warning sign, says Roderich von Detten from the Forestry Institute, who, together with his team of employees from the DFG project Forest Dieback, created the exhibition mainly on his own initiative. Forest dieback has changed society, Roderich von Detten is certain. Environmental protection was also seen as a very personal task. This dismaying apologia is aptly titled Useful Alarmism. A danger that never existed is better not played down in view of the ongoing research into it, as scientific diligence demands. And after all, there are always problems caused by humans in the forest. Environmental protection is perceived as an essential political and personal task, even when there is nothing to protect. Isn't this unwavering manic zeal wonderful? And the ideal position for the ideal overall apocalyptic has also been found. If the forests had died, he would have been right. Since they are still alive, he is all the more right. Because nobody knows how the forest works in detail anyway, nobody can verify which measures are supposed to have saved it. And anyone who still thinks, on the basis of these overwhelming facts, that the maintenance of forests could simply be a refining cultural achievement and that trees are equipped for their simple survival even without ecological expertise is thinking unscientifically. Since the distinction between culture and nature still reminds us of human freedom and responsibility, it should finally disappear. In the current International Year of Forests, the Federal Ministry of Food, Agriculture, and Consumer Protection is supporting the Forest Cultural Heritage campaign. Minister Ilse Aigner states in her welcoming address, "Forests are deeply rooted in our cultural identity." Under the menu item identity, the campaign continues just as bluntly and attests that Germans have a forest mentality. The groves of the Germanic tribes and Celts were already German carriers of mythological spiritual ideas. Sayings would prove the deep connection of our art, culture, and way of life with forests and wood. Striking evidence, the planks that mean the world and having a plank in front of your head. Ecologists clearly enjoy the living forest and after all that we already are, world champions, Pope etc. Now we are Forest 13. In return, they are now terribly worried about the level of the world's oceans and the weather forecast for the next 100 years. The climate catastrophe has replaced forest dieback. Ecological awareness needs such problems in order not to feel powerless in the face of those it does not want to understand. The crisis is only seen or even projected to where it can supposedly be averted with the help of experts, their forecasts, and government measures. This also explains the unbridled joy and relief of the German anti-nuclear movement at the reactor disaster in Fukushima Daiichi, At last, the disaster that had been predicted and feared had occurred somewhere else. Proof of correct ecological and networked thinking had been provided, and the state, which was hopelessly overburdened by the debt crisis, was persuaded to demonstrate its ability to act by phasing out nuclear power. Now! Was written on all the Greens' election posters, and the government's prompt reaction proved them right. However, just because the anti-nuclear movement is obviously driven by eco-political irrationalism and plays into the hands of the party, does not mean that phasing out nuclear energy is wrong and blind optimism about progress is wiser. Even if they are happily immune to the eco-madness, true liberals remain true to their deepest convictions, even against all reason and experience. This can be seen in the journalistic network Axis of Good, which after the reactor catastrophe argued incorrigibly that the situation in Fukushima was under control and that nuclear power was a controllable and cheap form of energy generation. Since these phrases have been consistently belied by reality, the Axis is now taking the cheap position that there are worse disasters than Fukushima and that all progress has its price. Optimism about progress, like its sibling market apology, can only be maintained with a good dose of cynicism. Even without accidents, there have long been reasonable arguments against the use of nuclear energy. Its radioactive waste radiates forever by human standards and must be guarded for just as long. Geologists cannot make predictions for eons to come, so no suitable final repository can be found. Only well-considered interim solutions would be possible. Radioactive waste poses an ongoing threat if left unattended and stored incorrectly, and is a constant source of work. The problem does not solve itself, just as other waste decomposes after a reasonably manageable time. The half-life of radioactive isotopes is in the millennia, and nuclear power plants provide fissile material that can be processed for nuclear weapons. The fact that the Germans in particular are implicitly giving up nuclear energy as an option for their own weapons program is progress for this reason alone. The fact that the murderous mullahs in Iran are working flat out to develop nuclear weapons, on the other hand, is of no interest to ecologists. Anti-nuclear activists demonstrated their regional connection in the movement's capital, sunny Freiburg. No harm to Baden. Was there unmistakably limited demand? The fact that centrifuges are rotating in a uranium enrichment plant on the outskirts of Freiburg's twin city Isfahan, producing highly enriched uranium for nuclear weapons, leaves them cold. After all, the mullahs want to destroy Israel first and have not yet made any definitive statements about their further goals, so regionally networked thinking is diplomatically reluctant to make predictions and political conclusions. Practical green policy differs as little from the environmental policy of other established parties as they do from each other. However, one of its special ingredients is political networked thinking, which is closely related to esoteric autosuggestion. Anyone who has ever read about all the ecological goods that can be bought in stores will know the trick. If an esoteric person is depressed, they will boost their emotional balance with a tea called Soul Sun. If they are angry, they will reach for Harmony tea, and if they are sad or desperate, they will drink Happiness tea. Similarly with children, if they are on the way, it's soon Mommy tea, when they finally arrive, Sunchild baby tea. And if the offspring are too sensitive or even obtuse, an infusion of Elephantinstark's biobenjolchin or a Schlakako will quickly remedy the situation. And the Greens tackle the solution to the crisis as follows. The crisis is forcing us to finally think about the economy and the environment together. We'll show you here how we can strengthen German industry, prevent the climate catastrophe and create 1 million jobs in the next 4 years, they fantasize. They promise jobs made by Mother Nature and suggest that everyone has a secure job in the organic structure. They propagate a policy that is no longer based on human initiative, but supposedly follows the wise call of nature. Their current economic policy concept, the Green New Deal, assumes a parallel between the current crisis and the crisis of the 1930s and implicitly claims that the New Deal solved this crisis. However, the USA was only able to overcome the crisis through its involvement in the Second World War and the war economy it required. They adopted this twisted idea from the US publicist Thomas L. Friedman, who coined it for his green concept before the current crisis. He wanted to initiate the ecological turnaround of capitalism by promoting green projects from the state coffers and thus secure the economic supremacy of the USA in the 21st century. In the midst of the current crisis, the Greens have adapted the concept. Government subsidies for green projects are now to be replaced by persuasion, as the Western industrialized nations are up to their ears in debt to save their financial sector. Their vision is that if they succeed in convincing the whole world to go green and reduce greenhouse gases, etc., they could sell them new green savings product lines and Germany could secure its position as a leading exporter with innovative green technology. The impending climate apocalypse is supposed to be that clever. However, it seems doubtful whether the emerging countries of the Second World will be converted to ecology during their economic race to catch up. But just as organic food stores prosper because they serve a mass private need for self-deception and not because their expensive products taste better or are healthier in principle, green political concepts could dampen frustration about economic decline and political impotence in Western industrialized nations with their promise of a better green future. And just as an esoteric suppresses his personal misery by brightening it up with a sip of soul sunshine, eco-conscious people want to forget the horrors of the constitutively crisis-ridden exchange society through state environmental activism. The more they think economy and ecology together, the more blunted they become. The number of people who have a green board in front of their heads could grow. Every party likes to use its scent marks in the election campaign because loyal supporters can sniff them out without needing any further clues. The Green slogan for the 2014 European elections, "Nuclear off, nature on," is a prime example of this. Although nature without atoms is theoretically impossible, this demand, which is completely idiotic in a physical sense, undoubtedly stems from an ecological need, precisely because it defies scientific logic. The reactor disaster in Fukushima Daiichi, Japan, catapulted the issue of energy to the top of the domestic political charts in March 2011. For the Greens, a winning streak began, but it ended just as abruptly as it had begun. This was because the governing coalition of the CDU and the then FDP followed the urging of a large majority of Germans, immediately accelerated the phase-out of nuclear energy and initiated the so-called energy transition. This meant that the ecological needs of the Germans were met for the time being, and this unique selling point of the Greens was gone. Nobody had expected this surprisingly radical step by the Merkel parliamentary group, and the energy suppliers have barely been able to recover from this shake-up of their business basis to this day. The Greens, on the other hand, have not been able to build on their top result from the state elections in Baden-Württemberg, as the government had hoped. So for the last European elections, they used the nuclear slogan to call for the implementation of the agreed phase-out and referred to their major goal, a quasi-natural energy supply. And the defiantly childish and cheeky jibe against the general demands of logic is an indication that they themselves already suspect the irrationality of their plans. Since it cannot be realized, the ecology movement prefers to propagate its ideal of a sustainable paradise by drumming up a revolt against dangers that supposedly stand in the way of its realization. Because no other catastrophe since Fukushima has provided them with new arguments, the supporters of the ecology movement are currently focusing on so-called fracking and are desperately trying to keep the issue in the headlines. In hydraulic fracturing, drilling is first carried out as usual into the old layers of the earth in which a sought-after liquid or gaseous raw material has accumulated. However, if the raw material is widely distributed in the rock and does not flow to the borehole on its own, large quantities of water pumped into the borehole at high pressure can make the rock cracked and therefore more permeable. Although this extraction technique has been known for a long time, fracking has only been used on a large scale since companies in the USA were able to optimize the water used with additives for the shale gas layers that are common there. Since its release in 2010, the film Gasland by U.S. environmental activist Josh Fox has been regarded as the documentary on the subject and has been discussed around the world. After all, the film serves the ecological need for all the rules of the culture industry. Fox himself lives on a remote piece of forest in a large water conservation area in Pennsylvania. He found out about the consequences of fracking because a gas company wanted to drill on his land and later decided to film his research. His documentary is characterized and held together primarily by clichés. For example, Fox talks about his relationship to his piece of land right at the beginning. "This is the place I know, the place I can't get out of my head. It's always there and it feels to me like it's the source of all life. And it is. You need water to live." He proudly goes on to say that his first word was hammer because, as a small child, he helped his hippie parents build their house with their own hands while the World Trade Center was being built in New York. Fox enjoys playing the supposedly authentic banjo in his spare time, and his strumming pervades the entire film. The dramaturgical highlight is a scene in which Fox plucks away at his instrument on the freely accessible site in front of some gas production facilities, wearing a gas mask without need. There are also romanticizing shots of nature and, as the ultimate eco-shocker, images of an animal species that is supposedly threatened with extinction, the pronghorn, a species of antelope native to the area. Although its population is actually in excellent health, the culture industry only has a limited canon of motifs up its sleeve for nature idolatry. In the documentary, the muckraking revolves around a political conflict. The protection of nature serves as a supposedly superior argument against the interests of industry. The title Gasland ironically refers to Woody Guthrie's song This Land Is Your Land, but this folk classic, which is well known in the USA, is not actually about protecting the familiar clod, but about an old American dream. The equal opportunity for everyone to have a piece of God's own country, so that they can take life into their own hands. The film shows individual cases in which fracking wells near villages have led to dangerous pollution of local water sources or the surrounding air. Affected residents and experts demonstrate the risk of fire and explosion from escaping gas and report serious cases of poisoning from fracking chemicals. However, the responsible extraction companies are reluctant to pay compensation, it is reported, and are reluctant to agree to additional safety measures. State exemptions that would have exempted the many small shale gas extraction facilities from the usual state control of drinking water and air would have helped them. This is an unfortunate situation for those affected in the USA, for whom legal action is often the only way to obtain at least financial compensation and consideration. To the extent that the film has increased their chances of adequate compensation and prompted better science-based monitoring of shale gas extraction, it fulfills a reasonable purpose. However, the general natural disaster that is emotionally suggested to the viewer does not actually take place at all. The documented cases are not the rule but the exception in what are now over 1 million fracking wells in the USA. The U.S. authorities have sensibly become more cautious when issuing drilling licenses. Gasland owes its success above all to the insatiable greed of its European audience, in particular for environmental disasters, to justify the constant preaching of ecological conversion. In 2011, France became the first country in the world to ban fracking after widespread protests and withdrew extraction licenses that had already been awarded despite claims for damages. It can be afforded. France's energy supply is secured for years to come at its current cost because more than 2/3 of French electricity comes from nuclear power, which is quite rightly considered the most dangerous way of producing it. The eagerness to ban fracking is possibly intended to compensate somewhat for the adherence to nuclear energy. Poland, which along with France is believed to have the largest shale gas deposits in Europe, supports fracking. However, it was only at the beginning of this year, after many companies had already withdrawn due to a foreseeable lack of profitability, that efficient extraction was achieved for the first time during a test drilling. Only a few shale gas deposits are known in Germany, and extensive extraction as in the USA is not even theoretically possible. A draft law is currently being discussed that would strictly regulate fracking and ban it completely in the vicinity of drinking water areas. This sounds like a pragmatic regulation and is actually a sensible response to the overexcited debate. But the German ecologists are of course concerned with the principle. They are calling for a total ban, and TV professor Harald Lesch speaks from their souls. In his show Frag den Lesch, Ask Lesch, he spreads out an associative torrent of thoughts on fracking that has little in common with science, but all the more in common with resentment. He is outraged that we are now even breaking open the Earth's interior. However, no one has ever drilled more than a few kilometers deep, which generally only reaches as far as the Earth's crust. And with the rhetorical and theatrical self-accusation of we, Lesch is barely concealing his aim at the USA. After all, we in Germany hardly have any shale gas to extract. He only mentions in passing that natural gas has recently become much cheaper there, in the USA, because Germans would never admit to profane envy as a motive anyway. Instead, he suggests that the contamination of individual wells known from Gasland is always to be expected with fracking and warns of homes exploding. And according to him, this American madness has its deeper reason in the fact that we are exploiting the Earth ever more violently. Resources are finite and precious, Lesch preaches. The Earth has done a lot of work with it and now we are simply burning it up, he whines into the camera. And while he talks himself into a rage, he empathizes with the desecration of the Earth out of the deepest moral contempt for fracking. Well, it's a bit more brutal, the method, it just wants it a bit more brutal, the Earth, then it gets it more brutal. Finally, Lesch Riley recommends thinking instead of fracking. He enthuses about renewable energies and comes up with the problem that the electrical form of energy, which is usually obtained from renewable sources, cannot be easily stored temporarily. He proposes the power-to-gas process as a possible solution. In this process, electricity from wind power, photovoltaics, etc., is used to electrolytically break down water into its components. Although the hydrogen gas obtained in this process is theoretically a highly efficient fuel, it can only be handled safely with a great deal of effort. It is therefore often synthesized with carbon monoxide, for example, to produce methane, i.e. artificial natural gas, which can then be used in a similar way to natural gas. When Lesch first cites the finite nature of fossil gas deposits as an argument against using them up and then shortly afterwards describes a process that can be used to produce such gas artificially, then he is not so far off with his thinking either. After all, the finite nature of natural deposits is no reason not to extract them from the ground as cheaply as possible for as long as possible if natural gas can also be produced artificially if required. Unless natural deposits in the Earth's interior are given a deeper meaning. The widespread recourse among fracking opponents to the pagan myth of Mother Earth also leads to openly aggressive outbursts. At the Regulars Table 2.0 of the No More Fracking Campaign Alliance for Healthy Water and Common Sense in the Diepholzer Morniederung, Klaus Dieter aims to finally eliminate the inherent contradiction between nature and technology and calls for a hunt for fracking users. Mining law dates back to the century before last. At that time, there were no such dirty tricks. People are now taking advantage of this to poison nature, water, everything. In the Middle Ages, people were quick to make short work of people who poisoned wells. More serious environmental associations and more cautiously formulated anti-fracking initiatives, which spring up wherever the thought of shale gas extraction in Germany arises, also engage in demonization and displacement. In its statements, Bund constantly warns of incalculable risks and uncontrollable interactions and avoids making an appropriate argument with such generalizations. A world in which all risks are calculable and all interactions controllable exists only as an ecological phantasm. Even the cleverest planned economy could not set it up in this way. Every reaction or development of nature can only be assessed on the basis of previous experience and theoretical considerations and can therefore never be predicted with certainty. However, the excitement about fracking is at least a distraction from the obvious difficulties of the German energy transition. The eco-movement had inflated the modernization of the energy supply into a decisive battle for Germany and is now under a certain amount of pressure to justify itself because the massive subsidies for renewable energy are causing electricity costs to continue to rise. The fracking hysteria is also causing people to forget that Germany has only ever had bad experiences with drilling for geothermal energy, which is supposedly so natural. In the town of Staufen im Breisgau, for example, a layer of gypsum and then groundwater was first drilled into during drilling for a small geothermal power plant in 2007. As a result of this artificial connection of the two layers, the gypsum has since slowly set with the water in a similar way to the processing of gypsum putty. In the process, the gypsum layer increases in volume and lifts the ground under parts of Staufen. This causes the foundations of the houses to shift, causing cracks, and even the risk of collapse. The increase in earthquakes, which geologists in the USA attribute to the use of fracking near tectonic stress points *, is also a known consequence of geothermal projects, particularly in Germany's eco-state of Baden-Württemberg and in Switzerland. 7 Permission to install private geothermal probes, which was easy to obtain for a while, is therefore now only granted with caution by the authorities, and they are also holding back on large geothermal plants. However, ecologists do not want to admit that regenerative energy generation methods also harbor certain risks and prefer to cling to the problem-free image of naturalness. In most cases, renewable energy production can only function in a much more complicated way than the extraction, transportation, and subsequent targeted combustion of fossil fuels in conventional power plants. As renewable sources provide a lower energy density than conventional sources, many smaller units have to be installed. For example, only entire wind farms and huge areas of solar modules can generate energy on an industrial scale, and this requires a lot of control technology. As the electricity generated in this way has to be fed in from many locations, most of which are not exactly where the electricity is needed, modernization and expansion of the entire electricity grid are necessary. And the often irregular availability of electricity from renewable energy sources requires it to be converted into storable forms such as the aforementioned power to gas. This additional technological effort is already beginning to pay off because modern wind turbines generate electricity very efficiently. Only, of course, there is very little in it. But the good ecological technology should come from Germany, as of course it does, as the TV ecologist Lesch openly proclaims. If we in Germany don't make the energy transition, no one else will. I think we can do it. We have the research and engineering tradition. We already have a fantastic infrastructure that we don't really need to change much, just a little. Then we could create an energy network here in Europe that would be the envy of others. They'll come here and say, "Wow, how did you do that?" Because Lesch knows his audience. The Bio-Germans want to go down in history as environmental champions. But he immediately reminds them that the propaganda for the energy transition should always refer to a higher goal. And in the beginning, we will still sell that. And at some point, electrical energy, i.e. premium energy, will be so well distributed around the world that we can give it away. Then we could take care of something completely different than earning money with energy. Then we could perhaps take care of a few essential things in our lives for once. The energy transition could lead to a much better world in the long term. In terms of energy, Lesch ties in with the actually frowned upon idea that the world should be built on the German character. At the same time, he rants about Germany's technological lead in the field of renewable energies, which has never existed. China currently has the largest capacities for wind energy because the country also relies heavily on renewable energies and can produce the majority of its turbines itself. And the fact that tariffs have been levied on imports of Chinese solar panels throughout the EU since 2013 does not exactly speak for European competitiveness and market leadership. The energy transition does not depend on an unchallenged ability to innovate, but rather on state subsidies and protection, especially in Germany. The many small private solar installations in particular are only worthwhile thanks to the state-guaranteed feed-in tariff. Despite the fracking boom, there are also quite a few large-scale industrial plants for the production of renewable energy in the reviled USA. A lot of capital is currently flowing into these industries, which want to produce energy at market prices without major subsidies. The expansion of renewable energies is taking place worldwide, and Bio-Germany is only leading the way in its green fantasy. But even Bio-German ideology is no longer a German monopoly. Gasland and the debate surrounding the film show that ecologism has already made its home in many industrialized nations. 20 years ago, Oliver Gedden took apart the oblique general claim of popular ecology. It sees itself as a leading or super science which, unlike other natural sciences, does not reduce its objects of investigation to isolated objects. It is said to have a holistic approach and to be able to solve the environmental problems allegedly caused by the reductionist sciences through its interlinking character. And this idea also resonates with the slogan "Atom Off, Nature On." As its best-known achievement, the atom stands for reductionism, to which empathizing with the whole of nature would supposedly be an alternative. From the outset, popular ecology harbors a resentment against decomposing analytical thinking and mistrusts technology as its practical application because it does not fit organically into the environment. The artificiality of technology is repugnant to ecological consciousness, precisely the purposeful synthesis by the mind that always distinguishes it so obviously from nature. This mistrust is often accompanied by a general resentment against conscious mediation in general. However, scientifically objectified experience is always based on reductionist methods, be it isolating experiments or repeated observations of specific phenomena. And the data obtained in this way can only be understood if they ideally fit into mathematical formal theories. However, these in turn can only explain the relationships that fit their necessarily rigid formal structures. If ecology wants to overcome this fundamental limitation of scientific knowledge by virtually amalgamating its individual sciences into a complex whole, then it has little more to say about the whole than that it must be viewed holistically. This is why this term is often applied like a seal to scientific projects or entire courses of study that somehow see themselves as ecological. When ecology becomes truly scientifically active and does not merely carry its irredeemable claim in front of it, then it limits its analyses to isolated sub-areas, like any natural science. For example, it likes to study ecosystems. As a first approximation, although it rarely goes beyond this, ecology prefers to describe the dynamics of such systems using a kind of balance sheet accounting, in which all substances or variables that are considered essential are given their own accounts at key nodes of the exchange, the inflows and outflows of which are then recorded. Economy, from the ancient Greek oikos for house and nomos for law, seems to be understood immediately as ecologic, as nature's own logic, and not as a more or less appropriate model. The famous ecological equilibrium is therefore little more than the boring ideal of balanced housekeeping dressed up as natural. This may also help us to understand why ecosystems have become mythologically charged entities. Regardless of their content or function, they appear to be worthy of protection per se because they represent the obviously unattainable dream of a successful exchange society, especially in times of crisis, a win-win situation for all involved that lasts for all eternity. The manufacturers of modern hardware and software have de facto realized that this ideal has little to do with nature itself. Because they want to gradually sell their entire zoo of devices or comprehensive software packages to all customers, they now like to advertise their shopping basket as an ecosystem. In this way, the term practically comes into its own. In capitalism, you can now also purchase its own ideal of harmony, objectified into a quasi-natural context, as a range of coordinated digital products. Now that it has become self-evident that eco-biosyllables in food or energy suppliers characterize the segment for higher demands, IT companies and electronics discounters can also profit from the longing for organic capitalism. All those who still claim that ecology reflects the contradiction between nature and technology and could at least gradually improve the world are therefore lying to themselves in their biodegradable cloth bag. Although eco-ideology is a reaction to this contradiction, it is constantly attempting to resolve it in a false identity and, in doing so, to prevent us from becoming aware of it. And the famous merciless nature no longer provides the hackneyed justification for eating and being eaten in the age of monopolies and rackets. For modern ecology has left such platitudinous social Darwinism behind. Instead, the invocation of natural harmony is intended to suppress contradictions and conflicts that are almost unbearable. Everything is supposed to fit into what Freud would call the oceanic unity of everything and everyone. Nature is thus becoming a metaphor not only for abandoning nuclear power, but also for abandoning the reality principle and for a collective practice of irrationalism. This is why fracking cannot be considered as a possible method of energy production in organic Germany. It is considered a taboo violation that ecological superstition condemns as a technical abuse of Mother Earth. The information point for tourists in the Brandenburg municipality of Grünheide introduces itself. The municipality of Grünheide, Mark, is located just outside Berlin, in a wooded area crisscrossed by lakes and rivers. The paradise for cyclists, hikers, climbers, anglers, and water hikers is particularly suitable for city dwellers and sports enthusiasts who are drawn to nature for recreation. However, the idyllic setting could soon be a thing of the past, as 500,000 electric cars of the sustainable luxury brand Tesla are to be produced on site on a 300-hectare site from summer 2021. As expected, the fact that the production facility, known as Gigafactory 4, which is to be powered exclusively by renewable energy, is being built in Brandenburg, meaning that Grünheide could be named alongside Reno, Buffalo, and Shanghai as the home of the promising future of electric mobility. However, almost 200 local residents who demonstrated on site on January 18, 2020 against the fast-track decision to clear the forest were hardly enthusiastic. They also feared that there could be problems with the water supply. The local water board had warned of potential problems with the supply at the beginning of the year due to Tesla's announced water consumption of up to 372,000 liters per hour. The two environmental associations Grünliga and Verein für Landschaftspflege und Artenschutz in Bayern, VLAB, had also filed a lawsuit against Tesla's settlement and thus achieved a temporary halt to the clearing of the land. However, the competent higher administrative court rejected the urgent applications in the second instance at the end of February, whereupon the clearing work continued. At this point, the opponents of the project were already being insulted across the region as oddball nature freaks and curmudgeons in the throes of a lawsuit. Apparently surprised by the extent of the political and media outrage, the organized nature lovers also clashed. In the end, the Green League meekly distanced itself from the Bavarian Species Protection Association, which was suddenly suspected of denying climate change, i.e. of being an association of right-wing systemic extremists. However, the Green League's assurances that it neither sympathizes with right-wing ideas nor is willing to stand idly by and watch a possible appropriation of the protests have achieved little. While the FAZ, under the programmatic headline Der Aufstand im Tesla-Wald, the uprising in the Tesla forest, bitingly asked whether innovative large-scale projects were still feasible in Germany with such tree-hugging critics of capitalism, the Handelsblatt no longer understood the world. Welcome to Absurdistan. The political magazine Panorama, which specializes in proudly demonstrating a stance when parroting government positions, also attested to a culturally influenced resistance to change. It sounded like the big coup. The e-car manufacturer Tesla wants to build a gigafactory in Brandenburg. But where change knocks, German protest culture is not far away. However, it was the Greens, who were once so close to the protesters, who gave the rebels in the Tesla forest the rest. It was neither legitimate to declare a pine plantation a forest worthy of protection, nor was it always necessary to be against everything, conceded Green Senator for Economic Affairs Ramona Popp, concluding with a sermon in favor of the location. We should leave the church in the village and make Tesla's investment in the future possible without delay. For clean mobility and climate protection, for Berlin and Brandenburg. Parliamentary group leader Anton Hofreiter immediately joined her and declared the plaintiffs to be a bunch of meaningless busybodies. It is absurd that the smallest regional associations can block nationwide with lawsuits, and added, that should be changed. The irritable tone was remarkable because, unlike in previous protests, the forest was neither turned into an adventure playground for militant treehuggers nor did the opposing residents threaten Tesla personnel. Although there were some of the usual voices in favor of protecting the habitat and identity from advancing U.S. capitalism, the majority of the concerns raised did not sound completely cranky. Hans-Herwig Mascher, state chairman of the Green League in Brandenburg, certainly did not give the impression that we were dealing with a green caucus that could no longer be appeased. I expect more caution from politicians and a response to the fears and anxieties of those affected, as well as a legally and technically clean examination and approval procedure for all concerns and unanswered questions in connection with the Tesla plant. Less time pressure from Tesla would definitely do the whole thing good. In fact, Tesla pointed out right from the start that it would back out if there were any delays. Company boss Elon Musk did not miss the opportunity to joke about the construction of the capital's BER airport, which had become a national laughingstock, when the project was announced in November 2019. The political leaders in the Brandenburg government took the hint immediately. Just 2 months after submitting the relevant documents, even before planning permission was granted, Tesla received approval for the early start of clearing. However, such questions of detail were lost in the excitement over the fact that someone dared to stand in the way of the expansion of electromobility for regional reasons instead of rejoicing in the sustainable development of the East. Certainly, the jobs that will be created are an argument that cannot simply be brushed aside. However, they play a role in the public debate primarily because they are promised by a company that embodies the post-industrial age like no other, i.e., normally has no problem at all with job losses. It is simply presumptuous to expect a sense of responsibility for the whole from local residents of all people in the face of the politically sponsored economic overgrowth everywhere, who realistically will not gain much more from the company settlement than noise, clear-cutting, and a company on their doorstep that has such sectarian traits in its missionary do-gooder zeal that a walk in a spruce plantation seems like a promise in comparison. For years, loosely organized regional citizens' initiatives against aircraft noise, nuclear power, or underground railroad stations could rely on their parliamentary representation. The Greens were still there even when the pamphlets failed to catch on, and the concern slowly spread that the absolute majority would not appreciate the relentless commitment to Carl the Beetle. That is now a thing of the past. Today the Greens also set other priorities and agree when climate protection is concreted over. It is not only the Greens that have changed, but also the conditions and forms of political engagement. The perfectly sensible purpose of spontaneous political cooperation is to jointly draw attention to problems that would otherwise get lost in the political business. However, citizens' initiatives can also be dominated by people who do not care about laws and procedural regulations and who, in an advanced phase of the struggle, adopt the leitmotif that the state in its current constitution must be smashed because it does not act as decisively as they would like to. As long as the tendency of such active citizens towards self-empowerment is in line with the raison d'etre of the state, it is perfectly acceptable to speak on behalf of civil society, which has grown enormously in importance over the last 2 decades. However, the upgrading to a state-supporting project has also given rise to obligations. Civil society must represent a cosmopolitan, progressive and sustainable Germany. Anyone who, like the Tesla opponents, blocks a central issue, quickly becomes an opponent of the state apparatus and must expect to be presented to the public as a right-wing destroyer of Germany. The Greens, who have long been the governing party for the whole of Germany, see their primary task today as ensuring the ability of the sustainable capital faction to accumulate. In this role, they act like a citizens' initiative that has become a state party, integrating all the decisive elements of anger that have matured in extra-parliamentary direct democracy, from insulting their opponents to unlawful administrative action and declaring a state of emergency, into government action. Relevant decisions with potential for conflict are to be removed from an open discussion. Instead, the focus is on the dignity of the factual, because once things get off the ground, the mob itself becomes accustomed to the uncomfortable. Relying on parliamentary majorities, on the other hand, carries risks, especially as the program includes anything but philanthropic measures. The fact that the Greens have no objections to state authoritarianism in climate policy is not only openly demonstrated by individual proposals for bans and insults against the lower classes. 2 years ago, they tried to give their hobby horse, climate protection, constitutional status, but failed in the Bundestag. What is being sold by climate activists as a necessary measure would have far-reaching consequences for parliamentary democracy, which would begin with a party being granted the right to enshrine its political positions in the constitution, thus extending constitutional powers of control over parliamentary discussions and negotiation processes, while encouraging the permanently fueled panic-like mood. Party leader Annalena Baerbock would prefer to have every decision made in parliament measured against whether it is in line with the decreed sustainability strategy. In principle, a climate proviso would have to run through all branches of the state, federal, state and local. All decisions must be measured against climate protection. Majority decisions would be null and void as soon as the climate commissioner in charge vetoes them. In this logic, Parliament is a political risk factor. Politicians would not have to represent interests first and foremost, but would have to administer the constraints and manage the electorate as conflict-free as possible with the help of communication strategies based on the pedagogy of recognition. However, this tendency to push citizens out of the political sphere, which can be observed not only among the Greens, can only be described as a transition to an authoritarian state to a limited extent. Technocratic solutions are increasingly preferred, in which political measures are not implemented centrally and swiftly in an authoritarian agitating manner. Instead, they rely on the persuasive power of seemingly apolitical rationality. Experts are brought on board and scientists are allowed to discover political recipes so that governance appears to be the undogmatic and pragmatic realization of primarily evidence-based research results. Furthermore, it is ludicrous to polemicize against the Greens as a party of prohibition. Not only because the fundamental indignation about bans is silly, because there are also sensible restrictions. Green rigorism goes hand in hand with the defense of certain private freedoms, which even lend legitimacy to authoritarian fact creation in central areas of society. Those who do not stand in the way of the transformation to green capitalism are allowed and encouraged to experiment in their private lives. Contrary to what the political science theory of post-democracy suggests, the population is not to be understood as an exclusively socio-technically guided and politically bypassed mass of people who are presented with fake issues that have been trimmed by the culture industry. In Germany at least, the implementation of political decisions goes hand in hand with the declared aim of activating the population for measures that are objectively contrary to their interests. If only because people want to have learned from history, they must not give the impression that they are being governed in an authoritarian manner. Instead, the approaching end and shared responsibility are invoked. At the same time, the announcements are aimed at the willingness of individuals to participate, who are encouraged to take a closer look at who deserves a sermon. Those who have not yet understood what is at stake are then forced to put their foot down, so to speak, by the anti-authoritarians, and are then denounced and pathologized, all in the name of solidarity, of course. Particularly when it is not possible to manage the issue quietly due to its relevance, the combination of political panic production, scientific doomsday prognostics, and media activation of the population creates a hysterical and somewhat paranoid social mood in which economic impositions and massive restrictions on freedom appear to be the ultimate, even meaningful solutions. It is no wonder that the coronavirus crisis became a rehearsal for climate change at an early stage. The FAZ reported that Luisa Neubauer, who is suffering from withdrawal symptoms due to her media neglect, is finally regaining hope for the climate thanks to her determination in the fight against the virus, while the Green Prince of Tübingen Boris Palmer was prompted by the isolation of people to come up with constructive ideas for the time after corona. Cognitive psychology explains why Italy is isolating 10 million people but, like all other countries, is not taking anywhere near as decisive action against climate change. The fact that nature conservation was not a success in Grünheide is due to the fact that the focus is now on global solutions and sustainability at the location instead of green homeland protection. This change can be exemplified by the loss of significance of the myth of the German forest. People also bowed down before Father Rhine and the Alps, but no landscape ever enchanted Germans as much and as intimately as their forest. The Romantic writer Ludwig Tieck, 1773–1853, introduced the term Waldensamkeit, forest solitude, in the early 19th century, thus giving linguistic expression to a widespread need. The forest as a place of longing was projected as a counterworld to civilization, as a place of escape for nature lovers in search of meaning. Even the Romantic often tipped over into the questionable. The forest invited sentimentality, which was denied in the harsh everyday life of dealing with others. It was no coincidence, Adorno remarked in his not at all scathing critique of Eichendorff, that his pleasing forest poetry inspired generations of hardy male choral societies. Gradually, the forest became associated with a German attitude to life and soul, the origins of which are thought to lie somewhere in the Germanic forests. Eventually, a biologistic strand of reception took on a life of its own from the formerly apolitical forest romanticism. The sociologist Werner Sombart, who was active in homeland protection, no longer regarded the forest as a place of retreat for spiritual contemplation of all kinds, but instead used the German forest as material for his nature-based sociology of peoples. Characterized by a northern forest wilderness, the Germans were to be understood as a blood-like forest people, in contrast to the unsteady desert or wandering people of the Jews, who were drawn to the asphalted cities, which appeared to the deeply rooted as an immediate continuation of the desert. Finally, the German forest was also given a firm place in the propaganda of the National Socialists, who saw it as a model for human society, rooted, structured, and terrifying. Reich Forestry Minister Hermann Göring wanted the reforestation of conquered territories. Heinrich Himmler promised to replace Christianity with the Germanic forest religion. However, the Germanic forest esotericism did not always catch on with the masses. The Blood and Soil film The Eternal Forest, which premiered in 1936, flopped in the cinemas and was withdrawn from distribution a year later. The German Ancestral Heritage Research Association, which was subordinate to the SS, was also unable to realize its large-scale humanities project Forest and Tree in the Aryan Germanic intellectual and cultural history as desired because ideological conflicts arose between the esoteric Germanic wing around Hermann Wirth, who propagated Aryan feminism, and the SS men's combat community, which was more than irritated by this. Just 2 years after Germany's capitulation, the Schutzgemeinschaft Deutscher Wald, SDW, was founded, which set itself the task of critically monitoring the deforestation measures of the British occupying forces. The SDW's idea that forests should be understood as dams against the storm surge of over-civilization was integrated into the alternative struggles against forest dieback in the 1980s. This is where the beginnings of the Green Party lie. Today, reforestation is only done for climate protection, not for the German people. Hardly anyone will get Germanic feelings or feel their blood superiority when walking or jogging through the woods. A movement for the fusion of people and forest today would expose itself to ridicule. Over the last few decades, an increasing mental and actual distance between the German population and the forest can be observed, especially among younger people and city dwellers, writes Johannes Sechner in his book Der Deutsche Wald, 2016, which is conceived as a history of ideas and is well worth reading. Nevertheless, there is a regular audience for touching anecdotes about the forest. The passionate forester Peter Wollben, who has achieved one sales success after another with his books, testifies to this. Wollben advocates protecting the forest by leaving it to its own devices. The secret of his success is that he tries to explain forest protection to his readers by attributing mostly positive human characteristics to trees. If there is anything frightening about all of this, it is not any political moment, but simply the fact that people can get enthusiastic about his kitsch, which is, after all, very strained and comes to full fruition when Wollben derives the insight that group cuddling is desirable from the disdainful fact that the trunks of beech trees are not particularly far apart. Nothing more would need to be said about this if every quirk were not currently being painted as an obstacle to progress. In his review of the film adaptation of Wollben's book Die Sprache der Bäume, Jan Simink from Die Zeit testified that the criticism of closeness to nature has itself degenerated into an interested phrase that is sometimes presented in attack mode. So is humanization harmless? No. Because in order to emotionalize, it blurs the boundary between man and nature. Wollben's film thus becomes, whether intentionally or not, part of a social trend that has elevated closeness to nature and naturalness to a moral maxim. Many radical opponents of vaccination, blanket opponents of genetic engineering or diet fanatics also seek a way out of the alleged alienation of man from his origins in the renewed connection with a nature idealized as good and gentle, thereby failing to recognize how ambivalent the relationship between man and nature has always been. As long as audience favorites such as Herbert Grönemeyer are enjoying great success with lines like "The Earth is friendly, why aren't we?" or national coach Jogi Löw begins to philosophize about nature's revenge during the football-free period, as he did recently, the suggestion that nature has no feelings, to the disappointment of us all, is undoubtedly justified. His emphasis on a boundary between man and nature that cannot be blurred sounds quite enlightened, but there is a small catch. Nature tends to continually overstep human boundaries without being asked, while the attempt to tame it under the conditions of capital rule has only led further into the constraints of nature. It becomes even more complicated with invincible nature within, which, as we know, is what Freud is concerned with. The main purpose of the theoretical outline was solely to mark a social trend as an enemy. Probably because Simink suspects that the tree whisperer Wollben cannot pose any danger on sober reflection, he includes radical opponents of vaccination, blanket opponents of genetic engineering and diet fanatics, i.e. problem groups whose resocialization is already being worked on by society as a whole. When Simink dramatizes the mere idealization of nature as a fall from grace, he misses the fact that the truly dangerous currents, which had made a fool of nature, did not merely idealize it, but elevated it to a principle out of hatred of humanity, which allows them to set up society according to the rules of the strongest. What animated the vengeful partisans of the false society, in which nature is domesticated without sense or reason, was not enthusiasm for tall trees and rustling leaves or even a longing for reconciliation with maltreated nature. It was the spiteful expectation that the processes of nature would one day triumph over depraved humanity, restoring the ecological balance. And so even today, it is not Wollben's readers, enraptured by talking trees, who dream of a nature free of humans, but the apocalyptic climate protectors, about whom the newspaper Simink writes for will probably not be able to read any time soon that they are not at all a harmless current. The planners' irritation towards those close to nature is due to their refusal to commit themselves unreservedly to a promising future industry that stands for the exploitation of nature in the name of the climate. Wollben has even been dismissed by his forester colleagues who, unlike his romantic colleague, know what is important today. Instead of sustainability, the film propagates a Bambi-like land of milk and honey. That may be good commercially, but it contradicts our responsibility towards forests and people, especially in times of climate change. As a party that wants to govern at federal level, the Greens cannot only produce panic, they must also have realistic visions, otherwise their program would amount to psychiatry or suicide. The nature of these visions can be illustrated by the example of Anton Hofreiter, whose primeval Germanic appearance should not obscure what he and his party are really about. The establishment of a technological pacesetter is a good impulse for the modernization of the automotive industry in Germany. It cannot be overlooked. The signs are pointing to e-mobility. The federal government must now set the course for electromobility, for example with a purchase premium paid for by buyers of oversized gas guzzlers and an offensive for private charging stations. It is also important to stipulate in law that only emission-free cars will come onto the market from 2030. The extensive use of words such as pacemaker, setting the course, or offensive already provides sufficient information about the technocratic nature of the creative ambitions of a politician who seems to view society solely as an object of his manipulative intentions. Esoteric stuffiness and natural roots are merely dragged along here as folklore. The tone is set by the unconditional focus on the development of productive forces. According to Walter Benjamin, the illusion that one has technical development on one's side and can therefore unhesitatingly show off as the executor of unstoppable trends has already made organized German workers conformist and corruptible. Today, it is above all the Greens who see themselves as linked to the development of productive forces. The more panic is produced, the more significant their role as an innovative world savior party, so the idea goes. However, it is not only in this respect that green optimism about progress differs from past forms of technology-enthusiastic proclamations of salvation. The social democratic or pro-Western belief in progress of earlier days derived its enthusiasm from the intention to improve society for its members through the use of technology. Green productive power fetishism is concerned with orchestrating modernization processes within which the individual is merely placed as the one to be sanctioned. At the same time, the spectacle created around the technology of the future fulfills the function of pushing production relations into the background, as the signs of immobility conceal the particular interests of those who organize and promote them. Production, whose purpose is still profit, appears as scientific rationality in the service of humanity, while economic laws that are neither rational nor calculable continue to determine it. The hype surrounding electric cars also stands for the greatness of total production, de Board, which acts as an advertisement for green capitalism. On the other hand, it is presumptuous to tarnish the fascination of technology by referring to the material interests of the producers. Tesla's marketing strategy is aimed at captivating the viewer with technically produced phenomena and possibilities that promise to solve the most pressing problems of our time. The electric cars stand for the superiority of responsible capitalism over the owners of gas guzzlers, who are given the opportunity to confess their support for the products of the future by making a consumer decision. Tesla does not use ordinary advertising, but relies on sensational event marketing. In show events, the latest products are presented to a select audience that celebrates the heaps of metal like pop stars. Whether admirer, customer, or employee, everyone can count themselves lucky to be part of this future-oriented community. Always in the front row, company boss Elon Musk, who markets himself as the universal genius of the 21st century, works 120 hours a week by his own admission and thinks very little of trade union work in his company. After all, a wage war could have a negative impact on the mood of employees who are expected to show total commitment. On March 11, 2020, he announced on Twitter that a mega rave cave was to be incorporated into the factory not far from Berlin. This means that workers who discover techno as a company sport in order to keep their money in the company will in future meet Berlin students who incorporate the charm of sustainable industrial culture into their weekend program. And there is at least one thing they have in common: neither of them can afford a Tesla car in the end. From the very beginning, the ecological alternative movement was able to open up new terrain of capital valorization and simultaneously expand and intensify the world market, precisely because it had emerged as a supposedly anti-capitalist antipode to ordinary business. After the democratization of the computing device into the personal computer and ubiquitous smart device of the always-on digital natives, the eradication of subversive moments within the subculture for the purpose of its transformation into a subdivision of the culture industry, the establishment of alternative corporate structures for the permanent mobilization and flexibilization of the entrepreneurial self in flat hierarchies, and the management of this self aimed at self-optimization, which no longer required deep hierarchies due to the uninhibited willingness to productively absorb and process social imperatives. Now comes the Green New Deal. What was debated in the ecological movement of the 1980s under the heading of ecological modernization, then found its way into the program of the Rialo Greens in a watered-down form, is now being declared a salvation and master plan, according to which not only Germany, but the whole world and its future, which has been placed in a position of possession, should recover. In the fog of its longing for the self-efficacy familiar from social pedagogy, the climate protection movement indulges in the illusion that it can dictate new issues to politicians and wants to escape the mute compulsion of the market and the wheels of politics with ostentatious authenticity, moral outrage, how dare you, Greta Thunberg, or even fake blood, Extinction Rebellion. Just as the second generation of climate activists seem to know little about the history of the ecological movement, even those climate activists who are determined to be extra-parliamentary radicals and doubt politics are unable to reflect on their own function, their role as propagandists of the latest accumulation model, A green capitalism in which the Keynesian state takes over as the master of the climate crisis because the invisible band of the world market apparently has little interest in the climate. A Green New Deal was not only called for as a measure to combat the economic consequences of the coronavirus pandemic. First formulated with mass appeal by the left wing of the US Democrats, the newly elected EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen adopted this program and rushed to swear the European public to her Green Deal program. Do we want to continue to lead a good and safe life on this planet in the future? Who wouldn't want to answer yes? First and foremost, however, it seems to be about Europe's companies, because they know that we all have to take care of our common home and do so as fairly as possible. For this reason, the Green Deal envisages €1 trillion over the next 10 years in the form of state investment for sustainable production in Europe, as well as a fair climate fund to provide relief for employees in CO2-intensive industries such as coal-fired power generation, which are therefore to be phased out, albeit with only €100 billion. With these investments, Europe should become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. The aim is therefore to reduce emissions and create jobs at the same time. Only a new growth strategy will enable Europe to become a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy, in which no net greenhouse gas emissions are released by 2050, economic growth is decoupled from the use of resources and no one, neither people nor regions, are left behind. With the measures she proposes, in particular renewable energy production, commuting by public transport, dispensing with disposable tableware and using cloth diapers, von der Leyen denies the ecological crisis scenario painted in apocalyptic colors. After all, the end of the world can certainly not be prevented with such innovations, which are simply thrown together regardless of their degree of effectiveness. External effects and interactions are necessarily regionally limited and require long conversion times. In order to recognize this, it is sufficient to use moderately prepared empirical data using basic arithmetic. However, even before all ineffectual attempts to predict and globally control the climate, the critique of political economy shows that the metabolic process between man and nature, Marx, in the capital relationship can never be climate neutral, because in the separation of labor and labor power, nature is a mere raw material for the purpose of exploitation, which is physically irrelevant to the fetishes of the ecological movement, man, his environment, and the future. The supposed idol of a nature whose climatic integrity is disturbed by man as an industrially operating pest is only one form of this real abstraction of nature through a production relationship that created nature as a universal object in the first place. This mode of production can only be sustainable insofar as its agents are concerned with perpetuating the exploitation of value for its own sake and, to this end, preserving the environment as a mere world infrastructure in some of its functions. The idea of climate neutrality of production systematically suppresses the fact that it not only generates CO2, which could at best be avoided by regenerative means, but also uses a variety of raw materials and produces a wide range of climate-relevant greenhouse gases and pollutants that have negative consequences for people regardless of climate change. The climate is understood as an entity, regardless of the fact that it only exists as such in abstract terms, but only manifests itself in concrete and local climate phenomena. This abstraction is necessary in order to be able to speak of climate neutrality at all, as it translates the economic zero-sum game on a global scale. The idea of CO2 emissions here and compensation there extends the value form into ecology, while at the same time confusing interventions in the first nature through production and compensation measures as climate protection measures, culminating in the fetishization of decarbonizing the economy. Unlike the early eco-movement, von der Leyen and Fridays for Future do not seek salvation in a nature to which we must return. Instead of regression, limitless progression takes the place, with the further mastery of nature through green expansion of production becoming the tried and tested means of healing the ecological and social crisis. In this respect, the Green New Deal serves the logic of inward and outward market expansion by stimulating consumer demand and state investment. The decarbonization of the economy is primarily aimed at making the national economy more independent of imported raw materials by expanding technologies that in turn promise advantages in global market competition. And, of course, this cannot happen without higher state payments to the economy, which Peter Altmaier wants to use to offset the costs of the Green Deal for German companies in order to be able to compete internationally despite higher costs. This requires protectionism against so-called carbon leakage, i.e. import duties against countries with lower environmental standards and, as a result, lower production costs for companies, which are thus to be penalized. While the German public is outraged by U.S. protectionism under Trump and Chinese expansion efforts, the fact is being suppressed that no amount of ecological action can escape the conditions of the global market and competition between countries and ultimately amounts to the state-organized economic homeland protection of its own industry. And so Hans-Werner Shin must remind us that international trade in emission rights in Europe will result in unused oil being burned in other countries. They, namely the sheiks, the coal barons and Putin's gas oligarchs, and not the European consumers and their green politicians, are proving to be the masters of the climate. Quote, end. He rejects the hope that low-cost alternative energies would cause world market prices for fossil fuels to rise to such an extent that their extraction would no longer be worthwhile, as production costs would only account for a small proportion of world market prices anyway. The conclusion is, Germany is embarking on an adventure based on moral considerations, without the public discourse having even considered the evasive reactions of the world markets and the channels of action of a supply-oriented climate policy. Quote, end. While Shin, in contrast to the supporters of the Green New Deal, at least still has an idea of the condition of national production within the world market, he comes up with a curious eco-colonialist project. The EEG should be suspended for 15 years in order to use the energy costs saved to buy or lease the Amazon rainforest under the leadership of the UN. Shin is thinking big. If emissions trading, then please make it globally binding and with sanctions against non-members, which, however, presupposes an ecologically minded world sovereign, preferably led by a German and briefed by the Institute for Economic Research, which one likes to empathize with in order to indulge in one's own punitive fantasies against the ecologically unruly, be it in Brazil or the USA. It is still unclear how the planned investments are to be financed. Costs of up to 15 billion euros could be incurred in the current decade alone for the possible purchase of emission rights, which would have to be taken as tax money from the value-added mass, in the national interest and without this tax increase being matched by timely earnings for companies. Europe, and Germany in particular, must prove that competitiveness and a good standard of living are compatible with climate protection. We must modernize the entire economy through green technologies. Altmaier, Black Red Gold, April 2019. The Hans Böckler Foundation, which is close to the trade unions, is also calling for fiscal policy to be more about getting it right than getting it wrong, because in view of this situation, economic policy is called upon to provide guidance on the future course of structural change and to support the economy and society in their transformation. IMK Report, Economic Policy Challenges 2020. In the Face of Climate Change. 155/January 2020. The supporters of the Green New Deal hope that the state, labor, and capital will finally pull together, turning the state into a social planner that protects green companies from unwelcome competition through legislation and alimony. However, until this finally happens, Germany must take the lead in the eco-competition. Former Research Minister Anja Karliczek points to Germany's leading role in hydrogen technology, the biggest money-printing machine of the near future. And economics professor Bernhard Pellens also knows that the concentration of capital must primarily take place in Germany, because, if global asset managers such as BlackRock increasingly push for sustainability, this contributes to a corresponding allocation of capital within an economy. End quote. Jeremy Rifkin, a popular spokesperson for digitalization and economic modernization among governments, companies, and the alternative movement, sees Germany's leading role in the new ecological digital capitalist megatrend. The endgame of fossil-fueled civilization requires the immediate global mobilization of not only the public sector, but also the market sector and civil society in every country, every region, every community. The goal is to expand and scale up a fully integrated and fully functional infrastructure of the third industrial revolution that combines the digital communication internet, the digital sustainable energy internet, and the digital mobility and logistics internet on a matrix of the Internet of Things integrated into the building stock. For Germany, this now means rolling up our sleeves, embracing the vision of the Green New Deal and leading the world towards a sustainable carbon-free future. Quote, end. This should be possible within the framework of a healthy social market economy that brings together the state, industry, and civil society. This requires a change in the mindset of those responsible, and even more, a new green narrative is needed, and not just any narrative. Quote, at this critical moment in the history of our species, we need to bring together the individual strands of the Green New Deal into a coherent and philosophical narrative that gives us a sense of our collective identity as a species and helps humanity to develop a new worldview. Only then will we find the kind of global heartbeat that is needed now. Without this narrative, all our ideas are just a jumble of disjointed points of the day. Quote, end. It is therefore about the right and courageous narrative in the capitalist small scale, which should enable the coming together of people worldwide, bypassing the monopolies in the ideal of a digitally interconnected small goods producer. Under the protection of the state, let the market lead the way. The green reconciliation of liberalism and social democracy, in short, state, society, and capital. The popular use of ecological warming vocabulary such as green or sustainable, refined with decentralized and smart, conceals the fact that almost everything about these ideas is wrong. The possibility of production with zero marginal costs in the imagination of a Jeremy Rifkin. The idea that an expansion of economic production could be ecologically neutral, as well as the opinion that monopolization and centralization of infrastructure could be undermined with decentralized structures. The digitization of the smart grid and smart cities, which is hailed as green, involves countless, mostly short-lived technical devices that quickly become obsolete and end up as electrical waste. Despite decades of reading seminars on the Control and Disciplinary Society by Foucault, Deleuze, Negri et al., the disciples of the Green Deal do not realize that software can also be used for control and that digitization as an indispensable prerequisite for green optimization fantasies also promotes new working methods, intensive surveillance, standardization, and technocratic rule. No wonder that concerns about authoritarian practices such as those in China are simply brushed aside by Jeremy Rifkin. We simply have to know how to set everything up sensibly. Because this will be really expensive, it must also be worthwhile, which is why Anders Leverman from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research seconds our study, and of course many other studies before it, clearly suggest that protection against dangerous climate change is achievable with the existing capitalist system. However, it does not make sense to exceed 2 degrees in this system because the purely economic damage would then clearly exceed the costs of climate protection. Quote, end. Climate economists are developing ever more sophisticated calculation models for cost/benefit analyses, speculative assumptions about climate measures, and the economic consequences of climate change. Calculation and control go hand in hand. And commodity fetishism is escalated to madness by those who believe they can precisely quantify the economic consequences of greenhouse gas emissions in terms of pennies and cents in exchange value, especially as it is well known that the price of emissions merely makes them more expensive, but by no means prevents them. The core of the Green New Deal is therefore less an ecological than an economic program, as the Green New Deal Group's 2008 manifesto, A Green New Deal, joined up policies to solve the triple crunch of the credit crisis, climate change, and high oil prices already indicates in its title. The project of green capitalism, therefore, contrary to what German eco-pride suggests, does not come from here, but from the USA of all places, which the Friends of the Environment consider to be its greatest enemy, at least since Trump's withdrawal from the global climate agreement. Following on from Roosevelt's former New Deal, a socio-technical upheaval is promised, in which a package of ecological measures will also provide answers to urban neglect, impoverishment trends, and social segregation, including a job guarantee for everyone who wants to work. Naomi Klein, Why Only a Green New Deal Can Save Our Planet. Regardless of the fact that the New Deal of the 1930s in particular entailed massive ecological interventions in the form of road and dam construction, a young political movement supporting the Green New Deal emerged in the USA in 2017 with the Sunrise Movement, whose t-shirts read, "We have a right to good jobs and a future worth living." What we can expect here is not the abolition of domination and exploitation, but, as the movement prompter Naomi Klein announces, a general overhaul of the operating system, which boils down to taming the corporations, an end to the shopping cult, and taxes for the filthy rich. The aim is not a different world, but an alternative worldview that is based on the sense of community instead of hyper-individualism, mutual give and take instead of dominance, cooperation instead of hierarchy, but is not able to categorically reflect capitalism as a social form in the slightest. And so nature and society also become indistinguishable in Klein's work when she formulates her criticism of the fracking method as also being a criticism of an economic model that cracks open the geological bedrock in order to extract gas, and in doing so also cracks open the societal bedrock, just so that profits can continue to flow. The expectation of salvation that the Sunrise Movement places in the Green New Deal is illustrated by the election advertising film A Message from the Future by Democratic politician and anti-Zionist Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. High-speed trains roar under wind turbines. The ancient natural knowledge of indigenous peoples is the source of renaturation projects in which indigenous people instruct young city dwellers in ecological healing. The only remaining disagreement is whether the Green New Deal should be interpreted as a continuation of the historic war effort or rather as reconstruction after a war that has already been lost. In any case, the Green New Deal is also intended to take the historically correct side today. Naomi Klein mentions the era of rising sea levels and increasing fascism in the same breath. If the historical New Deal was the elitist Keynesian answer to the political economic national crisis in the USA, Klein basically wants to give the same answer to the global climate crisis today, as if the economic prerequisites for this, such as the creation of new sales markets and the development of productive power, still existed as they did 90 years ago. She calls for the emergency situation to finally be treated as an emergency, which would free us from the cognitive dissonance in a culture and bring catharsis and relief. Klein also hopes that the state will act as a crisis manager to achieve what people are unable to accomplish, and follows the authoritarian argument that nature, through the state, will force people to unite humanity on a global scale if they are unable to do so on their own. And the talk of catharsis in the hour of need already hints at the will to fear that the authoritarian character is preparing to put in place of compassion for the dying species. For the time being, only the sacrifice remains in the dark, which in tragedy, as we know, precedes the catharsis. While in the Sunrise Movement at least the awareness of a comprehensive social misery is still the trigger for a political program, however absurd, this rational motivation of the European climate protection movement disappears in the fear for bare survival, even for the blood of our children, the title of an action in Hamburg by Extinction Rebellion. Those who are not so keen on the green market economy openly yearn for a warlike apocalypse. Under the slogan Shrinking in Beauty, Ulrika Hermann, winner of the Keynes Society's Prize for Economic Journalism, hopes in the TAS for a renewed dirigisme along the lines of the war economy in the Second World War, in fact along the British model. If humanity is to survive, the industrialized countries must shrink their consumption. There is a model for this, the British war economy between 1940 and 1945, which created a capitalism without a market that worked remarkably well. The factories remained in private hands, but the production targets for weapons and consumer goods were set by the state, and the distribution of food was publicly organized. There was no shortage, but it was rationed. State control was immensely popular. Quote, end. And when Germans get together for a joint project, you can already guess what the result will be: work, state, and renunciation, a capitalism without a market and the means of production in private hands. It is telling that the author is not able to think about the political or economic conditions and consequences of this historical constellation or the imminent antinomy of Keynesianism: international political crisis, authoritarian formation of the state, expansion of credit, external financing by the USA, forced labor in the war industry. Deutsche Bank is not known as an advocate of Keynesianism, but is happy to be on hand when state investment beckons. Markus Müller, head of the Global Chief Investment Office of Deutsche Bank Wealth Management, has now mastered the sentimental eco-jargon, as can be read in the bank's own client magazine Wirt. According to him, it is now about preserving what is essential for the earth and for us. What does that ultimately mean? Green investments are praised because, after all, societies have a continuous structural responsibility towards themselves, the environment, and the future. Sustainability means harmony between humans and other living beings as well as the earth itself, and is a term deeply rooted in our cultures worldwide. It's hard to imagine what would happen if nature or even the future were to call us to account one day. However, Müller is not only able to write poetry, but also comes up with hard facts as part of the future narrative he is calling for. Ecological protection measures worth $125 to $140 trillion a year are waiting to be implemented, and who wouldn't want to invest in them? Advertising is no longer based on responsibility, but on the return on investment. The benefits of cleaning up the environment can far exceed the costs. Deutsche Bank and Fridays for Future agree. The financial management of the future is now being expanded to include the management of future environmental pollution by means of emission certificates that can be freely traded on the market. And so the Fridays for Future group in Tübingen also knows that €180 for 1 ton of CO2 emitted is the right price that corresponds to the costs that such pollution will trigger in the future. While the Deutsche Bankers praise the green to celebrate the deal, economist Nico Paich no longer dwells on sentimentality in the aforementioned Deutsche Bank Values Customer magazine. After all, for him, humanity means the ability of human civilization to survive, regardless of the conditions. Paich thus conjures up full employment for the entire population, albeit with lower economic production and shorter working hours. The new man should use his disposable time creatively as a subsistence farmer in gardens and workshops in order to acquire self-sufficiency skills in the mode of sedentarization. The post-growth movement, to which Paich belongs, knows that the reduction in production must inevitably lead to a crisis, which is then to be cushioned by personal docility and state dirigisme. More popular with the public are pink-green visions, which see economic and social advantages and above all the chance of moral superiority in ecological decline. According to economist André Reichel, traditional indicators are no longer sufficient. Ecological and social values are needed to keep capital accumulation going. People are looking for more quality in their environment and in their dealings at work. Otherwise they become neurotic. And that is very damaging for society, says management consultant Jan Tunnen. The goal of sustainability therefore forces us to rethink corporate management and work design, and the entrepreneur who wants to shift the focus of value creation is praised accordingly. The goal is a company in which the boundaries to the environment dissolve, a company that does not grow at the expense of others. After all, the exploitation of the planet and people, young people, makes no sense. Ecological modernization efforts are the appropriate response to the demand in the air for a sustainable mastery of nature. The continuation of the current conditions of exploitation remains the basis of a green community, if only in the right, i.e., ecological, guise. Almost everyone wants to join in. And so Lorenz goes to Buchanan, climate policy spokesman for the parliamentary group of Die Linke, proclaims in a defiant tone that the dream of a mass uprising for a just world is not over in the Karl Liebknecht house. However, he is offended to note that the comrades at the climate protest party are more or less standing on the sidelines, as others are introducing the political returns that Die Linke is also hoping for. Because socialism only works green, but green in turn only works as a major national project, which is what Lisa Badum from the Greens is hoping for. Germany has what it takes to be at the forefront of the green economy. Even small business owners want to make their contribution on the green home front. Entrepreneur Miriam Brilla, founder of Boutique Vegan, for example, proclaims in #Heimat magazine, "I'm a business economist. So the best way I can change the world is by setting up a company and having an impact." Climate protection needs a market economy, says Joachim Wenning, chairman of the board of management of reinsurance company Munich Re. One of the largest sausage producers, Rügenwalder Mole, is of course also making our contribution to climate protection, meat and sausage from plants. Shaping the food of the future together. Tasty and sustainable. That is our vision at Rügenwalder Mole. That's why we always use peas, wheat, or soy as a source of protein in our products. It tastes just as delicious and is good for the planet we all live on. Quote, end. One eco-startup, one even greener product follows the next, and the press provides the background music to the product information in the lifestyle section. Against openly authoritarian longings and green consumer enthusiasm, we must remember what was already established in the ecological debates of the 1980s, but then fell victim to the success of the Greens. Green capitalism cannot exist except as the name of an expansion of the range of goods on offer through green products that are absorbed in the competition between capitals and states. At best, this expansion contributes to postponing the crisis, but not to achieving the goals set for it. Instead, programs such as Every Balcony Has Its Own Solar Cell serve the longings of small producers with the hope that everyone can make their contribution and still make a good profit, by means of a small-scale, short-lived, infrastructurally complex arrangement of solar cells produced in China using coal-fired power. The main thing, good for the green feeling. Green capitalism is first and foremost a subsidy legitimization in the economic competition between national economies for expected future sales markets. Whether photovoltaic systems, wind power, or electric cars, for years, German and European companies have been competing more badly than well with Chinese state capitalism and the USA for the most cost-effective production for the global market. Because European companies have barely been able to hold their own in this market, the state has alternated between the roles of subsidizer, protectionist. Between 2013 and 2018, for example, the EU imposed protective tariffs of over 60% on Chinese solar systems, and, in the case of energy production, consumer, in other words, in the peaceful, economically functional version of the war economy for the time being. It is not least because decisive action for climate protection holds out the prospect of billions in subsidies, not for the German economy but for the global climate, of course, that the current climate protection movement is so popular with numerous political and business elites. However, while green capitalism relies on economic rationality to ensure that the irrational whole can continue as before, climate protection ideology has long since taken on a life of its own vis-a-vis economic rationality. While more and more cities, so far more symbolically than actually effective, are declaring a climate emergency, the ideology of the climate protection movement boils down to the fact that states should finally assume their role as rulers of the global climate and thus act as authoritarian climate emergency regimes. When Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock reported on her trip to China in the Bundestag in April and answered questions from MPs in this regard, her diction deviated remarkably from the verbal radicalism that the German government and the Green Party in particular are currently cultivating towards Russia. While Vladimir Putin's regime, which was not only economically fed by Germany under the chancellorship of Gerhard Schroeder, but also Angela Merkel, has recently been correctly, but belatedly, and therefore implausibly, denounced by Olaf Scholz as an exponent of Russian imperialism, against which the West must stand together under Germany's non-military but moral leadership. China appeared in Baerbock's presentation less as an opponent or even an enemy than as an adversary to be reckoned with at all times. Even before the start of her trip in mid-April, Baerbock had proclaimed not only on behalf of Germany, but of Europe as a whole, partner, competitor, systemic rival, that is the compass of European China policy. After her trip, she added in a half-alarmed, half-fascinated tone that the aspect of systemic rival is increasing more and more, and not only because China is acting more offensively, one could also say more aggressively, but above all more repressively internally. She described the political situation in China as in part more than shocking. It is the task of Europe and the West to use the economic partnership with the People's Republic to secure freedom and the rule of law in the long term and to stand up for freedom, prosperity, and security for all of us. How this is supposed to work in the rivalry with a totalitarian state, she remained silent. As is almost always the case when the media public accuses someone of having found clear words, FAZ about Baerbock, the opposite was in fact true. The foreign minister's words were conspicuously unclear. Anyone who finds the situation of freedom rights in China not simply worrying, but shocking, Baerbock had met with Chinese human rights activists outside of the official program, but in the same breath describes the same country not as a hostile power, but as a systemic rival, is suggesting that China should not be strictly put in its place in terms of foreign policy aggressiveness and domestic repressiveness, but should be surpassed by the West. After all, one state can only be a systemic rival to another within the framework of a common reference system, an overarching compass. In this frame of reference, the character of which Baerbock left remarkably undefined, Russia, unlike in previous years, no longer seems to have a place, while China, in comparison with which Russia is indeed economically and administratively backward, continues to be granted such a place. This contradiction also characterized Baerbock's travel diplomacy. Only AfD politicians were denied travel to China because they are Putin understanders and therefore untrustworthy, while Social Democrats were of course allowed to accompany Baerbock without the SPD's importance as a Putin friend and the warning issued by the SPD's internal Seeheimer-Kreis against an anti-China strategy, on the occasion of Baerbock's trip causing any major internal party upheaval. Such contradictions indicate that those who believe that the Greens' foreign policy course represents an alternative to the SPD's stalling position in support of Ukraine and a defense of the West could soon be disappointed. Rather than a Western path, the Greens' current foreign policy represents the third way that has traditionally been a unique feature of Germany in contrast to Western liberalism. It is characterized by a mixture of hostility and admiration towards successful totalitarian regimes, in which freedom and the rule of law are demanded from a state that is at the same time attested to be more offensive externally and more repressive internally than ever before, i.e., which is perceived as a competitor that should not be eliminated, but rather beaten down. If the state of China's domestic and foreign policy is shocking, this logic can only be understood as a call for the Western community of values to accept the challenge and transform its own statehood accordingly. In contrast to Russia, which Germany is increasingly acting in a prepotent manner towards despite its realpolitik defensiveness, China functions in the Green Party as a kind of hostile role model for authoritarian domestic political self-armament. The systematic confusion of foreign policy and domestic policy also characterizes Robert Habeck's energy transition, which can be interpreted as part of a transformation of democracy. This is what political scientist Johannes Agnoli called the process in 1968, with reference to the history of Italian fascism and German National Socialism, in which Western states formally transform the institutions they themselves have created, thereby realizing the opposite of what these institutions are supposed to serve. Such transformation demonstrates that totalitarian systems are not simply the opposite of democratic ones, but can also emerge from them under specific conditions. The erosion process, which Agnoli calls the transformation of democracy, cannot be adequately described with the pair of opposites democracy and dictatorship. At least one of the characteristics of this transformation outlined by him, which the social philosopher Max Horkheimer similarly noted in the 1940s in his reflections on the authoritarian state, recurs in contemporary green foreign policy: the instrumentalization of nation-state sovereignty as a mere functional element of a transnationally delimited domestic policy. This dissolution of boundaries is not only inherent in Habeck's portfolio, insofar as economic policy must, in its own sense, stand up for national interests that are thwarted by the goals of a transnational climate policy. The blurring of internal and external boundaries in the name of a world interior policy that distances itself from realpolitik imperatives is also evident in the rhetoric of change and a new beginning, which Habeck and Baerbock use for both domestic and foreign policy. The energy transition pushed by Habeck not in the name of national interests but in the name of the global climate is an echo of the Zeitenwende that Annalena Baerbock proclaimed in July last year in her speech at the Vigoni Forum at the University of Hamburg entitled European Democracy at a Turning Point on the occasion of the Russian War of Aggression. Here, she not only spoke of European democracy instead of European democracies, as if the whole of Europe were a world sovereign incarnated in Germany, but in the same breath took up the invocation of a new normality that has been common since the corona pandemic by decreeing, "There will be no return to the time before this attack." We did not wish for this new reality, but we cannot duck away from it. 9 months later, at the G7 foreign ministers meeting in Japan last April, she described the war that the West had to wage against Russia alongside Ukraine in terms of climate policy rather than foreign policy when she praised the German government. "With our help, Ukraine has withstood Russia's energy war and winter offensive in recent months. In view of the Zeitenwende, there are no longer any boundaries between domestic, foreign, economic, climate and health policy, but rather that in future all departments should be integrated into one and the same world interior policy, in the sense in which Jürgen Habermas also uses this term in his reflections on European policy." Psychologist Kristen Stocker had already formulated this quite unphilosophically in February 2021 when he wrote in Der Spiegel under the headline "Corona and Climate. Nature knows no compromises" that there were no parties, only thanatos, because death is non-partisan, disasters are not questions of political alignment. New normality, Zeitenwende, no compromises, such rhetoric, whose ominous undertone stands in clear contrast to the pseudo-objective invocation of facts, evidence-based, and scientific that the same protagonists otherwise claim for themselves, is in the service of a new holism that no longer respects factual differences between political departments and therefore basically no division of labor. Instead, their dogma is that everything is somehow connected to everything else and that selfish individual interests must therefore take a back seat in the name of the whole, the climate, global health, sustainability. This dogma has always distinguished the concept of climate from the older concept of the environment. The policy of environmental protection, to which the Green Party was still committed until the 1990s, always implied sensible proposals for urban planning and landscape conservation in addition to many wrong things, because environment is a word for civilized and cultivated nature, i.e. nature that is close to man and as humane as possible. In the case of climate, the situation is completely different. It breaks down the boundaries of civic statehood, which is differentiated into nations, tends to disempower any sensible municipal and infrastructure policy, and only recognizes citizens as potential enemies of climate protection, which is by definition transnational, rather than as potential beneficiaries of citizen-oriented environmental protection. Since the coronavirus crisis, the tendency to dissolve the boundaries of political departments and the goals assigned to them in Germany has been accompanied by an increasingly aggressive and brazenly enforced policy of constant disruption. In future, it seems, citizens will no longer be able to rely on anything. All economic, political, and private action that requires reliable framework conditions in order to develop is to be replaced by blindly reacting to the permanent redefinition of these framework conditions by the state or its civil society organizations. The fact that arbitrariness, anarchy, and repression merge in this redefinition is well known from the coronavirus era, when the unmanageable patchwork of measures was sometimes legitimized from week to week either by incidence figures or the occupancy of hospital beds, the R number or the vaccination rate, and therefore de facto no longer justified at all. Since the Zeitenwende following the new normality, which is an energy turnaround, which in turn is supposed to be part of an energy war, the regime of measures tested in the field of health policy has been further delimited. Economic policy can be decided by foreign policy by climate policy by foreign policy, health policy by climate policy, depending on what the rulers feel like at the time. However, this dissolution of boundaries is also accompanied by an unprecedented tightening of the repressive means of enforcement in the history of the Federal Republic. If Habeck's plans for the forced restructuring of the energy supply become reality, the means used against tenants, landlords, companies, and businesses in the event of noncompliance are likely to make the time of the corona measures seem almost harmless. In 1941, the political scientist Ernst Fraenkel published his study The Dual State, in which he attempted to describe the authoritarian new formation of bourgeois states, especially Germany, which Johannes Agnoli described 25 years later as the transformation of democracy, using the concepts of the normative state and the state of measures. In the mode of the normative state, the liberal moments of bourgeois democracy, equality of all before the law, the correspondence of civil duties and rights, and the calculability of the relationship between the violation of norms and punishment, live on in the dual state. However, by reconstituting itself as a state of measures, the normative state simultaneously places the validity of its own norms under permanent reservation and tells its citizens that from now on they are all only temporary citizens. It denormativizes itself and thus undermines its own foundations. As astonishing as it is how precisely Frankel's observations can be related to the transformation of the nation-state under Baerbock, Habeck, and their advocates, there is one decisive difference. The transformation of the dual state, which deprived itself of its own civic nature, into open totalitarianism, which Frankel was historically aiming at, presupposed a foreign policy constellation in which such a dissolution of borders could become reality because it was only met with a lack of resistance from other nation-states. Today's green world interior policy, however, in all its grandiloquent pomposity, is always at the same time defensive, crazy, and naive about realpolitik. Just as the nuclear phase-out would not have been possible without the import of nuclear energy from other countries, which are morally condemned for their adherence to nuclear power, France, Poland, Great Britain, Germany's new war moralism towards Russia thrives on the fact that other, truly Western countries are doing the dirty work in the meantime, Poland in addition to the USA. However, a country whose government personnel regularly parade and denounce those states on the foreign and European policy stage from which they themselves parasitize and profit will find it difficult to get away with such hypocrisy in the long term. Once this is no longer possible, Habeck and Baerbock's idealistic, repressive fantasies of world happiness could end up where they belong sooner than expected. In the political joke book of the 21st century. As the examples of green world interior politics suggest, the domination of the external nature of the global climate can only be achieved by expanding the domination of people's inner nature, the satisfaction of whose needs will then no longer be decided by the undoubtedly merciless market, but by the ruling personnel of the future climate regime, with or without expert advice. This will hardly be possible without an authoritarian crackdown on internal enemies who do not participate in the great joint action of rulers and ruled to save the global climate, or who simply offer products that bypass the state's food rationing. And what are individual, even hundreds of thousands of human lives against the universal threat to the future of the planet? Since even all the sacrifices we make for the climate will remain ineffective as long as other countries do not join in saving the world, we will have to use military means if necessary to convince our external enemies that our future is at stake. The consequences of climate change may be terrible, but even more terrible could be the consequences of political rule, on whose decisive action in a boundless mission it depends whether there is a future at all. It is not about development aid according to the outdated patterns of donors and recipients, asserted German Chancellor Olaf Scholz at the start of the Compact with Africa summit in Berlin and announced that his government would invest €4 billion in sustainable energy projects on the African continent by 2030. Investments that pay off for both sides are planned. At this point, the assembled African heads of state and government were probably already prepared to hear many more such flowery promises at the climate conference in Dubai shortly afterwards. They wanted to improve the position of African countries in renewable energies, the extraction of critical raw materials and, above all, green hydrogen, said Scholz at the meeting to which he had invited and which was based on an initiative by his country during its G20 presidency in 2017. Scholz's announcement is just one example of many. The countries of Africa are intended to play a diverse role in order for the European Union to implement its planned decarbonization strategy, the European Green Deal, EGD. For example, carbon dioxide markets are to allow the countries and companies of the EU member states to buy their way out of a reduction in emitted gas from those African countries that already produce less CO2 due to their low level of development. Above all, however, the production of hydrogen is supposed to be the miracle cure of the hour. After all, there is more than enough wind and sun on the African continent, which are necessary for the production of green hydrogen. The message to the African countries is, produce green hydrogen and you will find reliable customers here, promised the German Chancellor at the Berlin meeting. In addition to the immediate energy policy aspects, the aim is to stand up to China, which is also pursuing economic and political interests in Africa. In contrast to the People's Republic, the aim is not just to win over African countries as suppliers of raw materials, but to promote local processing, said Scholz. In other words, the company would contribute to increasing productivity in the African countries concerned and create jobs. This is in line with the objectives of the Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative, AEGEI. This is the energy component of the Global Gateway Infrastructure Program for Africa, which was launched 2 years ago and with which the European Union intends to counter the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. The AEGEI is intended to encourage private and public electricity producers to improve access to electricity for the population and energy efficiency in Africa, among other things. At COP28, the EU made a high-profile promise to invest a further €20 billion as part of the AEGEI by 2027, even though the sum had already been announced in October. This should ensure the generation of at least 50 gigawatts of electricity from renewable energies, which, according to the EU Commission, is enough to supply 100 million people. As much as one would like to believe such promises, in various African countries, people are by no means convinced that the global gateway is not just another one-way street to Europe's advantage. 600 million people in Africa currently have no access to electricity. The majority of the existing infrastructure for renewable energies is not designed for local households or catch-up industrialization, but for export to Europe. Skepticism was therefore already voiced when the Global Gateway for Africa was presented at the EU-Africa Summit in February last year. If you look at the history of infrastructure investments in Africa, they have not led to an improvement in the situation on the continent, said Nigerian architect and environmentalist Nimo Bassi. Investment programs such as the Global Gateway cannot contribute to getting a grip on the exploitation of resources in Africa, if only because the local population remains excluded from the decision-making process. This also applies to the energy policy aspects and their consequences. Just how justified Bassi's reservations are can currently be seen in the example of a planned hydrogen production plant in Namibia. Investments of around 10 billion euros are planned for this. 3,000 jobs are to be created in Luderitz, a town once founded by German colonial rulers. That sounds good, but only at first glance. Research by the investigative news portals Climate Home News and Oxpeckers reveals a dubious picture. Most of the people on site are not even qualified for the jobs that are being created there. Even during the construction phase, for which around 15,000 workers will be needed, the local population will tend to come away empty-handed. On the one hand, local companies would have problems managing such a large construction site. On the other hand, local contractors are largely being squeezed out by foreign contractors, so that they have no chance, Barbel Kircher, director of the local Construction Industry Association, is quoted as saying. This often happens at the request of the financiers. Jobs are not the only problem. The Namibian government has kept details of the tendering process to find the future operator, the company under wraps. Local people are therefore not only concerned about future jobs, but also about the reasons for the lack of transparency and the impact of the project on fishing and tourism. And they fear the consequences for a fragile ecosystem. However, despite full-bodied declarations from the EU institutions and private investors, the financing has not yet been clarified at all. This leads to another aspect. The fact that the transition to renewable energies does not automatically mean a just transition, as environmentalist Nimo Bassi warned at the presentation of the Global Gateway, is all the more true as it does not point the way out of the debt spiral. A large part of the total of 300 billion euros that are to be mobilized by 2030, 150 billion euros of which are earmarked for Africa, are loans. These also threaten to carry very high interest rates, as the majority of them are to come from private investors and Africa is considered risky for investments. Accordingly, the support for African countries from the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, but also from the Team Europe institutions participating in the Global Gateway, such as the European Investment Bank, EIB, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, is primarily geared towards servicing debt. The aim is to prevent the countries concerned from becoming insolvent at all costs. As the debts are usually denominated in foreign currency, the main priority for borrowers is to generate foreign currency. This, in turn, is most likely to be achieved by exporting rare and fossil raw materials, which are paid for in euros or dollars. The lack of capital that African countries would have to invest in order to at least begin to make up for the glaring productivity gap compared to industrialized and emerging countries cannot be overcome in this way. African countries remain trapped at the lower end of the global value chain. As they mainly export products with low added value, i.e. goods whose value does not include much skilled labor, such as unprocessed raw materials or agricultural products, they have to import products with high added value in return. Economist Fadhel Kabub illustrates the consequences of this in an interview with the news portal African Arguments. African countries import machinery, fuel, the components for assembly and even packaging and then use their cheap labor to compete with each other and create a race to the bottom, says the president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity, summarizing. Decades after the World Bank and IMF were active in Africa, we are still stuck in the debt trap. This is either incompetence or deliberate. Ultimately, development and environmental policy will always remain European industrial policy, even if it comes in the guise of the Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative as part of a European Green Deal. The fact that Africa was still responsible for just under 4% of global CO2 emissions in 2021 due to its low average productivity comes in handy with regard to carbon trading. This allows the big polluters to carry on as before instead of supporting the catch-up industrialization of African countries in any way. Instead, the departure of qualified workers will continue to be encouraged, as Olaf Scholz recently did at the summit in November with regard to the energy transition and Germany's general economic situation. Yet they are urgently needed in Africa itself in view of the development required there. For decades now, development policy has no longer been geared towards catching up on industrialization, which would require such skilled workers, especially in sub-Saharan countries. Initially, the rich industrial nations had an economic interest in this, hoping that it would create new export markets. However, this is no longer the case. The countries concerned are considered to be too left behind. The use of labor-saving industrial technology is no longer advocated. Agricultural and manufacturing production should instead be carried out in a labor-intensive manner, with the least possible use of technical equipment or real capital, according to political scientist Peter Scholler in his book Die offene Skier im Welthandel, The Open Gap in World Trade, in 2000. According to Scholler, however, this would drive the countries concerned further and further into marginalization on the world market, as they would still be less competitive compared to the industrialized countries and emerging economies, concluding, "The African countries are therefore experiencing the current globalization primarily as a progressive restriction of foreign trade conditions for their industrial development." There are hardly any signs that the global gateway is making a difference here. Africa's economy continues to be based on low productivity and low capital intensity, which relies on abundant and cheap, less specialized labor. Economists such as Fadhel Kaboub are therefore calling for radical change. Africa has a wealth of strategic minerals, currently exported in raw form, as well as the necessary skills and a large domestic market that can support industrialization and large-scale economic projects, says Kaboub, who is one of the authors of the recently published study Just Transition, A Climate, Energy, and Development Vision for Africa. However, in order to take advantage of the conditions he mentions, Africa must reject conventional development models and instead invest strategically in food sovereignty, agroecology, and renewable energy infrastructure for its own needs. What is needed is a transformative industrial policy that moves away from assembly line production and raw material extraction. It remains questionable whether this can actually succeed under world market conditions. In view of this, it may seem less surprising that African countries are interested in Russian and Chinese promises of a multipolar world order and offers such as the Belt and Road Initiative, in the best-case scenario, primarily in the hope of exerting political pressure on Western industrialized nations, against which they are unable to defend themselves at the level of economic competition. President Mugabe clings to power with the help of thugs. FAZ, May 5, 2000. These or similar headlines were used by European newspapers from the Main to the Thames to write about the opposition's victory in the elections at the end of June 2000. According to Lenin, a revolutionary situation exists when the rulers are no longer able and the ruled are no longer willing, and this is exactly what the reporting on Zimbabwe was supposed to portray. Bloody land occupations by renta mobs, times, persecution of opposition members, economic collapse. The white farmers were the heroes of every story. They were the victims who just wanted to harvest and sell their tobacco in peace. And right in the middle of it all was President Robert Mugabe, who, like Mao in his day, placed himself at the head of the Red Guards, FAZ, May 5, 2000, thereby abandoning the neutrality of the head of state that had made the Christian and Marxist-Leninist, Mugabe on Mugabe, the socialist darling of the West in the 1980s. He railed against the white farmers as if the liberation struggle had returned and announced expropriations without compensation. What was misinterpreted by the Western press as an election campaign maneuver by Mugabe to retain power was in fact an actualization of the land issue. None of the liberation movements in South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe had been able to assert themselves militarily. The price for political power was not to touch the land ownership. In the Lancaster House Agreement on the Independence of Rhodesia/Zimbabwe, a clause was inserted that prohibited expropriation for 10 years. As a result, 60% of the fertile land in Zimbabwe today belongs to around 4,500 white farmers. These ownership conditions and the miserable situation of the agricultural workers were once the main reason for starting the anti-colonial struggle. And now, under changed conditions, the land question is returning and is directed against the liberation movements in power. The land question is the political expression of the general crisis on the African continent. South Africa, Namibia, and other states had no choice but to approve of Mugabe's support for land occupiers, because what is happening in Zimbabwe could become reality tomorrow or the day after tomorrow in Namibia or Kenya, where the first beginnings are already being seen. However, the land issue has become explosive again not because those who are superfluous to the world market want to take their fate into their own hands, but because the African states are bankrupt. Similar to Yugoslavia, the African states survived by supporting parts of the population through the state. As export revenues fell, subsidies and loans were granted to the state as part of development aid. This is being financed less and less by the West. Instead, subsistence farming is being promoted by the structural adjustment programs of the IMF and World Bank. Mugabe's supporters with their posters "Zimbabwe will never be a colony again" are formulating a declaration of war that is by no means as exaggerated and far-fetched as it seems at first glance. In contrast to other African former states such as Congo, in southern Africa it is not just a question of dismantling the state structures that are no longer needed to secure exploitation. In Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa, the white minorities enjoy species protection guaranteed by the former colonial powers. The FAZ quotes a white cynic from Harare as saying that, "There are more elephants in Zimbabwe than whites," June 21, 2000. They are therefore also more in need of protection than the whites. On the one hand, recolonization would leave the reproduction of the black workforce to subsistence and in this sense would actually mean a return to the conditions before national liberation, which had never completely disappeared anyway. On the other hand, and this expresses the changed situation, it would not only be an occupying force that would have to protect the white settlers. A state is needed to organize an internal economy that can guarantee a white standard of living. In Zimbabwe, the opposition alliance MDC, in which all kinds of groups are represented, from the formerly radical left and now social democratic, i.e. first anti and now pro-IMF trade union to the white settlers, offers itself to play the role of the civilized blacks who nip racial conflicts in the bud and thus secure the property relations in favor of the white minority. Mugabe is not wrong to accuse the opposition of being held out by the former slave drivers in London. It all began with his furious display of homophobia, a passion that quickly combined with his dislike of Tony Blair and his gay gangsters. This extended to support for illegal farm occupations, a clear attack on law and order and an irresponsible willingness to inflict terrible damage on his country's economy. The Times, June 24, 2000, wrote of Mugabe. The fact that he accused the former colonial power of using economic pressure to extend British influence in Zimbabwe is reason enough for the conservative paper to claim that Mugabe had turned into a black Ian Smith, in other words, a racist and really and truly mad dictator, which that leader of white Rhodesia had in fact been. To critical ears, this comparison between Smith and Mugabe sounds like that between Hitler and Milosevic. And as in Germany, this historical comparison also has a primarily exculpatory function in the UK. On the one hand, it is a projection in which reality is simply reversed. After all, the main beneficiaries of the ailing situation are the large British corporations that exploit Zimbabwe's natural resources and the large landowners whose property has not been touched in 20 years of national liberation, and on the other hand, history is reinterpreted in this way. The Labour government has recognized what the critics of national liberation have long known, namely that all that remains of liberation is the nation. Against this background, its own bloody colonial history no longer seems so bad. For Mugabe and the other veterans of the liberation struggle in southern Africa, however, this approach seems like a repetition of history. It must seem to them as if the clock has been turned back 40 years. With his unilateral Declaration of Independence, UDI, from Britain in 1965, the fascist Smith had put an abrupt end to the first wave of African nation-building. Within a few years, 40 African states had become independent, 27 of them in the African year of 1960 alone, and made it clear that the white settlers in southern Africa were not prepared to compromise, as was the case in Kenya and other British colonies. Through the UDI, Rhodesia became a beacon of hope for Nazis of all countries. After all, they were even more radical than the South African regime. With the help of the South African racists, Smith managed to hold on to power until the end of 1979, despite the independence of Mozambique and Angola after the fall of the Portuguese Salazar fascism in April 1974. The last years of his power were marked by war against the eastern and western neighboring states, whose counter-revolutionary terror squads were supported by Rhodesia and South Africa. Internally, however, the armed struggle between the two liberation movements ZANU and ZAPU took on ever greater dimensions until a status quo was finally reached in which neither side could hope for a military victory. When the South African regime, itself under pressure after the Soweto riots of 1976, had to reckon with the fact that the war it had so eagerly exported would return to the sender, the South African troops left southern Rhodesia. This was followed by the Lancaster House negotiations in London. Here, too, the originator was ultimately the mediator. The liberation movements of southern Africa had already stated in a joint declaration in 1968, it could now be dangerous for the development of the liberation struggle in Zimbabwe to assume that the struggle must be waged on the basis of Great Britain as the responsible administrative power. So Mugabe, ZANU, and Joshua Komu, ZAPU, knew what they were getting into when they sat down at the negotiating table. Their alternative would have been to extend the conflict, but that would have presupposed the remnants of the Pan-Africanism in the minds of these veterans with which they once began. For the situation was not so unfavorable. If British troops had intervened, the colonial power would have become a party to the war for all to see. Instead, the leaders of the competing organizations agreed to terms that secured the privileges of the white minority. Only once more did panic briefly arise among the remaining whites when the leftist Mugabe won the elections in April 1980. Rhodesia became independent and was henceforth called Zimbabwe. But apart from that, Mugabe, whose ZANU was supported by China, preached reconciliation. All of a sudden, he stood for an African third way, for the integration of blacks and whites in one nation. It remains questionable whether this can actually succeed under world market conditions. In view of this, it may seem less surprising that African countries are interested in Russian and Chinese promises of a multipolar world order and offers such as the Belt and Road Initiative, in the best-case scenario, primarily in the hope of exerting political pressure on Western industrialized nations, against which they are unable to defend themselves at the level of economic competition. President Mugabe clings to power with the help of thugs. FAZ, May 5, 2000. These or similar headlines were used by European newspapers from the Main to the Thames to write about the opposition's victory in the elections at the end of June 2000. According to Lenin, a revolutionary situation exists when the rulers are no longer able and the ruled are no longer willing, and this is exactly what the reporting on Zimbabwe was supposed to portray. Bloody land occupations by renta mobs, times, persecution of opposition members, economic collapse. The white farmers were the heroes of every story. They were the victims who just wanted to harvest and sell their tobacco in peace. And right in the middle of it all was President Robert Mugabe, who, like Mao in his day, placed himself at the head of the Red Guards, FAZ, May 5, 2000, thereby abandoning the neutrality of the head of state that had made the Christian and Marxist-Leninist, Mugabe, the socialist darling of the West in the 1980s. He railed against the white farmers as if the liberation struggle had returned and announced expropriations without compensation. What was misinterpreted by the Western press as an election campaign maneuver by Mugabe to retain power was in fact an actualization of the land issue. None of the liberation movements in South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe had been able to assert themselves militarily. The price for political power was not to touch the land ownership. In the Lancaster House Agreement on the Independence of Rhodesia/Zimbabwe, a clause was inserted that prohibited expropriation for 10 years. As a result, 60% of the fertile land in Zimbabwe today belongs to around 4,500 white farmers. These ownership conditions and the miserable situation of the agricultural workers were once the main reason for starting the anti-colonial struggle. And now, under changed conditions, the land question is returning and is directed against the liberation movements in power. The land question is the political expression of the general crisis on the African continent. South Africa, Namibia, and other states had no choice but to approve of Mugabe's support for land occupiers, because what is happening in Zimbabwe could become reality tomorrow or the day after tomorrow in Namibia or Kenya, where the first beginnings are already being seen. However, the land issue has become explosive again not because those who are superfluous to the world market want to take their fate into their own hands, but because the African states are bankrupt. Similar to Yugoslavia, the African states survived by supporting parts of the population through the state. As export revenues fell, subsidies and loans were granted to the state as part of development aid. This is being financed less and less by the West. Instead, subsistence farming is being promoted by the structural adjustment programs of the IMF and World Bank. Mugabe's supporters with their posters "Zimbabwe will never be a colony again" are formulating a declaration of war that is by no means as exaggerated and far-fetched as it seems at first glance. In contrast to other African former states such as Congo, in southern Africa it is not just a question of dismantling the state structures that are no longer needed to secure exploitation. In Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa, the white minorities enjoy species protection guaranteed by the former colonial powers. The FAZ quotes a white cynic from Harare as saying that, "There are more elephants in Zimbabwe than whites," June 21, 2000. They are therefore also more in need of protection than the whites. On the one hand, recolonization would leave the reproduction of the black workforce to subsistence and in this sense would actually mean a return to the conditions before national liberation, which had never completely disappeared anyway. On the other hand, and this expresses the changed situation, it would not only be an occupying force that would have to protect the white settlers. A state is needed to organize an internal economy that can guarantee a white standard of living. In Zimbabwe, the opposition alliance MDC, in which all kinds of groups are represented, from the formerly radical left and now social democratic, i.e. first anti and now pro-IMF trade union to the white settlers, offers itself to play the role of the civilized blacks who nip racial conflicts in the bud and thus secure the property relations in favor of the white minority. Mugabe is not wrong to accuse the opposition of being held out by the former slave drivers in London. It all began with his furious display of homophobia, a passion that quickly combined with his dislike of Tony Blair and his gay gangsters. This extended to support for illegal farm occupations, a clear attack on law and order, and an irresponsible willingness to inflict terrible damage on his country's economy. The Times, June 24, 2000, wrote of Mugabe. The fact that he accused the former colonial power of using economic pressure to extend British influence in Zimbabwe is reason enough for the conservative paper to claim that Mugabe had turned into a black Ian Smith, in other words, a racist and really and truly mad dictator, which that leader of white Rhodesia had in fact been. To critical ears, this comparison between Smith and Mugabe sounds like that between Hitler and Milosevic. And as in Germany, this historical comparison also has a primarily exculpatory function in the UK. On the one hand, it is a projection in which reality is simply reversed. After all, the main beneficiaries of the ailing situation are the large British corporations that exploit Zimbabwe's natural resources and the large landowners whose property has not been touched in 20 years of national liberation, and on the other hand, history is reinterpreted in this way. The Labour government has recognized what the critics of national liberation have long known, namely that all that remains of liberation is the nation. Against this background, its own bloody colonial history no longer seems so bad. For Mugabe and the other veterans of the liberation struggle in southern Africa, however, this approach seems like a repetition of history. It must seem to them as if the clock has been turned back 40 years. With his unilateral Declaration of Independence, UDI, from Britain in 1965, the fascist Smith had put an abrupt end to the first wave of African nation-building. Within a few years, 40 African states had become independent, 27 of them in the African year of 1960 alone, and made it clear that the white settlers in southern Africa were not prepared to compromise, as was the case in Kenya and other British colonies. Through the UDI, Rhodesia became a beacon of hope for Nazis of all countries. After all, they were even more radical than the South African regime. With the help of the South African racists, Smith managed to hold on to power until the end of 1979, despite the independence of Mozambique and Angola after the fall of the Portuguese Salazar fascism in April 1974. The last years of his power were marked by war against the eastern and western neighboring states, whose counter-revolutionary terror squads were supported by Rhodesia and South Africa. Internally, however, the armed struggle between the two liberation movements ZANU and ZAPU took on ever greater dimensions until a status quo was finally reached in which neither side could hope for a military victory. When the South African regime, itself under pressure after the Soweto riots of 1976, had to reckon with the fact that the war it had so eagerly exported would return to the sender, the South African troops left southern Rhodesia. This was followed by the Lancaster House negotiations in London. Here, too, the originator was ultimately the mediator. The liberation movements of southern Africa had already stated in a joint declaration in 1968, it could now be dangerous for the development of the liberation struggle in Zimbabwe to assume that the struggle must be waged on the basis of Great Britain as the responsible administrative power. So Mugabe, ZANU, and Joshua Komu, ZAPU, knew what they were getting into when they sat down at the negotiating table. Their alternative would have been to extend the conflict, but that would have presupposed the remnants of the Pan-Africanism in the minds of these veterans with which they once began. For the situation was not so unfavorable. If British troops had intervened, the colonial power would have become a party to the war for all to see. Instead, the leaders of the competing organizations agreed to terms that secured the privileges of the white minority. Only once more did panic briefly arise among the remaining whites when the leftist Mugabe won the elections in April 1980. Rhodesia became independent and was henceforth called Zimbabwe. But apart from that, Mugabe, whose ZANU was supported by China, preached reconciliation. All of a sudden, he stood for an African third way, for the integration of blacks and whites in one nation. The deliberate destabilization of the young states was South Africa's declared goal. In Angola and Mozambique, the murder gangs UNITA and RENAMO, known as rebel movements, carried out one massacre after another. Southwest Africa/Namibia was administered by South Africa. The South African government declared the country independent and installed a black and white puppet government. At the same time, national unity had been the central theme of anti-colonial movements in Africa since the first declarations of independence, at the latest after the failure of Patrice Lumumba in what was then the Belgian Congo. The intervention of Belgian troops on the side of ethnic groups that opposed the establishment of a state led to a bloody civil war, at the end of which Lumumba, one of the central figures of African unity, was assassinated in 1961. As early as 1958, he stated, In addition to this struggle for national liberation, our movement opposes with all its strength the balkanization of the national territory, regardless of the pretexts under which this is attempted. The fear of a balkanization of Africa was, as has been shown in recent years, very justified, but by relying on the strong state and on the emergence of an elite devoted to the state and willing to protect it, Mugabe and others also laid a foundation for its destruction. In Zimbabwe, as elsewhere, the focus on the state left other main enemies of African emancipation untouched and even strengthened them. Lumumba named them. Racism and tribalism must be fought because they are an obstacle to harmonious relations between people and peoples, he wrote in his last message shortly before his assassination. Note that people come before peoples and that racism and tribalism are mentioned together. There seemed to be no alternative to the creation of a state because in the respective territories, whose borders had been defined by the colonial powers, there was not one but numerous societies that were differentiated both ethnically and, above all, in relation to the respective colonial power. The idea of African unity in turn was a reaction to the national territories created in this way and was anti-national in that Africa was meant as a continent, not as a nation. It was only in the late 1960s that original liberation nationalisms formed in individual states, e.g. in Zimbabwe, whose character as a unitary state is not, yet, questioned by the opposition. Fears of balkanization at home led to the military destruction of ZAPU, which was aligned to the South African ANC, and thus to the SU, and also represented the Ndebele minority on the border with South Africa, the only rural region in which the opposition won a majority in this year's elections. Arms finds at ZAPU and fear of South African military intervention on the side of the dissidents led to these draconian measures, including the expulsion of ZAPU from the government of national unity. When it was all over, Mugabe offered reconciliation to the defeated parties. ZAPU and ZANU united in 1987 to form ZANU-PF. Mugabe succeeded in integrating or bribing the entire leadership. Joshua Komu, who died last year, is said to have become Zimbabwe's largest landowner, JW, March 7, 98. This was the only way Mugabe could hold on, the only way, in the absolute personalization of state sovereignty, he could justify the changes of line that followed from the end of the 1980s, which brought about many things, but not one: the expropriation of the large landholdings and the mines. In 1991, ZANU-PF renounced Marxism-Leninism and accepted the structural adjustment program presented by the World Bank. This timely capitulation was accompanied by the end of the provisions of the Lancaster House Agreement. Also in 1991, the Land Acquisition Act was passed by the Zimbabwean parliament, only it could not be implemented due to the onset of the drought of the century in southern Africa, which lasted for the following years. When the drought ended in 1996, the issue of land was once again on the agenda. As a result of the structural adjustment program, the real income of the wage-earning population fell to a quarter of the 1980 level by 1997, leading to strikes and demonstrations against the IMF and the World Bank, but also against the Mugabe government, which was primarily concerned with the welfare of its own people. The veterans of the liberation struggle took to the streets to demand the payment of promised funds. The plight of the greatly increased rural population, most of whom still live in the reserves created by the British colonial power, did the rest to put pressure on Mugabe, who initially referred to African values and castigated the pernicious Western influences, whereby the African values hardly differ from the American family values, as the way AIDS is dealt with proves. In Zimbabwe and numerous other African countries, fidelity and abstinence are preached instead of propagating the use of condoms. Thabo Mbeki, the South African president, knows how to combine need with mistrust of Western AIDS medicine. Regardless of the truth of this partly esoteric speculation, it is a fact that there is not even money for condoms. And where no other means is available, ideology always does the trick. For Mugabe, one of the pernicious influences is homosexuality, which he blames for the spread of AIDS in Africa and describes as un-African. The fact that this was not just any failure without further consequences was demonstrated by the indictment against the former state president, Mugabe's predecessor Canaan Banana. In the summer of 1997, he was charged with the multiple rape of men. The year before, homosexuality was made a criminal offense in Zimbabwe and gay organizations were banned. This reactionary turn went hand in hand with increased socialist rhetoric, which has never been a contradiction in terms, as Cuba in the 1980s or numerous liberation movements that targeted sexual minorities as well as the bourgeoisie come to mind. With African values, the African earth also regained its prestige. The land question, which ZANU-PF had not tackled for 15 years, once again became a central issue. Whether or not this was actually a return to Maoist-style Marxism-Leninism remains to be seen. Above all, Mugabe was thus able to reintegrate the veterans of the Liberation War into ZANU-PF and instrumentalize a significant social disruptive factor. The leader, caught up in the delusion of his sovereignty, has apparently found a way out of the dictates of the constraints of the world market by turning to the Volksgemeinschaft variant of socialist socialization. It is actually rather astonishing that this policy, which is ultimately aimed at subsistence farming and therefore relies on the community of equals, is only now experiencing a renaissance in Zimbabwe that is as dubious as it is desperate. But the world market has already set a trap here. The latest structural adjustment programs, as offered by the British Labour government, also rely on nothing other than subsistence farming. Thus, two seemingly completely contradictory worldviews come to the same conclusion: autonomy for the poor at the lowest level of reproduction. However, they differ on the question of where the country's government should have its power base. Mugabe wants to re-establish his power in the countryside, while the West has chosen the urban population for this purpose. Subsistence in no way overturns the law of value. Before the period of national liberation, almost the entire reproduction of the labor force in the colonies was guaranteed on this basis, which gave the corporations and large landowners wage costs close to zero. At the same time, this guaranteed the continued existence of the tribal structures and considerably reduced the chances of success of the liberation movements. After the end of the Soviet Union, this almost fading memory of better times became the new concept for the African continent. The West no longer needs states to secure the extraction of raw materials. This is now done by private security companies or even gangs of mercenaries. The African states became disruptive factors simply because they still existed and thus set certain limits to the world market. This explains the bloody war in Congo and Zimbabwe's controversial involvement in it. After the fall of Mobutu, who was initially still held by Belgium and France in order to secure diamond production, the advantages of a stateless state were rediscovered for a form of market economy that has consisted exclusively of the theft of human and material resources in these regions for over 400 years. The interests in raw materials have pushed the occasional fears of the consequences of state collapse into the background. The West's actions in Congo were understood by Mugabe for what they were: the continuation of the balkanization of Africa, permanent destabilization to secure profit interests. In this respect, he acted as an internationalist when he sent troops to support Kabila, knowing full well that he would not be able to pay for this deployment. Those most severely affected by the denationalization associated with the renaissance of the subsistence economy are the newly emerged strata of workers and employees in the big cities who are supported by the state and who, as soon as they have been created, have already become superfluous again. They are the backbone of the opposition in Zimbabwe. The head of the Zukta trade union, Morgan Tsvangirai, is also Secretary General of the Anti-ZANU Alliance MDC, which was formed after the protests against government policy. 2 years ago, the Zukta was still regarded as radical left-wing in its criticism of ZANU and its faithful implementation of World Bank guidelines, but the MDC, whose largest single organization is the union, accepted the conditions for further loans before the elections. Land reform is considered necessary by all, but the MDC is against expropriation. It represents both white farmers and farm workers who fear for their jobs. Because the working conditions on the farms are still more comparable to serfdom, the situation of people who are fighting for such a job and those responsible for it becomes clear here. The main issue in the election campaign was corruption and the dispute over land occupations. The British Labour government is responsible for the occupations. After coming to power in 1998, it stopped the payments that the UK was obliged to make under the Lancaster House Agreement in exchange for waiving expropriation. As part of a foreign policy based on ethical principles, Mugabe was accused of nepotism and corruption. Following the example of Zaire/Congo, where the process had already been successful, various elements of destabilization were used, e.g. the white farmers stopped repaying loans to the state bank. After Mugabe lost the referendum on the new constitution, which would allow expropriations without compensation, as a threat to be able to exert any pressure at all, and at the same time expand the powers of the president and the state, as a precaution against balkanization, the white farmers and industrialists, many of whom are British citizens who also live on the island, sensed an opportunity to finally replace Mugabe. They withheld the tobacco harvested in April to exacerbate the crisis. Zimbabwe is the world's second-largest tobacco producer after Brazil, accounting for 30% of exports. In doing so, they finally terminated the status quo of the Lancaster House Agreement, and Mugabe reacted accordingly by saying that Britain was welcome to have its children back. But instead of being grateful to Mugabe for refraining from ordering the expulsion of the whites, international outrage set in over the black racist Mugabe refusing to ask the squatters to surrender. Instead, he placed himself at the head of the movement, despite the attacks from London in particular, where no propaganda lie was spared. The result was an image of indiscriminate terror against those who thought and looked differently for election campaign purposes. What may have begun as a maneuver that Mugabe wanted to use for his own benefit has developed into a tangible threat to all former liberation movements in power. The radical left-wing pack called for the land question to finally be raised in South Africa too. Winnie Madikizela Mandela visited occupied farms with the chairman of the Veterans Association, Tshendrai Hunsvi, who calls himself Hitler, and the ruling ANC has not yet publicly distanced itself from Mugabe, despite calls to do so by the trade union and the Communist Party. The ruling SWAPO in Namibia organized a major rally at the end of May in the northeast, where most of the large farms are located. Here, 60% of the fertile land also belongs to white farmers. The Speaker of Honor, alongside Head of State Sam Nujoma, was Mugabe. The opposition Turnhali Party is demanding compensation from Germany for the extermination of the Hereros in 1904. Today there are large farms on their land with owners who still see themselves as German settlers. This list could be continued. The peoples without a history now have a history that they present to their perpetrators as unpaid bills. The end of the proclaimed reconciliation, which, without the dispossession, was not even a reconciliation anyway, appears as the return of the race war that the Boers, British and Germans waged against the black population. But, contrary to what the FAZ and Times claim, its purpose has not suddenly reversed. The victims are still only whites in exceptional cases, e.g. farmers who resist the occupation of the country. Mugabe has refused to continue to secure white privileges with state power. This enabled him to lead the movement that would otherwise have turned against him. No longer uncontroversial in his own party, he has created a new basis for himself. The national integration of the black majority and white minority, the central project of the Mugabes, Nujomas, and Mandelas of the region, has been shipwrecked. After all, they managed to maintain the status quo for almost 20 years, which was the price they had to pay for coming to power. The price was permanent crisis and tens of thousands of human lives. Exportability and national balance are as irreconcilably opposed to each other in Zimbabwe as subsistence and sovereignty. Mugabe's attempt at a synthesis under the dictates of the world market threatens to end in stateless anarchy under the law of value. The idea of self-reliance, which was the basis of Pan-Africanism as well as national independence, leads to the polarization of the forces of the world market and subsistence in Zimbabwe and demonstrates the anachronism of the attempt to harmonize them. Because Mugabe has no other recipe than what was prescribed to him by the IMF anyway, the extensive expansion of subsistence in order to keep the superfluous occupied with the confrontation with first nature, he can only drive up the price for handing over power, which in turn only totalizes dependence, no longer on the interests but on the mercy of the West. This has created a situation in which there can no longer be a national solution, either positive or negative. A renaissance of at least a Pan-Africanism, in the minimal sense of the bare survival of the greatest possible number of people, Herman Gremliza, looks most unlikely at present. The anti-apartheid icon, Stern Online, April 14, 2018, Winnie Mandela, wife of South Africa's first black president, Nelson Mandela, until 1996, passed away on Easter Monday. After 10 days of national mourning, the state funeral with military honors took place on April 14 at Orlando Stadium in Soweto, attended by tens of thousands, including top politicians from various neighboring African countries. In the words of one of the attendees, the reverence in which she was held during her lifetime is expressed. Mama Winnie Mandela fought for us. I was born in 1977. I owe everything I am today to her. I am so sad. It's like I've lost my own mother. Because she was the mother of the nation. Deutschlandfunk, April 14, 2018, UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres paid tribute to the deceased as a strong and fearless voice in the fight for equality. Across the African continent, Winnie Mandela enjoyed a reputation as the Joan of Arc of the Black Townships, which may have contributed to her being voted the most popular woman in Africa by readers of New African magazine in 2004. But where there is much light, there is also shadow. Jean-Philippe Schluter stated to your ARD radio studio in Johannesburg on the day of Winnie Mandela's death that on the one hand she was the holy resistance fighter who suffered almost endless harassment and always retained her dignity. On the other hand, a sinner full of criminal energy who shamelessly lied and facilitated brutal crimes. Tejas.de, February 4, 2018. According to an international mourning community, Winnie Mandela's transgressions were purely personal and had nothing to do with the revolutionary cause she represented. A look at the history of the ANC and its work as a state party since the end of apartheid in South Africa thoroughly disproves this thesis. Born Nomzamo Winifred Madikizela in 1936, Winnie Mandela was the first black woman in South Africa to complete a degree in social work in 1956. She then worked in a hospital in Soweto, married the already popular Nelson Mandela in 1958 and also became a full-time ANC official. The two became the dream couple of the resistance. This did not change after 1962, when her husband was arrested for treason and sentenced to life imprisonment 2 years later. She was also kept under surveillance and placed under house arrest. Torture, exile, and arrests in changing constellations determined her life. During the years in which Nelson Mandela sat in a prison cell, invisible to the world, she was his mouthpiece and gave him a face, which was all the more successful when the ANC decided in the early 1980s to personalize the fight against apartheid and the campaign for the release of imprisoned political prisoners in the person of Nelson Mandela. However, Winnie not only acted as a mouthpiece for her husband, as she says in retrospect, "I also fought physically against the enemy, for example by throwing stones. I'm proud of what I did. Even underground. I am one of those who brought the regime to its knees." End quote. The radicalization of black resistance is far more associated with Winnie than with Nelson Mandela. During the Soweto student uprising in 1976, which was directed against the compulsion to learn and speak Afrikaans, the language of the whites, at school, Winnie Mandela led a parents' association and fueled the hopeless street struggle of the students against well-equipped security forces who used extreme violence against the protesters. The fight had to be fought to the bitter end, and for many it was indeed the bitter end. The student protest itself claimed 23 lives. In the weeks that followed, mass riots broke out across South Africa, resulting in the destruction of beer halls, official buildings, and means of transportation. There were 4,000 injuries and 600 deaths. The mother of the nation was therefore prepared to accept numerous deaths among her pupils as unavoidable, if not deliberate, collateral damage. Her affinity for violence was to increase in the following years and reached its temporary climax in 1986 when she publicly announced, "It's time we took our country back. We use the same language that the Boers use against us. They only know one language, that of violence. We may not have weapons, but we have stones and matches. And with our ruffs we will liberate the country." End of quote. The ruffs are not a fashion accessory in the tradition of knitting for peace, but rather stand for so-called necklacing, in which the victim has a car tire doused with petrol hung around their neck, which is then set alight. These lynchings were carried out in particular on suspected collaborators of the apartheid regime. Although the neck ruff method did not succeed in taking the country back, it proved to be an effective means of brutally turning the people to be liberated towards their race and the ANC leadership. Also making headlines since the late 1980s was a gang of youths operating under the name Mandela United Football Club, whose activities consisted primarily of terrorizing their own neighborhoods and their inhabitants. As the de facto bodyguards of Winnie Mandela, this club was involved in kidnappings, assaults, child abuse, rape, and even murder. For example, 14-year-old Stompie Sepe was abused and eventually murdered in Winnie Mandela's house because he was accused of being an informer. In 1991, a court sentenced her to 6 years in prison for kidnapping and aiding and abetting the assault of 4 young people. The sentence was commuted to a fine at the appeal hearing. Up to this point, she had never had to answer seriously for her crimes. Even the Truth Commission chaired by Bishop Desmond Tutu, which has been meeting since April 1996 to investigate politically motivated crimes committed during the apartheid era, was unable to bring about a conviction. In Winnie Mandela's case alone, 18 serious crimes, including 8 murders in which she was allegedly indirectly or directly involved, were under discussion. Despite witness statements, which were of course only ridiculed by Mandela and dismissed as hallucinations of lunatics who wanted to tarnish her reputation, the allegations were never cleared up. It is suspected that the ANC turned a blind eye to the activities of Mummy's Boys for a long time and thus played its part in enabling Winnie to present herself as the victim of a smear campaign who was unjustly dragged before a political tribunal. After the end of apartheid, Winnie Mandela's only remaining role was as the wife of the president-elect. However, she did not hold the position of future First Lady for long, as Nelson Mandela announced the separation in 1992 in view of the tensions that have arisen between us in recent months, which had long since been politically finalized, while Nelson Mandela transformed himself into a statesman striving for reconciliation in the last years of his imprisonment. For whom reconciliation between the population groups became the most important goal, Winnie Mandela continued to represent the positions and practices of the struggle period. The accusations of violence and murder may have contributed to the tensions between her and Nelson, as did the fact that Winnie, after years of deprivation, cultivated an extravagant lifestyle with luxury cars, a mansion, designer clothes, and bodyguards, and had affairs with younger men even after Nelson's release. Due to her commitment to the inhabitants of the still poor townships, she made a political comeback in 1993 as president of the ANC Women's League. Under President Nelson Mandela, she became Deputy Minister of Arts, Culture, Science, and Technology. She tirelessly criticized, quite rightly, that the ANC had failed in the fight against poverty among the majority of the population. As an advocate for the poor black population, she accused her own party of failing to complete the revolution and submitting to the whites instead of distributing their wealth to the blacks. Her criminal energy did not stop during this time. She ultimately had to give up her post as deputy minister due to corruption, unpaid airplane rents, and dubious financial transactions, and in 2003 she was even convicted of fraud and theft. The transformation of the class struggle into a racial struggle did not contradict the personal enrichment of the revolutionary vanguard. People who had asserted their leading role in the movement against apartheid with the rough always had to fear that seductiveness and small-mindedness could divert the masses from the revolutionary goal. In the eyes of the radical ANC politicians, the not completely defeated opponent and their own supporters, exhausted after the victory and striving for their own private advancement, made it necessary to hold out as revolutionaries in waiting in the first liberal years after 1990 under Nelson Mandela and to maintain their position of power in the state apparatus. As fearless and admired fighters, they were well paid for this, because a revolutionary elite needs to be isolated from the leaders and the privileges that they provide primarily for themselves but also for their closest comrades in arms. The story of Winnie Mandela and the tough guys at her side led to victory through radicalization and at the same time deprived the most disadvantaged of the fruits of victory. The African National Congress was founded in 1912 to represent the interests of the colored and black population, demanding full civil rights for all population groups living in South Africa and seeking to achieve its goal through peaceful means, such as passive resistance. At this time, the ANC was still an honorary association of the African educated elite, which had little interest in the farmers and proletarians in the cities, i.e. the majority of the black population. It was only with the founding of the Youth League in 1944 that the organization became a mass movement. One of its founders, Anton Lembede, advocated African nationalism and declared black culture to be an asset worthy of protection, a line that was soon to prevail. It was accompanied by a change in strategy, which was set out in an action program in 1949. Now it was a matter of breaking the law and, if necessary, going to prison for one's convictions. We in the Youth League had risen in the organization in the meantime and led the ANC on a path that was more radical and revolutionary, Nelson Mandela summed up in retrospect. Even though a People's Congress in 1955 diplomatically formulated that South Africa belongs to all who live here, black and white, and cooperation with the South African Communist Party, which the ANC had previously rejected due to the dominance of white intellectuals, became clear that for the ANC, the black population represented the real nation of South Africa and that the goal was to bring about a system change that would lead from the social and anti-racist revolution to a war against Western civilizational, i.e. white, ballast. As a result of this development, a new opposition formed around medical student Steve Biko, which continued to cultivate the African legacy of the late Anton Lembede and propagated a specifically black self-confidence. They referred to the American Civil Rights Movement, Pan-Africanism, and the writings of Frantz Fanon. In response to the ineffectiveness of civil disobedience and the high number of victims, the ANC founded a military wing in 1961 at Nelson Mandela's suggestion, which appeared on the scene under the name Umkhonto we Sizwe, Spear of the Nation. The strategy consisted of attacking military installations, power stations, telephone lines, and transport links in order to weaken the state and economy and deter foreign investors with the aim of forcing the government to the negotiating table. Instead of the hope for negotiations, however, the ANC and other opposition organizations were banned and the ANC's leading cadres were imprisoned. In response, the liberation movement accelerated its transformation from an openly active mass movement to a clandestine organization. Going underground led to a pronounced paranoia among the activists towards alleged informers, which not only claimed the lives of many false suspects, but also internal dissenters. At the beginning of the 1980s, the ANC became increasingly successful in making itself heard internationally. This was helped by the personalization of the fight against apartheid in the Free Nelson Mandela campaign, which turned Mandela into a mythical figure and was much better suited to evoking international sympathy than bombs or ideological confessions. The good contacts with the civil rights movement in the USA helped the protests and boycotts to attract a great deal of attention from large sections of the American public and led to Congress initiating a withdrawal of American investments from South Africa, which accelerated the international isolation of the regime in Pretoria. Among the supporters of apartheid, the realization that the maintenance of racial segregation stood in the way of a prosperous economy and could lead to economic collapse, partly due to pressure from South African entrepreneurs, therefore prevailed. Like the white establishment, the ANC wanted to prevent a civil war that would destroy the entire country, and so it too agreed to negotiations. In early 1990, the ban on the ANC and other organizations was lifted. Nelson Mandela was released from prison and President de Klerk began official negotiations with the ANC on the future of the country. These talks resulted in one of the most liberal constitutions in the world, which quickly earned the country the nickname Rainbow Nation. The ANC finally won the first free elections in 1994. Nelson Mandela became president and was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize together with de Klerk. The ANC had to transform itself from a militant liberation movement into a political party and give up central demands from the time of exile, such as the nationalization of key industries and the establishment of a socialist society. At the latest, with the Reconstruction and Development Government Program introduced in 1997, preference was given to an economic policy in which social equality only played a subordinate role. The former fighters began to settle into the state apparatus without the ANC's almost unchallenged position among the black masses suffering as a result. After 1994, the ANC transformed itself not only into a political party, but also into a state party, similar to the black independence movements in Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Angola. The former liberation movement developed into an instrument of power for the new elite and, as there was no relevant parliamentary opposition and internal party critics were eliminated, became increasingly susceptible to corruption. While the self-enrichment mentality was still the exception in the first years after apartheid, it spread to all levels of government from the late 1990s onwards, which also ensured that the various wings and groups stuck together. Numerous social policy programs were launched, such as the provision of housing, electricity, and water, the introduction of child benefits, disability allowances, and a tax-funded old age pension, or the preferential hiring of blacks in the private and public sectors. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of the townships in particular continue to struggle with high unemployment, poor educational opportunities, and the lack of infrastructure, despite steady economic growth during the terms of office of Presidents Mandela and Mbeki. Although the flourishing economy has created a new middle class, it has not reached the poor majority of the population. Large sections of the population are now resigned to the fact that the ANC elite are living in prosperity, while the inhabitants of the townships still have to live in shacks. Many people have the feeling that they are no better off today than they were during apartheid. Others go so far as to say that they are worse off, which means that crime is currently the best way for many poor people to survive. Today, the country is considered one of the most dangerous in the world. It has the highest rape rate in the world, not least because the generation of freeborns born after the end of apartheid continues the sometimes brutal macho behavior of men. South Africa also has the highest murder rate in the world. The frustration of the marginalized is reflected not least in attacks on immigrants, who are perceived as competitors for jobs and social benefits. In 2008, 60 people, mainly from Somalia, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe, were killed in riots. Over 340 stores were looted and 220 houses burned down. As a rule, however, migrants have no entitlement to the welfare system apart from acute health services. For quite a few black South Africans, the cause of all evil lies in the results of the negotiations on the new constitution at the end of apartheid, which left property relations largely untouched. Agricultural land, 73% of which belongs to white South Africans, has been at the center of a new political radicalization in recent years. The Handelsblad newspaper, for example, reports that the farming profession in South Africa is one of the most dangerous. Almost every week, a farmer falls victim to brutal attacks, with the perpetrators often acting like execution squads. Last year alone, 50 white farmers, 6 black workers, and 15 family members were murdered in farm raids. As a result of these ongoing murders, more and more farmers are abandoning their work and leaving rural areas, making it necessary to import food into a country that has traditionally been an exporter of agricultural produce. These attacks are being spurred on not least by the Economic Freedom Fighters (EEF) party, a left-wing splinter group of the ANC. Its chairman, Julius Malema, was once head of the ANC Youth and now sees himself in opposition to his former comrades. In view of his supporters' own initiative on the land issue, he attempted to dissuade critics with the words, "We are not calling for the murder of whites. At least not for the time being to appease critics." The EEF tabled a motion in the South African parliament to expropriate white farmers without compensation, which was passed by 241 votes to 83. Malema's party justified its initiative by saying that the time for reconciliation was over. Now was the time for justice. The fact that the ANC also supported this proposal is likely to have something to do with the upcoming parliamentary elections next year. Due to the dissatisfaction of many South Africans, a majority for the ANC is by no means certain, so the land expropriations are being used to gain approval from the poor black electorate. It is doubtful whether this will bring the hope for justice to the impoverished population. The consequences of this policy are already foreseeable. Farms that were previously run by whites and then passed into the hands of blacks are increasingly falling into disrepair, as the new owners lack the know-how for farming beyond subsistence farming and there is no support from the authorities. At the same time, a scenario like that in neighboring Zimbabwe is looming, where the violent expropriations of white farmers from 2000 onwards led to a collapse of the economy and the end of food security. The ANC cadres are confronting this situation with conspicuous calm. Should militant protests occur, it is unlikely that there will be a repeat of scenes such as the 2012 Marikana miners' strike, which was effectively shot up and resulted in 34 deaths and 78 injuries. State-owned mines such as Marikana produce valuable raw materials such as platinum, the proceeds of which keep the state and its countless employees afloat. The former freedom fighters and their entourage have prevented possible losses of votes in the upcoming election as a result of further economic precarization of the majority of the population in one respect. Unlike with gold or platinum, they cannot make an immediate profit from the proceeds of agricultural exports. The new upper class has not only long since made ends meet, it also trusts that the liberation struggle will be eternally rewarded if it hands over the land and often the lives of the hated whites to the wrath of the people. There is obviously no contradiction between a national liberation struggle and the plundering of the state by the victors in the People's War. Anti-colonial liberation movements and their militant avant-garde, which in South Africa included Winnie Mandela from the very beginning, evidently develop a pronounced affinity for violence and paranoia in their self-chosen path into the underground, which is why their organizational model is hardly inferior to that of the mafia. Wolfgang Port once remarked that revolutionaries are by no means primarily concerned with developing compassion for the exploited and resolving to improve their situation. In its first phase, the ANC pursued the goal of fighting for equal civil rights for all South Africans, including black and colored people. As an underground organization, however, it forced all black people to submit to it unconditionally or be excluded from the fighting people as spies and traitors and occasionally given the neck brace as a warning to everyone else. The actions of such an elitist fighting force are always justified by the fact that it should only be seen from a military technical point of view, as an aid to weaken the repressive apparatus without any political ambitions of its own, as an association that releases and protects the spontaneity of the masses. Even if this may indeed have been the intention of many ANC fighters, the proclamation of military necessities, which, once successfully implemented, would result in the great liberation of all the exploited and disenfranchised, is in reality just the bacon with which one catches mice. Those who have taken the bait will soon have to concede further functions and competencies to the People's Liberation Force, whose members are characterized by an extraordinary degree of selflessness, courage, determination, and willingness to make sacrifices. This path of suffering that no one had forced them to take is then used by the power clique to make demands and claims to power. For only with regard to the period of struggle are guerrillas a means of weakening state power. With regard to the peace afterwards, however, the fighting unit is the nucleus of future rule. This is where the future power group consolidates itself, where the boys are drilled and sifted who will later be at the top. After the hardship-filled struggle, the ANC has also established itself as a new parasitic caste in the state apparatus, which sees itself legitimized to make loot, i.e. to redistribute state assets into its own pockets. In this context, liberation only means the authorization for immediate appropriation by those who have established themselves in the new center of power or have the corresponding connections from the good old days in the trenches. The ANC, under whose direction the desired rainbow nation mutated into a mafia state, is not an isolated case in a long series of national liberation movements of an anti-colonial nature, all of which have failed in terms of their once formulated aspirations. Quota. There is no justification for racial mania, neither a theoretical nor a political one. Therefore, if one wants to understand the horror from which it arose, one must neither seek information from the scholars of ethnology, since they had to be free of the horror in order to be able to begin research at all, nor from the racial fanatics who pretend to be above the horror, nor finally from those who, in their justified struggle against racial ideas of all kinds, have the understandable tendency to deny them any real basis of experience at all. Hannah Arendt. Quote, "The following thinkers of the last few decades are particularly well received in ethnology: Jean-François Lyotard, Michel Foucault, Pierre Bourdieu, Jacques Derrida, Edward Said, Umberto Eco, Benedict Anderson, Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak, James Clifford, Bruno Latour, Judith Butler." From the Wikipedia entry on ethnology. Since the so-called Schwabing art find of 2012, in which around 1,500 works of art from the collection of the Nazi art dealer Hildebrand Gerlit were confiscated on suspicion of being looted property, provenance research has been a term that regularly appears in the feature pages. It can be read about in a book designed as a reference work on the subject, which insinuates an immediate proximity to the social obligation of ownership with the title Origin Obliges. the scientific discipline of provenance research pursues the task of clarifying the origin, collection, and ownership history of art and cultural objects in museums, libraries, and archives. Detailed research is used to create provenance chains that are as complete as possible, reconstructing the path of works and objects from their creation through all changes of ownership and location to their current locations. While the term looted art is used exclusively in connection with National Socialism, the term looted art is used more generally, according to the book Origin Obliges. It refers to loot from wars or warlike conflicts that is looted and taken out of the country for personal gain, to compensate for losses suffered, reparations, to demonstrate ideological convictions, or to humiliate the enemy. This distinction is ignored by the public, partly out of ignorance and partly out of ideological calculation. When we talk about restitution, we are told that the term primarily refers to Jewish property seized as a result of Nazi persecution, but also includes cultural property and assets expropriated in the Soviet occupation zone, SBZ, and the GDR, as well as objects, artifacts, and human remains from former German colonies. However, restitution is not a component of provenance research, but rather a possible consequence of it. Kensler. Provenance research in connection with the Soviet occupation zone or the GDR and with former German colonies has its origins in the voluntary commitment that Germany entered into at the end of the 1990s as a consequence of the principles of the Washington Conference with regard to works of art confiscated by the National Socialists, in short, the Washington Declaration. However, the 2017 reference work Origin Obliges is no longer up to date. Provenance research on the keyword colonies has long since not only been limited to the former German colonies, it is considered appropriate wherever a colonial context is suspected. It is not only the Central German Office for the Coordination and Funding of Provenance Research, the Magdeburg Center for the Loss of Cultural Property, that has been aware of the Department of Cultural and Collection items from colonial contexts for years. In the meantime, the German Museums Association has published several revisions of a highly regarded guide entitled Dealing with Collection Items from Colonial Contexts, in which provenance research is not only praised as a way of gaining a better understanding of the history of a collection, an institution, or discipline and its links to the colonial project, but is also elevated to the status of a moral duty and prerequisite for responsible handling. The fact that there has long been a shift in the focus of provenance research towards colonial contexts is evidenced by Germany's most expensive cultural building, the Humboldt Forum, which only opened virtually at the end of 2020 due to the coronavirus pandemic. This forum has moved into the Berlin City Palace as an extension of Museum Island, which is only a faithful copy of the original in terms of its facade, but not its interior architecture. The founding directors even attest to the forum that provenance research is the DNA of the institution, which immediately earned them the accusation from post-colonial critics that it is actually an instrument for preventing the restitution of colonial looted art. The motto of the forum is One House, for Players, whereby the Humboldt Forum Foundation in the Berlin Palace, the Prussian Cultural Heritage Foundation, SPK, with its two state museums of ethnology and Asian art is one of the players, while the city's own organization Kulturprojekt Berlin, the Stadtmuseum Berlin and Humboldt University are the other three. Colonialism and coloniality was declared to be one of the core themes, whereby coloniality is understood to mean all the colonial patterns of thought and action that continuously and sustainably structure today's realities in formerly colonized and colonizing societies in various reconfigurations, which is why one feels obliged to break out of coloniality. One of the key words in this context is shared heritage, which, according to SPK director Hermann Parzinger, means that cultural heritage is merely preserved by the museums, but is basically considered the property of all mankind, whereby it must be clear to everyone involved. However, this principle can only apply under the condition of legal acquisition. Shared heritage is therefore to a certain extent a post-national program, but it also requires a corresponding mindset on the part of all those involved. Preußischer-Kulturbesitz.de Shared heritage is therefore to a certain extent a post-national program, but it also requires a corresponding mindset on the part of all those involved. Preußischer-Kulturbesitz.de The postmodern spirit of disorder that is invoked here finds its counterpart in an architecture that was aptly characterized by the FAZ as follows. The historic facade looks very historic, but those who were looking forward to strolling through lavishly decorated Baroque halls inside will perhaps be a little surprised by the cold functionalism that confronts them here. The interior, the neon brightly lit grid architecture, is reminiscent of large shopping centers. Airport office buildings with long escalators, the subsequent crossing resembles the inner courtyard of a Motel 1. December 13, 2020. But contrary to what Frankfurt's Baroque enthusiasts believe, the architectural form and programmatic content harmonize perfectly with each other. literally culminating in the several-meter-high golden domed cross, which the Protestant bishop with the programmatic name Droga gave his cultural relativist blessing. It stands for a dialogue between cultures at eye level, or as the Humboldt Forum likes to put it, the cross not only intersects a horizontal and vertical line on the picture plane, it is also a meeting point for the most diverse directions and positions. And this is exactly how the Humboldt Forum sees itself. The Forum, deliberately planned as a large-scale museum, is intended to combine gigantomania with permanent spectacle and eventization as a service to museum customers in such a way as to meet the mass needs of globalized urban cultural tourists, who like to have their vacation plans dictated by the UNESCO World Heritage Catalog and attach particular importance to the fact that museums and exhibitions do not differ too much from the usual and standardized shopping mall or vestibule atmosphere. In terms of ambience and multimedia equipment, user-friendliness for tourism is then also the only valid argument for the obsession with centralization, one house, four players, that dominates the Forum idea. It is a consequent expression of the change in social meaning and function that museums are subject to under postmodern capitalist conditions. They have become an economic location factor not only in Germany, but throughout Europe, precisely because, unlike in the USA, they are mainly dependent on the state. They are no longer primarily status symbols of a class, but cultural enterprises whose public funding and entertainment must generate both economic and moral surplus value for the city, the region, and the country. This not only includes a business-friendly ideologization, it has become the condition of a cosmopolitanism that has long since supplanted the elitist ideal of the museum as a source of knowledge for the educated citizen, who, equipped with a great deal of arrogance, was once proud that the private possessions from the aristocratic chambers of art and curiosities had finally become publicly presented goods. Omnipresent buzzwords such as diversity, narrative, or discourse are what remains of the democratization of museums that was once sought in the 1960s and 1970s, when the aim was to make them accessible to broader sections of the population. You don't have to wish for a return of the educated middle classes to lament the massification of museums, whose exhibits can hardly have their former auratic effect on visitors under the conditions of a seemingly completely disenchanted world. This objective dilemma for every curator, alongside a drive towards multimedia infantilization, promotes a pseudo-democratization of museums, which has only really gained momentum through social media digitization and corona lockdown and, for example, led to a forward-looking abolition of the separation of the museum expert from the normal museum visitor in Stuttgart's Linden Museum as part of a celebrated anti-colonial exhibition. Active visitors are part of the concept, which provides for texts and stagings to be commented on by the audience and the comments to become part of the exhibition. FAZ, March 22, 2021. As if borrowed from a seminar on progressive corporate management, such borrowings from direct democracy are proudly proclaimed as a paradigm shift in the magazine of the Deutsches Historisches Museum. The structure and logic of museums has changed, from closed walls, in which European superiority was exhibited, to open places and contact spaces, in which the vertical hierarchy has given way to horizontal interaction. End of quote. To avoid any suspicion that the new giant museum could stand for European superiority, the name of the von Humboldt brothers, whose legacy is apparently unsuspected of both Eurocentrism and colonialism, should be used as a preventative measure. Nevertheless, to play it safe, the Forum's general director, Hartmut Dorgerloh, felt compelled to make the brothers work fit for the cosmopolitan diversity discourse of the 21st century. Under the heading "The Name Obliges." How much Humboldt is there in the Humboldt Forum? He attested to their unparalleled, self-reflective cosmopolitanism, with which they recognized the importance of an intercontinental transfer of knowledge and culture, cultivated a transdisciplinary, nomadic understanding of science, and thus sufficiently demonstrated that they had the courage to adopt a forward-looking and progressive attitude. Dorgerloh demonstrated the suitability of such clumsy ideological appropriation parallel to the opening of the Forum in December 2020, when, in his function as general director, he launched the initiative GG 5.3. Weltoffenheit, Initiative gegen 5.3. Cosmopolitanism, directed against Israel and in favor of the anti-Semitic sanctions movement known as BDS, whose plea contains a formulation that bundles the postmodern discourse production of the last 40 years into just one sentence. Cosmopolitanism, as we understand it, presupposes a political aesthetics of difference that understands otherness as a democratic quality. End of quote. No longer emphasizing equality as a prerequisite for differentiation and instead attributing an independent quality to the particular, which it can only possess in dependence on and under the primacy of the general, is a direct rejection of the togetherness of the different, Adorno, in favor of a society-busting patchwork of minorities, Lyotard. which no longer only testifies to the unease in culture, but is a sign of a weariness with civilization that must always work its way through. Israel. Although one can be sure that the left-wing critics, who recognize betrayal of the post-colonial cause in the very use of the name Humboldt and therefore call themselves No Humboldt 21, are no different from Dorgerlow and also attach great importance to difference and otherness, one must almost be grateful to them for reminding those responsible for the forum that the Humboldt brothers worked under conditions that in forum circles are usually referred to as a colonial context or coloniality. Were it not for the typically ahistorical backward projection learned through post-colonial studies, which falls short of the Humboldt brothers' concept of humanity simply because the left-wing critics lack any knowledge or understanding of the euphoria of discovery and research in the 18th and 19th centuries. Thus, the resolution of No Humboldt 21 logically states, the exploration of the world and its people by European explorers was a colonial project for centuries. The question of how one could not have acted in a colonial context under colonial conditions, Alexander, for example, was only able to travel in South America under the protection of the colonial power Spain due to the hostility of the colonial power Portugal, is not asked, if only because otherwise one would have to admit that the spirit of optimism at the time, which included the exploration and investigation of the world, could only have been remedied by completely turning away from the world and thus renouncing any social development. Because in times of the global village, in which almost every corner of the earth seems to be illuminated, it is no longer possible to imagine that Alexander Humboldt, driven by devotion to the cause of scientific discovery and an indisputable abolitionist and opponent of colonialism, was not an inward-looking globetrotter on a journey of self-awareness who set off with evil colonial intentions and without today's outdoor equipment, the fact that the contemporary global adventurer can objectively no longer have anything to do with the European adventurer of that time, when large parts of South America and sub-Saharan Africa were still considered enchanted worlds in the eyes of Europeans, was already beyond the horizon of the mastermind of No Humboldt 21, Edward said. Throughout his life, he did not want to understand that the exoticization of the notorious other was not simply a European ill will, but arose from a necessarily false consciousness, against which one has to measure the people of his time without renouncing the dialectical categories of progress and regression if one wants to do them historical justice. Thus the idea of saving cultural property, which inspired many an explorer and colonial traveler to a ruthless passion for collecting, does not appear to be primarily an outflow of criminal energy. The obsessive collecting and later archiving was much more often than is assumed today supported by a concept of civilization based on the belief in one humanity and the death and extinction of cultures as a natural cost of entering the disenchanted rational world of reason and science. If you assume that the art historian Bénédicte Savoy, who teaches at the TU Berlin and the Collège de France in Paris, has aligned herself with the activists of No Humboldt 21 with her sensational resignation from the Humboldt Forum's Expert Advisory Board in 2017, you are mistaken. Since her inaugural speech in Paris, which was published as a booklet in Germany under the title Die Provenienz der Kultur, The Provenance of Culture, we should know that Savoy is also a proud postmodern ideologue for whom hybridity and migration should be at the center of our idea of culture. Nevertheless, unlike No Humboldt 21 in the colonial context, she not only pleads for attention to be paid to the particularities of each individual case, but she also assigns a positive role to the Western idea of the museum, despite its partial association with devastating ethnology and organized ethnological exhibitions. The museum is, or at least was for a long time, the place of a physical encounter with foreign worlds, the archive of human creativity, one of those places where history foreshadows the future. End quote. Savoy's reason for leaving the Expert Advisory Board was not to tinker with the Humboldt brothers. Against a backdrop of gigantomania and permanent spectacle, she lamented the lack of scientific rigor in the spirit of the Humboldt brothers, whose names only served as a label for the forum. The Humboldt's credo was the combination of collections, research, and teaching. At the Humboldt Forum, this is exactly what is not being realized. Monopole, July 21, 2017. However, her public criticism on the occasion of her departure was less scholarly and all the more gimmicky, prompting Minister of State for Culture Grutters to describe her words as inappropriate for such a renowned scholar. In a much-noticed interview, Savoy was not above equating the results of 300 years of museum collecting in Europe, which often grew into an unbridled collecting frenzy, with nuclear waste buried under a blanket of lead so that no radiation escapes. The Humboldt Forum is like Chernobyl. Why she compared the forum to an exploded nuclear power plant of all things, making it the site of a super GAU, and why she equated museum collection items with waste, remains her secret. Much more serious is the question she raised in connection with European collecting activities, not whether, but how much blood drips from a work of art. Tagesspiegel, July 21, 2017. Deutsche Welle, August 13, 2017. It remains to be seen whether Savoy was invited to appear as an expert before the Bundestag's Culture Committee on the return of colonial cultural assets from German museums in April 2019 despite or because of such statements. At least she already had an expert opinion to present in 2019, which did not yet exist at the time of her departure from the Humboldt Advisory Board. Together with the Senegalese social scientist Felwine San, she wrote the report on the restitution of African cultural assets on behalf of French President Macron, which the Süddeutsche Zeitung phonetically described as a text overflowing with thoroughness and intellectual sophistication. November 21, 2018. Macron's mission was preceded by a speech he gave at the end of November 2017 at the University of Ouagadougou, the capital of Burkina Faso. In it, he was primarily concerned with evoking a new Francophonie project, which he praised as decentralized and supranational because it had left behind the French Francophonie, which France had long outgrown. This main motive for commissioning Savoy and Sarr was completely ignored in Germany. Here in Germany, some of Macron's sentences following the above quote, taken completely out of context, were praised, which do not stand for moral selflessness, but for French power politics. I cannot accept that a large part of the cultural heritage of many African countries lies in France. I want the conditions for the temporary or definitive return of African heritage to Africa to be met within 5 years. End quote. The Savoy/Sarr report, whose German book title Zurückgeben on the restitution of African property, makes it clear that the authors consider the time of the inheritance of African cultural and artistic property by Western colonialists to be the actual primal scene or 0 hour of the establishment of today's national cultural heritage of African states. They write, even where the memory of these objects has been lost, the memory of the events that led to their loss generally remains alive. End quote. Leaving aside the always questionable use of the concept of cultural heritage, the postmodern plea for an alternative conception of cultural heritage as open and fluid is a clear indication that Savoy/Sarr want to avoid questions of possible intra-African heritage so as not to damage the post-colonial black-white perpetrator-victim schema. In the report, both advocate the path towards permanent restitution and thus explicitly contradict Macron at the point where he talks about temporary restitution. In order to avoid the accusation of nationalization through restitution, Savoy/Sarr makes something a prerequisite for restitution that reassures cosmopolitan Europeans, who are always ready to repent but can never be guaranteed. The restitution of objects does not seal their identitary inclusion, but holds the promise of a new economy of exchange. The whispering inherent in the sentence intensifies in the report and culminates in the final lines, in which it is said that the restitution is about establishing a different relational ethics. By processing the symbolic space, it is seized by seismic forces that also set other areas of reality in motion. In this way, they indicate a new order in which the appropriation of cultural heritage, this custom of another time, makes way for a new way of relating to the world, based on the recognition of our interdependencies and the fundamentally relational character of our identities. End quote. Whatever this is supposed to mean other than the truism that nowadays everything is somehow connected to everything else, you can be pretty sure that this pseudo-poetic nonsense was contributed by Felwine Sarr, who has long been quite successful as a mixture of postmodern chatterbox and ideological agitator and is one of the most influential living intellectuals on his continent in this country, who has received the highest praise for his manifesto-like book Afrotopia. In Afrotopia, Sarr not only offers everything the progressive European heart desires, but the regressive heart is also likely to wholeheartedly agree with the following lines, which, if the place of speech were not authentically black but privileged white, would probably be immediately exposed by Germany's right-wing extremism experts as essentialist Hochspeak. If there is one area in which Africa's charisma has remained completely intact, despite the dislocations of an eventful recent history, it is the area of culture. The challenge lies in identifying those consistent characteristics that could be understood as the framework that supports the basic character of groups and communities. Homo Africanus is not Homo economicus in the strict sense. The motives behind his decisions are shaped by logics of honor, redistribution, subsistence, and the gift or countergift. End quote. But that is not all. Sarr has fallen prey to a romanticizing delusion of authenticity, which could be found similarly recently in the writings of the representatives of Francophone negritude, who were accused at the time of still being too oriented towards Western literature and philosophy, which is why Sartre recommended anti-racist racism to them as the only way of possible black reflection. Sarr, who is unscrupulous enough to operate completely freely, i.e. ahistorically, with Western concepts when he deems it necessary for his white target group, writes, traditional African societies were characterized by the fact that production, distribution, and ownership of goods were determined by a social ethic whose aim was to guarantee the basics of life for all. The profound humanism of African cultures must be brought to light and renewed. End quote. The fact that Emmanuel Macron hired such an ideologue for a serious report on a serious topic speaks volumes not only about the state of society in France, but also about the entire West, which allows people like Felwine Sarr or Akil Mbembe to dictate the necessary self-criticism on colonialism. What Sarr has in common with Mbembe is not only the fact that they both founded a forum for African intellectuals, the Ateliers de la Pensée Association. In the case of Sarr's oeuvre, too, there is an extensive void in terms of content, which has already been extensively demonstrated in Mbembe's work. This proximity is not contradicted by the fact that the two are not in complete agreement when it comes to restitution. Unlike Savoy/Sarr, Mbembe is clever enough at first glance to want to avoid a possible flaw in the noble post-colonial discourse that could arise when clarifying the question of the actual origin of the objects to be restituted. Although he also sees the restitution of African works to Africans as an obligation, Le Monde, 1.12, 2018, but he makes a virtue of the possible need to explain that, as the Süddeutsche newspaper put it, the restitution demand could have arisen from the same thinking as the demand for the deportation of African refugees. Africans should not make use of their right to restitution, because Europe cannot on the one hand lock up African artifacts in the hearts of its cities and on the other hand deny Africans entry and thus also the sight of these objects. Time, July 3, 2018. The fact that he could be doing a favor with this view to all those for whom African demands for restitution go against the grain because they don't like any criticism of colonialism anyway, people whom Mbembe also likes to denounce as white supremacists for this very reason, seems to be of little concern to the perhaps not so clever Mbembe at second glance. The secret of the success of people like Mbembe and Sarr is probably that they deliberately present their fans in the West with a historically selective, in their own way Eurocentric view, which gives cosmopolitan Europeans the feeling through the back door that by accepting unlimited criticism of themselves, combined with the admission of white guilt for everything and everyone, they could remain the navel of the world. Which they no longer are. In the words of Deutschlandfunk, there were also slave markets in East Africa, for example in Zanzibar, where Arab traders bought people and brought them back to their homeland. But Cameroon-born Akil Mbembe focuses on the sphere of influence of the former European colonial powers. End quote. The fact that Western colonialism is also the history of a successful Christian-motivated abolitionism and that the special history of the West consists in having broken with the slavery that pervades human history, this historical truth must not be included in the post-colonial narrative, nor must the fact that the only successful slave revolt, also known as the Haitian Revolution, could only take place because its protagonists were gripped by the Western ideas of the Enlightenment. What Egon Flage states about this revolution in his World History of Slavery must seem heretical to Sarr, Mbembe, and their Western admirers. In the only successful slave revolt in world history, it is significant that the current that was furthest removed from African traditions was victorious. Although there are now numerous publications on the Islamic Arab slave trade in Africa, which lasted more than 1,000 years, both African and European activists remain silent about it in the name of dialogue and respect for other cultures. The slave system was not limited to the North African barbarian states with their systemic hunts for white Europeans. The Islamic Arab enslavement system raged much worse in sub-Saharan Africa. A bloody history of slavery was written there, which, as an inter-African history, proves any attempt to create a simple perpetrator-victim scheme to be ideologically motivated. This is because real slave-hunting entities were formed there, which were created by the Africans themselves and were based on an enslavement subculture that was already widespread beforehand. The main export goods of these states were enslaved people who had previously been captured through military raids or razzia-like actions according to the trading principle of supply and demand under the constant pressure to become a hunting ground themselves at any time if they themselves failed as slave hunters, as Flage writes in his World History. When the Europeans entered the slave trade in sub-Saharan Africa, they not only found an already well-functioning enslavement economy, but it was Africans who set the prices and who were not fobbed off with glass beads, but paid dearly for the human goods. Flage's answer to the question of why Africans enslaved other Africans and brought them to Africa's shores to be sold like cattle, a question that is of course on the index for the Sarrs and Mbems, is because they saw no similarities at all between themselves and their enslaved victims. The linguistic, ethnic, religious, and cultural similarities were imperceptible in the midst of rampant wars and raids. African solidarity or even identity never emerged. Instead, the intra-African enslavement wars between the 9th and 19th centuries completely wiped out hundreds, perhaps even thousands of ethnic groups whose names we will never know. One of the largest and most successful predatory states was the Kingdom of Benin, which existed until the end of the 19th century with a godlike ruler called Oba at its head and was largely located in what is now Nigeria. Between 3,000 and 5,000 objects come from this kingdom, which are known as Benin bronzes and are counted among the most important and valuable African works of art and are regarded as the figureheads of the restitution debate. It has now been decided, not without a classist reference to Germany's pioneering role, Grutters, that large parts of the approximately 1,000 pieces of these bronzes in German museums will be restituted to Nigeria, and it is therefore questionable whether even one of the 200 objects originally planned will be on display in the Humboldt Forum. The Benin bronzes were brought to Europe and subsequently sold to other countries such as Germany for profit in the wake of a British punitive expedition in 1897. This was at a time when the imperialist race for Africa was in full swing in the wake of the Berlin-Congo Conference of 1885, for whose participants the ban on slavery decreed decades earlier by all colonial powers provided a welcome moral argument for colonization, as it did for the British in their conquest of the Oba Empire. At the time of the punitive expedition, the still independent Kingdom of Benin was already in the most serious crisis of its existence, as the ban on slavery had dried up its most important source of income and its own need for slaves was limited because the absolute majority of the inhabitants were in a slave-like relationship with the Oba anyway. The only additional demand arose from the fact that, according to Wikipedia, the centuries-old practice of sacrificing slaves by beheading and strangulation increased so much during the crisis that the Oba's court had to deal with up to 23 a day. The outstanding significance of the Benin bronzes, mostly elaborately decorated sculptures and relief panels, lies in the fact that their first public presentation in Europe not only aroused amazement and admiration among a wide audience, their presentation caused a fundamental turning point, which Theophilus Omogbai, the director of the National Museum in Benin City, describes in a Deutsche Welle documentary entitled Looted Art from Africa. The objects brought a broad help to tell our story, because before that time they said we lived on trees, we were monkeys, we were without culture, we were brutal, savages, etc. When they saw these objects, they changed their view of us. End of quote. Göttingen ethnologist Brigitta Hauser-Schaublin has described the significance and function of the bronzes in the Oba Empire itself. Their social utility value lies in the fact that, in the absence of written language, they tell the story of raids and wars in pictures, but also in the fact that quite a few of the sculptures are portraits of defeated rivals or foreign rulers, trophy heads, for which the bronze casters repeatedly used the severed head of a slain adversary as a model. The heads and sculptures were the subject of rituals in which not only animals but also people were sacrificed. The killing of humans was a privilege of the Oba. The most common method of killing was beheading, whereby the blood was collected in a bowl and sprinkled over the royal ancestral altars. Benin artists also depicted such scenes of human sacrifice in bronze. The victims' ankles and legs were tied together, a peg was thrust into their mouths as a gag, and finally their heads were cut off. What Hauser-Schaublin directly addresses to the co-author of the Macron report on the restitution of African cultural assets after this description can be generalized to the entire tendency of both provenance research and the restitution debate in a colonial context. I want to know how much blood is dripping from a work of art, proclaimed the art historian and activist Bénédicte Savoy with great resonance. She was only referring to the colonial acquisition history of objects. Yes, there is blood dripping from the artworks, but in a much broader sense than she suggested. Hauser-Schaublin adds to this objection to the continuation of a colonial idea of the noble savage under decolonial auspices in relation to the Benin bronzes. Decoupled from the culture of origin and thrown onto the capitalist market, they suddenly became art. FAZ, March 16, 2021. The assumption that the artistic character of the Benin bronzes was imposed on them and forced upon them because they were declared art in a kind of Duchampian ready-made effect and suddenly placed in a museum after being torn from their original location, misses the point in the specific case and is untenable in the generalization it implies. The idea that art is whatever the artist declares it to be and the public considers it to be is an expression of an aesthetic positivism that emerged with artistic modernism at the beginning of the 20th century and, instead of the self-reflection of aesthetic forms that authentic modernism demands, practices businesslike self-deprecation, which spares itself all artistic mediation but continues to insist that what is presented and traded as art is something special and higher. In this way, the banal art commodity actually becomes a fetish, and the priestly behavior of the corresponding artists as well as the blind adoration of junk by the public testify to the extent to which certain currents in modern art have prepared the transformation of Western societies back into tribal-like entities. In the case of the Benin bronzes, however, the situation is different, because here, as with Negro sculptures in general, at the beginning of the 20th century not just any objects were declared to be art without mediation, but criteria of the autonomous work of art were applied to artifacts, which do not, on the whole, correspond to these criteria. but which make it possible to recognize those traits in them that point beyond the context of bloody oppression to which they owe themselves, and which they immediately serve, and which in turn make them commensurable with the advanced mastery of materials in modern art. Picasso's famous Les Demoiselles d'Avignon from 1907 is based on his acquaintance with Negro sculptures first shown in Paris. He recognized something in them that helped him break through to Cubist painting and sculpture. The experience of non-European art thus promoted a tendency in Europe that was already present but not yet realized, and conversely, the inkling of a tendency made the artistic character of objects that were not primarily artistically intended, i.e., their tendency towards art, visible. The origin is mediated by the result. Only from the point of view of autonomous art and by applying the category of the work as a yardstick can the artistic character of what was not yet art in the immediate sense, but points to it, be recognized, and the immensely human of which Carl Einstein spoke in his treatise on Negro sculpture become visible. Only through such reflective mediation can one free oneself from the summary glorification or devaluation of primitive art. In Totem and Taboo, Sigmund Freud similarly attested to the savages of today, without ennobling them as thoroughly noble souls, a subtlety of mental activity which, if not recognized, could lead to the psychology of those peoples who have remained at the animistic stage, behaving as with the mental life of the child, which we adults no longer understand, and whose richness and subtlety we have therefore underestimated. For Freud, the principle of magic was a technique of the animistic way of thinking, which is determined by an omnipotence of thought, whose elective affinity with Western art he expressly emphasized. Only in one area has our culture retained the omnipotence of thought, that of art. Only in art does it still happen that a person consumed by desire makes something resembling satisfaction, and that this play, thanks to the artistic illusion, evokes affects as if it were something real. We rightly speak of the magic of art and compare the artist to a magician. But this comparison is perhaps more significant than it claims to be. Art, which certainly did not begin as l'art pour l'art, originally served tendencies that have largely died out today. Many magical intentions can be assumed among these. End quote. The reason why the advocates of unconditional restitution, who like to use the metaphor of the Western Museum as a prison and the art objects as its inmates, the prisoners, Mbembe, speak out in favor of the very concept of art on which the Western Museum idea is based, a concept that, according to their own logic, they should actually reject as irredeemably colonially contaminated, is that they cultivate a purely instrumental and correspondingly hypermorally charged relationship to the art objects. In circles of unconditional restitution advocacy, a deliberate lack of conceptualization prevails in matters of art, not to say a hostility towards art, which enables them to speak of art as a good, as heritage, or as objects of collective meaning, reparation, or historical justice all the more unscrupulously. This kind of equivalence thinking, which turns art into a moral commodity, does not measure the pricing of restitution according to, whatever that may ultimately be, African standards, as is often claimed, but according to decidedly Western standards. The prerequisite for such thinking is the denial of the fact that the objects only acquired their commodity value through colonial appropriation. In a report on a Munich conference on provenance research held in mid-April 2021, the FAZ reported that it is also possible without such a decolonial double standard, and that the path to the goal of a decolonized and retribalized world can be pursued in a consequent, honest, and self-critical manner. Hilke Thodorova from the Museum Fünf Kontinente in Munich described the ethical questions that culturally sensitive objects raise. The Western concept of art has nothing to do with the value of things in their areas of origin, which is why she appeals to post-colonial provenance research to find people in the societies of origin who are capable and authorized to provide information about an object, clan heads instead of always just scholars. End of quote. There is agreement on the legal basis for restitution. There is none, neither at national, bilateral nor supranational level. The intertemporal principle, according to which facts are to be assessed according to the law that applied at the time, expressly excludes colonial legislation and thus restitution. In the case of statutes of limitations, the Guide to Handling Collection Items from Colonial Contexts recommends that it should be up to the museum concerned to decide whether to invoke them. The legal basis may be the legal claim of the society of origin, but alternatively the legal right of the museum institution to give up property without legal obligation on the basis of ethical or moral considerations. End quote. This passage also has an impact in the decolonization milieu and is a particular incentive to further increase moral pressure in the name of historical justice. Someone like Akil Mbembe is not satisfied with this and blurts out where the decolonization activists think the journey should go. How can we prevent such an extremely political and moral issue from being trivialized in this way if we don't turn our backs on such a cynical view of the law and get down to the essentials? In fact, in this case, as in others, the function of the law is not to canonize the balance between power and extortion. It is to serve justice. If the law does not serve justice, it must be changed. Le Monde, January 12, 2018. The path to the rule of justice, which is intended to abolish the rule of law, has as its most important milestone the moral equivalence of colonialism with the Shoah. The latest prank to get there is called multidirectional memory and was concocted by Michael Rothberg in the form of his much-discussed book with the same title. In relation to the restitution claims, this not only means that there is something like at least a secret oath of restitution to Jews, it also means that the difference between the motives of a criminal like Hermann Göring, who hoarded the objects of his Europe-wide art looting campaigns in Karen Hall in Brandenburg, and those of colonial collection and looting, has been narrowed down. No wonder the thought leader in the decolonization debate, Deutschlandfunk, Achille Mbembe, does not take serious steps to counter the impression that he obviously cannot forgive the Jews for the fact that more terrible things were done to them as a collective than the African damned of this earth, who were only described as such. Decolonialism differs from Fanonian anti-colonialism in particular in that it has completely abandoned national liberation and thus also internationalism. You don't have to become a supporter of national liberation, especially not the anti-Western one that Fanon had in mind, to recognize that decolonialism does a disservice to the nation building that is so bitterly needed in Africa. Its post-national character is literally absurd. For unlike colonialism, there has never been a real history of the African nation-state. It is therefore logically impossible to enter a post-colonial era. Compared to Nazism, European colonialism was not a crime against Africans, if only because it also existed elsewhere and there is no African prehistory that even comes close to the Jewish one. In other words, the Congo Conference of 1885 was not an anticipated Wannsee Conference, and in 1942 it was not decided to colonize European Jewry. Insisting on this simple fact does not relativize colonial crimes, but rather places both events in the correct historical relationship to each other. It also makes it clear that, unlike Nazism, there was no colonialism, but instead different European colonial powers, of which the British, with their indirect rule, demonstrably exercised the mildest form of rule. The fact that colonial influence in sub-Saharan Africa only became relevant from the last quarter of the 19th century anyway, because it was only from then on that it was no longer limited to the narrow coastal strips, supports Egon Flaig's comments on the way in which European slaves were procured and African slaves were procured. On the other hand, it proves that the race for Africa clearly took place under conditions of abolitionism, much to the chagrin of the decolonizers. One could simply call it absurd if one were not aware of the ideological motivation of those responsible for the Museumsbund's guide when they first pompously emphasized that a typology of the colonies should be avoided precisely because there were too many different forms of them, only to immediately state that territories that were under the rule of China, the Ottoman Empire or Russia did not fall under the term colonial rule in the European sense. The deliberate confusion between the general and the particular is done here to avoid getting in the way of politically correct discourse. For this reason, the term protectorate, which appears repeatedly in the guide, has not been defined in more detail, let alone bothered to distinguish it honestly from the term colonialism. There is certainly no need to go as far as Egon Flaig, who even considers the colonial race for Africa to be without alternative because, in his opinion, it was the only way to put an end to the auto-destructive processes of African societies and stabilize living conditions. What is true about Flaig's judgment, however, is that the dynamics of African self-destruction cannot simply be attributed to the Europeans. Nor is it necessary to agree with Horst Breedkamp, the former founding director of the Humboldt Forum, and his attempt against the decolonizers that colonial collecting mania is a noble anti-colonial act. Even beyond such euphemistic attempts, we can know that many of the vast quantities of objects from Africa were acquired in a fair exchange and not looted, but we would have to adopt the perspective that the renowned ethnologist Fritz W. Kramer, for example, strongly recommends, not always looking at the change of ownership of objects only from the collector's point of view. At least what one can learn in this context from the authors of the guide makes one sit up and take notice. Sometimes it is concluded that every acquisition during the period of colonialism was unjustly made. The majority of the working group does not agree with this view. From the early contact period onwards, objects were made specifically for Europeans due to recognized demand. The authors consider it problematic to deny the societies of origin any agency of their own and to declare them victims across the board. End of quote. One can object to this. How could they see it any other way if they did not want to deprive provenance research of its basis for existence? But such self-interest alone would indicate that provenance research cannot do without objective criteria. This is to be welcomed, if only because the guide bears witness to the extent to which those forces are already considered socially acceptable who only know the goal of replacing provenance research with the correct blood origin and thus the authentic place of speech. Under the heading Decolonization of Collection and Exhibition Management, you can read in the guide how people pose the question of power who are allowed to write in a publication of the Museumsbund that the museum must be considered a colonial construct. Decolonization requires a new orientation of narratives. These must be formulated by the communities that the museum collections are about and developed in collaboration with them. Indigenous umbrella organizations have a role to play in guiding institutional discussions. End quote. Against such attacks on humanity, it is worth recalling the words of a man who, as an avowed opponent of colonialism, still knew what progress emanated from it at a time when there were no colonial constructs and real communities could still be real communities. However much it may now be repugnant to human feeling to witness how myriads of busy patriarchal and harmless social organizations are shattered and dissolved into their units, hurled into a sea of suffering, as at the same time their individual members lose their old cultural forms and their inherited means of existence, we must not forget that they restricted the human mind to the narrowest conceivable sphere of vision, made it a submissive tool of superstition, a servile slave to traditional rules, and robbed it of all greatness and historical energies. Karl Marx, British Rule in India. Spontaneous anti-capitalism, for which Die Linke, the left, is parade-typical in Germany, explains exploitation and impoverishment as the result of selfish and greedy intentions, subsequently interprets this as racist discrimination and the plundering of the peoples of the Third World, and endeavors to use this as a means of rallying the impoverished into a collective of those who defend themselves and fight back, as could be observed not least in the events surrounding the anti-Semitic pirate Voyage to Gaza. It corresponds exactly to the anti-racist worldview when Annette Groth raves about an incredibly good atmosphere, including singing, on the Mavi Marmara, and Norman Page explains that he felt like he was at a bazaar in this colorful hustle and bustle. It is precisely in line with this disposition that both claim to have recognized nothing but the harmonious and peaceful diversity of cultures until the Israeli soldiery put a violent end to this cheerful and colorful hustle and bustle and were rightly confronted with violence that was nothing but resistance and self-defense. The Bak Shalom, which is used here as a representative example of an organization that hallucinates itself as oppositional, then provides the fig leaf for this insane logic by first expressing respect for the adverse circumstances they had to go through to party comrades Hoger, Page, and Groth in its statement on support for the peace flotillas, and then writes to them that they had gone a little too far in questioning Israel's blockade policy, which in principle is not reprehensible. And finally also undermines the sovereignty of the Jewish state by giving it wise advice and calling for an international commission of inquiry. It is anti-racism itself that cannot understand racism as an objective thought form of global capitalist socialization. Instead, it turns it into a cipher for injustice and unfairness per se, and thus becomes a resentment-laden pattern of interpretation for social processes of all kinds. To give just one example here again. In the run-up to the infamous Durban Review Conference last year in Geneva, the Forum for Human Rights in Israel/Palestine, to which Amnesty International Switzerland and Swiss Caritas, for example, belong, held an Israel Review Conference on April 19, 2009. At this conference, Israeli swimming pools were declared in all seriousness to be racist oppressive measures that would take the water away from the olive groves rooted in the Palestinian clod. As Leo Lowenthal noted as early as the 1940s, this kind of agitation serves nothing other than to stir up resentment against the excesses of luxury. In his study False Prophets, he explains, the agitator projects a bizarre image of oversized luxurious possessions, teeming with swimming pools. The anti-racism that argues in this way is an anti-capitalist movement that has written the generalization of misery on its banner, and those who gather under this banner expect only one form of reward. They are allowed to cool their heels on the sinners debauched in luxury when they fall into their hands as prey victims. His agitation is aimed at transforming society into identitarian, communal misery self-administration. The peoples and collectives to be protected are characterized by the fact that they are held together by a rigid morality of renunciation and the aggressive claiming of victim status, and this claim makes it possible to present oneself as the persecuting innocence, Karl Kraus, that speaks from Groth's and Page's statements. This claim makes it possible to feel and present oneself as a victim who, in the pursuit of the imagined perpetrator of social conditions perceived as evil and injustice, only ever claims to react in self-defense against an external aggressor. Jürgen Habermas also characterizes the suicide attacks by Islamist and Pan-Arabist rackets as a psychologically comprehensible reaction with which a population torn out of its cultural traditions by violent uprooting reacts to the tantalizingly banalizing irresistibility of a materialistically leveling consumer culture. According to Habermas in another essay co-written with Jacques Derrida, jihadist terror should therefore be seen as a movement that holds the West accountable for the violence of an imposed and uprooting modernity. It is not the jihadists with their hatred of the West who are said to be the perpetrators of the suicide attacks, but the arrogant West, which is imposing its culture on the entire globe, is virtually challenging such anti-racist resistance. Consequently, this is not understood as war, but as a necessity to preserve culture, even if it is sometimes excessively violent, which simultaneously immunizes the anti-Western disinhibition against any criticism. By incapacitating themselves by claiming their status as mere victims, the collectives and their advocates prohibit not only any interference, but also any criticism from the outset as ethno- or Eurocentric arrogance and racism. For example, Judith Butler writes in her essay Unlimited Detention with regard to jihadist fighters, if we assume that everyone wages war as we do, and that this is part of what makes them recognizably human, then we are using a limited and limiting cultural framework for our understanding of what it means to be human. And she continues, if this violence is terrorism rather than violence, it is understood as acting without political purpose, or it cannot be interpreted politically. That it is Islamic extremism or terrorism simply means that the dehumanization already brought about by Orientalism is taken to the extreme, so that this kind of war is excluded from the assumptions of universality and the protection of civilization because of its uniqueness and exceptionality. Here again, it is not the jihadists who, as one could read in every one of their statements, are quite confidently waging a battle against civilization and want to destroy it, who are working on the barbarization of conditions, but the racist West with its universalist ideas about, for example, the law of war. While the fight against racism, such as that waged by the American civil rights movement in the 1960s, criticized the exclusion of certain population groups from universalist legal claims and took action against it, anti-racism turns the tables. It claims that rational standards are racist because they are Western. It denounces and thus rejects universalism as particularism, as long as it does not also include the most atrocious crime in the name of culture. The universalism that Butler has in mind is that of complete cultural concrete parcelling in the struggle against abstract general concepts. As early as the 1990s, it could be observed that the apocalyptic doomsday predictions of the Croesus, now Exit, group evoked a thoroughly pleasant and cozy creepiness that was inscribed in the shrill warnings themselves. Especially in older texts, Robert Kurz tried to wrest some kind of meaning from the course of the world today in an almost penetratingly historical materialistic manner, right up to the proclamation of a communism of things that had supposedly already occurred in 1991. Achille Mbembe's writings follow a similar historical-philosophical pattern in both form and content. Like the Nuremberg sledgehammer theorists, Mbembe, such a sensitive virtuoso of hostility to reason, is also pleased that Europe is no longer the world's center of gravity. This declassification opens up new possibilities, but also dangers. The Critique of Black Reason, page 11. However, what Stuart Hall, for example, had already registered 20 years ago in almost the same wording, was no longer an astonishing realization even then, especially in view of the bloc formation of the Cold War. So the world is turning black. If we now take another quick look at the French original, which reads, Devenir nègre du monde, it is again more about the world becoming Negro. But what is a Negro? One can certainly follow Frantz Fanon on this one point. The Negro is one of the historical forms of being human in the world. And yet we must immediately contradict him, because the Negro is above all one of the historical forms of the negation of humanity. According to Mbembe, Negro was always the name for the slave, the human commodity, page 97, and basically, the Negro only exists in relation to a master. The master owns his Negro, and the Negro belongs to his master, page 280. A dialectical definition of the concept must not disregard its materialist foundation, for how can the Negro slave be a pure product or ghost of modernity, page 243, if at the same time the following applies to the reason that creates it? This reason, composed of several layers, goes back at least as far as antiquity, page 61. The Negro is indeed a product of modernity, but at the same time he is also a preserved and reprocessed piece of barbaric archaism in modernity, page 8. Until its eventual abolition, modern slavery was always a formal rather than a real subsumption under capital and by no means its invention. The arbitrary and capricious vacillation of postmodern ideologies between absolute oblivion of history on the one hand and, as it were, energetic denial of the present and reality on the other is ignorance objectified into a method and thus the surest way of not perceiving this fact. The emphasis on phenomena isolated from the historical course and the corresponding fetishization of the terms helps wonderfully, for example, to overlook the historical slave trade in the Trans-Sahara or today's forms of slavery, particularly stubbornly socially anchored in Sudan and Mauritania, but also as decidedly political coercive measures in IS and Boko Haram, or to dismiss them as a mere reaction to colonization. The anti-racist language reformers do not mention or criticize the fact that in most Arabic dialects, the term abd is still used synonymously for servant or slave as well as for black person. The objection is in itself trivial and only significant because Islam, in turn, is vehemently glorified by Fanon, Mbembe, and their ilk as the great religion of liberation, while the Enlightenment is denounced as an urge to expose women, page 311, and Islamist murder gangs are then only alleged to exist. Contrary to Mbembe's assertion, the Negro as a slave in the capitalist mode of production is not a working subject, but a speaking object of labor and a living tool, not a subject who could sell his labor power as a commodity, but the personified labor itself, i.e., the embodiment of use value. Slavery becomes economically obsolete and politically combated where the production of exchange value expands and the realization of surplus value on the world market requires well-off and solvent customers instead of impoverished and enfeebled slaves. For the worker of the one is always the customer of the other. Every individual capital would like to have its workers on an almost slave-like wage and legal level, but at the same time the workers of all others as well-earning wage laborers, i.e. solvent customers, and as on all levels of capital socialization, this logical contradiction does not experience a resolution in reality, but only a form of progression, in the wake of which it returns as an unresolved issue and asserts itself in the form of a crisis. Actual slavery within the capitalist mode of production, however, is at best a relic of primitive accumulation, but not its immanent principle. Instead of paying tribute to historical reality and simply understanding the Negro slave as a legal object due to his elementary lack of rights, historical reality is denied out of a transparent identitarian need and its objects are subsequently promoted to subjects. In their exuberant longing for the subject and denial of the object, the notorious enemies of Kant and Hegel reveal themselves to be vulgar idealists who try to outdo each other above all in their denial of economic and legal provisions. To this end, language, words, and concepts are charged with inordinate meaning by means of the concepts of invocation and the alleged semantic traumas, and the difference between language and practice is systematically leveled. The whole thing has nothing whatsoever to do with any insight into the genesis and validity of concepts, which would be a prerequisite for the development and refinement of linguistic consciousness. Again, the anti-racist with a chair grata colomba as a representative of her entire following. If I write out the term N in this article instead of the euphemism N-word, it is in order to deconstruct it. Quote, end. It is constantly implied from this direction that anyone who defends the use of the word in Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, for example, would automatically use it as a personal term or even as a form of address in their own everyday life, and that the formulation therefore not only reproduces racism, but is itself racism in every form. Huckleberry Finn, however, does exactly what deconstruction, viewed very benevolently, could mean if it were not a priori so distorted. Because it shows that a thing, and therefore even more so a person, does not correspond to its concept. Mark Twain's portrayal of Jim uses the cliché to simultaneously break a lance for the beginnings of individuality, which he is only just able to wrest from the society that produces and rejects him. The American civil rights activist Ishmael Reed remarked very aptly that Nigger Jim has more depth and profile than the blacks we find in film, theater, and literature today. The linguistic latency to which the use of the term is subject also has a certain relationship to the real latency of the development of productive power, which is certainly the result of colonization, according to which racism can be seen as a biologization of real production differences. Again, the fact that there is a relationship between political economy and language change does not mean that the respective developments are immediately related or even identical. Both take place behind the backs of the actors, whereby the progression of language is much more unconstrained for the individual than that of capital. This is why the use of the word Negro now always has something tacky, kitschy, old-fashioned and slightly stupid about it, but at the same time refers to historical and still existing conflicts. It can be compared with the tough and slow replacement of the gendered generic term woman with the term Frau, which was previously reserved exclusively for highborn women. Here, too, the change in terminology is linked to real improvements in economic and legal status. Finally, both projections of sexual instincts, which reach into the archaic, come together perfectly in the racial woman and also refer here to the socially required suppression of instincts, which needs such substitutes in order to exist at all. The white mask. Quote, the violence of colonization excluded any dialectic of knowledge. The Critique of Black Reason, page 300. If this means that there was and is nothing to be saved about the historical Negro that would have presented itself positively, one can agree with this. Otherwise, meaning would be wrested from slavery where there is simply none to be found. Even as a necessary condition of the development of productive power for making necessary labor superfluous, this form seems at least questionable. At the latest, the abolition of slavery and the subsequent decolonization are to be seen as the practical abolition of the Negro, for example in the form of the citizen of the nation-state and, ideally, in a certain form of individuality. Although a real emancipation, it is a negative sublation in the strict sense, for the liberation of decolonization is that into doubly free wage labor and not into the realm of freedom, and from this materialized freedom arises the possibility for proletarians to starve to death completely undisturbed, Pastucanis. However, this very basic hunger plays no role in Mbembe's work, remarkable, since the idea of the need to live, or the hope of mastering it, is at least a source of legitimacy for post-colonialism. However, today's lack of basic food and medical care, which is particularly drastic on the African continent that Mbembe chooses for his observation, is neither an effect of discourses nor a social construction, but a disgusting reality that as such should be alleviated as far as possible. Despite all the justified criticism of local fundraising campaigns and their strategies, the postmodern anti-racist opinion leaders prove their deeply inhuman ideology in every sentence. An example from the White Charity Initiative. Quote, "Black people are usually depicted on the fundraising posters and stereotypically constructed as passive victims, deficient or exotic. In the aforementioned reflex of wanting at all costs to avoid ever being an object, it is necessary to deny precisely that which ultimately makes one an object in fact and which is precisely not abolished by actionism." Every line of these barbaric anti-humanists reads as if they would rather let half of Africa starve to death at any time before allowing white development aid, which, as a moment of European discourse, is ascribed the power to construct objects and subjects at its own discretion, to alleviate suffering according to the admittedly macabre rules of the market, which even these cannot abolish. The anti-racist myth of decolonization, which was forced solely by the resistance of the damned of this earth, is closely linked to the discursivization and thus denial of hunger for the sake of the symbolic elevation of the starving. The colonies had long been too expensive for the mother countries in economic terms and had often become mere subsidized projects that were only maintained for ideological, strategic, and prestige reasons. This motivation led to the colonies being released into their independence and into the world market, which above all resulted in a sudden abdication of responsibility by the colonial powers. In the identity of colonialism and slavery often claimed or suggested by post-colonial theorists, which never existed in this immediate form, one can now recognize the little truth in the euphemism of protectorate or protectorate. In this sense, decolonization meant that individuals were released into wage labor without the former protection. From the point of view of the colonial powers, this naturally only served to secure property, and this higher self-interest of the slave owners was determined by the state against their respective particular interests. Like the 21st article of the aforementioned Code Noir, the Imperial Chancellor's decree of November 29, 1901, for example, obliged the slave owner to the following: the master is obliged to support and care for the house slave in old age and illness, even if the house slave is subsequently set free. Quote, end. With the abolition of slavery, these principles were, contrary to the actual logic, not immediately and completely abolished, because the natives were the colony's most valuable asset. In more concrete terms, these provisions read as follows: the ignorance and helplessness of the native-born, who undertake to work for wise entrepreneurs, make even more necessary than with us measures of labor protection, such as prohibition of the truck system and securing wages, restriction of excessive working hours, the measures of health care, the fight against spirits, protection against usury and frivolous borrowing. Quote, end. It should be superfluous to mention at this point that these directives were by no means purely philanthropic, especially since the constraints on the wage laborers of the colonies were not purely objective and dictated by sheer hunger. At the same time, the protected wage laborers could be disciplined by the district officers and the station chiefs of the interior with corporal punishment and imprisonment in chains for not more than 14 days, for example for continued neglect of duty and indolence, for insubordination, or unjustified abandonment of their places of service or work, as well as for other significant violations of the service or employment relationship. Quote, end. Descriptions of punishments such as the last mentioned are familiar from the Marxian chapter on so-called primitive accumulation, and from them it is clear that their status as a subject, as a legal person, had to be formally beaten into people. The result is the human character mask, which acts as a personification of economic conditions and embodies the objectification of immediate violence in its willingness to be exploited. And this thoroughly violent formation of the modern subject coincides with the progressive dissolution of corporative patriarchal orders with their manifold regulations for the protection of those subjected to them. The white mask, whose obligatory demonization in anti-racist, fan-and-trained circles is part of good manners, is nothing other than the subjectivized individual, the political economic character mask, which is neither black nor white in its basic determination, but is constituted capitalistically. There is no doubt that this subject form should be abolished, if only because it stands in opposition to all rational human beings as something profoundly external and alien. However, the prerequisite for this is to acknowledge it as a historical achievement in contrast to its barbaric predecessors. Ignoring or denying this, as is regularly done in post-colonialism theories, sabotages precisely the possibility of its practical abolition. Those Francophones who, due to the disappointed hopes that accompanied the process of decolonization or for whatever reason, could not ideologically separate themselves from their Negroness, came together in the Negritude movement. There they collectively clung to the bad past and manifested it in literary philosophical hybrid products. Because the Negro in Negritude, in English-speaking countries this would roughly correspond to Pan-Africanism and Black pride, did not want to be defined by a lack or a void, but the lack was quite real, as the term had lost its substance, colonialism, transatlantic slave trade, it now had to be filled ideologically. This common third, the black currency, was the trauma or the wound that united everyone equally as a blood bond and a community of suffering. In this process, reference was made to all kinds of previously criticized colonial projections, this time in a positive sense, which of course could only contain negative truth. The fact that strategic essentialism, Spivak, took on a life of its own in a new racial struggle cannot come as a serious surprise, because in order to assert one's revolutionary subject, one must also believe in it, especially if one wants to use it energetically to make politics. In one of his brightest moments, the historian Emmanuel Geiss rightly called this the belated boomerang of slavery. Achille Mbembe's extremely successful invocation of the resurrection of the Negro, however, runs along slightly different lines. Although Mbembe grandiloquently announces a polemic several times, he is basically quite conciliatory, which is mainly due to his deep indecision. He can somehow understand all sides and therefore understands nothing. However, there is an immense difference between lumbering around due to a genuine lack of understanding and a lack of judgment and a way of thinking that moves within contradictions by determining things in a reciprocal way. The almost ingratiating friendliness of the text is only the appropriate expression of the new and cheeky political incorrectness of the work, which thus seems to set itself apart from its own tradition and aims for recognition. Perhaps this is why the feuilleton so unanimously fails to recognize that the work is not incredibly sophisticated, but simply incredibly empty and forms a pure projection surface for readers, with the consequence that ultimately everyone can understand what they want. Writing poetically and delicately about colonialism may seem confident, but it indicates a failure to grasp the subject matter rather than a critique of it. On the other hand, one must be able to resist the urge to elevate an object aesthetically, as Mbembe does, when it by no means deserves it, but should be condemned for its ugliness. Yet in this aestheticizing amalgamation of art and philosophy, the absolute will to positivity shines through, the desire to save something of what was previously recognized as the pure result of compulsion. Instead of using the awareness that the meanings of concepts are the expression of superindividual historical processes as a starting point to trace the changes in the term Negro and recognize that its development is largely complete and thus history, the term is subjectivistically appropriated and formally turned into its opposite by pretending that any meaning is also reversed with a new place of speech. According to Mbembe, this means that the previous judgment of identity, or the Western image of the Negro, is replaced, and through this second text the Negro says about himself that he is the one to whom one has no access. The Critique of Black Reason, page 64. The turn from a purely passive object to a seemingly self-determined acting subject is of course necessarily led ad absurdum by the claim to identity, since the declaration of identity accomplishes the same thing as the judgment of identity, because contrary to Mbembe's assertion, it is not merely a danger, but rather an imminent principle of this anachronistic thinking not to leave the ground of colonialism or slavery and to sediment its products against any reality. In the announcement of the Return to Sender series, which was organized on the occasion of Mbembe's publication at the HAU in Berlin, this active return to one's own origins is presented as a magical ritual reversal of historical events. Quote, with the Return to Sender Festival, HAU Hebel M. Ufar invites choreographers from 6 African countries to present their view of the history of their home countries, which was determined by foreign rule and its consequences, as a kind of reversal of the Berlin Conference of 1884. Quote, end. In the socio-pedagogically influenced currents of anti-racism, such power of definition over one's own self is often praised as empowerment of the previously oppressed, those held in passivity. However, the notorious use of Anglicism in the circles concerned can only weakly mask the tradition of these tendencies. Just as the last German Enabling Act, far from strengthening political institutions, abolished them altogether, so politicized empowerment betrays the self by basing its agency on self-empowerment. Empowerment always requires a fundamental crime, as the victim of which the subject is presented, i.e., a state of emergency, which as a general clause is supposed to cover the subject's current and future actions. The permanent Reichstag fire, so to speak, of certain sections of anti-racism is then the colonial racist epistemic violence that they are doing to themselves with their crazy half-education. Fortunately, the empowerment is not yet as concrete as Colombo would like it to be in the HAU series accompanying brochure. Quote, "Only when representatives of the African diaspora are in positions of power in Europe will perspectives change. That's how decolonization works." Quote, end. She reveals her deeper motivation elsewhere with desirable clarity. The 3 black editors are also named before the white editor in order to tame the structurally and discursively anchored white dominance and resource ties. Quote, end. The threat expressed in this hardly needs to be explained, as it is all too clearly reminiscent of infantile fantasies of omnipotence. Even those who seriously believe that they can change the world around them by capitalizing an adjective are not far removed from the desires articulated in the unrealistic proportions in children's drawings. Freud characterized the infantile and at the same time megalomaniacal moment of self-empowerment out of an imagined state of emergency in such a way that the ego makes a virtue out of necessity countless times, e.g. when it accepts fear as a means of security. The ego plays the ridiculous role of stupid August in the circus, who wants to convince the spectators through his gestures that all changes in the circus ring only take place as a result of his command. Just like colonial power in the past, they refer to the image of the Negro as a positive, a collective substance that is to come to the fore in each individual bearer. This both retrospective and anticipatory obedience, which, to make matters worse, also declares itself as resistance, is the post-colonial attempt to decisionistically dissolve the real powerlessness that still exists after colonialism, albeit in a different form. The Negro West persists in post-colonial theory for no present reason. At this point, it is worth recalling Adorno's phrase, which has largely degenerated into a platitude. The almost insoluble task is to allow neither the power of others nor one's own powerlessness to make one stupid. However, the almost unavoidable insolubility does not legitimize capitulation to it. In anti-racist jargon, in which, owing to Foucault, knowledge is always primarily or even exclusively equated with power, stupidity is elevated to an emancipatory force that seems worth striving for. They would like to be what they attribute to the word Negro in terms of its fullness of meaning. Blessed with a substantial identity that is as visible and unlosable as black skin color and with which other characteristics are inevitably linked, such as nonchalance, sexual attractiveness, but also unbridled wildness and unrestrained aggressiveness, etc. They would all like to be Negroes. In this sense, they would all like to be Negroes or tribesmen. Ultimately, this rather diffuse need seems to determine the demand for certain theories that operate with gloomy predictions, only to conjure up the saving moment out of a hat in the same breath. In the outpourings of his intellectual airs, for example, it becomes clear that Robert Kurz's prophecies of collapse have always had an inherent wicked hope. This is by no means the hope that is intrinsic to critical theory, namely that of finally being refuted by social practice, but rather the expectation of being and remaining right and thus a consensual longing for that which one constantly warns against. One of the icons of postmodernism, Donna Haraway, proceeds from astonishingly similar basic assumptions and, together with Mbembe and the Crisis/Exit, can certainly be regarded as a third party in the alliance of semi-prominent enemies of the Enlightenment. In her brutal naivety, however, Haraway acts more clearly than the others and at least writes manifestos, be it for the emancipation of cyborgs or dogs, which at least expose the absurdity of her attitude in all its unadorned glory. From this extreme position, however, it is possible to explain how it is that Mbembe urgently warns against the negation of the world and how his fan base draws optimism and confidence from this warning. It is the absolute emptiness and arbitrariness of identificatory partisanship, the projection brought to its pure formless form, i.e. its free floating, that also dominates Mbembe's remarks. By no means does he use the Negro to refer to fantasized omnipotent potency or the like, which corresponds more to the side of empowerment politics and subject longing, but by relying far less than his predecessors on projections with concrete content, he can at the same time declare this emptiness of content to be the ideal. To be African, according to Mbembe synonymous with Negro, means first and foremost to be a free person. A person free from everything and therefore free to invent himself. The true politics of identity consists in tirelessly cultivating, updating, and reactualizing the ability to invent oneself. Mbembe, Critique of Black Reason, page 324. The postmodern Negro, as it were, is thus the general personification of emptiness. This pure doubling of his historical reality betrays in the same step the little that still appeared as negative truth in the image of the Negro and shows that it is not so much the Negro as the Negro, slave that represents a social ideal. They see themselves as disadvantaged victims and care cases with a claim to exclusive permanent care. The discrimination that they so eloquently complain about is actually a positive thing for themselves. The unconditional maintenance of an identification with moving subjects draped as solidarity under conditions that make this very identification impossible demands a downright castration from the movement left, the proverbial cutting off of the old braids of a third world solidarity of yesterday and the day before yesterday in favor of unresisting insertion into a mental and perhaps also real Negro reservation. The cutting off of hair under external coercion already has a very specific connotation in Freud, both literally and metaphorically, and this is precisely what Mbembe delivers without explicitly stating it. His prediction that the world will become a Negro, the new fungibility and solubility that he sees approaching, is simply one of those new attempts to rationalize the ever-increasing acceptance of castration. It is the hidden but necessary flip side of obsessive political mania and shows the pressure, not least due to their own theories, that identity activists are under. For today's radicalism, not only on the left, is above all the radicalization of psychological ambivalences, where expressions of drive only seem to occur as psychotic ones. The accepted castration is an expression of a deep longing for a father, which is seemingly irreconcilably opposed to the permanently shouted hostility towards the abstract father, which is by no means based on the concrete experience of an authority. Historically, the figure of the father primarily symbolizes a need for security and protection, which, however, begins to waver with the first failures. In addition to the powerlessness and failure in adulthood, which is quite real today and can also be experienced in principle, there is also the desire to maintain the associated childlike, pre-Oedipal security. Both are recognized in the figure of the Negro slave, which is why it is so easy to identify with him. It would appear that the disintegrated subjects of the present would rather become Negroes or be enslaved by the world than lead a free life in the precariat. Proof that the future enslavement of the world would also find apologists outside the relevant circles was provided by the antiquities scholar Suzanne Elm in an interview with the FAS, where she unabashedly defends barbarism in the guise of civilization. In addition to some specific comments on the advantages of slavery, she answers the already rather absurd question of whether she would rather be a house slave in ancient Rome or a paid asparagus picker in the Palatinate. Then I would definitely prefer life in Rome to the drudgery of being an asparagus picker. However, I would even prefer to be a male slave in late antique North Africa. Quote, end. Apart from the fact that the legal form and the albeit precarious protection it offers no longer seem to have any appeal, as is very clearly evident, there is a shift in the identification with the aggressor. With Fanon and others, the desire to take the place of the colonial master still dominated and the associated all-or-nothing mentality at least limited the audience to some extent in its fetishization of violence. Mbembe's all and nothing, on the other hand, is attractive to many in its boundless flexibility, as this attitude is one that identifies not with the father, but consequently, in times of his absence, with the failure and thus with the violence itself or its product, the victim. This form of subsequent obedience means adaptation to faceless authority, self-preservation without self, Adorno. The motivation to make this total sacrifice of drives is based on the decisive fallacy that it would guarantee the freedom of drives from all restrictions, but fails to recognize that it is precisely the characteristic of this oral-receptive stage that there is no difference between sexual and self-preservation drives and that no specific desire is formed. Everything is just an amorphous fluctuation between pleasure and displeasure without any quality or self-determination, but pure dependence, which is misinterpreted as security and pleasure. To this character, which is hardly marked by ego weakness but rather by the absence of a consistent ego, the infant recognized in the slave appears as the better alternative to the existing and the possible. Perhaps not the whole world is to recover from the Negro's nature, but at least oneself. The promises that come together in this idea are above all the possibility of returning one's own fantasies of omnipotence to the early childhood environment, when they were not yet restricted and rejected by representatives of the reality principle for reasons of reason. In this way, the pre-identical is also transformed into a seemingly non-identical, and language, especially on the left, already resembles the petit nigger or a children's language that is supposed to be understandable for everyone, but is by no means and only limits itself. The egoless oral type, as it is called in pathology, is driven by an almost insatiable need for self-worth. He wants, one could say, to be of substantial value himself, but must constantly and repeatedly experience that this value can only be formed relationally, in one function, namely in the utilization of his labor power, which he must sell as a commodity in order to reproduce it and thus automatically himself. The Negro slave, on the other hand, is himself a value, but has no right to property and therefore no right to the value that he himself represents. The revival of the Negro can thus also be understood as a form of reaction to the fetish character of capitalist commodity production, under whose spell, as Marx put it, material forces are endowed with spiritual life and human life is stultified into a material force, i.e. the personal is objectified and the material is personified. Under the existing conditions, people no longer just treat people like things, but things are usually even better than people, and that is why the objectification of people, objectification would still be too kind, appears to be one or even the way to finally be treated humanely. Strikingly, Mbembe compares the Negro to a currency. He is the royal commodity, the human money, in which the de-individuated commodity subjects become commensurable with one another in their boundless desire for identification. The negation of the world is thus a counterpart to Robert Kurz's communism of things or Donna Haraway's cyborgization and dogification of man. Or, to vary a formulation coined by Robert Kurz, the theorist would like to be a Negro. Hardly any other topic is better able to illuminate the historical cluelessness and the resulting loss of political judgment of the anti-Western left, which is fixated on its guilt-ridden whiteness, than Islamic slavery. If its existence were to be taken seriously, or even acknowledged at all, it would bring down a number of thoroughly Eurocentric post-colonial narratives, contrary to the propagandist's self-disclosure. Against the backdrop of this history, the Muslims, who are supposedly so maligned by Western Orientalism and who have been colonialistically denied their own history by the absolutely ethnocentric whites, actually turn out to be what Chateaubriand characterized them as with the saying that said adopted as the leitmotif of his study Orientalism, of liberty they know nothing. However, the representatives of the Occident have actually denied their Orientalized others one history, the history of Arabo-Muslim slavery, which was and still is a history of uncultivated appropriation. Neither said nor the post-colonial left that followed we hardly ever said a word about this appropriation. The term slavery does not even appear in the Index of Orientalism, the founding text of post-colonialism. This is irritating in view of the fact that, according to the study by the French-Senegalese anthropologist, economist, and writer Tidiane Ndiaye on the veiled genocide, the work of the Arabo-Muslim slave catchers, drivers, and owners was far more devastating for Black Africa than the transatlantic slave trade because it surpassed anything that had ever happened before in terms of the number of victims, duration and horror on the Black continent. A few years ago, the ancient historian Egon Flagg pointed out this collective repression, which Arab and African intellectuals are still working on today. In Wida, the large port for slave exports in Benin, there is a monument, the Gate of Never Return. A relief shows two long columns of shackled people walking towards the coast and their fate on the other side of the Atlantic. Monuments show, but they also conceal. Nowhere are there monuments to the huge number of enslaved Africans who were not exported but remained in the large enslaving states. And where are the monuments for the export to the Islamic world? For the 9 million who were deported across the Sahara, the at least 8 million who crossed the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea? This topic is taboo. But by denying those 17 million enslaved people, one denies them the status of being victims like their 11 million fellow sufferers. But the denial goes much further. It is concealed that it was Africans who enslaved those 28 million exported people. African intellectuals form a united front of united denial to blame Western culture for slavery. Meanwhile, this blaming goes hand in hand with demands for reparations. Grotesquely enough, it is largely the members of the former enslaved ethnic groups who are playing the role of victims today. At the Durban Conference in 2001, Ali Mohamed Osman Yassin demanded reparations from the West as Minister of Justice of Sudan, where blacks have been enslaved again for over 20 years. End quote. If we want to prevent, as Samuel Schirmbeck once put it, the left-wing regulars table from continuing to favor the right, this taboo must be addressed by pointing to empirical facts of violent jihad, with a particular focus on the region in which, according to unanimous opinion, a friendly ecumenism has always prevailed, which today needs to be rebuilt with Bento diversity training. Islamic Andalusia, the land of jihad par excellence, central to the holy Islamic wars of conquest and enslavement from the very beginning, was dimitude, the subjugation, humiliation, and coercion of the protected scriptural owners, primarily Christians and Jews, but also other peoples, determined according to Shariat guidelines. Ibn Khaldun, jurist, philosopher, historian, and sociologist, summarized 5 centuries of early Muslim jurisprudence with regard to the unique Islamic institution of jihad. In the Muslim community, holy war is a religious duty, due to the universalism of the Muslim mission and the obligation to convert everyone to Islam either by persuasion or by force. End quote. The heartwarming story, i.e. the urban myth of Spanish convivencia, is something that all left-wing intellectuals are sure to serve up at some point in their lives. In his book The Myth of the Andalusian Paradise, published in 2017, historian Dario Fernand and Moreira has skewered Amartya Sen, Tony Blair, Kwame Anthony Appiah, Edward Said, and other Islam apologists in this regard. It is all the more irritating that Leon Poliakov, who has seen through the character of Arab anti-Zionism, uses precisely this myth in the title of the 3rd volume of his History of Anti-Semitism. This institution, an expression of Islamic master humanism, represents a form of religious apartheid and must be viewed in close connection with Islamic slavery, as this partly explains the almost complete absence of Islamic abolitionism to this day in comparison to Christian Western abolitionism, which established the likeness of man to God and thus the idea of equality between people as the ideal of enlightenment. The Islamic Empire literally exploded in the first 130 years after Muhammad's death in 632. The Umayyad dynasty, which ruled from the third Caliph Uthman, d. 656, and remained in power until 750, exported Islam militarily from its center in Damascus from the Levant or the Arabian Peninsula, along the North African coast, the Maghrib, to Spain and France in the west and to India in the east. The historian Ephraim Karsh, who teaches in Great Britain, writes in his study Imperialism in the Name of Allah, in which he examines the imperialist and anti-national character of the religion of peace, by stylizing himself as the seal of the prophets sent by God to convey his final message to mankind. Muhammad expanded Islam from a purely Arab faith to a universal religion that knew no territorial or national boundaries. He also established the community of believers, the Ummah, as the political framework for the practice of this religion in all the regions it conquered, and he invented the concept of jihad, the commitment to the path of God, as the most important vehicle for the spread of Islam. The concept of jihad was brought into a systematic form by the beginning of the 9th century. Flagg names the following characteristics of this war doctrine. A. Division of the world into believers and unbelievers. B. Obligation to subjugate the unbelievers. C. Aggressive war. D. Martyrdom or willingness to die in war. E. No peace treaties, but only short truces. F. Flexible rules of war. G. Variations within the spectrum of faith. The last words handed down by the Prophet on his deathbed, which became the motto guiding the actions of his heroic, death-hungry followers, were, "I have been instructed to fight all men until they say, there is no deity but God." Charles Martel put a stop to the rapidly advancing military conquest of Islamic lands at the Battle of Tours and Poitiers in 732. However, Islam has maintained its imperialist ambitions to this day. Only centuries later, during which devastating wars, Islamic pogroms against and expulsions of Christians and Jews repeatedly occurred, did the Christians succeed in keeping the Muslims away from the European continent, at least on the western side, as part of the Reconquista in 1492. Bat Ye'or describes the decline of Eastern Christianity in drastic terms. Setting out from Arabia and the conquered regions, Mesopotamia, Syria, Palestine, these subsequent waves of settlers settled in Spain and terrorized the south of France. As far as Avignon, they plundered the Rhône valley through repeated raids. In 793, the suburbs of Narbonne were burned down and its outskirts raided. Calls for jihad drew the fanatical hordes into the ribats, monastic fortresses, that ran along the Islamic Spanish border. Towns were plundered and rural areas devastated. In 981, Zamora and the surrounding area in the Kingdom of Leon suffered destruction and the transportation of 4,000 prisoners. 4 years later, Barcelona was destroyed by fire and almost all its inhabitants massacred or taken prisoner. A few years after its conquest in 987, Coimbra still remained desolate, Leon was destroyed and its countryside ruined. In 997, Santiago de Compostela was invaded and razed to the ground. 3 years later, Castile was subjected to the fire and sword of Muslim troops and the population was captured, enslaved, and deported. The invasions of the Almoravids and Almohads, 11th to 13th centuries, i.e. the Berber dynasties from the Maghrib, reactivated the jihad. The common formula of a golden Islamic age in Andalusia or in the Maghrib, which was characterized by tolerance, Aristotelianism, and rationalism as well as a renaissance of science, which is not only the stuff of Protestant Sunday speeches, has nothing to do with historical reality. This myth, to which renowned anti-Semitism researchers such as Leon Poliakov have also contributed, presumably goes back to two apologetic currents, as Jane Gerber worked out in 1994, to Jewish historians of the 19th century and to contemporary Arab intellectuals. The recently deceased Bernard Lewis also once noted that the myth of Spanish Islamic tolerance was promoted especially by Jewish scholars, for whom it served as a stick to beat their Christian neighbors. The historian Heinrich Gretz, who wrote the 11-volume History of the Jews, 1856-75, which had already been translated into several languages at the time, portrayed Islamic Andalusia as a multicultural harmony in order to promote the creation of a Jewish-pagan symbiosis in a Europe hostile to Jews. According to Gerber, the construct of tolerance in turn serves the Arabs to underline Jewish ingratitude in the campaign against Israel. Bostom quotes an Arab historian at the Fourth Conference of the Academy of Islamic Research organized by Al-Azhar in Cairo in 1968 with words that are representative of the anti-Semitic zeitgeist in the Muslim world, not only in Egypt, both yesterday and today. Throughout history, the Jews have received no better and kinder treatment than by the Muslims. The selfishness and greed of the Jews exposed them to persecution by the Romans in early times and by various peoples of Christian Europe in the Middle Ages. They found in the Muslims, as Jewish writers themselves confirm, merciful brothers who regarded them as co-religionists and who did not allow religious differences to influence their treatment or attitude towards the Jews. Spain provides a clear example of the great difference in the treatment of Jews by Muslims and Christians. While the Muslims in Andalusia were kind to the Jews and allowed them to receive their religious teachings in the mosques, the Christian conquerors who came after the Muslim rule in Andalusia burned the Jews en masse. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella issued a decree expelling the Jews from the country within 4 months and forbidding them to take their money and wealth with them. The majority of those who were expelled went to Morocco and North Africa, where they were welcomed. The Muslim experience with the Jews was always bitter and difficult, as the Jews responded to sincerity with deceit and kindness with ingratitude. Contrary to the repeatedly claimed kind treatment of the Jews by the Arab Muslims who conquered and colonized Spain between 710 and 716, far more serious pogroms took place in the Muslim dominions than in the entire Christian Middle Ages, which were, moreover, as Flagg emphasizes, endemic. In 1013, for example, several hundred, if not thousands of Jews were lynched in Córdoba in the first pogrom on European soil. The troops of the Berber Sulayman murdered over 6,000 Jews in the Moroccan city of Fez in 1033 alone and more than 4,000 in Granada in 1066. Pogroms against Christians, whose churches were regularly converted into mosques or simply destroyed, took place in Elvira in 889 and in Seville in 891. The Almohads and Almoravids cleansed their Spain after the collapse of the Caliphate in 1031. Tens of thousands of Jews and Christians were either forced to convert or flee to Christian northern Spain or the Levant. By around 1100, Christianity had been wiped out in the Islamic part of Spain. Bostom does not go quite as far in his assessment of this genocidal policy, but he also says that the discriminatory policies of the Muslim Berber Almoravids, who arrived in Spain in 1086, and the even more fanatical Almohads who followed them and reached Spain around 1146, brought about a rapid decimation of the pre-Islamic Iberian Christian, Mozarab, communities and almost wiped them out. In the Maghrib, the Almohad brother hordes raged no less, according to the Jewish chronicler Solomon Cohen, whose testimony of the conquests in 1148 coincides with the statements of the Arab historian Ibn Baydak. All the cities in the Almoravid state were conquered by the Almohads. 100,000 people were killed in Fez and 120,000 in Marrakesh in this context. The Jewish philosopher and physician Maimonides, who is regularly used as a key witness for the alleged early Islamic multiculturalism and who wrote his work late in exile in Fatimid Cairo, had to flee from the persecution of the Jews in Córdoba with his family in 1149 at the age of 14. In an oft-quoted letter to the Jews of Yemen, who had reported pogroms there, he commented on the merciful brothers who regarded them as fellow believers. "Consider, my fellow believers, that God has hurled us into the midst of this people, the Arabs, because of our great burden of sin. Never has a people so afflicted, humiliated, and hated us as they." The Shariat codified state of dhimmism, which was assigned to Christians and Jews who were not killed after a successful jihad and which marked the status quo of interconfessional religious tolerance in times of peace, presented itself in everyday life as described by the Sufi theologian and jurist Al-Ghazali. The dhimmi is forced to mention neither Allah nor his apostles. Jews, Christians, and Magites must pay the jizya, the poll tax imposed on all non-Muslims. When paying the jizya, the dhimmi must bow his head while the official pulls him by his beard and strikes him on the protruding bone, i.e. the lower jawbone, below his ear. They are not allowed to ostentatiously display their wine or their church bells. Their houses must not be higher than those of the Muslims, no matter how low they are. The dhimmi may not ride an elegant horse or donkey. He may only ride a donkey if the saddle is made of wood. He must not walk on the good side of the road. They, the dhimmis, must wear an identifying patch, even the women, and even in the baths. Dhimmis must keep their mouths shut. Other features of dhimmism included a ban on weapons for defeated non-Muslims, restrictions on the building and restoration of churches, synagogues, and temples, inequalities between Muslims and non-Muslims in terms of taxation and criminal law, and the denial of dhimmi testimony by Muslim courts. During the Abbasid caliphates of Harun al-Rashid, 786 to 809, and al-Mutawakkil, 847 to 861, Jews and Christians were forced to wear yellow, pinned to their clothes or hats. Later, in order to distinguish between Christians and Jews, Christians were required to wear blue. In 850, in accordance with Quranic verses associating them with Satan and hell, Al-Mutawakil ordered Jews and Christians to place wooden images of the devil on the doors of their houses to distinguish them from the houses of Muslims. This systematic violence, mockery, and humiliation of the dhimmis continued across several centuries of Muslim rule. In 1700, the Polish Jew Gedalia from Siemiatyce traveled to Jerusalem and reported on the bitterly fought battles against cultural appropriation there. Furthermore, Muslim law requires that each religious community wear its specific dress so that each people can be distinguished from one another. This distinction also applies to footwear. In fact, the Jews wear shoes of dark blue color, whereas the Christians wear red shoes. No one is allowed to wear green, as this color is worn exclusively by Muslims. The latter are very hostile towards Jews and cause them trouble in the streets of the city. The common people persecute the Jews because we are forbidden to defend ourselves against the Turks or the Arabs. If an Arab hits a Jew, the Jew must calm him down, but must not dare to hit him back for fear that he may be hit even harder, which they, the Arabs, do without the slightest scruple. This is how the Oriental Jews react, as they are used to this treatment, whereas the European Jews, who are not used to suffering when attacked by Arabs, attack them back. Even the Christians are subjected to this anger. If a Jew hurts a Muslim, the latter brutally beats him with his shoe to humiliate him without anyone being able to stop him. The Christians fall victim to the same treatment and they suffer just as much as the Jews, except that the former are very rich because of the benefits they receive from overseas and use this money to bribe the Arabs. As for the Jews, they do not have much money to grease the hands of the Muslims, and consequently they are subjected to much greater suffering. End quote. In the East, Byzantium/Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453. Even before that, but intensified by this defeat, there were repeated systematic slave hunts in the Balkans, in the Slavic states, in Russia, and in the Caucasus. In the Balkans, the Muslims introduced the devshirme system, which the Ottomans practiced for several centuries. They abducted millions of Christian boys, forcibly Muslimized hundreds of thousands of them and trained them as elite military fighters, sending them back to subjugate and administer the newly conquered Christian lands. No European colonial power allowed itself to do such a thing. Islamic legal scholars are not known to have protested against this policy. The Ottomans adapted this form of criminal recruitment of a slavish warrior caste, which was common practice throughout the entire Islamic dominion and was extremely successful militarily, from the Arab world, where these slaves, who took on far-reaching administrative tasks and sometimes even governorships in the provinces, were called Mamluks from the 9th century onwards. This huge slave soldiery posed a number of dangers for the Muslim rulers. Over the centuries, there were several seizures of power by such Mamluk armies, for example in modern-day Iraq and Egypt. There, former Mamluks installed themselves as rulers after successful coups, but strictly maintained the institution of slavery. When one realizes that Islamic imperialism conquered almost half of the old world over the centuries, at times it encompassed almost all of Africa north of the equator in its domain, which was made up of sultanates and caliphates, one cannot help but notice that Islam was the first world empire in the history of the world. That Islam created the first world empire in the history of mankind. The majority of Arabo-Muslim apologetics still portray these events today as if the subjugated peoples had simply been waiting to be kissed awake from their state of pagan chaos and moral decay by Islam. The figure of 17 million black Africans enslaved and deported by Muslims or, to avoid the echoes of the Shoah, exported, which Flagg adopts from Ralph Austin and on which there is a consensus in research on slavery, only represents a small section of the Arab-Muslim slave system that has now lasted for over 1,400 years. In addition, as Robert Davis has determined, there were around 1.25 million whites, mostly Christian slaves, who were taken by the Muslim Arabs and Berbers on their raids along the northern coasts of the Mediterranean, Great Britain, and even up to Iceland and Newfoundland between 1500 and 1800. Davis emphasizes that although Fernand Braudel drew attention to widespread Muslim piracy and the slave trade more than 60 years ago, not a single study has yet been published on the extent of the slave trade in the Mediterranean, as has been done several times for the transatlantic trade. The reason? Braudel has probably contributed as much as anyone to downplaying the long-standing economic and social relevance of Mediterranean slavery, even though he has drawn attention to it, he said, trivializing the issue, speaking of no spectacular figures. There are only rough estimates of the number of Islamic slaves who were not transported from Africa to Arabia, the Indian subcontinent or even further to Southeast Asia, but were captured and traded in these regions themselves, or were transported from India and Southeast Asia to Arabia, East Africa, or even Inner Asia. However, it must be assumed that the scale of this slave trade was immense and ran into the millions. In any case, William Clarence Smith reports in his stylistically unreadable but extremely source-saturated study that several million slaves were held by Muslim rulers in and below the Sahara on the African continent alone. Because they were not transported away, they do not appear in the official balance sheets of the slave markets or the logbooks of the ships. Patrick Manning has suggested that there were over 3 million slaves in the Savannah and the Horn of Africa and almost 1.5 million on the East Coast. However, his assumption appears to be conservative. A French census from 1904 reported servility rates of 30 to 50% in Islamic West Africa, while an Italian census from 1903 classified a quarter of the inhabitants of Somali cities as slaves. In addition, there are several million more Slavic/Russian, Turkish, probably approximately as many as Africans, and Caucasian slaves. The extent of the Arabo-Muslim slave trade thus almost certainly exceeded that of the European transatlantic trade many times over. Clarence Smith speaks of tens of millions of Islamic slaves. And even that might be too conservative an estimate, because it does not include the millions murdered and maltreated to death who lost their lives in slave raids, the castrations of male eunuchs or infibulations of female slaves, which were fatal in the majority of cases, the months-long crossings through the Sahara and the diseases and epidemics, above all the plague and malaria, which decimated the slave population in the urban slave camps and plantations on several occasions. The overwork, the lack of hygiene, the constant violence and torture contributed daily to the fact that the life expectancy of slaves was very low. NDIA therefore insists that the existing official figures should be corrected upwards many times over. For the enslavement of 500,000 people a year, nearly 2 million rebels or fugitives had to be sent to their deaths, or for one deportee who survived the journey in good health, 3 or 4 others perished. If this ratio is correct, according to which 3 or 4 slaves were murdered for every one exported slave, then the body count of the Islamic slave system is likely to be in the hundreds of millions, while the transatlantic slave trade with its approximately 12 million slaves took place over a period of around 400 years, roughly speaking. From the discovery of America by Christopher Columbus in 1492 to the abolition of slavery at the end of the 18th century. In France, Parliament abolished slavery for the first time in history in 1794. It was then reintroduced for the colonies under Napoleon and only finally abolished in 1849. In 1803, the Black Jacobins in Haiti freed themselves. In 1807, Great Britain abolished the shameful institution, and in 1865 the USA followed suit after a bloody civil war in which about as many soldiers from the northern states gave their lives for the abolition of slavery as Africans had previously been transported to the British colony as slaves. The Islamic slavery system, on the other hand, which began with Muhammad's hijrah, i.e. his flight or emigration from Mecca to Media, continues to this day, and not only through openly terrorist Islamic rackets such as Boko Haram or the Islamic State, to which the Sunni Al-Azhar University provided the legitimization for the enslavement and rape of infidel Yazidi women and girls in 2014. If the figures of the Global Slavery Index, which has been compiled annually since 2014, are to be believed, then a total of around 45.8 million people were enslaved worldwide in 2016. Slavery is therefore more widespread in the post-Enlightenment era than at any other time in history. 58% of all slaves worldwide live in 5 countries. Hindu India, with just over 18 million estimated slaves, is responsible for the majority of current slavery, followed by China and 3 Islamic states, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Uzbekistan. Among the 21 states that currently have the highest prevalence of slavery and for which reliable figures are available, there are 12 in which Islam is the majority religion, if not the state religion: Sudan, Mauritania, Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, Qatar, Syria, Somalia, Libya, and the 3 already mentioned. Europe, North America, Australia, and New Zealand have the lowest prevalence of contemporary slavery, although Great Britain and the Netherlands are estimated to have 11,700 and 17,500 enslaved persons respectively. Considering the grooming gang and rape scandals such as those in Telford, Rochdale, or Rotherham with thousands of victims, and taking into account that around 90% of the perpetrators have a Southeast Asian migration background, i.e. mostly come from Pakistan or Bangladesh, it can be assumed that these crimes are also largely attributable to Islamic counter-societies. For example, a survivor of the Rotherham gang rapes reported under the pseudonym Ella Hill in The Independent on March 18, 2018, on the Islamic sexual morality of the perpetrators, in which the headscarf reveals its anti-feminist nature as a virgin cage. As a teenager, I was taken to various houses and over takeaways in the north of England to be beaten, tortured, and raped more than 100 times. I was called a white bitch and white cunt as they beat me. They had made it clear that because I was a non-Muslim and not a virgin, and because I did not dress modestly, they assumed that I deserved to be punished. Religious indoctrination is a big part of the process that leads young men to become involved in grooming gang crimes. Religious ideas about purity, virginity, modesty, and obedience are taken to extremes until horrific abuse becomes the norm. This was taught to me as a concept of othering. Muslim girls are good and pure because they dress modestly, covering themselves up to their ankles and wrists, as well as their private parts. They remain virgins until marriage. They are our girls. White and non-Muslim girls are bad because they dress like sluts. You show the curves of your bodies, exposing the gap between your thighs means you want it, and therefore you are amoral. White girls sleep with hundreds of men. You are the other girls. You are worthless and you deserve to be gang raped. End quote. Islamic imperialism and the associated slavery find their main ideological legitimization in the Quran and in the words and deeds of Muhammad, the role model, at least according to the self-image, of all devout Muslims. The problem is that the Prophet himself was a criminal highwayman who regularly attacked caravans with his band of brothers, murdering countless people, including 600 to 800 Jewish men from the Banu Qurayza tribe, whom he beheaded in mass graves dug for the purpose and whose wives and children he enslaved and sold. The captured Jewish woman Safiya, daughter of the Jewish tribal leader Huyay, was raped by Muhammad shortly after he had her husband and brother murdered. Islamic sources portray this as love at first sight, as the lady converted immediately after the murder of her relatives and married the Prophet. In addition, the Prophet himself had a number of slaves, including 2 concubines, i.e. female sex slaves. This poses a moral dilemma not only for the credo absurdum of Islamic feminism, but also for Islamic apologetic in general, or at least one would think so, in today's world, and accordingly attempts are being made to embellish the thug life of the illiterate slave driver by emphasizing what an impeccable master the Prophet was because he had achieved manumission, i.e. the release of the slaves. He praised manumission, i.e. the release of slaves, as a means of forgiving sins, treated his own slaves magnificently and even set 1 or 2 of them free. He never touched the institution of slavery itself. In the Quran, slaves are described with dehumanizing pars pro toto terms such as nek or as that which your right hand possesses, which usually refers to concubines. Furthermore, the scripture is silent on the purchase of slaves by normal Muslim believers, but describes jihad as the most impeccable form of enslavement. As early as the 9th century, legal scholars had developed the jihad theory, which was to remain binding, and which the Islamophobic Orientalist Karl Marx aptly characterized in his 1857 text The Declaration of War. The Quran and the Muslim legislation based on it reduced the geography and ethnography of the various peoples to the simple and convenient division into believers and unbelievers. The unbeliever is harbi, i.e. the enemy. Islam ostracizes the nation of unbelievers and creates a state of permanent enmity between Muslims and unbelievers. In this sense, the pirate ships of the Berber states were the holy fleet of Islam. Marx's statements are confirmed by more recent research on the pirate ships of the Barbary states. Davis emphasizes that it was not only customary for the ulama to bless the Barbary pirates and their ships before their slave raids in the Mediterranean, but also that some of these clerics took part in these raids themselves. The enslavement of unbelievers was never, and still is not, a serious issue in Islam. The abolition of slavery was forced on the Islamic world by British and French pressure. To this day, there is not a single authoritative fatwa by Islamic jurists that categorically declares slavery to be an anti-divine injustice and illegitimate. The authoritative fatwas declare that slavery is not practicable for the time being. And, it should be added, through American pressure. For example, the bombing of the Berber pirate ports in Algiers and Tripoli by the U.S. Marines, which took place under Thomas Jefferson as one of the first foreign policy military actions of the USA, successfully built up pressure on the Europeans to take action against Islamic piracy and enslavement. Elsewhere, Flagg specifies, it was not until the end of the 19th century that individual Islamic intellectuals raised their critical voices against slavery. But they did not succeed in citing religious reasons against slavery and thus creating a veritable Islamic abolitionism. They could not refer to any internal Islamic tradition. There has never been a genuine Islamic abolitionism, without recourse to Christian or Western texts. Globally recognized researchers in the field of Islamic slavery such as John Hunwick and Eve Trout Powell agree with Flagg that there was never a formal movement for the abolition of slavery or even for the suppression of the slave trade in the Muslim world. Patricia Risso and Paul Lovejoy argue that because the Quran condones slavery, no human law could or can abolish it. Suzanne Myers and Richard Roberts II. The complete abolition of slavery was a Western idea born of 18th-century conflict and the expansion of capitalism. For Ndiaye, too, the abolition of slavery was a decidedly Western project. all over the Western world, humanists and philanthropists protested against the fate of the African peoples robbed of their homeland. While movements for the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade and later against trans-Saharan slavery gradually emerged in the West, no comparable initiatives were taken in the Arab Muslim world, nor have any signs of remorse been shown to this day. The only thing Clarence Smith is able to say about the influence and effectiveness of individual Islamic quasi-abolitionists is that they have remained marginal. Muslim publicists often display an intense discomfort that Islam has accepted slavery for so long without any mass movement emerging to demand abolition. The intellectual paralysis stems from the contradictory desire to condemn slavery and spare Islam from criticism, so the legitimacy of slavery has only ever been contested by scattered sects. Precisely because the globally hegemonic Islam, in contrast to Christianity, has so far been unable to be persuaded to touch its foundations, the Quran, Sunnah, and Hadith, and to question the fascist ideology of Islamic master humanity as formulated in the doctrine of jihad and the Sharia provisions on dhimmitud, the history of Islamic slavery remains taboo to this day, at least in the Islamic sphere of rule. To date, the history of Islamic violence has been researched and dealt with almost exclusively in the West. In view of the marginal resistance forces against the advancing Islamization, however, it is by no means certain that this will remain the case in the future. Today's heirs of the Enlightenment are blind to the enlightenment of others, Fethi Ben Slama, because thinkers such as Karl Marx or Goethe, who objected to Muhammad that his teaching, which was founded on delusion, should be an abomination to all future times, right up to the Secretary-General of Indonesia's largest Muslim association, Kiai Haji Yahya Cholil Stakuf, who insisted last year in the FAZ that Western politicians should stop saying that fundamentalism and violence have nothing to do with traditional Islam because this is simply wrong, would in any case have no chance of publicly expressing their views in the dumbed-down academic milieu in this country. According to the argument put forward by the former Secretary-General of the Turkish Islamic Union of the Institute for Religion, DITIB, as well as the prevented AKP functionary Belkir al-Boga in view of the crimes committed by Muslims on New Year's Eve in Cologne, these Islamophobic agitators are culturalizing the crimes. However, those who do not want to know about the unculture of crime will one day succumb to the bearded tumor, as Kamil Daoud aptly called political Islam. Ataturk's Turkey once emerged from the defunct Ottoman Empire and took a stand against Islamic tradition by declaring the West as its role model. Ataturk's Cultural Revolution, which aimed at radical secularization, was intended to push back everyday Islamic morality and control it through state supervision. After 90 years, less and less of this can be felt in everyday life. Today's Turkey is well on the way to totalitarian rule. Just in time for the centenary of the Republic, Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan hopes to have reached his personal goal of founding a second republic. Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his AK party, AKP, took office in 2002 with the promise of comprehensive democratization. After 10 years, it can be concluded that in the name of democratization, which here means a re-Islamization of society, the old secular Kemalist elite has been replaced by a new, Islamic Kemalist elite, which is contributing to the creeping re-Islamization of society within the framework of the rule of law. Before Recep Tayyip Erdogan's election campaign rally and the simultaneous counter-demonstrations in Cologne on May 24, 14, the press and politicians reported that it would be dangerous for domestic peace if the domestic political problems of another country were to be played out in Germany. The fact that Erdogan's jubilant Turks are just as much a part of German society as his political opponents is of as little interest as the fact that the Islamization of Turkish immigrants has been blithely promoted by German domestic and foreign policy for decades. The leader, as Erdogan is called by his supporters, only demonstrates how charismatic rule works. Its overriding principle, the Turkish and Russian leaders are very similar in this respect, is impudence, and its followers are inspired by impudence. Internally, what little rule of law there was, even in Turkey, is publicly mocked and scorned. Externally, they confidently give the finger. In Turkey, more than 50% of the population don't think anything of the fact that their leader wanted to bring about the casus belli with Syria through a secret service stunt or that he and his followers are shamelessly enriching themselves. People identify with the loudmouth, who becomes a hero the more he obviously creates facts without hindrance. The old reservations about the Kemalist elite that Erdogan ousted from power are only partially guiding his actions. As corrupt and authoritarian as these circles were, what people hated about them was that, however distorted, they set out to create a different Turkey. What is condemned today as Western and un-Turkish is the failed attempt to move away from the legacy of the Ottoman Empire, which was founded on robbery, towards a country in which equality before the law is not only enshrined in the constitution and the wretched personal dependence on the privileged, this seemingly ineradicable web of relationships is finally abolished. The charismatic leader reestablishes personal dependence on power as an all-encompassing principle, taking away the odor of illegality and degradation by presenting as dysfunctional, weak, and defenseless what would be the prerequisite for a more bearable life. The right as a possibility, even for the poor and uninfluential, to take action against unlawful encroachments by the rich and powerful, as protection of the individual against the impositions of a moral order that the majority mob has set out to enforce. The fact that Erdogan's Turkey cannot be confined to the classic Oriental region, but rather that the wheel-throwing brother from Ankara is already a role model for those in Europe who fundamentally dislike foreigners, will be just as much the subject of the lecture as the criticism of European anti-racists who actively promote Turkish special consciousness by celebrating Islamic morality as a cultural expression of autochthonous Turkishness and who thoroughly agree with Erdogan's statement, also made in Cologne 4 years ago, that assimilation is a crime against humanity. It has all been over since January 20, 2017. The Turkish parliament voted to establish an Islamist presidential dictatorship with the votes of Erdogan's AKP and the majority of MPs from the national chauvinist MHP, together 80% of MPs. It is unlikely that the referendum scheduled for the end of May will change this. It will be a dark country, full of rumors, secrecy, and fear. The losers, especially the women who have nothing to gain from the headscarf, will make themselves as invisible as possible, their conversations will be filled with the loudest harmlessness, and the rapprochement between the sexes will be even more guilt-ridden and uptight than before. Many Western Turks, however, will make their compromise with the circumstances, which will not be so difficult for them. At first, driven by panic and fear of death, but also by the urgent need to belong, they stood firmly behind the victory of the people against a criminal coup attempt proclaimed by the leader, only to be ridiculed at the mass rallies of the united people. Then more than a few have realized that their republic and Erdogan's have so much in common in matters of destiny, which takes away some of the bitter taste of their submission. Some of those who are already certain to be the next victims of the inexorable march of the common people under their beloved leader have diligently contributed to the downfall of a republic that has never had self-confident citizens. Hardly any Turkish social democrat or leftist would admit that the self-confident and aggressive national pride called Turkishness, which they do not want to touch, is based on the genocide of the Armenians in 1916 as well as the mass murders of Greeks in particular between 1920 and 1923. On the contrary, if anyone even mentions the founding crimes of the Republic, there is a great closing of ranks, then there are no more parties, only Turks. The last time this happened was on January 17, 2017. On the fifth day of the marathon debate on the constitutional amendments, Garo Palon from the pro-Kurdish HDP party took to the lectern to plead for a pluralistic democracy. Colleagues, between 1913 and 1923 we lost 4 peoples, the Armenians, the Greeks, the Assyrians, and the Jews. They were expelled from this country with massacres and genocide. Dear colleagues. Then he had to interrupt his speech because of the many expressions of displeasure and heckling. There has never been a genocide in this country, shouted MPs from the ranks of the Islamic ruling party AKP and the nationalist MHP, as well as representatives of the Kemalist CHP, which sees itself as social democratic. Stop insulting the history of this nation, shouted one MP. Finally, session president Ahmet Aydin intervened. Mr. Palon, please correct your words. There was no genocide. Palon turned to the plenary again to appease them. Look, colleagues, we Armenians were once 40% of the population, today we are 0.1%, something must have happened to us, he implored the parliament. But he was shouted down again. Mr. Palon, be careful what you say, Parliamentary Deputy Aydin ordered the Armenian. I warned you, you must not insult the nation here. The session was interrupted. The parliament then expelled Garo Palon from parliament for 3 sessions by an overwhelming majority. The MPs decided that his speech would be deleted from the parliamentary minutes. Tagesspiegel, January 18, 2017. Like Palon's unfinished speech from the parliamentary minutes, entire population groups were first actually erased and then erased from the collective memory of the Turks. But the murdered, the displaced, and those who fled do not rest, but haunt the collective unconscious as clandestine traitors to Turkishness, obviously capable of doing what was done to them if they were not exposed and rendered harmless in time. Sometimes they appear as Missioners, meaning imperialists who, supported by the USA and Europe, spread Christianity for the purpose of launching an anti-Turkish Christian irredenta. Then they infiltrate the Turkish state disguised as Donmi, which actually just means convert, in order to pursue Jewish and Christian-motivated, and in any case treacherous, machinations. They may be subversive Armenians, although there are only a few thousand of them left in Turkey, or Jews, whose numbers have dwindled to less than 20,000. When things get really bad, it is those who refuse to accept their national identity and celebrate Christmas and New Year's Eve, for example. It is by no means only in the logic of Erdogan's supporters and the national chauvinists allied with them that the revenants of those murdered today appear above all as the real or supposed followers of the Islamist Fethullah Gulen of all people, ghosts for the most part, to whom all variants of the enemy explanation seem to fit. The particularly widespread tendency in Turkey to explain the world and, above all, events at home with conspiracy theories is not always due to paranoia, but all too often has a solid empirical basis. In 93 years of republic, legal certainty, reliance on the regulatory authorities or on government announcements and ultimately personal safety have only ever been partially enforced. There was this deep state, which did not so much mean the dual structure of elected government and the military-dominated National Security Council that existed until around 2005, but rather links between the military, police units, or the Secret Service and extralegal forces, which were also called counter-guerrillas from the 1971 coup onwards. From the very beginning, there were semi-legal formations of a highly criminal nature whose proximity to the state, indeed vanguard role in the definition and execution of a state purpose that was not yet officially on the agenda, could drive you crazy. Even after July 15, 2016, avant-gardists of the state's purpose seemed to have seen a need for more stringent action. In the days following the night of the coup, there were ranks of activists in the major cities of the West as well as in the Kurdish Alevi East, which no one had explicitly called for. In Malatya, the police used water cannons and tear gas to disperse a large crowd that was obviously planning to move into the Alevi quarter. There are reports from Istanbul of activists marching through Istiklal Street, the pedestrian zone in the historic Old Town, and ambushing, threatening and in some cases beating up beer drinkers sitting in popular pubs in the side streets. This coincides with an incident in the same area, when a few young people held a small release party in a record store with beer and cigarettes on Ramadan, which ended shortly before the coup, to celebrate the release of their favorite band's new CD, which they had carelessly made public via Twitter. They were beaten up. This also coincides with a press report from early August 2016, also from Istanbul, according to which a woman wearing shorts was beaten up on a bus. There have been several similar reports since then. On December 29, 2016, the website of the TV station Kanala published a diatribe by Bunyamin Erdogan calling for people not to celebrate New Year's Eve because a turkey is slaughtered and eaten on this day. Since turkeys are called turkeys in English, just like turkey, and a pope was once given a turkey as a gift, whereupon he said, "What an animal, like the Turks it runs around with a red face and fluffed up, its name should be Turk, it was forbidden to celebrate New Year's Eve." Several less fanciful but equally inciting articles calling for hatred of Christians appeared in smaller newspapers and blogs in December 2016, just a few days before the New Year's Eve mass murder in the Reina nightclub that left 39 people dead. Such spontaneous actions point to the fringes of the political spectrum, which, ever since the Turkish Republic has existed, have been implementing the current state mandate, which they have basically correctly recognized, with means that seem to go beyond the goal. In the event of excess, their actions are branded as provocation by the authorities and prosecuted when it is already too late. In most cases, however, it fits imperfectly and remains without consequences. These marauders act independently, without having received an order. This is important to emphasize, because this semi-spontaneous element does not fit into the worldview of the left-wing and Kemalist opposition, which often and mostly wrongly comes up with difficult conspiracy scenarios because it does not want to acknowledge that the mischief often comes directly from the yeast of its subject, the uneducated people thirsting for freedom. Take Malik Karabulut, a functionary of the Turkish Parents Association in Hamburg, which is considered to be social democratic, who spoke of the German mutt race on his Facebook account after the German Bundestag's Armenia resolution in June 2016, whose members should be shown what they are made of. Hamburger Abendblatt, October 25, 2016. Take the murderer of the Turkish-Armenian journalist Hrant Dink, who after his arrest in a police station in Trabzon in January 2007 was for once not beaten up prophylactically, as happens to so many detainees, but was allowed to pose as a young hero on a patriotic video with police officers in front of a picture of Ataturk. The young man had received his weapon from another terrorist who had attacked a McDonald's branch in 2004 as an agent of American imperialism and was a member of the Grand Unity Party. This formation, which split from the MHP in 1992 and has almost always remained below 1% in national elections, can score above average where the front is. In the central Anatolian city of Sivas in 1994, exactly 1 year after the Alevi pogrom in a hotel in the city that left 37 dead, it achieved an impressive 18%. The same applies to the province of Trabzon on the northern Black Sea coast, where people are proud to have fought victoriously against the Russians in the First World War and even more so afterwards against Armenians and other traitors. Since then, every effort has been made to remember the Christian past of the city and region only by glorifying the massacres committed against Christians. Incidentally, only a small proportion of the victims there were Armenians, but mainly so-called Pontos Christians, about whose terrible fate between 1922 and 1924 far too little is known. In Trabzon, they were young fans of the Premier League club Trabzonspor, some of whom were provided with advice and training, a free ticket to the stadium and sometimes a firearm by the Great Unity Party or similar smaller groups. Such active citizens were already to be found at the beginning of the Republic, when in the late 1920s and 1930s the aim was to establish Turkish as the sole national language. Christians and Jews who could be recognized by their own idiom were beaten up. The same activists, who could be mobilized via newspapers, agitators, and sometimes even regular order troops, also ensured that by the end of the 1930s there were no Jews living in the west of the country beyond Istanbul and Izmir. The trail continues via the strangely concerted mob that organized Greek pogroms in Istanbul and on the Prince's Islands off the city in 1955 in response to inflammatory articles, with the result that after days of looting, pillaging, rape and in some cases murder, the last Greeks fled Turkey, i.e., those who, unlike all other Greeks in the country, had been granted the right to stay in Istanbul in the Lausanne Agreement of 1923. The trigger was the arson of Ataturk's birthplace in Thessaloniki, of which it was soon known that the perpetrator or perpetrators belonged to the Turkish Secret Service or at least had close ties to it, an essentially unimportant fact, as the willingness of thousands of Istanbul residents to expel the last Greeks and enrich themselves with their property must have existed beforehand. Provocations only work if the famous powder keg is already in place. The Great Alevi pogroms in Maras in 1978, with over 100, probably several hundred dead, belong in the same line as the murder of Hrant Dink and a year earlier, in 2006, of a priest in Trabzon who was shot dead by an allegedly mentally ill man who claimed to have carried out Allah's will. The fact is that the assassin carried out what the local media and statements made by the city administration and the governor's office in the previous 2 years had claimed was a license to kill traitors. The priest had been acting as a missionary. The last victim in a truly incomplete series was Semel Candas, the deputy mayor of Sicily, a district of Istanbul, known as a critic of Erdogan, who was murdered on July 18, 2016, 3 days after the attempted coup. Candas was Jewish. The preparations for the murder always followed the same pattern. Step 1. Public declaration of hostility against foreign-born enemies of the people, Elvis, Christians, Armenians, and Jews. Train 2. Exacerbation by a small but influential inflammatory press from the national chauvinist milieu, which has long since come to see the nation as a decidedly Islamic one. Train 3. Not by chance, but also not deliberately set in motion, some very insignificant, poor, agitated guy goes off with a gun or a butcher's knife and makes things right. This only has to do with Islam to the extent that in Turkey this religion is ethnicized and does not appear as the personal confession of individuals. However, racialized Islam has no genuine Islamic roots in Turkey. Rather, it is an original product of the Republic and its founding fathers, who are so proud of their secularism. A popular slogan that was used again after the coup is, "Turkey is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and by traitors on all 4 sides." This slogan, which was already used by Erdogan in December 2015 but is much older and dates back to the founding of the Republic, has been omnipresent since July 15, 2016. You can now buy stickers online that read, "If you live in a country surrounded on 3 sides by the sea and on all 4 sides by traitors, then you must either be a very good swimmer or a fighter." Modern Turkey was against Islam only insofar as it explicitly claimed power in the state against the new powers. The abolition of the caliphate in 1922 had ended a close alliance between state power, the Sultan, who was officially also the Caliph, and religion, represented by the Sheikh al-Islam. However, the position of Sheikh al-Islam remained and was transferred to a state official who acted as head of the supreme religious authority, which was called the Authority for Sharia Affairs and Foundations until 1924 and was then renamed the Office for Religious Affairs, the Diyanet Ministry, whose German offshoot is the Ditib. The state mandate was to push back an Islam striving for autonomous power and not the explicit separation of religion and state under the auspices of the privatization of religion. This political concept has worked. In Turkey, there is no contradiction between Islam and the state. Turkish Islamism, unlike the example of the Muslim Brotherhood in Arab countries, does not propagate a counterstate. Failure to realize this has not only broken the neck of the secular Turks, but ultimately also the movement of the preacher Fethullah Gulen. The Gulen movement occupied a special position in the world of avant-garde apron organizations. Although it was in line with a radical state purpose yet to be realized, the strengthening of Islam against secular achievements, it pursued its path clandestinely. The aforementioned Great Unity Party, for example, came up against the reorientation of the Grey Wolves, renamed MHP in 1993, which turned more towards the political center and largely ceased its militant activities. For true nationalists, this was a betrayal of the defensiveness urgently required against the enemies lurking everywhere. But while this spectrum appeared unhindered in public, Gulen's path at least partly corresponded to what is assumed in the paranoid mass consciousness of a sect of Jewish converts from Salonika, which goes back to the so-called Sabbateans in the late 17th century and has played a grotesque role in the fear and hate word me in the fantasies of the conspiracy believers in recent decades. The religious network that Gulen has built up since the 1970s corresponds in some respects to Western sects, such as the Church of Scientology. He founded discussion groups that studied the mass-produced brochures containing the master's sermons and whose participants also kept in touch with each other privately. Within his community, there are hierarchies of initiation and therefore influence, and of course, the higher up you go, the more clandestine things become. The economic empire of the Gulen community initially established itself as a network of tutoring schools. What in this country is comparable to the so-called revision studios, i.e. cramming studios that prepare law students privately for their exams, in Turkey affects pupils from the age of 10. They take private lessons in order to pass the crazy entrance tests for admission to university in the subject of their choice. These exams are held simultaneously at all schools across the country. 6 weeks later, the results lists with the now coded names of the students and the number of points achieved are posted at the schools. This is the time for celebrations and despair, including suicides. The Gulen movement's relatively affordable and apparently quite successful cram schools were also able to establish themselves in a free and very lucrative market because there were social discounts for low-income students. In the next step, Gulen took advantage of the opportunities that had been made easier since the 1990s to establish private schools, often boarding schools, which also offered social discounts for low-income students. Over the decades, cooperating commercial enterprises from all sectors were added, especially in the construction sector, whose owners were eager donors to the Gulen community, but who also appeared as highly respected benefactors in their hometowns. And this much can be taken for granted. From the Gulen Empire, probably starting in cram schools, came people who wanted to make their way in the state sector from the very beginning, with the aim of infiltrating it one day and then taking it over. Gulen declared that he believed that the only way to prevent the destruction of his movement was to make coups impossible, and that the Islamic idea in the state should therefore be strengthened against the military. He fundamentally ruled out violence as a means to success, despite all the similarities in content with militant Islamists. The success of this strategy of infiltrating the judiciary, police, and intelligence services, as well as the education sector, was considerable, as Gulen's longtime ally Recep Tayyip Erdogan found out after the break, which took place in 2013 at the latest, in the form of deliberately launched, embarrassing revelations. There is no evidence that the Gulen people have gained comparable influence within the military. The Gulen movement has been a popular target of criticism from secular and left-wing circles since the 1990s. Corresponding educational books were published, and the whole desire for conspiracy theories degenerated into the form of exposure. Significantly, the same leftists and Kemalists who believed they could hit Islamization with their constant denunciation of the Gulen movement never attacked Islam. It only seemed dangerous to them insofar as it was really or allegedly active in secret as a treacherous formation, while they ignored what had been taking place openly throughout the country since the 1980s at the latest, always within the framework of what was permitted by the Diyanet ministry. Secular Turkey had never really wanted to suppress Islam, rather, it wanted to use it to strengthen the state and the cohesion of society. This can be seen in the fervent reference to the sovereign, the people, in Turkish, halk. In the idea of the halk, the existential threat it poses to every decidedly Western citizen, especially every decidedly Western woman citizen, appears strangely alienated in the form of an uncle and aunt-like, dotty, gnarled collective of origin with its straightforward, unadulterated way of life, which one must somehow simply like. At the same time, the halk is claimed to be a guarantor against alienation, effeminacy, and decadence, which only needs to be protected from evil influence. The latter is the Kemalists' educational mission. The fact that the Young Turks had already been calling on an Islamic halk with Islamist slogans to resist the foreign enemies in their own country since the end of the 19th century, intensified this murderous propaganda with the outbreak of the First World War and waged their war of liberation from 1920 to 1923 under the banner of Islam. They were never to get rid of this empowerment of a people identical to themselves for mass murder and plunder. The Kemalists, who had tried to use the appeal to the original collective to push through their unpopular reforms, failed against their own creature in the first free election in 1950, which was won by an Islamist. Erdogan recognized the contradiction and declared the development of the Turkish Republic to be misguided because it was anti-people, not in the War of Liberation, which was an Islamic war of robbery, but starting with Ataturk's reforms, and thus radically cleared away the Western ballast that his secular predecessors had already put up for disposal in small portions since 1980 at the latest to calm the growing Halk. The history of three coups shows that it did not take Fethullah Gulen acting clandestinely to transform the Kemalist state into an Islamist state. The 1960 coup was directed against the Prime Minister Adnan Menderes, who ruled with an overwhelming majority. He was accused of all sorts of things, such as responsibility for the 1955 Greek pogroms in Istanbul, which is quite unlikely, but hardly that he was really a government Islamist with preferences for the ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood. He was hanged without any plausible explanation as to why. The following decade marked a strengthening of the state party CHP and a shift to the left towards state-driven modernization and a kind of pact with the growing working class. On the issue of Islam, there was no reform under Menderes. He had reimposed the call of the muezzin and the prayer formulas in Arabic, after the Kemalists had decreed in the 1930s that these could only be recited in Turkish. This was accompanied by the creeping re-Arabization or re-Osmanization of the Turkish language. The Erbakans and Erdogans were always recognizable by their old-fashioned language, which used many Arabic words. The second coup took place in 1971 and was directed against a permanent government crisis and increasingly violent radical left-wing activities. Two martyrs of this coup, icons of the radical left, the revolutionaries Deniz Cezmes and Mahir Kayan, who were executed in 1972, had received military training from the Palestinian PFLP together with several hundred like-minded people in Lebanon with the aim of taking up the armed struggle at home. Kayan had murdered Ephraim Elram, the Israeli consul in Istanbul, in 1971 because he had probably really handed over lists with the names of PFLP allies to the Turkish authorities. None of this was reflected in the verdict against him. After the 1971 coup, the Islamist Necmettin Erbakan, who led a successful party that was also represented in parliament, was met with considerably greater tolerance than before. At the same time, a chauvinistic penchant for foreign policy adventures emerged, culminating in the conquest of northern Cyprus in 1974 and the establishment of a northern Cypriot republic by Ankara's grace. The cruel slaughter of unarmed Greek Cypriots and the associated chauvinistic rejoicing that united the entire country in ugliness already points to the current propagandistically revived desire for the Greek islands off the coast of Turkey. The 1980 coup was directed against civil warlike clashes between right-wing and left-wing extremist groups, with several people being killed every day. As a result, the radical left, which had been brutally persecuted, was largely finished off, as were the social democratic left-wing Kemalists, some of whom sympathized with it. Even then, the vacuum was quite openly filled not with more fascism, as has always been claimed, but with more Islam. Not only was Adnan Menderes rehabilitated and streets and squares in many cities were renamed after him, the most important politician after the coup and later President Turgut Özal openly flirted with radical Islam. What had already been facilitated after the coup in 1971 was carried out at breakneck speed after 1980 with state funding, the construction of more and more new mosques, a development that continues to this day. The state within the state, the military with the National Security Council dominated by it, had thus gradually made concessions to its Islamist opponents without losing power. Erdogan, and not Gulen, who acted cautiously in semi-secrecy, had defied the military at a time when the powerful apparatus had consumed its own substance. The military was not infiltrated by Islam either 10 years ago or today. Rather, its ideological masterminds faced an opponent that they despised and increasingly feared, but against whom they knew nothing of substance. Erdogan, as he is proving now that he has total power, is not an anti-Kemalist at all. He does not want a special Islamic judiciary or a parallel Islamic state structure. He is merely taking up and strengthening what was supposedly weakened by traitors inside and outside, the people's defensive self-confidence against internal and external enemies, to which everyone secretly pays homage. In 1997, the military once again took action in a so-called soft coup against Necmettin Erbakan, who had been ruling in coalition with the Social Democrat Bülent Ecevit and was simply deposed by the National Security Council and banned from politics. His students and successors hastily renounced him, Erdogan there, Gulen here. In 2001, Erdogan essentially founded the Justice and Awakening Party, AKP, from the remnants of Erbakan's banned Virtue Party, and Gulen embarked on ever greater ventures alongside Erdogan. What else could the military have done? Strange conspiracy nests of ultranationalist officers of the middle ranks emerged on its fringes, whose significance as the so-called Ergenekon conspiracy was greatly exaggerated by Erdogan, which led to the conviction of high-ranking military officers in the years 2007 to 2012, not least due to forgeries by allegedly loyal prosecutors and judges. The fact that the military did not stage a coup back then can only be due to the fact that the general staff shied away from the risk of overthrowing a hugely popular prime minister and thus presiding over a hated regime for whose inevitable failure it would have had to take responsibility. In 1960, there were still ideologically convinced generals around Ataturk's successor İsmet İnönü who adhered to reformist Kemalism and even had a plan for the period after the coup. In 1971 and 1980, however, little more than the facade of reformist Kemalism remained. The coups took place because, in view of the internal unrest, there were good prospects for the military to present itself popularly as the upholder of order. But in 2007, at the height of the Ergenekon affair, or even in 2016, there was no longer any prospect of significant popular support. The question occasionally raised by left-wing and left-wing Kemalist circles as to whether a coup actually took place on July 15, 2016 is easy to answer. It was not a coup, but a bitterly serious coup attempt. Everything else belongs in the world of conspiracy theories. It had to fail because the decisive generals, with very few exceptions, did not want to support it. Even if Erdogan had been successfully liquidated as planned, the landslide in the military that the putschists had hoped for would probably not have taken place. Of course, we can only speculate as to whether the coup plotters were Gülenists, as virtually nothing is known about what happened on July 15, 2016. In any case, there is no evidence that Gülen could have played a role in the takeover, and even if this had been the case, we do not know who the Gülenists in the military actually were. However, the military, long since deprived of its ideological center, has been open to many influences. Not much can be gleaned from the putschists' declaration, except that Erdogan's adventurous foreign policy was probably repugnant to them. It is unclear which law and order they wanted to reinstate. It is very likely that many in the military never got over the final humiliation and disempowerment in connection with Ergenekon. However, the officers sentenced up to 2012, right up to former Chief of General Staff İlker Başbuğ, were released 2 years later, and all 275 sentences were overturned in April 2016. Why should the military, who were explicitly rehabilitated by Erdogan against Gülen, have organized a coup with Gülen? Especially since the Gülen people in the judiciary and secret service played a significant role in the proceedings. On the other hand, Gülen and Erdogan were allies until 2013. No officer could believe that Erdogan did not have a hand in these show trials. Erdogan was only smart enough to tone down the provocation and let his Islamist political opponents bleed for the humiliation of the military for which he himself was largely responsible, thus creating a halfway acceptable truce with the exhausted officer corps. Erdogan had unsettled his declared opponents from the democratic camp, who believed they could put him and his party under pressure with ever new revelations about the Gülen movement and its conspiratorial plotting, by starting to implement their demands for the destruction of this very movement and then staging a veritable campaign of revenge after the coup. And yet, there was and is no FET, or Fethullah Terör Örgütü, a terrorist organization of the Gülenists, just as there is no movement called PDY, or Paralel Devlet Yapılanması, which means something like a parallel state structure under construction and more strongly serves the Kemalist variant of Gülen paranoia. What actually led to the break between Erdogan and Gülen is actually irrelevant. They always agreed on the objective, i.e. the sustainable Islamization of Turkey. Even though Gülen's anti-Erdogan campaign included fierce criticism of his actions in connection with the Gaza flotilla around the Mavi Marmara ship, there is plenty of evidence that he is the same bone-deep anti-Semite from the Erbakan school as his later enemy. They were simply competitors for power, each an undisputed ruler over his followers, and the one who was more distant and not immediately effective probably felt cheated out of his share. To a certain extent, Gülen really was a conspirator. What made him great, the infiltration of the apparatuses and the strong influence on the education system, was the necessary flanking of Erdogan's populism and was nevertheless bound to break his neck at some point. The victorious Erdogan no longer needed an organization working in secret. Such a cadre network could never have been fully controlled and would have become dangerous at some point, for him personally and his power in the party, but even more so for his power over the Turks, which he could exercise most unsuspiciously as the openly acting tribune of the people. There was something elitist and thus arrogant about the Gülenists. Their Islamist state is the state of an elite distinguished by its insider status and connections, and thus a grimacing revenant of the old Kemalist cadres. Erdogan, on the other hand, is truly egalitarian, unlike Gülen, and truly secular, unlike the Kemalists. Like the Kemalists, he makes religion subservient to the state, which would hardly differ in structure from the Kemalist state were it not for the built-in automatism that urges the plebiscitary unleashing of the masses. It calls on the Halk to regain its originality, which is based on mass murder and the threat of mass murder, and removes all the constitutional obstacles and false considerations that the Kemalists had imposed on it to the detriment of the Republic. Today, in February 2017 and no longer in July 2016, what no one actually believed in, the bourgeois nation, is a thing of the past. Against it, the people have found themselves. Territory is just as open as the question of property. By contrast, any debate about belonging not to the nation but to the people is closed. National borders no longer exist. According to official maps, Mosul and Aleppo are part of it again, as are the Greek islands off the coast. But even this excessiveness basically only reflects the Kemalist resentment against the Turkish Versailles, the Treaty of Lausanne of 1923, which stipulates the current national borders and which had already been revised internally in 1955 when the Greeks were expelled from Istanbul. The nation's promise of fixed external borders, which also symbolized territorial saturation, has fallen, as has the protection of property. For months now, private individuals and persons of civil law have been expropriated on a scale not seen since 1923. This does not just mean newspapers and broadcasters critical of the government, but far more the assets of real or imagined Fethullahs, including companies with more than 1,000 employees. The receivers are Erdogan loyalists who will ultimately receive the assets, presumably in return for a levy to the state. This gigantic wave of expropriations, which is accompanied by the ruination of the livelihoods of over 100,000 people who have already been dismissed from public service, is a signal to everyone. Don't imagine too much about what you have accumulated, earned, inherited. The state can take what it wants, when it wants, and without any consideration for capital interests. The last and now possibly fatal step for the state in the traditional sense of the open borders policy is the at least partial dismantling of the monopoly on the use of force. Erdogan's men are calling for the arming of the people. Erdogan Bekdaz, governor of Rize on Turkey's eastern Black Sea coast, said that a large number of registered weapons are being delivered to donors. He compares his time in office with his work as governor in the Aegean city of Manisa. I delivered 5 times as many weapons here in 3 months as I did in Manisa in 2 years. He would personally bring firearms to the residents should there be another coup attempt. Eşse, husonyotstis. Once again, state front organizations appeared, some of which were called off. The militia-like organization Ottoman Unity 1453, whose name refers to the date of the conquest of Constantinople, quickly voiced its support after the hashtag #AKSilalanma, a Kaufrüstung, appeared on social networks. Its leader Emin Kampelat wrote, "This is a call to all brothers. Arm yourselves for the fatherland, for the flag and for Erdogan," and added, "We will die and kill for Erdogan." The hashtag spread quickly. On the net it read, "We are ready to fight to the death. Martyrdom is our sacred goal." Ibid. While the old-school Kemalists had still recognized the danger that could arise for them from the strengthened religion of the people until 1960 and largely prevented the construction of new mosques, the approximately 50,000 new mosques built in the years after 1980 are the actual basis for the new republic. They had already long since fulfilled their totalitarian function of contributing to the disintegration of everyone by banning the sale of alcohol, for example, and the constant blare of loudspeakers in the form of calls to prayer. On the night of the attempted coup, they took on a new task. They called on the entire Halk to defend their leader on the streets simultaneously and nationwide. This can be followed up on. The Presidency of Religious Affairs, Diyanet, the highest Islamic authority in the country, which has apparently taken over the protective function of the military, declared that it had set up new youth units in the country's mosques. Yasar Yazid, one of the highest representatives of Diyanet, announced, "We want to set up youth units in 45,000 of 85,000 mosques. God willing, we will have 20,000 of them by 2021. SC, October 28, 2016. An old song echoes. The minarets are bayonets, the domes are helmets ///, the mosques are barracks, the believers are soldiers // the divine army is ready. These verses were forged by the chief ideologue of young Turk-inspired Turkishness Ziya Gökalp, 1876 to 1924. As early as 1913 as a popular call to arms to the Islamic Halk in the last Balkan War. In the absence of foreign policy options, this appeal is now directed towards unity against a long-defeated enemy at home, which continues to rage in secret. These lines are Erdogan's call to arms against secularism, for which he even spent some time in prison over 20 years ago and which he has not been happy about since New Year's Eve 2017. Erdogan's taunting threat to the secular camp at the time of the Gezi protests in 2013 that 50% of Turks were behind him and that he would have difficulty holding them back has become reality. Once the divine army from the mosques has been deployed, no Diyanet ministry and no beloved leader is able to set a moderate direction, let alone put a stop to it. The caller has become a driven man. In the 2 weeks leading up to May 28, 2023, 500,000 Turkish citizens living in Germany voted for President Erdogan at the consulates, which corresponds to 67% of the votes cast. Several tens of thousands of them drew attention to themselves with constantly honking car parades. It is not known how many Germans with a Turkish background who are not entitled to vote are fans of Önder, leader, and honk their horns, but the pictures on social networks show that many under 23-year-olds, who have been German since birth, took part. Such celebrations, which are often misunderstood as an expression of spontaneous exuberance blown away by allochthonous Germans, actually serve to demonstrate power and submission to it. However, the threatening gestures are not directed against all Germans to the same extent. The probability of encountering supporters, fanatical supporters, of Erdogan in major German cities and being insulted, threatened, and attacked by them is by no means low. Even if you get into a wrong cab in Berlin, you could be in for a shock. He published this in a guest article for the FAZ on June 16, 2023 under the headline How to Better Integrate Erdogan Supporters, and although he has not used a cab since October 2021 at the latest, he talks about his own experiences in previous years and the very recent experiences of friends or voters. He concludes that more and more citizens of Turkish origin are asking themselves whether they have to censor themselves here in Germany, also to protect their families. In Berlin, the cab trade is largely in Turkish hands. The drivers are neither annoying nor threatening for a recognizable German, as long as he or she is not too openly gay or lesbian. For a Turk, which means anyone who supposedly looks like a Turk, regardless of their citizenship and preferences, the situation is often different. How one recognizes a Turk in a person who has only stated his destination in German remains the secret of hundreds of thousands of Turks living in Germany who are convinced that they can immediately identify a fellow countryman by his face. Passengers who are identified as Turkish are very often spoken to in Turkish in a distance manner, addressed on a first-name basis and asked about their home country. Anyone who answers this question by stating a municipality between Aachen and Zülpich rather than any one of the 81 provinces from Adana to Zonguldak, and in German at that, will have a problem. In most cases, it remains hostile silence. It can be worse for the Turkish passenger in the wrong cab if he does get involved in a conversation and, for example, refers to certain events in the Ottoman Empire in 1915-16 as the genocide of the Armenians in response to a frequently asked attitude check question. When he then agrees to the recognition of this fact by many states, including Germany, insults and threats are heaped upon him. Taking the precaution of using the plural, the FAZ guest author comes to the conclusion that there are de facto parallel societies that challenge our democracy and our freedoms, whose protagonists threaten, insult, or denounce others. The Federal Minister of Agriculture, Cem Özdemir, from whom the quotes are taken, and who comes from the Swabian town of Urak and not from Pazar, Tokat province, like his father, addresses the problem in an imperative. Our responsibility is first and foremost to those who are threatened. It must be clear at all times that only the German basic law applies in Germany, and that we do not allow double security standards between Germans and migrants. Özdemir will already have had relevant experiences with self-proclaimed compatriots as an unknown social worker, and not only because he has always criticized the political situation in Turkey, including the denial of the Armenian genocide. It is not just cab drivers who are suspicious of him because of his first name. In most cases, the name Cem testifies to the strong reservations of the name-bearer's parents towards the Turkish majority. According to its Arabic origin, the word Cem stands for assembly and in Turkish refers exclusively to the gatherings of Elvis in the Cem Evi, Cem house. Those who, like Özdemir, are called Cem but have no Alevi background are exceptions who find it difficult to resist the attribution. On April 19, 2023, during the final spurt of the election campaign in Turkey, the opposition candidate Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu publicly drew attention to a biographical peculiarity that everyone was aware of. "I am an Alevi," he admitted in a video that was then widely distributed, only to add, "I am an upright Muslim who was raised in the faith of the Prophet Muhammad and Ali, doing neither himself nor Alevism any favors." By discrediting the Elvis in their majority as a decidedly Islamic minority in order to reassure the Sunni majority, he has fueled the contempt of his opponents even more, because now he stands there as a traitor and coward. It is not only Erdogan's supporters who know that Elvis do not have a particularly high opinion of Islam. For the majority, the fact that Elvis do not fast on Ramadan, do not forbid pork or alcohol, never go to a mosque and Alevi women do not wear headscarves is conclusive evidence. These are 4 fundamental violations of the prohibitions that guarantee the community of the Ummah and therefore grounds for recognizing heretics in the Elvis, who are also considered enemies of the people. Other Turks who only attend a mosque for morning ceremonies and are married to women who do not wear headscarves, including many of Kılıçdaroğlu's party comrades, also see self-confident or even loosely organized Elvis as a separation from the people that undermines national unity and, above all, reject the presumption of recognizing Alevism as an independent religion. Under the heading religious affiliation, the state stamps around 99% of Turks as Islamic in their passports, while members of the very small Christian minority and the tiny Jewish minority are labeled Christian or Jewish. The statement in the application for a passport religious affiliation, none, is ignored just as fundamentally as Alevi. People who do this are considered Islamic by the authorities, and this is also noted in their passport. Kılıçdaroğlu's call for reconciliation turned into a whitewash of the Sunni and Turkish majority, which he included in a list of sectarian groups in the country, thereby making the real problem disappear. You have the chance to get the country out of the painful, sectarian debates about Sunnis, Elvis, Turks, Kurds, Lazas, Circassians, and Arabs. We no longer want to talk about what divides us, about differences and segregation, but about shared dreams and commonalities. This list is already a joke, because all of the peoples listed profess the Sunna in whole or in majority, except for the Elvis, who, however, do not consider themselves a people and are less appreciative of attempts at appropriation by nationalist Kurds. When Kılıçdaroğlu describes the Sunnis, who make up almost 80% of the population, as sectarian, it is for the sole reason of exonerating the approximately 20% Elvis from the accusation that is in fact directed exclusively at them. The ingredients such as Lazan or Circassians were only used to serve the popular folk dance hype around so-called minorities since the 1990s, which no longer exist because their language, script, and culture were forcibly exorcised from their members in the first decades of the Republic. The majority Sunni Kurds, some of whom still speak their own language, are not considered sectarian but separatist, which has repeatedly led to the banning of their parties and the imprisonment of their parliamentarians in recent years. After initial successes in the 2000s and early 2010s, Erdogan's attempt to win over the population in Kurdish strongholds such as Diyarbakir with the Islamic card and alienate them from the national movement has failed. However, as the majority of Kurds are devout Sunnis, they are still considered to be resocializable. Even though almost everyone who considers themselves Kurdish has since voted for the HDP again, the fact that Islamic traditions are meticulously observed in families and neighborhoods in Kurdish rural communities and urban slums indicates a closeness that is causing headaches for the leaders of the Kurdish national movement. The problem that Kılıçdaroğlu was unable to solve is evident in the dividing line between Elvis, the majority of whom see themselves as Turkish, albeit not in an ideologically charged sense, and not as Kurdish, and those who claim to be Kurdish Elvis. Some of those who are assigned to an enemy, also defined in ethnic terms, because of their commitment to Kurdishness, at least remain recognizable and often unmolested by those concerned about the unity of the nation, because overly brutal aggression against Kurds always harbors the danger of civil war, which Erdogan also wants to avoid. The others, however, the Elvis, are considered the real danger because they do not want to be associated with Turkishness without adhering to Kurdishness. Unless they want to give up their Alevism in favor of a basically harmless variety of Sunni Islam or sell out to Erdogan, who always has a few Alevi model deputies sitting in parliament for his AKP and provides politically obedient communities with money for cultural purposes. The question of whether Alevism is a religion or not is irrelevant. What is important, however, is that all those who describe themselves as such and do not speak after Erdogan or the Kurdish national movement are increasingly considered invisible and thus expose themselves to one of the worst suspicions that can exist in a republic that fanatically insists on unity. While Kurds, whether Sunnis or Elvis, remain recognizable because they profess their separatist mission and thus, as an apparent counter-design to Turkishness, are more similar to it than their masterminds would like, non-Kurdish Elvis are increasingly losing the protection they sometimes had in the years before 2000. They shared a way of life with the decidedly Turkish Kemalists that was contrary to the laws of Islam and were tolerated by them. This explains the informal alliance between the CHP and the Elvis since the 1970s. While in the military, among civil servants, especially teachers, in the liberal professions and within the new middle class, which has developed particularly since the 1980s, secularism was at least outwardly the rule. The situation has changed fundamentally since the late 1990s. The old state elites went on the defensive and the first wives with headscarves appeared in the cheap vacation homes for members of this poorly paid profession, while the rumors of Islamist cliques in the military would not die down and the new middle class was in economic decline. Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, who was physically attacked by several Erdogan supporters at a funeral near Ankara in 2019 and had to be escorted to a heavily guarded house under considerable personal protection, knew very well what he was talking about. In the last sentence of his unfortunate statement, he involuntarily but necessarily retracted his gesture of reconciliation to Turkishness, which was one of submission. Do you want an honest and upright country instead of the ruling system that only says no to Elvis? There is nothing left of Lazas, Circassians, Kurds, and similar sectarians. These words speak of the fear of the excluded. The more the Western way of life associated with Kemalism is in retreat, the less Elvis can hide. Elvis and Kemalists were declared to be synonymous, and the previously Kemalist and before that Young Turk paranoia about enemies burrowing in the shadows now took on an Islamic and indistinguishable nationalist appearance. The question, "Are you an Alavi?" which a nonconformist Turk can easily be confronted with in a Berlin cab, contains an unmistakable threat and replaces the communists, separatists, and terrorists of earlier years. Since the summer of 2022, attacks on Alavi institutions in Turkey have increased considerably, and in Germany, too, there have been isolated cases of broken windows on Sem houses and graffiti calling for murder. The Turkish no to the Elvis cannot be compared to the hate-filled prejudices of German atheists against Catholics. It is always the threat of the worst, which is why Erdogan left it at his election campaign appearances before April 19, 2023, to repeatedly sprinkle in the word Alavi when he spoke of his challenger. Kılıçdaroğlu's biography also includes the fact that he was born in the province of Tunceli in 1948 and has the first name Kemal. Tunceli is not just a small town with 35,000 inhabitants in the sparsely populated province of the same name. On May 28, 2023, over 82% of the city and province voted for the alliance led by Kılıçdaroğlu, achieving by far the best result for the opposition. Tunceli is also eerily associated with a completely different Kemal, who not only gave the city and province its name, which means Iron Fist in German, Kemal Atatürk. Until 1936, the city and region were called Dersim, and the renaming was the announcement of the largest massacre in the history of the Turkish Republic, with at least 30,000 people murdered. Until then, the population of Dersim was a strange mixture. Semi-nomadic, divided into tribes with their own feudal law and, above all, neither Sunni nor Turkish in the thoroughly ethnic categories of the Kemalists and even before them in the eyes of Sultan Abdulhamid. In 1936, almost exclusively members of Alevism lived in Dersim, supplemented by survivors of the Armenian genocide. The majority of them spoke Zaza and saw themselves to a large extent as Kurds, although they kept their distance from the majority Kurds because of their commitment to the Sunnah. Dersimer generally did not pay taxes, did not send their sons to the military, and kept their distance from all Republican achievements, as they had to learn by 1936 at the latest that the announced subjugation of the province to the law of the Republic would result in their forced Turkification and forced Islamization. The result was a poorly organized uprising, which was mainly directed against police stations and barracks and had no chance from the outset. After the suppression of the uprising in 1937, which had already cost the lives of thousands of mostly unarmed people, and a show trial with dozens of death sentences, the victors' aim was to completely erase the memory of the old Dersim, with the apparent intention of only deporting and re-educating the inhabitants in Turkish areas. In reality, village after village and its inhabitants were wiped out, including the women and children. A small number of the surviving Dersimer held out in completely isolated mountain villages in the region, others fled to neighboring provinces, and several thousand were deported, interned, and Turkishized. It is not known what gave the CHP leaders' parents the idea of naming their son Kemal. They probably wanted to appear as conformist as possible in the province, which was under siege until 1946. They may also have followed an Alavi tradition, as the majority of the clan heads declared their support for the Turkish Republic in 1923 in the hope that the centuries of persecution by the Ottoman Sunnis could come to an end under the sign of religious freedom and official secularism. What was still unthinkable in Kılıçdaroğlu's childhood gradually developed as a reaction to the heavy defeat of the Kemalists in the first free elections in 1950 and the victory of the Islamists under Adnan Menderes. Particularly from the 1970s onwards, an increasingly precarious alliance developed between the Republic founders, whose Republican People's Party, CHP, had long since ceased to be the undisputed state party, and influential representatives of the Elvis, who were only informally organized. The pact with the murderers of 1937 and above all 1938 had also become possible because more and more Elvis moved to the western Turkish cities in order to escape state coercion and poverty in the eastern Turkish regions, and in many cases quickly achieved economic success there. What was lost due to a mixture of state coercion and personal weariness with their own traditions. Hardly anyone speaks Zaza anymore. Most of the cultural and religious rules of Alevism have been largely forgotten by the younger generation, and only in Dersim are there still larger villages and even small towns with an Alevi majority, was partially replaced by a different orientation from the 1970s onwards. Elvis are rightly regarded as left-wing and are correspondingly active. Since parts of the CHP also turned away from the rigid ethnic principles of Turkishness at the latest since the 1980 coup, which to a large extent must be regarded as Islam-inspired, an even deeper alliance presented itself. Kılıçdaroğlu's first name became the program for many, but by no means all, Elvis since Turkish secularism, which in reality had never shaken the primacy of Islam, was on the retreat. The ethnic mass murderer Ataturk became Kemal, protector of the Elvis, which he never was. Their closeness to Kemalism has not changed the fact that Elvis almost always move in public without mentioning their origins and their possible confession and have only appeared on behalf of their own community when it comes to permits and sometimes state support for cultural events. As an expression of the supposedly diverse Turkish culture, Alevi dances and songs are also welcome in Zaza. However, Elvis should not be regarded as representatives of an independent religion, culture, or way of life that is incompatible with Islam. But even if Elvis like Kılıçdaroğlu adapted accordingly by April 19, 2023, they are still reproached for this, because as a citizen in a state run according to ethnic criteria, you know very well who your neighbor really is. On the BIA Haber Merkezi website on April 23, 2023, they took the trouble to list how Erdoğan only had to appeal to the long-standing knowledge of the people in the 2011 parliamentary elections, when Kılıçdaroğlu ran as the CHP's top candidate for the first time, to bring the crowd to gloating and threatening acclamation. During the election campaign for the presidency in spring 2023, the Alevi card initially played a subordinate role in Erdoğan's rhetoric. This time, calling his opponent Mr. Kemal and alluding to the alcoholism of the atheist founder of the Republic, who has been mocked not only indirectly but publicly with impunity for years, was usually enough. On June 5, 2023, at a mass rally in Istanbul, after accusing participants in the Gezi protests of drinking beer in a mosque once again and untruthfully, he exclaimed, "Mr. Kemal, drink as many barrels as you want, nothing will cure you. Our nation will not leave the country to drunkards." On April 24, 2023, just a few days after Kılıçdaroğlu's commitment to Alevism, Erdoğan put Berlin cab drivers and participants in the nationwide motorcades in a bombastic mood. Your flame, pun, in Turkish Alevi with a small a means flame and Alevi with a capital A means Alevi, does not bother us, no holiday without a spectacle. We don't have a religion called Alevism, we only have one religion, Islam. As one can easily see from the figure of the drunken Mr. Kemal, what is attached to Alevism means much more than the members of a denomination that refuses the impositions of the Sunnah and at the same time wants nothing to do with Iranian-dominated Orthodox Shiitism. The election result in Turkey is an expression of the stupor hanging over the country in the form of the self-assertion of a majority that sees itself threatened and does not mean progressive impoverishment and a lack of prospects, but rather a desire to get rid of those who stain its nest. In Germany, the FR showed a great deal of understanding for this on April 23, 2023, when it reproachfully addressed Kılıçdaroğlu with the insight that religious debates in Turkey actually have a dangerous character, for which the Elvis are partly to blame. In the past, there have always been painful and bloody events that were largely triggered by religious disputes between Elvis and Sunnis. Kılıçdaroğlu's words provided new material for discussion, which Erdoğan will certainly also make use of. Quote, end. But why was this wildly rabble-rousing expression of Turkishness able to gain a foothold among Turks living in Germany and also among so many Germans of Turkish origin and in any case lead to an even more devastating result among voters than in the home country? In his FAZ article, Sem Özdemir still wrote strongly about targeted attacks on opposition emigrants from Turkey such as the journalist Can Dündar, who is also being spied on and threatened in Germany by people and groups who are at least close to official Turkey and its secret service. However, he went a decisive step further when he wrote, Germans of Turkish origin are attacked and threatened as soon as they express a critical opinion in the structures of associations or clubs associated with Turkey or in social spaces with a Turkish majority. The decisive deviation from other published statements is the already quoted statement. More and more citizens of Turkish origin are asking themselves whether they have to censor themselves here in Germany, also to protect their families. However, the Turkish offensive is not only taking place in Turkish-dominated neighborhoods, where people with Turkish names should be on their guard. In the catchment area schools there, aggressive segregation in the schoolyard, where Turkish girls without headscarves are told by male Turkish classmates in particular that they are dishonorable sluts who should be treated like their mothers and threatened with "I'll fuck your mother," has long been part of everyday life. A predominantly Turkish social area is not just a geographical designation like Weddinggesundbrunnen or, worse still, Duisburg-Marxloh. The revocation of the honorary citizenship of a Berliner of Swabian origin by a small Turkish town may illustrate this. after the German Bundestag passed a resolution condemning the Armenian genocide on June 2, 2016, for which MP Özdemir had been a key campaigner, it was reported in the press that the town of Pazar had stripped him of his honorary citizenship, of which he had previously been unaware. However, this dishonor means more than just being cast out of a community of tribes and values, which Özdemir does not believe in any way. It means what Turkishness has always meant in relation to all dissenters, no matter where they live, will get you all. It is not only in relevant Berlin districts such as Kreuzberg, Neukölln, or Wedding that almost all parties adorn themselves with candidates, and especially female candidates, who have a Turkish name. The majority are traveling on the ticket of Özdemir's party, such as Kenan Bayram, who won the direct mandate in Kreuzberg in 2021. On her website, Bayram downplayed 500,000 fascist and Islamist fellow citizens as a negligible fringe group, even against her prominent party comrade, and counted every critic among the ominous people from the right who wanted to instigate another xenophobic campaign. I was also annoyed by the newly instigated integration debate in the German media. We have to realize that of the almost 3 million people of Turkish origin in Germany, only half are eligible to vote in Turkey and only half of them went to the polls. We might as well emphasize, instead of complaining about Erdogan voters living in Germany, how many today only have a German passport and no Turkish passport. Quote, end. Every child born in Germany from January 1, 2000 with Turkish parents is automatically granted German citizenship, but this has not led to any progress in integration. In view of the ugly incidents in thousands of German school playgrounds, it should be emphasized against the left-wing and green quota migrants that automatic naturalization has not driven Erdogan out of people's minds. On the contrary, disinhibition seems to be indicated where concerns about residence status have been eliminated. Kenan Bayram can no more be blamed for wanting to make a profession out of her migration background in conjunction with a degree in a relevant subject area than for trying to succeed in culture, media, education, etc. As a spokesperson for a supposedly mute and frightened pariah society, the fact that such unworthy attempts are ultimately successful is down to a majority society that needs the boastful slogans of its quota migrants to suppress a growing fear. It's as if we don't know who is playing on the soccer pitches of the youth leagues when players and watching fathers feel aggrieved by the referee or the opposing team, as if we can't tell from a distance who is training here by the barking sound of the coaches and the marshal shouting on the pitch. The louder and more aggressive the sound, the more deeply one subscribes to the conviction that it is not members of a very self-consciously hostile parallel society who are appearing here, but members of an intimidated minority who would be unable to make themselves heard with their legitimate concerns. People with Turkish names between Akin and Zulpik, or people who have just immigrated from Turkey, most of whom have fled, and who expressly do not agree with Tayyip Erdogan or Kenan Bayram, have no moral obligation to publicly denounce the evil that occurs in the name of Turkishness, from which they suffer the most, because of their assumed origin. If they do, however, they do so in the knowledge of what the postings in Turkish on social networks mean, in which the information regularly appears that they already know the address of the respective traitor and that they will get him. Anyone who has young children, for example, takes this seriously. And anyone who is a local politician with a Turkish name but less Turkish views and has to experience that competing candidates with a Turkish name are spreading the rumor that he or she is inciting hatred against Islam and is probably an ally during doorstep campaigning in a problem district will think twice about whether they want to put themselves in danger again. In Turkey, Western-influenced people who do not want to go along with all the impositions despite adapting and self-censorship can only remain unmolested if they are very careful. Because Turkishness listens in, for example, when young people, as happened a year ago in Istanbul, play their favorite records from the USA or Great Britain behind the closed doors of a club in daylight in the wrong district during Ramadan, smoke, and are then beaten up by petty traitors. For Elvis, especially those in the provinces, the situation is even more drastic. The drummers came before dawn. In the darkness before dawn, they beat the drums in front of the Evli family's house in Surgu, Malatya province, in eastern Turkey, so that they would get up and prepare their fasting breakfast before the sun rises. This is an old custom during the fasting month of Ramadan, when Sunni Muslims fast until the sun goes down again. But the Evlis are not Sunni Muslims, they are Elvis, and they do not fast during Ramadan. The family therefore politely asked to be spared the drumming at night. But the next night, the drummers came again, and not only them. The lynch mob raged for hours in the dark around the Evli family's house, who hid their children under their beds in mortal fear. Stones flew, window panes shattered. The security forces finally had to shoot into the air to disperse the blindly frenzied crowd. Deutschlandfunk, October 31, 2012. In 2016, shortly after the alleged coup attempt, the police in the same region deployed hundreds of troops and fired warning shots to prevent a pogrom mob from storming Alevi neighborhoods. However, this is no guarantee of safety for Elvis. Since the police and especially the gendarmerie are traditionally staffed by national chauvinists of fascist and/or Islamist preference, state protection for Elvis from the people is always a question of political conjuncture and chance. In 1993, during the massacre in Chivas with 43 dead, and in 1978, during the pogroms in Maras with at least 111 dead, the forces of law and order were not present in sufficient numbers or remained inactive. In 1993, the occasion was an Alavi cultural event, which was also attended by the writer Aziz Nesin, who was not an Alavi but was publishing the satanic verses by Salman Rushdie in a small magazine at the time. In 1978, one of the popular rumors was that the Elvis wanted to storm a mosque. After Erdogan's recent election victory, and even more so because of the economic collapse that can no longer be ruled out, which could result in draconian conditions being imposed by the IMF, the drummers of Turkishness continue to mobilize unabashedly against the drunken Kemals and Sems who want to desecrate the mosques. In Germany, where warnings of religious upheaval are being issued for the sake of a rotten peace in order to encourage Elvis to censor themselves, they are only being threatened with the withdrawal of solidarity for the time being, thus creating leeway for the drummers. We are two states, but one nation. This slogan, which characterizes Turkey's relationship with Azerbaijan, has been running through the victory-drunk Turkish media since October 2020, when the Armenian defeat was already unstoppable. The fact that Tayyip Erdogan has made it his own indicates that he can fall back on sources and events that are older than the Turkish Republic and that Kemalist politicians before him, since 1991, have also been happy to use, much to the delight of their Azerbaijani friends. But how does one come up with such an idea? One can justify the national harmony between two states with the language, because Azeri Turkish differs only slightly from the Turkish spoken in Turkey, and conversations between Turks and Azerbaijanis are possible without difficulty. However, apart from one crucial exception, these conversations hardly ever took place in the centuries before 1991, as Turks and Azerbaijanis were separated for over 400 years by a border that roughly corresponds to that between present-day Turkey and the former Soviet Union and its successor states. This border had been quite dense at least since the Russians took the Transcaucasian territories from the Persian Salafists at the beginning of the 19th century. In Soviet times, it was even completely closed. The territory of today's Azerbaijan was only part of the Turkish-influenced Ottoman Empire for a few years in the 16th century. Even with reference to a common history, it is difficult to prove similarities, unless one subscribes to the ethnic Turan ideology founded around 1900, which assumes a mystified original Turkishness that slowly spread from Mongolia. The various Turkic peoples on the territory of the former Soviet Union, together with the inhabitants of the Turkish Republic and all sorts of Syrian provinces allegedly populated by Turkmen, are claimed to be one people. So there can't be that much to the fervently invoked common nation, one might think. However, it is striking that the survivors of the Armenian pogrom in Sumgait, Azerbaijan, in 1988 always referred to their tormentors as the Turks. The history of a flag can provide information about this attribution. The national flag of the Republic of Azerbaijan is a cloth divided horizontally into 3 equal stripes in the colors blue, red and green. The central red stripe shows a white crescent and an 8-pointed star on a red background. This flag is identical to the national flag of the short-lived Free Republic of Azerbaijan, which existed from 1918 to 1920. In the Democratic Republic of Azerbaijan, blue symbolized that the Azerbaijanis belonged to the Turkic peoples, red stood for the ongoing development of Azerbaijani culture, and green symbolized Islam. The crescent with a star on a red background is another symbol of Islam and was part of the national emblem of the Ottoman Empire long before that, albeit with only a 5-pointed star, and has been the national flag of the Turkish Republic without additions since its foundation. In the Republic of Azerbaijan, however, which was founded in 1991, blue supposedly does not stand for Turkishness, but for the freedom of Azerbaijan. Red is supposed to symbolize the present life of Azerbaijanis, green no longer stands for Islam, but for the future of Azerbaijan, which manifests itself in the nature of the country. Islam, which is the predominant religion in the country, is symbolized by the crescent. Turkishness is at least represented by the star, which refers to the 8 Turkic peoples from which the present-day Azerbaijani nation has been formed over the centuries. The weakening of the messages compared to the original from 1918 is solely due to the blurring of references to a bloody history that were still perceived as embarrassing at the time. Azerbaijani identity is also based on the connection to the 7 brother nations in the self-image of its founding fathers. Islam is what ideologically unites the group of nations. but there is little else that is specifically Azerbaijani to be discovered. According to the definition of its founding fathers and in national practice since 1988, the country is 100% a state of Turanism and thus one with open borders and a clearly defined enemy. Turanism, this ethnic ideology that goes back to the Young Turk ideologue Ziya Gökalp in particular, has never lost its appeal, neither for Turks nor for the Turkic peoples, although the latter certainly do not view Turkey's role as primus inter pares without suspicion. Azerbaijani self-confidence did not exist until the end of the 19th century at the earliest, and its ideologues were men who paid homage to Turanism, Pan-Islamism, and Pan-Turkism. Until 1918, they were in alliance with the Russian Bolsheviks, from whom they hoped to gain support for national secession from Russia. Partly persecuted by the Russians in Transcaucasia, these ideologues became increasingly close to the Committee for Unity and Progress, i.e. the Young Turks, and lived temporarily in exile in Istanbul, where they also published their most important journal Türkyurdu, Turkish Homeland, which was also a kind of central organ for the Pan-Turkists among the Young Turks. Its successor of the same name is still published today as an extremely chauvinistic monthly magazine in Istanbul with close ties to the Grey Wolves. The decisive mastermind of Azerbaijani nationalism was Amin Razalzada, who was chairman of the Constituent Constitution of the First Republic in 1918, lived in exile in Poland and Romania from 1922 and spent his last years in Turkey from 1947 until his death in 1955. From 1941 to 1943, Razalzada was a member of the National Committee of Azerbaijan, which collaborated with the Nazis. The Azerbaijani Legion, as part of the Caucasian Mohammedan Legion, was closely linked to this committee. Razalzada helped to develop Turanism in collaboration with the Young Turks, approved the Armenian genocide and, in the final phase of this genocide, stood alongside Enver Pasha's troops in the last major Armenian pogrom before 1988, which took place in Baku on September 15, 1918 and claimed between 9,000 and 50,000 victims. In Azerbaijan today there are dozens of monuments from more recent times that honor the chauvinist and mass murderer Razalzada. The first joint active period of Turkish and Azerbaijani Pan-Turks is associated with a fighting unit that was given the programmatic name Caucasian Islamic Army in July 1918. The outstanding protagonist of the joint struggle was its founder, Enver Pasha, the then Minister of War and key organizer of the Armenian genocide in 1915-16. This was the Ottoman Third Army under the young Turk Nuri Pasha, which, supplemented by Azerbaijani volunteers, operated in the territory of present-day Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia until the armistice between the Ottomans and the Allies in October 1918 with the aim of establishing a new, now decidedly Turkish empire. The Islamic army moved through what is now Armenia and at times came close to conquering Yerevan. In the process, it carried out the worst massacres of civilians in Nagorno-Karabakh who had been unable to flee to the region around the successfully defended capital. Their real goal, however, was Baku, and later Tbilisi. On September 15, 1918, the Army of Islam conquered Baku, and on the same day a pogrom began in which between 9,000 and 30,000 Armenians and other Christians fell victim in Baku and the surrounding area. The following day, Nuri Pasha held a much-acclaimed victory parade. Many Azerbaijanis still regard the pogrom of September 15, 1918 as the day of liberation. According to Azerbaijani national mythology, it was a revenge for the events between March 31 and April 2, 1918, also in Baku, when Armenians are said to have murdered up to 20,000 defenseless Azerbaijanis. The fact that during these days, among others, Tatar Islamic combat troops were armed but unsuccessful against the Bolsheviks, who were largely Armenian, and that the entire city was crisscrossed by street barricades within a very short time, remains unmentioned. But it cannot be denied that Armenian irregulars murdered thousands of Azerbaijani civilians. The Armenians do not have a big brother, or at least several little brothers, with whom they can share myth and resentment. Armenian statehood did not exist after the 15th century, when an independent state in Cilicia in the eastern Turkish Mediterranean region was subjugated by the Ottomans, apart from an interlude between 1918 and 1920, until the founding of the Republic of Armenia in 1991. Only Nagorno-Karabakh was able to remain relatively independent even under the Salafists and the Tsar, which is probably one of the reasons why it acquired an almost mythical significance. Surrounded by generally hostile Islamic neighbors, only half-heartedly protected and only occasionally privileged by Tsarist Russia, Armenians kept alive the dream of their own state, which was supposed to build on the past glory of a great Armenian empire smashed by Islamic conquerors almost 1,000 years ago. The hatred of Armenians is closely linked to the fact that they were not willing to accept their fate under the Ottomans without a fight and have not disappeared from the region to this day. On both sides of the border between the Salafists and the Ottomans, Armenians lived a poor and lawless life for centuries, as they were never given protection from attacks by Islamic nomads or inhabitants of neighboring Islamic villages looking for booty. This changed considerably for the Armenians living there when Eastern Armenia was incorporated into the Russian Empire. In Western Armenia, which is located on the territory of present-day Turkey, change also began to take place from the early 19th century, despite the legal uncertainty that never ended. Initially, many fled the misery and emigrated as casual laborers, mainly to the rapidly expanding coastal towns, where they were soon able to establish themselves. Within a short time, there were highly esteemed craftsmen, freelancers, entrepreneurs, civil servants, and bankers of Armenian origin. What they had cultivated on a small scale in their eastern Anatolian villages and small towns, education, work discipline, and upward thinking, helped them, like Greeks and Jews, to rise quickly in society in the rapidly growing and modernizing late Ottoman economy. The actual Armenian settlement centers were soon far more likely to be Istanbul or Smyrna, Izmir, than the remote regions of their eastern Anatolian origin, where they also increasingly concentrated in the few cities. Growing self-confidence and isolated resistance to the double tax imposed on them compared to the Muslims, but above all the envy of the economically backward Islamic majority of the population, led to pogroms in the years 1894 to 1896 under Sultan Abdülhamid II. This resulted in pogroms in cities with a large Armenian population such as Erzurum, Urfa, and Diyarbakir in the east, but also in the capital Istanbul, which were deliberately instigated and claimed the lives of between 80,000 and 300,000 Armenians as well as other Christians. In the years that followed, the Armenian political intelligentsia made the catastrophic mistake of trusting the Committee for Unity and Progress, i.e. the Young Turks, who overthrew Abdülhamid II in 1909 and had a secular state with religious freedom and minority rights in their program. In the years before the First World War, many Armenians, especially the wealthy and influential ones, had long since renounced their rural homeland in both Ottoman and Russian territory, had become city dwellers and no longer wanted to live a miserable existence as farmers or small traders in the desolate provinces. The specifically Armenian education system, which had grown enormously in the late Ottoman years and placed great emphasis on learning several foreign languages, among other things, facilitated the rapid transformation of an almost purely peasant people into a relatively modern urban society, whose descendants gradually seemed to have all doors open to them. After the genocide of 1915-16, it was clear to Armenians on both sides of the Russian-Turkish border that peaceful coexistence with Turks, as the Muslims were now also called in eastern Armenia, was not possible and that only their own decidedly non-Turkish and non-Islamic state promised any prospect of survival. But even in today's Republic of Armenia, there is still the problem that a third of the population is concentrated in the capital and that rural exodus, and often enough emigration to countries with a strong Armenian diaspora such as the USA and France, is leaving the villages deserted and the population as a whole stagnating. If official Turkey has been playing down the genocide for decades with the argument that it was the result of armed conflict, then this monstrous lie also contains a grain of truth. After the pogroms under Abdülhamid II, there was resistance among Armenians, which was of no great significance, but gave the Ottomans all the more reason to prepare for a preventive and collective reckoning. An assassination attempt carried out by Armenian radicals in front of an Istanbul mosque in 1905 with a whole car full of explosives did not hit the Sultan, who remained unharmed, but killed 26 men from his entourage. The uprising named after the town of Seysin in today's eastern Anatolian province of Bitlis near Lake Van in 1904 led to cruel reprisals with 3,000 to 8,000 dead. Of course, it did not escape the notice of those in charge in a giant empire that was in serious military and economic difficulties that those second-class people, who were gradually but unmistakably taking the lead in the areas of production, trade, and education, would approach them with demands, the fulfillment of which would finally deprive the mostly bitterly poor Sunni majority population of their last privilege, namely to be allowed to humiliate the infidels as second-class people as Orthodox believers. Abdülhamid's Armenian pogroms were a controlled rebuff to the Orthodox people and a warning to the Christian minorities not to overdo it. However, it also contained the threat of genocide and the unmistakable indication that there could be more important state goals than maintaining an economy that would collapse without Armenian and other Christians, as well as Jews. The Young Turks, among whom Damid Ismail Enver or simply Enver Pasha had already played an influential role in the early years of the movement, had come to a similar conclusion before the First World War. Only a strong state, which would have to be truly indivisible, i.e. ethnically homogeneous, would guarantee unity. This was the view of the Tyrannism that was widespread among them, whose ideologues basically did not attach much importance to ethnic homogeneity in the multi-ethnic state, but only to a common language and a common culture, which could only be presented to them as Islamic. The Jews living in western Turkey and the Pontos Greeks on the Black Sea coast, unlike the Armenians at least in Transcaucasia, did not have a closed settlement area and also had no, albeit unreliable, regulatory power behind them that would not allow pogroms such as those of 1894 to 1896 in the Ottoman Empire in their sphere of influence. Their efforts were therefore primarily aimed at more protection and more influence in the regulation of public affairs. In the territory of today's Armenian Republic, the Armenians constituted a largely unchallenged majority and were strongly represented in the territories that were later merged into Azerbaijan, especially in the cities, such as Baku. In Nagorno-Karabakh, they had an almost purely Armenian enclave in the middle of what would later become Azerbaijan. As no communication was possible between the Ottoman and Russian empires, the Armenians had a relatively secure hinterland. In western Armenia, the situation was fundamentally different. Not only were the Armenians there unprotected, but the fact that there was no continuous Armenian settlement except in a few regions, e.g. around Van, and that Armenian villages were very often located in direct, mostly bad neighborhoods with Muslim villages, made the Armenian dreams of a sovereign, large Armenia after the collapse of the two empires seem quite unrealistic, even for the years before the genocide. Nevertheless, these plans did exist and, as the assassins of 1905 prove, there were indeed activist political groups who, on the basis of national revival, vague socialist ideas and the promise of an independent country of their own, joined the resistance, which was also not free of revenge for the crimes of the Ottomans. During the genocide, there was only sporadic and quickly crushed resistance due to a lack of weapons, organization, and preparation. Armenians were able to defend the city of Van for almost 2 months in May 1915. Anyone who did not make it across the nearby border to eastern Armenia after the defeat was immediately massacred. By the spring of 1918 at the latest, the situation in eastern Armenia had changed fundamentally. The Russian Empire had collapsed and the Bolsheviks were initially unable to fill the power vacuum, which was as promising as it was threatening for Armenians. The Armenian population had grown considerably due to the hundreds of thousands of refugees from Ottoman territory who had managed to escape the genocide, and Armenian self-confidence was on the rise as a result. Now there were Armenian irregulars who not only secured their new state, founded in 1918, but also wanted to get back at the Turks and also used pogroms to drive the Muslim minority out of the territory of today's republic. The Soviet Union initially merged the Armenian, Azerbaijani and Georgian SSRs under one roof in 1920, until it was dissolved again in 1936 in favor of the independent Soviet republics. In western Armenia, the Armenians were no longer given a chance, there were no more compatriots living there. An Ottoman army trained in genocide would have immediately nipped any separatist aspirations coming from outside in the bud, because unlike the 3 other empires involved in the First World War, the Ottoman Empire never completely collapsed. The army defeated on the World War fronts remained intact in the Anatolian interior even after the armistice in October 1918, and the Committee for Unity and Progress held all relevant functions within it. The early Soviet Union had of course long been aware of the importance of the oil fields around Baku and did not want Turkish, Azerbaijani or national Armenian dominance over these resources. In this respect, it was just right for it to be able to support a short-lived communist republic in what is now Azerbaijan in the spring of 1918, which was predominantly led by Armenians and was also responsible for pogroms and expulsions of Muslims. The Transcaucasian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, founded in 1920, was, to paraphrase Lenin, who had supported its establishment, an expression of great Russian chauvinism, which neutralized different interests in favor of Russia according to the principle of divide and rule. While Western Armenia was a huge Armenian cemetery inhabited by Turks and Kurds, in Eastern Armenia at least the Armenian Soviet Republic was able to guarantee modest self-administration in a predominantly Armenian-populated area. The special status granted to Nagorno-Karabakh as an autonomous region with self-government was of particular interest to the Armenians. There was no relaxed coexistence, not to mention a gradual blurring of differences, with the Muslim minority within the republic, nor as an Armenian minority with the Azerbaijanis in the neighboring country. Even in Soviet times, the Armenians were more successful than their Muslim neighbors as the more educated and enterprising Transcaucasians, which can easily be seen in the reemergence and growth of the Armenian minority in the industrial metropolis of Baku, which was liquidated or fled in 1918, where Armenians temporarily made up 21% of the population and at the time of the final expulsion in 1990 still made up almost 17%. However, the conflict was merely put on hold, only to erupt again in 1988 when the collapse of the Soviet Union was announced, with the same severity as in 1918. This can be easily illustrated by the harassing treatment of the inhabitants of Nagorno-Karabakh by the Azerbaijani Soviet Republic. Until the annexation in 1994, there were hardly any travel opportunities for Armenians, and everything else was done to isolate them on their island and cut them off economically from any Soviet support. The rest of the story is quickly told. In 1988, tens of thousands of agitated inhabitants of Nagorno-Karabakh demonstrated in Stepanakert and many more in Yerevan, demanding the unification of the autonomous region with Armenia. The Supreme Soviet of the region and then the Republic accepted the demand, whereupon pogroms began in Azerbaijan. After the pogrom in Baku in 1990, which left at least 91 Armenians dead, all 160,000 Armenians living there left the city within a few months. In the years up to 1991, all other Armenians living in Azerbaijan did the same, a total of 500,000. In return, around 200,000 Azerbaijanis were expelled from Armenia and the Nagorno-Karabakh region, also using violence and even pogroms. In the armed conflicts over Nagorno-Karabakh, a further 200,000 Azerbaijanis were expelled from the Armenian-occupied and then annexed territories between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh by 1994. The figure of 560,000 quoted today is Azerbaijani propaganda and is due to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, which continues to add the children of internally displaced persons born after the expulsion to the original figure. As in the case of the Palestinians, and Azerbaijan has a high population growth rate. In the wake of the recent war, most of the districts conquered from Armenia became Azerbaijani again. At the beginning of December 2020, it was estimated that 75,000 Armenians had fled from the core region of Nagorno-Karabakh and a significantly smaller number of Armenian settlers from the annexed areas around Nagorno-Karabakh. Since then, Armenia has been under Russian protection and has had to accept peacekeepers on its territory, without whom the rest of the annexed territories connecting Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, which have shrunk to a thin corridor, could not be protected. Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh will find it difficult to survive as sovereign states. Unlike in Azerbaijan, the population trend is negative and emigration is considerable, which is not only, but to a large extent, due to the hostile neighborhood. Azerbaijan has denied Nagorno-Karabakh autonomous status since 1992 and claims the area as its own territory. At the same time, it does not agree with the Russian border security system, which is also officially stated by the government. As Russia is very flexible in pursuing its interests, there is no real guarantee for the current status quo. Even if Armenian policy was partly criminal from 1918 to 1920 and since 1988, it followed the realization in both periods that a new genocide is possible for related reasons and that the personnel prepared for this were and are ready with guns or butcher knives at their feet. In both cases, the only chance of survival for Armenians in the region was the establishment of a state free of Islam. Although both Azerbaijan and Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh are almost 100% ethnically homogeneous in the wake of the waves of expulsion, Azerbaijani nationalism is Turanist, i.e. just as pan-Turkic as it is pan-Islamic, and thus allows the immigration of members of Turkic brother peoples and is also open to territorial expansion. Armenia must ensure a closed settlement area exclusively for Armenians within precisely defined borders. There are no friendly peoples on the country's borders, and the dream of a greater Armenia has long since come to an end, as evidenced by the decline of a party that is no longer represented in the Yerevan parliament. The Azerbaijani efforts from 1988 until today are an attempt to expel the Armenians completely, not only from the Azerbaijani territories conquered in 1994 between Nagorno-Karabakh and the Republic of Armenia, but also from Nagorno-Karabakh and the Armenian Republic in general. The hostile government statements from Baku, the treatment of Armenian prisoners of war, the incipient devastation of churches and cemeteries, and the deployment of international jihad brigades do not allow for any other interpretation. When the Eastern Armenians, regardless of whether they lived in the Armenian Republic as the majority population or in Azerbaijan as a strong minority, simply identified their oppressors as Turks from 1988 onwards, as they had done in 1918, they were not launching a chauvinist conspiracy theory, but rather expressing their experience and their fears. They knew very well that the Azerbaijanis had nothing in common with the Turks apart from language and religion. They knew that Azerbaijanis and Turks had never met until 1991, apart from that cruel interlude in the spring of 1918, which is what matters. From past experience and the knowledge of the true content of Azerbaijani nationalism, they were aware of what could be in store for them if Muslims released from the Soviet Union were to take up their cause. On the Azerbaijani national flag, the deadly crescent moon on a blood-red cloth threatened them, and the green Islamic stripe called out to them the basis on which the next genocide would be prepared to unite the community. As far as the Armenian nation is concerned, they have undoubtedly been living among themselves in Transcaucasia since 1991, and they also maintain close ties in the diaspora. However, ties to the Armenian state church in the sense of practiced Christianity are weak. Although over 90% see themselves as members of the church, that is as far as it goes. And the popular images of ancient churches in mountainous regions are far more nostalgia and kitsch than any kind of national or even ethnic mission. The national cohesion of the Armenians is rooted in the knowledge that mass expulsion and genocide are a constant threat against them and that, unlike their mortal enemies who can rely on Islamic brotherhood, they are denied international Christian solidarity, a refusal that is becoming increasingly shameful. Nevertheless, the conflict is not religiously motivated, because that would suggest that there is a Christian-Muslim religious dispute, which is not the case. There is only the murderous contempt of Islam, which is superior in the region in terms of numbers and weapons, against Christians, which also affects the Georgians, who, if the opportunity presents itself, can bring Enver Pasha's Islamic army back into position, be it in the form of Syrian jihadists on a Turkish-Azerbaijani state mission. A country in whose capital there is a hotel called Villa Enver Pasha and where September 15, 1918 is celebrated unofficially but widely as Liberation Day obviously still has a lot of plans. To illustrate this, it is worth taking another look at the beginning of the second wave of expulsions, because the pogroms of Sumgait in 1988, with over 50 deaths, and Baku in 1990, with at least 91 deaths, were not that long ago. Some of the perpetrators of Sumgait were very young and were dressed like black ravens and armed with iron bars and hatchets, said one witness. Armenians, if you don't leave the city within 3 days, we will slaughter you like dogs, leaflets read. The Azerbaijanis even invaded a maternity ward and massacred Armenian women who had recently given birth and the newborns. They shouted, "Death to the Armenians! We will exterminate you." My pupil opened her dress, reported the Armenian foreign language teacher Raisa Dalakayan after the Sumgait pogrom, and showed me her body, on which crosses had been cut with knives. 17 men had broken into her apartment and raped her. The Turks had also attacked her youngest sister, all in front of her parents. Spiegel, March 23, 1992. The Baku pogrom, 2 years later, was taken up in a report by the UN Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women on July 25, 1997 and described as follows. For 5 days in January 1990, the Armenian population in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, was murdered, tortured, robbed and humiliated. Pregnant women and babies were molested, little girls were raped in front of their parents, Christian crosses were burned on their backs, and they were abused because of their Christian faith. A witness reported what happened 72 years earlier, on September 15, 1918, also in Baku, costing the lives of many thousands. Robberies, murders, and rapes were at their peak, on September 15, 1918 at 4 p.m. Massacres of the Armenian population took place throughout the city and looting of the non-Muslim peoples was underway. They broke down the doors and windows to the homes and dragged the men, women, and children out into the streets and killed them. People's screams could be heard from almost all the houses that were attacked. In some places there were piles of dead bodies, and many had terrible injuries from dum-dum bullets. This terrifying picture could also be seen at the entrance to the Ministry of Finance on Surakonskoy Street. The whole street was littered with corpses, and the dead children were no older than 9 or 10 years old. More than 80 bodies showed injuries inflicted by swords or bayonets, and many had their throats slit, as if the unfortunates had been slaughtered like lambs. Wikipedia, keyword Armenian pogrom in Baku. Those who still claim that there are no good guys in the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict may be right as far as the means used are concerned. However, anyone who presents this in order to support the popular claim that neither of the warring sides is right, at least in a moral sense, because both sides have been ethnically cleansed, has already adopted the pan-Turkic worldview in a gesture of balance. Azerbaijan was expansionist from the outset. An Armenian enclave declared an autonomous region by the SU was always rejected. The Armenians have always reacted, even if they sometimes overreacted, and not the Azerbaijanis, who have to accept the accusation that they sympathized with the genocide of 1915-16 and still do today. Anyone who does not want to recognize that the territorial annexation of Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia was and is necessary for the survival of the local population and, moreover, for the Republic of Armenia, is already in league with those who see Armenian weakness as a reason for renewed and then final aggression, in Transcaucasia and elsewhere. Because the wolves have long been howling in Europe, most loudly in France, where Pan-Turks are already terrorizing members of the second-largest Armenian diaspora community with 600,000 members. Turkish jihadists marched through the French city of Dijon on Thursday evening, October 29, shouting Islamist and anti-Armenian slogans. The racist mob attacked protesters and could only be stopped by the police using tear gas. The fact that supporters of Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan carried out such an action shouting Allahu Akbar, God is great, directly after the Islamist triple murder in a church in Nice gives food for thought, commentators write. A similar action already took place in Lyon on Wednesday, October 28. The Turkish fascists marched into the banlieue of Dekines, known as Little Armenia, and attempted to hunt down Armenians. The approximately 250 fascists carried Turkish flags and called for violence against Armenians. They shouted, "Where are you Armenians? And we will kill the Armenians." Ampf News, October 30, 2020, in Berlin, threatening letters are now being received by Armenians living here who apparently come from the Grey Wolves milieu. Welt, March 12, 2020, these are the same people who have lovingly tended a grave of honor in the Berlin Muslim cemetery on the grounds of the Nukoln Sahitlik Cami, Martyrs Mosque, since 1922 for the Young Turk genocide victims Bahattin Sakir and Simil Azmi, who were murdered by Armenian terrorists, i.e. members of the Armenian organization Nemesis, as it says on the gravestones in German. While it has at least been announced in France that associations close to the Grey Wolves will be banned, nothing is happening in Germany. When the fascist agitator talks about the Jews, he is first and foremost talking about himself. The demonization of Israel, the state of the Jews, reflects his own nature. His indignation is projected aggression. As an anti-Zionist, no critic of the state has been lost in him. Rather, he persistently denies that Israel is a state at all. To the anti-Zionist, Israel is an illegitimate entity, a test tube product or a malignant ulcer. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, for example, recently whispered that Israel is behaving like an organization and not like a state. In Turkish propaganda, Örgüt, organization, is the cipher for the eternal intrigue against the exalted state under a blood-red flag. Their merciless extermination in northern Syria or Nagorno-Karabakh, for example, is invoked on a daily basis as a question of national existence. The term Örgüt is commonly used in propaganda to denounce Kurdish renegades to the Turkish state, but the chairman of the Bayrak Birlik Partisi, Mustafa Destasai, is yapping these days that Israel is the most merciless and most murderous of all terrorist organizations. For the fascist idealist, whose Great Unity Party is a small coalition member in the Turkish state front, the neighboring republics of the Greeks and Armenians are not true states either, rather they exist as barrier and puppet states solely in the imperialist interest of constricting a true state, namely the Turkish state, from all sides. The Turkish nation, said the Howling Wolf, has the will and the determination, in the event of further perceived provocations, to eliminate the two dummy states from the geography. The chairman of the Hudapar party, Zakaria Yapishoglu, also says that Israel is not a state, but rather a terrorist organization. His party is also a small coalition partner in the Turkish state front and the official face of the Kurdish Hizbullah, which was notorious as a death squad in the 1990s and was called Hizbul Vahsat, Party of Atrocities, by many in view of its bestiality. In recent years, its cadres have marched into the institutions. According to Süleyman Soylu, the AKP's coalition with Hudapar follows reasons of state and is a strategic step towards the revival of conservatism in the Kurdish provinces. What this revival looks like can be seen at the daily party parades, where the Hudapar children dress up as Abu Ubaidah, the notorious keffiyeh-clad cadre of the Al-Qassam brigades. Meanwhile, the AKP-affiliated gazettes are swearing by the urgency of the Jewish question. The Jews, says the renowned columnist Yusuf Kaplan in Yeni Safak, have no homeland. They only have one God, _money. They have also corrupted Europeans with their greedy mentality. The perverse faith of the Jews, according to Yeni Safak on its front page on December 8, is a virus that must be destroyed. In Yeni Akit, however, Sevki Yilmaz sees an imminent end to the tyrannical Jews and their collaborators. According to the Milli Görüş veteran in anticipation, Israel will be dust. The AKP's Turkish state front is a pact of rival gangs, from Hizbullah, with its past as death squads and its proximity to communist Iran, to the secular Vatan Partisi of Dogu Perinçek, who, as the spiritual brother of Alexander Dugin, is calling for a Eurasian axis with the communist despotism and the Great Russian regime, to force the end of the Atlantic era. All the way to the parties of ethnic idealists, the Grey Wolves, to which the grandees of organized crime, such as Kursat Yilmaz and the Latin Kakisi, profess their allegiance. They unite solely in their hatred of the apostates. Örgüt, this is also a cipher for the almost obsessive paranoia of being existentially threatened in the Republic of Turks. A paranoia based on the guilt that the foundation of their own state is the genocide of the Anatolian Christians. Another columnist for the AKP-affiliated tabloid, Ibrahim Karagol, warns that it is urgent to eradicate the Confederalists in Syria and Iraq. Their organizations are the greatest trump card of Israelis and Americans. They threaten an even much larger front in our south. In the Kurdish town of Kobani, rumor has it that there is an Israeli army recruitment office. In the Gazette Adinlik, which considers itself to be in the secular tradition of Mustafa Kemal, Tevfik Kadin sees a mysterious David corridor through which so-called Kurdistan is to be united with Israel. The central organ of the Vatan Party speculates that Israel's military campaign against Syria is being expanded in order to advance from the Golan into Syria's Deir-ez-Zor. Tevfik Kadin concludes that the Turkish military strategy of a buffer zone in northern Syria is pointless. Instead, the confederalist organizations must be destroyed. That would be the greatest service, says the secular ultranationalist, that we could do for Palestine, and ourselves could do. It is a member state of the North Atlantic Pact in which Ismail Haniyeh, chairman of the Hamas Politburo, kneels in his Istanbul residence to give thanks for the pogrom on October 7, and whose president appears as an agitator of a globalized milieu from which the Islamo-fascist counter-revolution in Afrin, Conflans Saint-Honorine, or Reim is taking action. For some years now, the affection of the Turkish state front has been directed towards the protagonists of the dark salvation ideology of the death industry, for which Hamas boasts, citing a 1938 book of the same name by the Muslim brother Hassan al-Banna. With Ismail Haniyeh and Salah al-Arauri, the organization's first guard has traveled in and out in recent years and met with the president for intimate talks. The notorious HH and Sani Yardım Vakfı in particular, which was also able to infiltrate the previously strictly secular educational institutions under the AKP, acts as a fundraiser for Hamas. On November 3, the state-affiliated HH began a multi-day convoy from Istanbul to the southern Turkish garrison of Incirlik, where the 39th U.S. Air Force unit is stationed alongside the Turkish unit, with battle cries such as İyi, Kasam, Brigade, we are with you to the death. For Bülent Yıldırım, chairman of HH, and his friends, Incirlik is a little Israel. They conjure up the threat of an American invasion. While Antony Blinken was expected in Ankara late in the evening, the orchestrated frenzy escalated in Incirlik. Hundreds of Turkish friends of the Kasam brigades broke through the police cordons with the intention of capturing the garrison. The Turkish police stopped them with canisters of irritant gas. With the reassuring words that the time for jihad will come, Bülent Yıldırım declared the march over and assured all doubters that our President Erdogan was with them. In 1948, the Turkish Republic was the first Muslim state to recognize Israel as a sovereign state. Islamist agitators outside the state front, such as Mahmut Kar from Hizb ut Tahrir, are calling for the Turkish army to march to Jerusalem and accusing Erdogan of hypocrisy. Hizb ut Tahrir, which despises Mustafa Kemal's legacy and calls for the caliphate, nevertheless enjoys all freedoms in the Turkish Republic. It admonishes and vilifies Erdogan personally, as no other opposition figure could do without fear of retribution. The Ummah of Islam, said Hizb ut Tahrir at its recent Istanbul conference on the Jewish question, can rely on military technology and millions of faithful soldiers and young people who long for martyrdom. The only thing it lacks is a legitimate leadership to give the order to march. Hizb ut Tahrir openly calls for the resurrection of the caliphate, because only a caliph, according to the organization, could lead the armies to Jerusalem to eradicate Jewish existence. In 1948, the Turkish Republic was the first Muslim state to recognize Israel as a sovereign state. For decades, Israel was almost the only continuously serious partner in the region. The revivalist Islamic milieu of the 1970s, from which Erdogan escaped, was, however, in the anti-Zionist tradition of the Muslim Brotherhood from its earliest days. For them, the Jews personified what they saw as an existential threat: the Enlightenment, the advent of a crisis-ridden modernity, communist perversion, and the feminist demolition of the family. In the youth organization of Ekinsalar, where the youthful Erdogan appeared as a career-conscious agitator, the rumor about the desecration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque by the Jewish nation cursed in the Quran was a central element of their propaganda. The Islamic youth read Necip Fazıl Kısakürek, Erdogan's idol and mastermind of an Islamic Greater East, who exorcised the liberal and communist ghosts of the Turkish modernization dictatorship with the most delusional anti-Jewish rumors in his writings. Not much different from today, the socialist parties in the 1970s were also accomplices, and sometimes avant-garde, of the counter-revolutionary hatred of Israel. Mahir Kayan and his People's Liberation Party Front of Turkey, THKPC, still revered today, assassinated the Israeli Consul General Ephraim Elram in Istanbul on May 17, 1971. These days, Erdogan has renewed his accusation that Israel behaves like an organization, whereas Hamas is not a terrorist organization. Rather, according to the Turkish president, it is a national liberation movement. If Erdogan seemed like a driven man in the first few days after the massacre on October 7 in the face of the multitude of rival anti-Zionist whips, he is once again staging himself as the Reis among the fascist agitators. At the Istanbul mass choreography on October 28, called for by the Turkish State Front, he threatened Israel that we may come unexpectedly one night. The crowd shouted, "Here is the army, here is the commander." Above all, the anti-Zionist shouting betrays his own revanchist desires to break down national borders. On October 28, for example, Erdogan openly said that Gaza, Skopje, Thessaloniki, Mosul, and Aleppo belong to them as much as our blood and soul. And, of course, Erdogan also talked about the dark figures behind the wretched terrorists in northern Syria. His anti-imperialist victim myth is a projected desire for recognition, imperial aggression cloaked in innocence. For the Turkish State Front, the fact that the blood-red republic became an Islamist murder pit is also an investment in its international prestige. Above all, it was European indifference to the Turkish campaign of destruction in northern Syria that gave the Turkish regime the certainty that it would not have to expect any consequences. When the Syrian Kurdish woman Hevrin Zilef was surprised on October 12, 2019 on her way to Raqqa by a roadblock of an Islamist militia collaborating with the Turkish State Front, these barbarians dragged her through the dust by her hair, beat her and finally executed her, just as Hamas executed Jews on October 7. Turkish propaganda hailed the bestial murder as a triumph over the enemy. Until her death, Hevrin Zilef was the general secretary of a Syrian party that was founded in liberated Raqqa to realize the idea of a secular and non-ethnicist Syria. The Turkish military strategy of systematically devastating northern Syria, as a result of which many people are forced to endure for days without electricity and water, is increasingly making life impossible in that anti-Islamist bastion, where the Islamic State had previously failed. Without Europe's pathological indolence, its complete disinterest in the catastrophe that secular Afrin, for example, became a territory of rival Islamist gangs after the Turkish occupation, the most notorious of which is Syria's Al-Qaeda, the Turkish state beast would probably be less untamed. In the meantime, Robert Habeck is trotting listlessly through Ankara these days, calling for reforms in the Turkish justice system in order to guarantee European investors more security. And Annalena Baerbock receives her Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan in Berlin for aesthetically staged crisis diplomacy. For the Turkish State Front, the fact that the blood-red republic has become an Islamist murder pit is also an investment in its international prestige. The Tagesschau, for example, speaks of it as a possible host for talks with Hamas. But even though Bloomberg Opinion recently suggested that Joseph Biden would only have to speak personally with Erdogan to bring an end to the Gaza crisis, so far only Qatar and Egypt have been able to raise their prestige as mediators. As delusional as the whispers of Turkish state paranoia are and as complicit as European and North American appeasement policies are, both reveal a great deal about the regional constellations. The secular Vatan Party, whose patriarch Dogu Parensek recently conferred with Hamas cadres in front of a portrait of Mustafa Kemal, is in favor of a Eurasian axis with the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Great Russian regime and its satellites. In Syria's Deir-ez-Zor, whose territories east of the Euphrates are associated with the autonomous administration of North and East Syria, the communist regime has been investing extensively in infiltration and destabilization for some time. In recent days, militant hostilities by its proxy militias have escalated in the region. The communist regime in Iran has failed mercilessly on such a front of anti-Zionist frenzy. Just a few hours after the start of the Al-Aqsa flood, Ali Khamenei posted a sequence of the Re'im massacre on his multilingual X-presence. The fascist jubilant old man greeted the festival guests fleeing from the death squads with the joyful exclamation that the ulcer of the Zionist usurper regime would soon be eradicated. Only a few days before the massacre, Khamenei had urgently warned the Muslim states against any rapprochement with Israel. The resistance would soon triumph over Israel. It is obvious that the massacre on October 7 was also part of a perfidious calculation to derail the rapprochement between Israel and the Arab states in the spirit of the Abraham Accords. Unlike in the Turkish Republic, where the lust for gossip about the Jews is being collectively acted out these days, the communist regime in Iran has failed mercilessly on such a front of anti-Zionist frenzy. While the communist cyber army boasts of the mass turnout at the anti-Israeli marches in London, Paris, San Francisco, or Sydney, the regime's agitated attacks in Tehran or elsewhere in Iran resemble a desolate conviviality of the remaining old men of the Islamic Revolution. For example, when Fars, the propaganda organ of the Guardian Army of the Islamic Revolution, spoke enthusiastically of the anti-Israeli mass march in London on November 11 as the most impressive anti-Israeli demonstration with more than 1 million people, Iranians mocked that in Tehran, the capital of the axis of resistance, no more than a few thousand regime loyalists attended such marches. So while the roaring cattle in Iran are dwindling more and more, many prominent and less prominent opposition figures in the Iranian diaspora, such as Masih Alinejad and Reza Pahlavi, are explicitly speaking out in favor of solidarity with Israel. They agree that the communist regime, as Abdullah Motadi, Secretary General of the Kurdish Komala Party, puts it, is the head of the snake that makes peace impossible, and that any appeasement of the regime will only lead to the next pile of rubble. For much like the Taliban's fatal takeover of Afghanistan in 2021, it is not its popularity that is the basis of the communist regime's regional validity, but rather its enduring investment in destabilization and militancy. Just as the withdrawal from northern Syria was tantamount to absolution for the Turkish state beast that is howling most hysterically these days, the appeasement of the regime, such as the European rejection of the desperate demand by Iranian revolutionaries to criminalize the Guardian Army as a terrorist organization, is carte blanche for the Islamic State in the spirit of Ruhollah Khomeini. The anti-Semite is not falling for a fallacy, he is choosing an ideology with full conviction. While these days Osama bin Laden has become a post-mortem TikTok influencer and taking sides in the anti-Jewish pogrom at US and European universities is considered fashionable, Iranians in exile associate themselves with the most determined opponents of the demonstrating will to annihilation. And so, in London, Paris and elsewhere, it is above all exiled Iranians who are showing solidarity with Israel and opposing the Islamo-fascist mob, in the knowledge that the anti-Israeli delusion and the virtue-terrorist despotism that recently murdered 6-year-old Armida Jaravand in Iran are one and the same. The anti-Semite does not fall for a fallacy, he decides with full conviction in favor of an ideology that despises the truth and makes it contemptible. In the Israeli Declaration of Independence in 1948, the Arabs living in Israel are called upon to preserve peace and to participate in the founding of the state with full civil equality and appropriate representation in all provisional and permanent organs of the state. In the Declaration of Independence read out by David Ben-Gurion, the hand of peace is extended to the Arab states. The anti-Zionists do not hate Israel for any state crimes, they hate it because the Zionists have succeeded in founding a state that is freer and more prosperous than the dark republics of Arab resurrection from Nasser's Egypt to the state ruins of the Ba'ath regimes. Unlike the Ottoman state beast before it, the first generations of Jewish pioneers did not plunder land. They bought it from the Arab effendis via collective funds, many of whom had previously speculated on the increase in value of fallow land. These Jewish pioneers, many of them partisans of socialist ideas, founded model villages, reforested bare hills, desalinated soils, and drained swamps in order to eradicate the murderous malaria. They did what the Ottoman state had previously been unwilling to do: modernize Palestinian primary production. The only solemn promise made by the parties to the Arab resurrection, on the other hand, was the imminent destruction of Israel. Just remember when an alliance of Arab armies invaded the Jewish state a few hours after Israel's declaration of invalidity on May 14, 1948. The Arab spokesman talked of a rapid march that would push the Jews into the sea and thus to their deaths, while the clergy of the Venerable Al-Azhar in Cairo and with them the Muslim Brotherhood proclaimed the destruction of Israel a sacred duty. Or remember the jubilant marches in Cairo in 1967 in the days before the military debacle of the Egyptian army, when the battle cry "Kill" rang through the streets and dolls of Jews were strangled in victory. A wiretapped telephone conversation from October 7 from the Mufalsim kibbutz in southern Israel also bears witness to this delusion of annihilation, which takes one's own death into account. From there, one of the Palestinian pogromists used the phone of a woman he had previously murdered to call his family in Gaza to gleefully inform them that he had slaughtered Jews with his own hands. "Dad, look at my WhatsApp and you'll see all those killed. See how many I killed with my own hands. Your son killed Jews." When his brother asks him to come home to Gaza, the pogromist replies in irritation, "What do you mean by coming home? It's either death or victory. Look at WhatsApp. Look at the dead." In Gaza, the pogromists were greeted frenetically. Young men, some still children, spat on the human prey, beat them with triumphant shouts of Allahu Akbar and demonstrated their joy at the pogrom with TikToks. All of them, the murderers, the roaring cattle, their proud mothers as well as those who triumphantly offered lokum on the streets of Gaza, knew that the Israeli army's reaction to the pogrom would be tremendous. Intoxicated by the bodycam sequences with which Hamas testifies to the bestiality of its murderous frenzy, and emboldened by the propaganda of a notorious megalomania, this suicidal murder collective is indifferent to its own life as long as it takes pleasure in bringing death upon those who do not despise life. So when the high-ranking Hamas cadre Ghazi Hamad expresses his pride from Lebanon in sacrificing martyrs and predicts further pogroms until Israel is destroyed, the anti-militarist demand at the moment can only be a call for an uprising against this death industry. It would be an uprising out of pure self-interest in life. While so-called pro-Palestinian solidarity reproduces the delusion of redemption through the murder of Jews with slogans such as "From the river to the sea," those Palestinians who are cursing Hamas and its financiers these days for bringing rubble and death to Gaza are being hushed up. The renegades of the death industry have always been left alone. On November 24, the first day of the ceasefire meditated by Egypt and Qatar, a mob of hundreds of Friends of the Qassam brigades lynched 2 young men accused of collaborating with Israel in Tulkarm. With the penetrating roar of Allahu Akbar, the bodies were desecrated, as if in ritual, dragged through the dust and tied to a steel pole as a threat to everyone else. On the same day, the congratulatory wishes of Hamas Eminence Grace Ismail Haniyeh to the families of the dead were read out in front of Istanbul's Bayezid Mosque in light of the deaths of Turkish volunteers in the Qassam brigades in southern Lebanon, gleefully proclaiming that Israel will drown in the blood of the martyrs. The name of one of the 2 martyrs, Yakup E., went on record in 2011, when the Turkish judiciary was not yet a fully repressive organ of the AKP. Yakup E., who was praised these days as a pioneer, was considered by the judiciary to be a designated cadre of the Turkish branch of the Communist Al-Quds Brigade. The more total the integration, the merging of the individual into the collective, the more furious the attacks against Israel should be. That would be a rule of thumb to be tested. At the forefront of the attacks are the Muslim-dominated rackets, above all Iran, which promptly offered the next Gaza flotilla escort protection by Revolutionary Guards gunboats, but withdrew this offer after profiling itself as the top dog of global anti-Semitism. So far, so true. Criticism of Israel would hardly be any less intense in Russia, China, South Africa, Mexico, Brazil, and among the usual suspects in South and Central America. Hugo Chavez blurted out the state-savvy meaning of the worldwide uproar by hallucinating himself as being threatened by Mossad commandos. Just compare the international reactions to the sinking of the South Korean corvette Cheonan by a North Korean torpedo on March 26, 2010, which caused 46 deaths, with the volume and intensity of the UN assemblies, Security Council meetings, NATO special summits, Arab League meetings, mass demonstrations, etc., which dealt with the boarding of the Mavi Marmara on May 31. Despite its dreadfulness, a truth that creates misfortune, or more precisely, reveals misfortune, is in principle better than a comforting lie that postpones urgent countermeasures. In this sense, the shift from normal Israel critical mode to hysterical mode in the weeks following this incident has the potential to bring about a painful and necessary realization, at least among those who confuse ideological criticism with realpolitik. Israel's isolation among friend and foe has become apparent, especially in Europe. Anti-Semitic latency has been revealed, grateful for the event. As virulence and the view into the murder pits of hearts is unobstructed. A suppressed and disguised smoldering anti-Semitism would still have the questionable but practical advantage that it would not lead to open agitation and violence activating new masses of latent anti-Semites, but anti-Semitism oscillates between quiet insinuation and sudden agitation with barely predictable madness, and the supposedly safer phases turn out to be times of silent recruitment when virulence breaks out. It is bad that so many anti-Semites are coming out now, but they were already out before the event. Nothing is more conducive to the build-up of resentment than the status quo, the general, inactive disgruntlement mentioned by Marx, and the recent public outbursts are its manifestation, which follows the silent effectiveness and initiates new effectiveness. The current situation, this déjà vu of prehistory, which wants to end in a diluvium of false abolition, also contains the poisonous realization that the anti-Semites, as always, exhibit far more uninhibited passions of the head in their delusion than the heads of passion in solidarity with Israel. The latter now see themselves cheated of the critical hope of having been wrong after all, or of persuading the people in time to be frightened of themselves. However, the fact that hatred of Israel is celebrating new triumphs does not bring new defenders onto the scene. For the critique of ideology, the unveiled grimace is not a Badiouian event that already contains the actionist call to arms, but rather brings to light powerlessness and futility, which must not be allowed to break off. Instead, however, resignation and a tendency to cave into realpolitik can be observed in the camp of the modern Dreyfusards. Certainly, hardly any of the countless anti-Israeli loudspeakers are proving to be a real surprise in terms of their tendencies, but a new intensity and unanimity cannot be denied, especially among the Western candidates. To give just one particularly clear example, practically all of Sweden is now one Aftonbladet. The passive-aggressive Lutheran self-righteousness, which prefers to deal with the conflicts of other states rather than, for example, the passive-aggressive Lutheran self-righteousness, which prefers to deal with the conflicts of other states rather than, for example, the fact that peace-moving Sweden is the world's 9th largest arms exporter, is crystallized in the resistance to experience of Cecilia Udden, the popular, award-winning commentator and Middle East correspondent for Sveriges Radio, who declared her categorical Northern Lights a priori in an interview in 2003. To be able to describe the conflict honestly, you have to side with the weaker side. Among the better-known emissaries of Nordic resentment were the inventor of the gloomy moral policeman Wallander, Henning Mankell, and a Swedish green in both senses of the word, Mehmet Kaplan is a member of parliament and board member of the Green Party and longtime spokesman for Sveriged's Muslimska Rad, which is close to the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. The artist Dror Filer should also be mentioned. He made a name for himself with an installation in honor of Hanadi Jaradat, who blew herself up in Tel Aviv's Café Maxim in 2003, murdering 21 people and provoking a Swedish-Israeli scandal. Filer is a specialist in the staging of Zionist repression and censorship, like so many of the intellectuals, artists, actors, parliamentarians, and other activists on board. The Swedish commitment, exemplary as always, which already resulted in large demonstrations teeming with Hezbollah and Hamas supporters in the country on the day of the events, should not be continued here with a list of the hardly more harmless anti-Israeli expressions of hatred in Europe and elsewhere. With the exception of the Dutch and Czech governments, which have now been voted out of office, hardly any government has been able to avoid joining the Vox Populi in its spontaneous condemnation of Israel. Everything that could be criticized about their own rule, border regimes, incapacitating bans, acts of violence by the executive, enforcement of categories of exploitation, but which cannot be attacked because it is too closely interwoven with the interests of the dominated subjects and is efficiently defended by the state, can be safely scandalized and denounced on the basis of the Zionist entity. Any criticism of Israeli sovereignty legitimizes and cements the rule at home, which, itself projectively enthusiastic and also grateful for this outlet in times of permanent crisis, lashes out at the evil state of Israel in order to protect its own statehood from the well-deserved blows of the ruled. The eagerly invoked Israeli rogue state is the stirrup of the Volksgemeinschaft. True democracy, as the German behavioral scientist agrees with Wolfgang Schäuble and the National Socialists, requires trust. Trust is the morally sensitive surrogate for rationality, which has always remained a foreign word and a foreign body in Germany. Where rationally justified consent to political decisions is not to be expected, but the whole thing needs to be held together, trust is therefore sought, to which Germans like to appeal when reason advises mistrust. In this respect, the title of Abel Eibsfeldt's 1994 bestseller is a pleonasm. Every society that deserves to be called that gives room to mistrust and promotes its public articulation, because reasonable dispute thrives on doubt expressed in words. Anyone who wants to exorcise it is destroying society in the name of community, whose unity is created through confidentiality instead of judgment, through violence converted into nest warmth. When Abel Eibsfeldt criticizes the attempt to turn the homogeneous nation-state into a multicultural immigration society, he proves that he can think as little about the nation-state as he can about sociality. A bourgeois nation-state is homogeneous only in the decisive respect that it suspends the principle of ethnic homogeneity, which is a principle of particularity, in favor of the equality of all citizens before the law. This is why classic immigration countries such as the United States are immigration societies, while Abel Eibsfeldt's multicultural immigration society, as a juxtaposition of cultural communities, would literally be a social. However, such a multicultural community draped as a society actually contradicts the principle of equality of all citizens, which is why Abel Eibsfeldt inadvertently expresses a truth nonetheless. Nation-statehood, which sees itself as a form of organization of cultural communities, undermines its own conditions. Abel Eibsfeldt's contemporary descendants are not the right-wing ethnopluralists that the usual extremism experts are constantly talking about only because all defenders of civic sovereignty can be denounced together with them under the catchphrase of right-wing populism, but rather the diversity-drunk refugee friends who act as if they want to refute Abel Eibsfeldt in terms of behavioral research. It is not part of the evolutionary biological heritage of Homo sapiens to seek the closeness of those similar to him. Rather, lived humanity consists precisely in opening up to cultures that only tolerate openness as submission, a rigorism that Germans also understand so well because they know it from themselves. Contrary to what the invocation of tolerance and diversity suggests, the goal of such politics is likewise comprehensive homogeneity qua cessation of all mediations, distinctions, and nuances that civilization has produced on the way to transcending the ethnos in the demos. Because the politics of diversity agrees with the folkish propaganda of homogeneity in its hatred of any traces of such mediation and differentiation, it is today falling back on the height of core European large-scale politics in demography, ethnography, and ultimately zoology. The Volksgemeinschaft is re-emerging as a multicultural biotope in which the most robust species survive. The legal instrument for implementing the primacy of the ethnos over the demos as part of a supposedly enlightened reason of state has always been dual citizenship in Germany. This is not an invention of the Greens, but was part of the legal ideas of National Socialism and experienced its revival in the course of the 1980s, initially as a conceptual alternative to the ius sanguinis, which even then was only valid to a limited extent in the Federal Republic of Germany, and in practice since January 1, 2000. At that time, the place of birth principle was introduced for children born in Germany to foreign parents, provided that one parent had been legally resident in Germany for at least 8 years at the time of birth. In 2014, the Grand Coalition decided to abolish the previous option requirement for such children, i.e., the need to choose one of the two citizenships by the age of 22. While civil society public relations work, from the No Border Camp to migration policy non-governmental organizations to the Federal Agency for Civic Education, consistently praises the advancing Realpolitik implementation of the German love of dual citizenship as a victory of the enlightened ius solis over the racist ius sanguinis. It is historically striking that Germany has been promoting dual citizenship since the late 19th century. Since the late 19th century, Germany has always used dual citizenship as a means of not suspending but extending the ius sanguinis in order to impose the primacy of the ethnos as a form of organization on other nation-states and thus undermine their sovereignty. The fact that, during the First World War, Great Britain used the category of the enemy alien for the purpose of combating the anti-German enemy in order to set aside the hitherto valid primacy of the territorial principle over the principle of descent in citizenship law and, from 1918, restricted the civil rights of naturalized as opposed to those of native Britons with the British Nationality and Status of Aliens Act, was not simply a regression to the community of descent, which was essentially alien to British law. Rather, such measures were a response to the suspicion that the possibility of dual citizenship for German nationals enshrined in the German Reichscitizenship Act was an attempt to systematically re-ethnicize the communities of expatriate Germans living in other nation-states, in short, imperialism camouflaged under citizenship law. For the same reason, France had already issued regulations in 1915 that made it possible to withdraw French citizenship from citizens with dual nationality under certain conditions, for example in the case of support for an enemy power. Although the category of enemy alien proved to be an ineffective means of combating German expansionism even then, but rather created additional difficulties. For example, British of German origin became victims of anti-German riots as a result, its partial revival during the National Socialist era, when it affected countless German Jews and thus brought the aphoretic and compelling connection between citizenship and human rights into sharp relief, was not without a certain consistency. Complementary to the denaturalization of Jewish German citizens, who, as declared representatives of the opposite race, were to be considered outlaws not only in the territory of the Reich but worldwide as stateless persons, the Third Reich's policy, which was not nationalist but expansively anti-national, deliberately used dual nationality as a means of integrating a greater Germanic Europe. In the race war, it was no longer nationality but racial affiliation that was decisive for the recruitment of the German Reich's European armies. The integration thus achieved was, of course, simultaneously disintegration. In the following years, the principle of citizenship was turned into an instrument of racial politics through the creation of a thicket of special titles, Schutzangehörige, Fremdvölkisch, Deutsche Aufwiderruf, Rückdeutschbar, etc. Became the instrument of a racial political voluntarism whose only reliable purpose was to place the members of the opposite race as potentially worldwide non-citizens, as defenseless people exposed to annihilation. The temporary reinstallation of the principle of descent over the principle of territory by the progressive Western nations, above all Great Britain and the USA, was a reaction to the expansion of the principle of ethnos by the German policy of conquest, which was no longer contained by the nation-state and was always a policy of expatriation. The expatriation of Jewish-identified German citizens preceded the German War of Extermination. Today's consensual anti-nationalism, which declares the mere fact that non-citizens in bourgeois nation-states do not enjoy the same rights as citizens to be pro-Nazi and, in contrast, praises the dual passport as a sign of a liberal citizenship policy, is therefore falsifying history. Dual citizenship, especially in Germany, was never committed to the universalization of civil rights, but implies, as long as the principle of ethnos is not transcended in a free world society, i.e. until further notice, always the danger of a re-ethnicization of citizenship and an undermining of its progressive significance, which it only possesses as long as it is not doubled, and that means, shared. Ever since the introduction of dual citizenship in Germany was discussed in the wake of the first mass influx of labor migrants from Turkey in the 1960s, its proponents have monotonously and unwaveringly argued that dual citizenship is progressive because it also doubles the rights associated with citizenship: the right to vote in both the country of origin and the country of destination, equal rights to employment, marriage, and inheritance, the right to acquire property, easier entry and exit, etc. It is tacitly assumed that the nation-states that grant dual citizenship are both committed to the primacy of the demos over the ethnos and do not use their citizens' citizenship to extort culturally based loyalty. As soon as one of the states involved undermines this prerequisite, however, the dual passport can literally become a means of cultural hostage-taking, whereby it then becomes apparent that this very possibility was inherent in it from the outset and has only been concealed by its supposed benefits in a post-national world community. It is no coincidence that this problem has been demonstrated particularly drastically in the Federal Republic of Germany in recent years by the so-called German Turks. Their dual citizenship not only makes it easier, as in the case of Deniz Yücel, for the Turkish state to declare them internal enemies of the state and sanction them accordingly in the event of insubordinate behavior, but also encourages German citizens of Turkish origin to see themselves as members of their cultural horde instead of citizens, i.e., to assert their ethnic loyalty to their country of origin against their loyalty to the German state and to give absolute priority to their culture over the society in which they live in other forms of communication. The fact that dual citizenship therefore promotes the re-ethnicization of citizenship and the erosion of the bourgeois nation-state, especially when its bearers are of Islamic origin, has been shown by, for example, Serap Silili, who came to Germany from Turkey with her family at the end of the 1960s as a first-generation guest worker child, was forcibly betrothed there in 1978 at the age of 12, lived in a women's shelter for a time after a suicide attempt and further forced betrothals, and has since published on the Islamic system of forced marriage, rejection, honor killing, and daughter loyalty. Silili has pointed out how dual citizenship promotes the voluntary or forced subjugation of individuals to the primacy of culture and ethnos, which the principle of citizenship is supposed to neutralize. According to Silili, the reasons that speak in favor of the dual passport all lie at the level of a perceived obligation to one's own origins, and thus inherently strengthen the principle of ethnos over demos. The most frequent cause for doubts about the decision for sole German citizenship are emotional motives. This is the attachment to the country of origin due to parental roots. The quality of the education system, the rule of law, economic performance, and better career prospects are important arguments in favor of German citizenship. In Silili's 2006 book Wir sind Your Tochter, nicht Your Heir, We Are Your Daughters, Not Your Honor, the title already suggests that the difference between demos and ethnos itself is not merely a cultural difference, but a difference about the whole. The insistence on the supposed progressiveness of dual citizenship thus contains a commitment to the primacy of the community of origin over the host society. According to Silili, there are basically no rational motives for dual citizenship, only rationally camouflaged ones. In terms of social progress, it does not enable anything that could not be achieved in other ways. Dual citizenship has no significant advantages or disadvantages. Bilateral agreements, national programs such as the Blue Card, compensate for disadvantages that could result from a single nationality. The political and social deficits to which the popularity of the dual passport refers could be remedied by reforming the respective citizenship laws without having to introduce dual citizenship. Silili explained the popularity of dual citizenship in Germany in 2013 during the discussion about the option requirement with a population policy based on ethnic and demographic principles. With around 3 million people, Turks are the largest migrant group, including around 700,000 eligible voters. If you consider that the last state elections in Lower Saxony, for example, were decided by a difference of only around 12,000 votes, then Turks are a large pool of voters. With around 1 million Muslims eligible to vote in Germany, the SPD benefits the most, because according to a study, 35% of all Muslims would vote for them. These are votes that the SPD urgently needs, as its membership has recently fallen to a record low. The Greens are the second most popular party for Muslims with 18%. The CDU/CSU only has 4%. By declaring the discussion about the double passport to be symbolic politics for this reason, however, it is bypassing the fact that German Turks represent an important mobilization and agitation potential for the Turkish state, as has become evident in recent years in view of the pro-Islamic propaganda of Erdogan and his cliques of helpers on German territory. The more important Muslim voters become for the German parties, the greater the danger that the self-denaturalization of the nation-state will be advanced under the guise of naturalization, which in reality operates as a mode of cultural recognition to ethnicize citizenship. In contrast to the term for the interweaving of ethnos and demos in the United States, in which origin becomes an appendage, a mere cultural adornment, as it were, of the applicable nationality, Afro-American, etc., the common term used in this country for German Turks states that they are substantially Turkish and only incidentally German. Despite the advancing self-ethnicization of Islamic communities in particular around the world, this still reflects a current difference in the concepts of citizenship in the USA and Germany. While the acquisition of citizenship in the first case is inextricably linked to the promise of freeing oneself from the pull of one's origins, in Germany naturalization, which is seen as cultural enrichment, is accompanied by the desire to make this pull inevitable, whether the members of the respective culture promote this process or not. This is why the German lament of recognition and diversity, which immediately sets in with Muslim migrants of all people, is the exact opposite of the ideal of the melting pot. Accordingly, cultural and ethnic differences should not be absorbed and transcended in a successful society, but fixed as an unchangeable and absolutely respectable distinguishing feature, socialization as desocialization. Against this backdrop, the revision of German asylum law in 1993 as a result of xenophobic pogroms in Hoyerswerda and elsewhere, which has long been denounced with good reason, and not only by anti-Germans, as a breach of the law in order to strengthen the nation-state's popular elements, turns out in retrospect to be less a step back to the primacy of ethnic homogeneity than a step forward towards a multicultural community that openly or covertly transforms individual rights into group rights and thus undermines their basis of validity. By transposing the fundamental right to asylum from Article 16(2) into the newly created Article 16A of the Basic Law, the legislator drastically restricted the legal protection of asylum seekers and, with the principle of safe countries of origin also set out in Article 16A, created criteria that prepared the transformation of the right to asylum from an individually enforceable fundamental right into a culturally based group right. However, the criticism of these criteria, which is now formulated quite cogently by the Greens with regard to the Maghreb states, is not able to address the priority of group rights over individual rights as long as the belief in the character of foreign cultures worthy of protection, which the Greens recite like the Lord's Prayer, is not abandoned. Because hardly anyone dares to say that Islam does not simply represent the culture that the persecuted share with their persecutors, but that Islam itself is the threat from which those fleeing it should be protected. Which is why a progressive immigration policy would have to be anti-Muslim in the sense that apostates from Islam describe themselves as ex-Muslims. Because one does not want to abandon the primacy of group law even where it proves to be an expression and reinforcement of cultural barbarism, homosexuals, women, atheists, Christians and others threatened with death by Islam in these countries can again only be understood as particular collectives, as vulnerable groups. The concept of vulnerability, which in medicine refers to susceptibility to certain diseases, promotes a biologization of the cultural. In Islamic cultures, homosexuals are therefore vulnerable because they see their sense of honor offended by them, which is why homosexuals should be transplanted into Western societies if possible, without this changing the Islamic status quo in any way. However, if the model of safe countries of origin is completely abandoned, under the conditions of the primacy of group rights over individual rights, this will only further promote a situation in which the cause of flight is brought into the country along with those fleeing from Islam, and the law of the strongest, which is the only law in Islam, is also established in the destination country. The fact that the term asylum seeker or asylum seeker is now considered a racist insult for aspirants to a legally guaranteed legal title and that people prefer to speak of refugees instead reflects the transformation of the right of asylum from an individual right to a group right, which plays into the hands of Islam. The asylum seeker is, by name alone, someone who is claiming a status to which they are legally entitled. The refugee also remains linguistically part of the time and place from which they come. The first term implies, at least as a telos, recognition as a free and equal citizen by the host country, the second fixes the cultural identity of the country of origin. The softening of the basic individual right to asylum thus proved to be, contrary to what the critics of the time, most of whom still want nothing to do with it today, would have dreamed, by no means an instrument for the creation of a homogeneous German nation-state, but rather a step on the way to that transnational coexistence of homogeneous forced collectives that is meant when the loudspeakers of German migration policy today invoke the multipolar world order and warn the former Allied victor states in hybrid pride of sin against national solo efforts. The only entity in which such transnationalization of cultural violence has a real correlate is not even the EU, but the UMA, which is why, although not de jure, many refugee shelters in Western Europe are already subject to Sharia rather than civil law. The transfer of domestic security powers by the districts to subcontractors is furthering this trend. From 2015, for example, 8 refugee shelters in the district of Lorik were supervised by members of the Islamist rocker gang Osman in Germania, which the security company responsible had commissioned without the administration's knowledge. In her book The Virtue of Selfishness, the Russian Jewish philosopher Ayn Rand, who emigrated to the USA after the expropriation of her family in the course of the October Revolution in 1926 and is now regarded above all as a propagandist of hard-nosed ego-capitalism, linked the regressive character of any group right with a conception of anti-racism in which race figures as a positive point of reference for collective rights, which thereby become privileges, i.e. injustice. Rand's euphoric admiration of the USA is probably also related to the fact that she was particularly aware of the organizational form of the United States as a counter-design to the Soviet Union, in which ethnic differences were ideologically suspended but not abolished. In her text Collective Rights, written in 1963, she notes the primacy of the concept of rights over any collective, with a view to the anti-colonial liberation movements, but also to the racial conflicts in the USA. A group as such has no rights. A person can neither acquire new rights by joining a group nor lose the rights he already possesses. The principle of individual rights is the only moral basis of all groups or organizations. Any group that does not recognize this principle is not an organization, but a gang of criminals. Any theory of group activity that does not recognize individual rights preaches gang rule or lynch law. Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness. A new conception of self-interest. The formation of organizations therefore always follows the principle of free association of individuals, which must be respected by any group formation. Groups that create special rights for the individuals in them or curtail their individual rights use extortionate force, thus losing the status of a legitimate organization and must be sanctioned accordingly. In the invocation of collective rights in the present, Rand recognizes a point of contact between pre-modern barbaric cultural communities and the tendency of Western nation-states to withdraw principles of bourgeois socialization into themselves. This doctrine, of collective rights, is based on mysticism, either on the old-fashioned mysticism of belief in supernatural inspirations such as the divine right of kings or on the social mysticism of modern collectivists who believe society to be a superorganism, a supernatural entity above the sum of its individual members. End. She sees one reason for the impotence of Western liberalism in the fact that its representatives refused to distinguish between rational patriotism and blind, racist chauvinism out of a misunderstood internationalism, and believed no less than the left in the abolition of national borders and the fusion of all nations into one world as in a substitute religion. However, this made liberals and leftists, not conservative Republicans, the spearhead of primeval tribal racism at the height of the times. While the liberals in the civilized countries of the West still propagate internationalism and global self-sacrifice, the savage tribes of Africa and Asia are granted the sovereign right to slaughter each other in race wars. Humanity is falling back into a pre-industrial, prehistoric form of society, racial collectivism. End. The German people's war against diesel cars, coal and nuclear power plants, smokers, alcohol drinkers and meat eaters, which cannot be grasped using rational criteria, should be seen in this light. When Homo sapiens switched to eating animals instead of just plants, it took a significant step towards humanity, which is why people who live unhealthily by their own choice have a better grasp of the principle of civilization than nutritionally anesthetized vegans. In her text Racism, published in the same year, Rand establishes a connection between a liberal recognition of cultural characteristics handed down through origin and custom and the National Socialist extermination mania and, with characteristically icy charm, states what German warm-heartedness has always considered inhuman, namely that in a civilized society such characteristics, for which one can do nothing, should be considered neither a flaw nor a merit. The respectable family that supports worthless relatives or covers up their crimes, as if one person's moral stature could be damaged by the actions of another, the parents who consult family trees to assess potential sons-in-law. All these are examples of the atavistic manifestation of a doctrine expressed in the tribal warfare of prehistoric savages, in the total slaughter of Nazi Germany, and in the atrocities of the so-called emerging nations of today. End. If Rand's remarks sound like a commentary on German Islamophilia today, even though she is not talking about Islam here, it is because the tendency she diagnoses is increasingly becoming an internal threat to all Western states thanks to Germany. For her traditional statements on the Arab-Israeli conflict, Rand would now probably be confronted with death threats not only from Islamists but also from leftists. From efforts to pay tribute to people's cultural origins when naturalizing them, to the preventive provision of prayer rugs and Quran editions for refugees, to the creation of special rights for the purpose of tolerating child and Sharia marriages and the recognition of offended honor as a reason for mitigating punishment for murderers and rapists, Germany is pursuing the transnational enforcement of Islamic special rights in the name of humanitarian emergency aid. When an African refugee accused of rape defends himself in court with the argument that his father enjoys the privileges of a tribal chief in his home country, there is no loud laughter in Germany, but rather murmurs of concern, when an Islamic asylum seeker executes his wife, whom he suspects of infidelity, in the street. This is taken as an opportunity to renegotiate the cultural perception of others and oneself, and the activities of Arab criminal clans are commented on by responsible politicians in the tone of an enraged house father who bangs the table because the little sons have really taken too much out of themselves this time. While autochthonous, Western socialized children in this country are increasingly being treated like a particularly promising pet species, whose species specimens are to be trimmed for creativity and cheerfulness all day long by specialists who are constantly available to their parents. Adult Islamic violent criminals, especially if they have fled, are regarded as minors who, despite their deeds, demonstrate colorful philanthropy through their cute hair quiffs alone. In her criticism of a legal conception that grants individuals special rights because of their membership of a group and brackets individual responsibility for injustice committed with reference to experiences of exclusion, Ayn Rand was very close to Hannah Arendt, whose views on the American racial question and the women's movement of the time have little resonance among relevant pressure groups today. However, in her remarks on the aporias of human rights in the age of nation-states, Arendt focused on the conflict between individual rights and citizenship rights, which Rand is unable to grasp with her polarization of repressive group rights and progressive individual rights. Rand also refers to the connection between citizenship rights and individual rights. A nation, like any other group, is only a number of individuals and can have no rights other than the rights of its individual citizens. A free nation has a right to its territorial integrity, its form of society, and its system of government. But as cogent as this may sound as an argument against unbounded anti-nationalism, it actually presupposes a functioning system of nation-states, which is to be derived from the primacy of individual rights over any group rights. This reveals the weakness of any anarchism, the right-libertarian variant of which Rand represents. The individual, which is assumed, is in truth not the first, but something late, the result of those forms of mediation that enable and threaten it. Rand cannot answer the question of how citizenship law can protect individuals against states that act as executors of group rights. Arendt, on the other hand, works out the contradiction that human rights, since they only have validity as individual rights, only have their reality in the age of nation-states as citizenship rights, i.e. are founded in the principle of popular sovereignty, although they are supposed to be a priori in their meaning. Since human rights were proclaimed as inalienable and inalienable, so that their validity could not be based on any other law or right, apparently no authority was needed to establish them. Man as such was their source as well as their real goal. As the people had become the only recognized sovereign in all matters of public action, so man had become the only authority in all matters of right and wrong. Thus it seemed almost self-evident that these two things, popular sovereignty and human rights, were mutually dependent and mutually guaranteed. With the phenomenon of statelessness, which became widespread in the 20th century in the course of the crisis of nation-states, it became evident to Arendt that the right to have rights, which is summarized in human rights, can no longer be guaranteed the moment its proclaimed bearers lose their citizenship. It is precisely the particularity of the bourgeois nation-state, and it alone, that is the precarious guarantor of the universal. Since Arendt defines the phenomenon of statelessness in very general terms and sees the history of Jewish emigration more as the crystallization point of a transnational crisis of citizenship in general, it is easy today for her adepts, from Giorgio Agamben down to Thomas von der Ostensacken, to use her arguments for an anti-national apologetic of the refugee as a fundamental anthropological figure of the 20th century. Such an instrumentalization not only ignores the fact that Arendt developed her thoughts based on the current historical constellation in the transition between the collapse of the old empires and modern nation-states, but also that the situation of the Jews was decisive for her because the National Socialist threat of extermination brutally brought into focus what had been the hatred of Jews in Germany since the 19th century. At the latest with Heinrich von Treitschke, an anti-Semitism was formed that not only cut off the Jews' path to assimilation for the purpose of recognition as free and equal citizens, but also the possibility of defending themselves against the threat to life and limb by invoking collective minority rights. The problem of group rights discussed by Rand bounced off their situation, just as they were deprived of individual rights qua citizenship rights. The Constitution as an ethnic collective held together by state discrimination, which turned the history of anti-colonial liberation movements into a history of self-racialization of the oppressed and thus into an anti-civilizational affair, was incomprehensible to the Jews, not only because they were not to be oppressed as a race but destroyed as a counter-race, but also because such a homogeneous collectivity was always alien to Judaism, the common faith, founded on the portative fatherland. Heinrich Heine, of the book and the Infinite Interpretation of the Holy Scriptures, was based on trust in the possibility of an association of the unaffiliated, which upheld the primacy of the individual even over the religious community. The attempts of the early 20th century to establish a community-building Jewish culture in the course of a renewal movement were a modern phenomenon and already responded to the realization of the threat. With the collective subject of the refugees, which is unspoken but obviously presented as Islamic and not as justifiably Islamophobic, a potential subject of collective rights has been created in the course of German migration policy, which appears like a malignant revenant of the stateless people described by Arendt, who, since they were not bearers of rights guaranteed by citizenship, were not a collective but a non-group of the free. The collective subject of the refugees, on the other hand, figures as a possible bearer of group rights which, if they cannot be derived from the citizenship law of the nation-states, must be imposed on them by a transnational agreement, a migration pact. This is possible because the refugees, even if they are stateless, which is not the rule, have a binding force in their Islamic culture that points beyond the nation-state, indeed can never accept it as a form of organization. German migration policy builds on precisely this binding force instead of trying to weaken it in the name of all those who want to escape this binding force. The fact that it is difficult to determine the nationality of many refugees does not make them stateless. The collective withdrawal of citizenship from Jews by National Socialist Germany has produced a new statelessness which, when compared to the situation of war refugees whose state is in the process of collapse, means a relativization of the situation of Jewish refugees. It is suggested that by creating new rights for non-citizens, the global community is avoiding the mistakes that led to the abandonment of Jews as stateless persons during National Socialism. In fact, no thought is given to how to prevent the Germans from ultimately fulfilling the Nazi promise to make Europe Judenrein by tolerating and promoting Islamic anti-Semitism. Israel was not founded so that the rest of the world could sink into Jew hatred, but so that Jews all over the world could live as free and equal, that is, after the failure of the communitarian socialist founding hope, its remaining utopia. The voluntary commitments codified by the Migration Pact, which is eagerly promoted by the German government and otherwise predominantly supported by undemocratic states and terrorist regimes, mark an advanced erosion of the principle of citizenship, which makes the dual passport appear anachronistic. While dual citizenship drew its reputation from the fiction of an internationally well-established bilaterality, the multipolar world order calls for a reason of state that is hostile to nation-states and is inspired by the ideas of the non-citizenship movement rather than citizenship law. The concept of non-citizenship was discussed in the USA in the context of Occupy and became popular before the migration policy turnaround in 2015 in the context of the refugee strikes. It aims for a complete transformation of individual rights into group rights by defining non-citizenship as the legal status of all those who do not count, i.e., who belong to the various groups that are marginalized for different reasons, because they define themselves as such. Non-citizenship aims to install collective counter-rights against the bourgeois state instead of fighting for the granting of civil rights, as was common in the protests of the sans-papiers a few years ago. "We are ignored, we don't count," is how one non-citizenship activist describes the unifying element in the self-image of the groups that define themselves as non-citizens in Jungle World. "We can't choose the way we live, we don't count, we are not important. That's what we have in common and that's why we have to unite." Apart from the fact that no citizen can choose the nature of their life and that it is the very principle of bourgeois socialization to offend individuals in the belief of their importance, in such a self-image the negative, the disenfranchisement of individuals by virtue of belonging to a discriminated group, which the civil rights movements set out to overcome, becomes the sole constituent of cohesion. Being disadvantaged and identifying with it mutates into the only legal ground invoked. To abolish existing law. It is obvious that such ideas of a negative sublation of the rule of law do not have the goal of preventing European Jews from having to flee their nation-states, but rather tacitly presuppose a Europe without Jews as a condition of migration policy renewal, since the principle of citizenship, which Arendt did not reject but rather developed in its contradictory nature, is intended to cancel everything that Jews outside of Israel can invoke in nation-states. Non-citizens can only be people who assert this by belonging to what Ayn Rand calls a criminal gang. Where the legal system can only be considered as a mediator between group rights, it is clear from the outset that it is not the party that is in the right that will prevail, but the party that suspends the right qua the right of the strongest. Last year, the Munich-based startup initiative Socialby gave a foretaste of this transformation of the rule of law by expressing in a very migration-friendly way what the humanitarian jargon of civil society is concealing for the time being. Under the slogan "Soft skills can come the hard way," it posted a series of photos of refugees as applicants for a place in the post-national cultural biotope with corresponding self-descriptions. Zeri from Eritrea, for example, says, "I am a team player. I survived with 85 people in a small rubber dinghy." The Mavi Marmara is the latest and finest product of many years of media armament. The anti-Semitic love boat was satellite-linked, densely packed with committed media representatives and ideological multipliers, thoroughly advertised in advance on 100 websites and framed by well-timed PR campaigns. Each target group was catered for in its own way. While moralistic Swedes and other do-gooders with a post-colonial guilty conscience were given a new opportunity for charitable onanism, left-wingers were able to indulge in what they often have to do so painfully without and what they want to turn what little humanity they have left into, masses in motion. You only have to look at the entranced faces of left-wing party functionaries and ecstatic anti-imperialists as they lead Turkish Arab mobs from Berlin to Cologne in megaphoning crimes against humanity and massacres to the frenzied crowds to recognize their pre-orgasmic joy at the gangbang of the peoples that has become possible, with Israel as the central object. The enemies of Israel have found a telegenic point of attack here, which can be used to incite anti-Semitic mobs worldwide at any time. There is already talk of new Turkish, Lebanese, and Iranian flotillas, which only represent such a dangerous propagandistic potential because Western states, media, and audiences are more than willing to generously overlook minor flaws in the live agitation and always denounce every self-defense measure taken by Israel in the same way that they have for years. Allowed the Spanish, Italian and Greek coast guards to carry out the cheerful sinking of ships, the so-called Frontex, deportation, shipment to Libyan detention camps and, if necessary, drowning of superfluous variable capital from Africa and Asia in the Mediterranean and largely keep quiet about it. But this time, the hard, throbbing tip of the pathological penetration is formed neither by supposedly naive humanitarians nor by left-wing Nazis calculating on green multitudes, not even by Arab jihadists. It is the Turkish Muslim participants, who seem to have appeared on the scene in one fell swoop, who have given the Gaza flotilla and the subsequent demonstrations against Israel their movement character through their numbers and determination. Turkish participants in the ship Intifada, in the words of Hamas, declared on embarkation that they had already written their wills, which proves their intention to drive it later to a propagandistic showdown, to martyrdom. Family members who stayed behind were allowed to send religiously ominous farewell greetings to at least 3 of the 9 Turks who were killed. Among the heroes consistently referred to as "See Hitler" martyrs by the Turkish public were Çetin Topçoglu, a former Taekwondo champion selected in advance for the rough and tumble, Ibrahim Bilgen, candidate of the Saadet Partisi, Erbakan's Happiness Party, and Fahri Yaldi, who had long wanted to die for Palestine as in Sahit. Hakan al-Bayrak, the advisor of the rabidly anti-Semitic series Ayrılık, Separation, which, unchallenged by Erdogan's broadcasting council, portrayed Israel literally and figuratively as a baby murderer on the state broadcaster TRT1, was traveling on the Mavi Marmara with his brother Sinan al-Bayrak, known from the anti-Western and not so subtly anti-Kremlin conspiracy crime series, Kurtlar Vadisi, Valley of the Wolves. Anti-Semitic battle chants were chanted as the ship set sail. Muslim Brotherhood delegates from almost every Arab country were present on the Mavi Marmara, but this show was largely the product of a Turkish GNGO, governmental-non-governmental organization, with global co-production and distribution. IHH, whose full, humane name is the Foundation for Human Rights and Freedoms and Human Aid, was awarded the prize for the most efficient use of donations by the State Foundation Supervisory Authority in 2005, which can only be confirmed, and the honorary prize of the Turkish Parliament in 2007. It is now known to anyone interested that IHH is part of a network of foundations called Itilaf al-Khair, Association of Good, which has its roots in Saudi Arabia, is overseen by Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, an eminent member of the Muslim Brotherhood, and channeled funds to Hamas until it was expelled from Gaza by Israel in 2002 and banned in 2008. But all this is less significant here than the fact that Turkey uses IHH as a link to Hamas, and this was enthusiastically received by the Arab Free Corps. Hamas website has a Turkish version online, and since late 2009 Turkish-speaking supporters have also been able to visit the virtual presence of the Izzeddin al-Qassam brigades, the military wing of Hamas. IHH is a racket specializing in charity, which earned its humanitarian spurs in Bosnia and Chechnya and bears the clearest sign of inhumanity in its emblem, a globe and a dove of peace, the familiar vulture circling over a dying civilization. The flotilla is the continuation of the guerrilla with other means adapted to the propagandistic battlefield, but this should by no means be seen as a tendency to turn away from violence. Rather, it is about breaking up the extremely successful blockade against terror and rocket attacks and attacking the legitimacy of the Israeli sovereign on several levels. This ideology, which has long since gripped the masses worldwide, will turn into immediate material violence as soon as Hamas is rearmed thanks to Egypt's prompt breaking of the blockade. Until then, the volunteer corps of the always offended will help themselves with tireless incitement against Jews, whether they are Israelis or not, as can be seen from the anti-Semitic epidemic on Facebook and co., where its Turkish and German Turkish participants are noticeably less concerned about Israel and more concerned about the Yehudilers. The achievements of FGM must also include the Islamic mob in Hanover, which attempted to stone a dance troupe from the liberal Jewish community, thereby demonstrating its desire for the swift implementation of Iranian legal practice. On a very practical level, by opening the port of Gaza City, the uncontrolled flow of money, steel, cement, and weapons is intended to turn Hamastan into an Iranian missile launching pad, which could very soon become useful to Tehran by tying up IDF forces in southern Israel. It is also about giving the UN, which is more than ever dominated by Muslims and anti-imperialists, further disarming and blocking Israeli jurisdiction over the region by calling for an impartial investigation into the incident. A Goldstone report too, so to speak, no doubt intended to complement the first Goldstone report on the 2009 Gaza incursion as Durban II did with Durban I. So perhaps the most consequential attack on Israel's security comes from the country that supplied the most aid. Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his Foreign Minister Ahmet Davutoglu still stand out clearly in the shrill global cacophony with their threatening tirades against Israel, a long-standing security partner. Tens of thousands of fanatical Israel haters, the majority of whom could be easily identified by their beards or headscarves as supporters of the ruling AKP or the Islamization process in Turkey more generally, gathered in Istanbul's historic Taksim Square, previously reserved for secular events, military parades and street battles on May 1, demanding an end to the blockade, the cessation of all cooperation with Israel and further robust Turkish involvement in Gaza. They also claimed countless times that a certain Allah was the greatest. On their return, the Turkish human rights activists were greeted like heroes and all broadcasters reported live. The opposition, supposedly Republican CHP, together with the nationalist MHP, initially tried to rhetorically outdo the AKP in its criticism of Israel in parliament so as not to be left behind in the Israel bashing. Although the Prophet's supporters dominated Taksim Square, they were not among themselves. Both grey wolves and left-wing radicals, the bastards of Kemalism, were present, and the CHP and MHP also waved the Turkish blood flag. However, some Kemalists have recognized that this battle for first place in anti-Zionism against the AKP is currently hopeless and are expressing timid criticism of Erdogan's incompetence, which threatens to alienate Turkey from its Western partners. The Kemalist papers Hurriyet and Milliyet, for example, naturally endorse the role Erdogan and Davutoglu envisage for Turkey as a mediating power between East and West in the Middle East, but are keen to see the Gaza incident as a tactical mistake. However, this does not prevent Hurriyet, which initially appeared with the headline Israel has attacked, from regularly publishing anti-Israeli front pages. Ahmet Davutoglu has called for the restoration of the Ottoman hegemony lost with the First World War in an authoritative foreign policy course book called Strategic Depth: Turkey's International Situation. In the past, some regarded Turkey as a player with strong muscles, a weak stomach, heart problems, and a mediocre brain. In other words, a strong army, a weak economy, a lack of self-confidence, and a deficit in strategic thinking. His recipe for the recovery of the sick man on the Bosporus relies on a shift from a defensive to a dynamic foreign policy and the exercise of soft power on the previously rival and even hostile neighbors. A little Willy, a little Joshka, a little Mahmud, and the zero-problem policy with the former Ottoman vassals takes shape. Erdogan and Davutoglu have already been able to greatly improve relations with Georgia, Azerbaijan, Bulgaria, Greece, Syria, and Lebanon. There are even attempts at rapprochement with the Armenian neighbor, although this will still require a difficult historical revision of the mass murders of Armenians, which the Kemalists flatly deny, and a solution to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict that does not alienate Azerbaijan. The Syrian Hamas leader Khaled Mashal, like Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, was received with a red carpet. Hassan Nasrallah and Ismail Haniyeh were ensnared. The IHH played a key role here. The diplomatic highlight of this year, however, is the little-noticed state visit by Vladimir Putin, and perhaps also Davutoglu's visit to Athens. To see Turkey's foreign policy course as merely an erratic Orientalism, as in the days of Erbakan, would be a little short-sighted. It is, at least in the version intended for Western ears, about a Turkish reorientation as a mediator between Asia and Europe, America, and the sphere of power of Islam. In Washington and Jerusalem, despite many confusing signals, and because Turkey's drifting into the emerging anti-Western bloc would be more than just another domino tipped over, this image was held on to by some against their better judgment even after Erdogan's anti-Semitic tirades in Davos, not least by the commentators of Hurriyet and company, who are laboriously suppressing panic. Turkey's foreign policy poses so many head-scratching riddles at home and abroad because Davutoglu does not want to dance at several weddings without skill. For example, the Nabucco project bypassing Russia and Iran had barely been secured as part of the zero-problem policy, which already seems less puzzling with the geographical route of future pipelines and energy supplies, when the Southern Stream project was set in motion with Putin, which will help the Russians bypass the troublesome Ukraine and give the oil-poor Turks prospects of becoming the Middle Eastern energy hub. At this point, it is worth remembering the imminent withdrawal of the USA from Iraqi Kurdistan, which will awaken Turkish and Iranian desires for the oil wells there and give Turkey further motivation to stylize itself as a Middle Eastern protective power. This imperial role requires gestures both internally and externally that emphasize Turkey's independence from the West, especially among its Muslim neighbors, and are intended to enhance Ankara's status as an honest broker. Erdogan is aware of the geostrategic blackmailability of the West and, above all, Israel, and is gaining unprecedented popularity in the Islamic world with anti-Semitic ricochets such as those in Davos, the durability of which, however, suffers from Arab mistrust of the long-standing Western ally and Ottoman colonial ruler. In order to overcome this mistrust in the long term, Turkey would have to make constant use of the anti-Israeli ticket, as Iran, which is opposed by Sunni-motivated mistrust, has done with varying degrees of success. In Gaza, after the flotilla incident, Turkish baby names have become very fashionable and Turkish flags adorn the whole area. In the long term, this can't really please the Iranian racket, Hamas, and the Arab tribes with state flags, but for now, all is joy there in the much-vaunted Arab street that Israel has been humiliated, that the blockade has been lifted by Egypt, and that world opinion, even in the US, has turned more strongly than ever against Israel. Hamas had visibly suffered from the military success of the closure of Gaza in recent months, even if some smuggling was always possible, and had switched to terrorizing its own population due to the lack of accessible Jews since the beginning of Operation Cast Lead. 2 executions of Israeli collaborators on April 15, 2010, to be followed by 10 more, kidnappings and torture of political rivals are indications that Hamas is incapable of achieving internal stability without its archenemy and that even in the purely hypothetical case that they would be able to turn off their anti-Semitic furor, this would not be possible without losing power. The fact that Hamas is lying when it and its anti-imperialist multipliers portray Gaza as a Sahel zone created by the Jews is only part of the truth. Moreover, the undeniable misery that makes the Palestinians in Gaza directly dependent clients of Hamas and binds them to it more effectively than even internal terror is, in the truest sense of the word, self-inflicted. The racket controls and curtails almost unhindered every movement of goods and every transfer of foreign currency that is still coming in and deliberately destroys emerging supply alternatives. For example, just 2 days before the Gaza flotilla incident, a protest by the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Robert Sari, in which he complained bitterly about Hamas raiding a whole series of NGO offices and supply centers, some of which cooperate with the UN, and stealing equipment and aid from them, was deliberately ignored by Palestine lovers and human rights chatterers as well as by the media, which are always concerned about the catastrophic conditions there. Erdogan is currently confronted with a problem that also concerns Ismail Haniyeh, Hugo Chavez, and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, albeit in a slightly different guise. Now that the moral renewal of state and society, the symbolic campaigns and the populist government propaganda have worn themselves out and the economy continues to refuse to follow the ideology, the usual social centrifugal forces are tugging at the National Unity Program, 1 year before the next elections, in which the competing CHP is not without prospects. Although Turkey has shown noticeable economic growth, there remains an abysmal difference between the west of the country, which would be economically more EU-capable than Romania or Bulgaria, and the east, which, despite the huge, centralist dam projects, gap, is constantly flushing impoverished populations into the west, where they gather in poverty belts around the big cities. These backward masses are highly receptive to welfare rackets and have helped bring Erdogan to power. The superficial reconciliation with the Kurds under Islamic auspices is showing clear cracks. The PKK is once again carrying out massive attacks just in time for the start of the tourist season, and anti-government rallies are increasingly taking place at the funerals of attack victims. On the day of the Gaza flotilla incident, a naval barracks in Iskenderun was attacked with rocket launchers, killing 4 soldiers. Ahmet Davutoglu, for whom the consequences still seem too incalculable, put a temporary stop to the accusation that Mossad was now working with the PKK, which had already begun within the AKP. But the AKP's self-portrayal as the party of a new national religious unity has been irrevocably damaged, and the question of who is to blame for this will, as always, be answered a la turca, i.e. by the discovery of sinister machinations of foreign powers who, according to traditional paranoia, cooperate with Armenians, Greeks, Freemasons, Alevis, Kurds, Communists, etc. in the country, and which, in Erdogan's new diction, are now being replaced by the sinister Gladio network of NATO and the Ergenekon conspiracy, which are targeting Kemalism, which is still effective, via gangs. This search for the internal enemy, which not only runs through the ideology of the AKP, but also characterizes Kemalism all the way back to Ataturk and the Young Turks and dates back to the Ottoman Empire, has left out the Jews in Turkey, who have so far been relatively spared, for reasons of alliance strategy, and continues to do so. But the entire pathological projection is already laid out in the incessant obsession with minorities and now in the confrontation course against Israel. According to Ataturk, the glue that held the belated republic together was Turkishness, Turkluk, which consequently excluded Kurds, Lazas, and Arabs, as the concept of Turkluk never rose to the inclusive status of, for example, the French or Americans, but remained a diffusely racist ideology. Ataturk hated and despised Islam, as he diagnosed it as the core of the Ottoman Empire's backward limitations. Quote, "For more than 500 years, the rules and theories of an old Arab sheikh and the abstruse interpretations of generations of dirty and ignorant clerics have determined all civil and criminal laws in Turkey. They have determined the form of the constitution, the slightest actions and gestures of a citizen, his food, the hours for waking and sleeping, the cut of clothes, the subject matter at school, customs and habits, and even the most intimate thoughts. Islam, this absurd doctrine of an immoral Bedouin, is a rotting carcass that poisons our lives. Islam is at best good for effeminate Arabs, but not for Turks, who are conquerors and men. There are different countries, but only one civilization. The prerequisite for the progress of the nation is to participate in this one civilization." The secular Kemalist horse cure of Bey'segretman, chief teacher, a popular form of address used by Ataturk, is a prime example of catch-up development in which, loosely based on the example of Robespierre and Lenin, 200 years of Western history were skipped over with compressed nationalist violence, and a multi-ethnic, feudal population was to be quickly integrated into a centralized nation-state. Since Ataturk and his followers failed to declare the Kurds, a third of the republic's population, as Turks à la Française by territorial affiliation, hence the embarrassing term Mountain Turks from the time of the coup, and the Kurds and Armenians quickly proved to have an affinity for developing their own nationalism based on the Turkish model, the original secular, anti-religious impetus had to give way to an alliance of convenience with Eastern sheikhs and Kurdish imams. When Ataturk got rid of the caliphate, which threatened the power of the republic, in 1924, he severed the fragile bond between Turks and Kurds, which was based on Islam, and in 1925 Sheikh Set's Islamic Kurdish nationalist uprising took place, which was bloodily suppressed. Since then, Kemalist Turkey has oscillated between a cohesive recourse to Islam and the panicked containment of Sharia experiments. The dilemma is simply insoluble. If the offer of identification is Turkluk, the Turkish-Kurdish conflict in particular is pre-programmed. If Islam, which comprises 98% of the population, is emphasized, the republic itself ultimately falls by the wayside, as the more or less green experiments under Menderes, Islamic liberal, Özal, liberal Islamic, Erbakan, Islamic fundamentalist, and now Erdogan, Islamic conservative, prove. This also raises the question of whether the Alvis, who to make matters worse are largely Kurds, even count as Muslims, not to mention Greeks, Assyrians, and Armenians, who as non-Turks and non-Muslims suffer from both ideological tendencies. In Turkey, identity is only ever available in the German sense, i.e. excluding. The Turkluk installed by Ataturk was not only inscribed in the Kurds' family book, but even written in giant letters on the mountains. Happy is he who can say I am Turkish. Turkey is indivisible. However, the simultaneous suppression of the Kurdish language and the clear discrimination against Kurds, especially in the army and civil service hierarchy, which dated back to Ataturk, made it clear to the Kurdish reader that they were excluded and not included by this Turkiye. The Kemalists were certainly not subtle, and although some, especially Alevi Kurdish clans and villages, political individualism is still relatively rare, especially in the east, attracted by state subsidies and hopes of progress, sided with Ankara since Erdogan came to power at the latest. One must assume a realignment of collective identity that is not one of the previous tactical shifts in Turkish politics, but the transition to a post-Kemalist, Islam-centered Turkey. Post-Kemalist should be understood in a more chronological and historical sense, as Erdogan's re-Islamization is also fed by Kemalist elements. The neo-Ottomanism of Anatolian elites advocated by Foreign Minister Davutoglu, which he wants to replace the Kemalist elites, and which is progressing rapidly in the army and civil service despite some resistance, is an Islam-centered variant of the Turanist protectionism with which Turkey sought to present itself as the patron of the Central Asian Turkic peoples and foreign Turks. Davutoglu wants to take the former territories of the Ottoman Empire, which includes North Africa, the Balkans, the Caucasus, and Falastin, under the wing of the successor state of the last caliphate. The ongoing dismantling of secularism, the posturing as a dialogue partner to the West, and the attacks against the security partner Israel can be interpreted as an application to become a modern type of Emir al-Mu'min, ruler of the faithful, who would no longer rule directly over the territories and would therefore also be responsible for the development there, but would form a Muslim commonwealth with them as primus inter pares. The Iranians and Saudis would disagree here at the latest. The Turkish national anthem, İstiklal Marşı, illustrates the fact that Kemalism has belied its secular claim from the very beginning. Its author, Mehmet Akif Ersoy, was first and foremost a Muslim and then a Turkish nationalist who joined the Committee for Unity and Progress, the most important movement of the Young Turks and the driving force behind the mass murder of the Armenians. Ersoy was a representative of the more Islamic wing, in contrast to the more Turkish Ziya Gökalp, who is credited as the author of the poem Asker Duası, Soldier's Prayer, quoted by Erdogan, which unfortunately did not end his political career. Ersoy joined the Grand National Assembly in 1920, but withdrew to Egypt in 1923 in silent protest against Ataturk's secular religious policy. The multiverse poem, which is full of hateful tirades against the West in the unsung passages that are still part of the elementary school curriculum, is an exemplary demonstration of how the Kemalists were also prepared to fall back on the Islamic cult of death as a social cement. Even the first two verses, which form the anthem adopted by the Kemalists and which are sung in all the country's schools in the morning, contain a combination of ostensibly nationalist racist lyrics and jihadist cues. Fear not, the red flag that flies in this dawn cannot go out. It is the last hearth fire that burns over my homeland without going out. It is the star of my people, it will always shine. It is mine, it belongs to my people alone. Do not hide your face, you stubborn crescent, I give myself to you in sacrifice. Laugh at my heroic race. Why this violence, why this anger? Otherwise we would not welcome the blood we shed for you. Independence, that is the right of my people who worship the righteous one. Kurban olay can be translated simultaneously as I implore you and I sacrifice myself. Halal is not simply pleasing, but above all the word for Islamic purity in food and custom. And Haq is one of the most commonly used 99 names of Allah, Arabic, al-Haq. National anthems often contain religious ammunition, but the Turkish one is symptomatic of a superficially secular society that simultaneously suppresses the smoldering delusion of Islam and uses it to generate cohesion and devotion. The nation-state's dulce et decorum est pro patria mori is fed directly from the jihadist cult of death, which can be traced throughout the Turkish culture down to the most banal spheres. There is hardly a love song without subliminal threats of murder and suicide, hardly a film without a heroic victim, hardly an apolitical series without tragic acts of honor. And hardly any afternoon program, whether public or private, neglects to show a fatal house collapse, a terrible bus accident, or, this is the moment when even family members uninterested in news watch spellbound, a child horribly disfigured or dying due to disability or accident, accompanied by schmaltzy Ken music and accompanied by Allah, Allah, especially from female viewers. Beautiful death and innocent suffering are the Turks' daily bread. After several experiments that were curbed by the generals at the last moment, the attempt to make controlled use of Islamic resentment has now become an ideological reactor meltdown, and not, as was long cliched in Republican circles, in the form of resurgent caliphs and sheiks, but in the elitist modern revival supported more by impoverished city dwellers than Kurdish peasants, which redefines the Turk under Islamic auspices. On its path from discreetly pious Turkishness to state Islam, Turkey benefits from its extensive independence from U.S. subsidies, in contrast to Egypt, which would otherwise have just as many historical and cultural reasons to claim hegemony and the majority of whose population would rather be ruled by the Muslim Brotherhood today than tomorrow. For the time being, the administrators of Ataturk's estate are enjoying a situation in which the West and Israel, especially with the dwindling of the disciplining EU option, are geopolitically more dependent on Turkey than vice versa. They have already shown how many toads they are prepared to swallow in order to continue to indulge in the illusion of having an ultimately loyal ally in Ankara. However, the idea of using Turkish airspace in the event of a bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities, for example, has long been affected by neo-Ottoman developments, leaving Saudi Arabia, which has semi-officially declared its willingness to do so, as the most viable option. On June 26, 2010, the obvious became official. Erdogan has closed Turkish airspace to Israeli aircraft. Caroline Glick's terrifying vision of a Turkish navy off Gaza may still sound paranoid today, but it is only the consequent development of neo-Ottomanism, which will necessarily leave ever clearer territorial and ideological scent marks in the region and will be tested by the former Arab vassal states, above all on the Jewish question burning under the nails of the global Ummah. It is almost impossible to predict how Turkey will develop. The only thing that is clear is that both the authoritarian Kemalist model and the supposedly moderate Islamist democratic model have failed. In this respect, Turkey has now fully arrived in the Middle East. Erdogan has long since become part of the global intifada. Whether he can ever be voted out of office is highly doubtful. And so the day may come when we will not only have to fight for regime change in Tehran, but also in Ankara.